Behold, the time-traveling protagonist, Dongfang Qingcang, well-versed in the narrative, finds himself reborn and adopted by the formidable Meiji Hua. With Aizen Susuk having assumed command of the 5th Division, Qingcang is acutely aware of the peril that looms. After engaging in swordsmanship practice with Sister Hua, a group of students from the Schemeand Academy encounters a hollow attack, prompting the 4th Division to rush to their aid, only to be met with an even graver crisis ahead. Under the azure sky and amidst the white clouds, Qingcang muses from the rooftop of the 4th Division's barracks. Such splendid weather is perfect for a nap. Another peaceful day, it seems. In moments of tranquility, the Soul Society breathes serenity, the air is refreshingly pure. How wonderful it would be to continue in peace alongside Sister Hua. Yet the thought of Aizen's leadership today weighs heavily upon his Mindan inescapable illusion. That wretched Aizen, heralding the onset of the catastrophic events to come in merely a century. Indeed, Dongfang Qingcang, with a profound understanding of the plot, is a time traveler. Reborn as an infant 30 years ago, he narrowly escaped death at the jaws of a beast. Fortunate that the 4th Division captain, Meiji Hua, happened to pass by, preventing him from becoming the most woeful of time travelers. In that moment, with tear-filled eyes, Qingcang gazed upon his savior, captivated by Sister Hua's boundless compassion, and instantly resolved to dedicate his life in gratitude. Perhaps it was the dazed look in his eyes, or the dawn's light cascading upon him, that prompted Meiji Hua to take him in. Upon returning to the Suriidii, Sister Hua granted him the name Dongfang Qingcang, allowing him to fully sever ties with his past life. Lord Qingcang, Captain, my request your presence. A voice suddenly calls from behind. Turning, Qingcang sees Yamada Sinasuk, the vice-captain of the 4th Division. Sinasuk, I've told you not to use honorifics, I'm merely an ordinary member, and it is I who should address you as vice-captain. Yamada, however, remains silent, gesturing for him to proceed. With a headache from Yamada's stern demeanor, Qingcang reluctantly rises to follow. Upon entering the captain's office, Meiji Hua has already prepared tea and awaits. Sister Hua, you're back so soon? Did the captain commander not properly introduce the new captain? What manner of person is he? Qingcang sits down without hesitation. Yamada's eye twitches. Dongfang Qingcang incessantly refers to the captain as Sister Hua, a blatant affront. Were it not for the captain's prohibition, he would have surely retaliated. Meiji Hua, accustomed to such familiarity, ignores the vice-captain's reaction and calmly sips her tea. The new captain is Aizen Susuk, the former vice-captain of the 5th Division. He appears gentle in demeanor, entirely different from Hirako. Qingcang is well aware of Yamada's scrutiny towards him, but he is here to repay a debt of gratitude. Having called her Sister Hua since he could speak, he has long since disregarded the prejudices of others for the sake of his ideals and aspirations. Sister Hua's impression of Aizen is precisely as expected. His acting prowess coupled with his Zanpakuto abilities are unparalleled. It is likely that the 5th Division is merely playing along with his performance, and the Suriidii will inevitably be led astray. Yet, the matter concerning Aizen is too convoluted to directly communicate to Sister Hua. It is far too troublesome. Little Qing, the turmoil surrounding the betrayal of the captains and vice-captains of the Kido Corps has been quelled. Tomorrow, you may continue to borrow the Kido materials and compile your request for Sinasuk to handle. For today, let us resume our swordsmanship practice. After finishing her tea, Meiji Hua glances at Yamada, who discreetly exits. Dongfang Qingcang wears a pained expression as he rises to follow Meiji Hua. Having graduated from the Schemeand Academy, Qingcang directly entered the 4th Division, where the clandestine training grounds were constructed during that time, fortified with formidable Kido barriers, capable of isolating even the most powerful spiritual pressure fluctuations. In the years since his graduation, he has frequently visited this place, every inch stained with his blood and sweat. Sister Hua's teachings are not something the average person could withstand. The delicate figures of Munahana and Qing Cang stand opposite each other, their bamboo swords poised in readiness. Qing Cang strikes first, his sword cutting through the air with a fierce wind, displaying an overwhelming momentum characterized by grand gestures. In contrast, Munahana's swordsmanship is remarkably agile, concealing blades within her softness. The duo's swordplay is a blur of flashing shadows at times. They engage in close-range clashes, while at others, they exchange strikes from a distance, the sound of their blades resonating through the arena. Suddenly, Qing Cang channels his energy, his sword darting like a swift gale aimed at vital points. Munahana sidesteps, her sword slicing through the air like a rainbow, piercing the sun. Qing Cang counters with a defensive maneuver, deflecting her blade and creating space. Munahana executes a mid-air flip, landing gracefully, her eyes wide with surprise as she intensifies her assault. Qing Cang, adapting fluidly to her moves, dances through his techniques like clouds drifting across the sky. With each passing moment, Munahana grows more exhilarated, her bamboo sword becoming increasingly fierce. Qing Cang, unable to withstand the onslaught, finds blood seeping from his wounds. With a resounding crack, Qing Cang's bamboo sword shatters, followed by a hissing sound, culminating in a crash as he falls to the ground. The practice session finally reaching its conclusion. Munahana retracts her murderous intent, embracing a gentler demeanor. She sends forth a healing light that swiftly halts Qing Cang's bleeding. He gazes at the green glow, exclaiming, "Sister Hua, when it comes to swordsmanship, I am woefully inadequate and cannot satisfy your expectations." Munahana responds while tending to him, "Do not belittle yourself, you simply need time. You have made progress today, and you will surely reach the 10th level of swordsmanship. Will the 10th level meet your approval? Perhaps." Thus, they establish a modest goal, to attain the 10th level of swordsmanship and please Sister Hua as a foundational step. Qing Cang, bathed in the healing light, resolves to pursue this objective. What does attaining the 10th level of swordsmanship signify? It embodies the prowess of a Shinigami, wherein the art of slashing is synonymous with swordsmanship. In the Soul Society, only the Captain Commander Yamamoto Genrisai Shigekuni has achieved such mastery. Does a mere 4th Division member like Qing Cang dare to challenge this? Enter the protagonist's Golden Finger. Qing Cang's Golden Finger. Every 5 years, he can traverse to another world. However, he had refrained from doing so in the past, feeling too weak. After his Zampakit, Rui, awakened 10 years ago, he steadied himself. Rui can split soul fragments, allowing the Golden Finger to send these fragments to another world for rebirth. If a fragment perishes or reaches its peak, it can feed back to the main soul. If it dies, all feedback is returned. If it peaks, half is returned, allowing for recovery during weakened periods. This operation resembles a counterfeit of Yuabak's soul-sharing technique. Yuabak grants superpowers, while he relies on fragments to slay monsters and acquire gear. Completing challenges can even yield rewards slightly surpassing Yuabak's holy distinction. Lying on his bed, Qing Cang sighs. 10 years have passed, yet the 2 fragments remain dormant. Thankfully, the Golden Finger indicates they are alive, otherwise, I would truly suspect they were gilded. According to the Golden Finger, the flow of time across realms is unequal. Entering the same world twice can yield significant differences in time flow. The growth of the doppelganger remains entirely unpredictable in the main world. Perhaps he has just dispatched the fragments to another world, and feedback will arrive in the next moment. Alternatively, the Soul Society might be in peril, and the fragments have yet to respond. It all hinges on luck. How vexing. Time to sleep. In his dreams, Qing Cang steps on hair gel, kicks Yuabak, and embraces Sister Hua, when suddenly, alarms blare. Central Spiritual Arts Academy is under attack by a horde of hollows. The 4th Division is dispatched to treat the injured. Is the sky truly falling? Disturbing my dreams. Bring back Sister Hua. Qing Cang hastily prepares to gather at the division's headquarters. At the dimensional gate, Sister Hua is absent, and Qiushin leads the team. As the gate swings open, help butterflies flutter through, cutting a path through dimensions, and the team charges forth. Within the dimensional rift, the path of spiritual particles extends infinitely, with Qiushin at the forefront, prompting Qing Cang to follow closely, sensing something amiss. Qing Cang dashes ahead of the others, reaching Qiushin's side. Vice Captain, is it common for students to be attacked by hordes of hollows? Qing Zisuk was astonished. Your Shuanpa is more agile than most students. Low-level hollows often appear, but the 13th Division will handle them. They cannot approach the students. I have yet to encounter a hollow swarm. With that, he accelerated, his thoughts racing. Was his revelation truly of significance? Could it be that Aizen was at play, already stirring trouble since his appointment? What could he be plotting? Surely, he wouldn't conduct experiments? The 5th Division's vice captain must have been brainwashed. Let's not complicate matters further. With the opening of the interdimensional gate, Qing Zisuk leaped through. The air filled with roars, cries of despair, and the clashing of blades, a metallic scent of blood wafting through the atmosphere. Upon surveying the scene, Qing Zisuk was taken aback. Over 100 low-level hollows. An overwhelming number could easily overwhelm the students and senior students alike. Thankfully, 2 vice captains were present. Qing Zisuk, step up. Otherwise, my workload will increase. While tending to his wounds, Qing Zisuk kept a watchful eye on the battlefield. Your presence on the front line is a failure on the part of my 5th Division, Vice Captain Kimura said. apologizing while cleaving through a bull-headed hollow. Who do you look down upon? The 4th Division can fight too. Let's deal with the hollows first. Ha ha ha, still as serious as ever. Charge forth, Nishimura. Kimura accelerated into the throng of hollows, his blade flashing as he dispatched several. Fool! Awaken, Spirit Princess! With the release of his Zanpakuto, Yamada Qing Zisuk's spiritual pressure surged dramatically. He began to chant. The scattered bones of beasts, spires, crimson crystals, wheels of steel movement is the wind. Stillness is the void. The clash of long spears fills the hollow city. Hado number 63. Thunder, roar cannon. As the incantation concluded, a blinding yellow light erupted from his palm, unleashing a barrage of yellow lightning that obliterated a cluster of low-level hollows. The pressure on the battlefield diminished instantly. It appeared that Qing Zisuk's initial release amplified Kido. The power of this thunder roar cannon far exceeded that of a vice captain, efficiently clearing the field. After a few rounds, little remained of the hollows. Qing Zisuk noted the favorable turn of events, though unease crept within him. As the last humanoid hollow was vanquished, the students erupted in cheers. The 2 vice captains were surrounded by gratitude, seizing the opportunity to promote their division, ignoring the casualties. Could this be deemed a perfect conclusion? Qing Zisuk was bewildered. Had he overthought the situation? Was it truly an unexpected turn of events? Had he wrongfully accused Aizen? Was Aizen too preoccupied with celebrating his promotion to instigate trouble? In the next moment, the sky fractured. From the black void emerged 2 skeletal claws, revealing a white, bony mask, sharp nose, hollow eyes. It was the Grand Hollow, Gillian. The bone claws tore fiercely. The sky ripped apart like a curtain. The Grand Hollow stepped into the real world, its terrifying spiritual pressure exploding forth. Before anyone could react, another Grand Hollow appeared, followed by a swarm of low-level hollows, restoring the sky. The chaotic spiritual pressure of the 2 Jillians swept across the area. Their roar pressed the students down to the ground. Qing Zisuk's expression darkened. How had Gillian breached the real world? What were those fools in the Technical Development Bureau doing? Exchanging glances with Kimura, they devised a strategy. Officers of the 4th Division and above, along with the 5th and 13th Division's capable personnel, handle the low-level hollows. The rest continue healing. Kimura, let's see who could take them down faster, shall we? Qing Zisuk challenged the Grand Hollow. With the vice captain of the 5th Division here, who dares to look down on a mere Gillian? Kimura charged forward, Qing Zisuk closely behind, and the battle reignited, casualties soaring. If this is merely coincidence, I will livestream my hollow feast. Curse you, Aizen. Qing Zisuk hid behind, radiating green light, his thoughts filled with vehement curses. Only hope that no more issues arise. The vice captain can handle the situation, albeit with some delay. Combat team, hold your ground, otherwise we face peril from behind. The Technology Development Bureau is being toyed with by Aizen, and amidst such commotion, reinforcements are desperately needed. Suddenly, a gust of wind rushed from behind. Qing Cang instinctively dodged, and with a resounding bang, a seductive beauty skidded face first across the ground, leaving an impressively long trail, a display of sheer force. Qing Cang swiftly enveloped her in a green light, adjusting her to lie flatto. It was the alluring Schemeand, the 6th seat of the 4th Division. Her face was bruised and battered from the fall. Had her physique not been so recognizable, even her own mother might not have recognized her. Indeed, deploying the 4th Division to the front lines was overly ambitious. Eastern Division soldiers, thank you for the healing. Our defensive line cannot hold any longer. Quickly inform everyone to abandon the severely wounded and retreat to a more compact formation. Kana shouted urgently. Before Aoi could speak, Kana screamed to be careful. A humanoid hollow that had knocked her down was sneaking in for an attack. Its claws aimed at Aoi's heart. Whoosh. Aoi and Kana both disappeared. The humanoid hollow hadn't reacted yet when Aoi roared. Beika number 4, Byakurai. A white lightning bolt exploded from his fingertips, piercing through the hollow's brain. Kana, who was being held, widened her eyes. Are the Eastern team members this fierce? Usually so lazy. No wonder he's the captain's adopted son. Kana, seat 6, come down. Kana blushed as she landed. You handle the defense. I'll buy time. Aoi drew his sword and charged at the group of hollows. Letting his power be exposed is fine. Every bit saved counts. Just low-level hollows. With his 6th-tier spiritual pressure and the swordsmanship taught by Sister Hua, it's no problem to take one down with a basic attack, as long as the spiritual pressure is enough. Seeing a sheep-shaped hollow about to crush the Shinigami's head, Aoi unleashed all his firepower. using Shunpa to flash behind it. And with a swift slice, he took its head. Another blast of Byakurai killed another one. He was killing while acting as a firefighter. Who is this? Which team is he from? One slice for each, creating chaos. Not from the 5th squad. Not from the 13th squad. It's from our 4th squad. The Eastern team members look lazy usually, but they didn't expect him to be this fierce. Not only is he good at Kido, but his sword techniques are impressive too. He truly is the captain's adopted son. 4th squad? Team member? The 5th and 13th squad members were dumbfounded, exchanging glances. In the shadows, a fox-faced figure squinted and smiled. Aizen-sama underestimated things. There's an unexpected harvest tonight. If this continues, the low-level hollows will be wiped out. Tonight will end soon. Aizen's voice was gentle yet domineering. Jin, surprises come from unexpected events. Everything should proceed as planned. What is the point of the future? It's normal for the adopted son of the first Kenpachi to have this power, but he probably has more tricks up his sleeve. Let me see his limits. Aizen casually made his decision. I'm curious too, Jin replied with a smile. Aoi was slaughtering the weak on the battlefield, completely unaware that he was being targeted by Aizen. After being tormented by Sister Hua so much, he couldn't help but indulge himself. It felt too good to bully the weak, and he inadvertently exposed his strength. Showing off feels good for a moment, but retribution comes quickly. The sky cracked again, and another Jillian emerged. Everyone was in despair. 2 vice-captains were dealing with 2, but who could handle this one? The real world is continuously producing powerful hollows. It's not scientific. Aoi's face darkened. This must be Aizen's doing. He went sent a Jillian to kill Shinigami for no reason. The previous hollow group attacked the students to lure the 13 court guard squads. Having saved too many people, he piqued Aizen's interest. This Jillian is probably testing his strength. As for whether he lives or dies, Aizen doesn't care at all. Damn, treating me like a monkey. Sure enough, the Jillian opened its mouth, and the red Zero began to charge, about to blast him in the face. Damn, am I going to die young? I haven't repaid my debts yet. Damn, Aizen. Take back your evaluation of the most charming villain. Whoever encounters him will have the worst luck. I'll fight back. Gather and scatter as you wish. Spiritual transformation of countless. Aoi initiated his Shurkai, and his standard shallow strike suddenly shattered, the fragments reconstituting into a long knife, completely transparent, almost invisible if not observed closely. He shouted, "Scatter!" The Zampakit shattered again, and 2 identical clones appeared beside him. The Zero shot towards him. The 3 extended their right hands and shouted in unison. Bakud, number 33, Katsue. 3 blasts of blue fire merged into an even more powerful azure flame, adding a chant. The one who reigns, the mask of flesh and blood, myriad phenomena, soaring high, crowned in the name of humanity, truth, and moderation. Standing only with its fangs on the innocent dream wall, the azure flame collided with the Zero bang. Smoke filled the air. Everyone stared intently. Can this azure fire kill the Jillian? It concerns everyone's life. In the shadows, Aizen commented, not bad. The Zampakit is interesting, and the Kido feels great. Both are indispensable. The clones coordinated. The azure fire was barely enough to reach 60 in power. It can shatter the Zero, but can it hurt the Jillian? Not even close. Is this your limit? Don't waste materials. Jin, go. Jin smiled. If it piques your interest, it's extraordinary. One experiment. The Shiba family ISN, easy to deal with. The experiment is almost complete. Just the observation material. An entity clone of the Zampakit, exciting. Merging Kido is also interesting. Aizen was about to reveal himself when the battlefield suddenly changed. In the smoke, the Jillian wasn't dead and was still gathering red light. Aoi's face turned pale. Am I going to die? The spiritual pressure suddenly soared, breaking through the 5th tier spiritual pressure. He scanned the sky rift and understood. There's another Jillian watching. Equal spiritual pressure. Can I handle it? Round 2. Betting on spiritual pressure. 1 sword flow of Iaido. A massive slash cut through the thick smoke. The sword pressure slicing through the Jillian's mask and the Zero. The Jillian fell dead. Shatter, mirror flower, water moon. A gentle voice sounded. Aoi was startled and fell, landing in something soft. Why did it go dark? It's Kana's big chest. Aoi, the team member, was too explosive, single-handedly killing the Jillian. Hidden so deep. Thank goodness you waited for Captain Aizen. Kana shouted while holding him. Aoi struggled to get up. Too much praise. It's everyone's effort. I was just tagging along. Too humble. Without your vice-captain strength, we would have held on until I arrived. The 5th squad is negligent. Which squad are you from? What's your name? I thank you. Aizen appeared, pretending to be guilty. I can't take it. I'm Aoi from the Eastern Squad. Fourth Squad. It's only right. Aoi thought. Who can act? Easter team member. You're too talented for the medical team. Want to transfer? The third seat of the fifth squad is yours. Aizen invited him. Thank you, Captain Aizen. I like the fourth squad with Sister Hua. Sorry. Aoi pretended to be surprised. What a pity. Aoi, the team member, is clearly a talent for creating chaos. Since that's the case, I want to force it. Today, S achievements. I will report truthfully to the captain, and you want to lose a bit of credit. Aizen feigned righteousness and turned to leave. Thank you, Captain Aizen. Please take care. Aoi cursed inwardly. Acting is exhausting. Am I not an actor? Captain Aizen was gentle when he was a vice captain, and even after becoming captain, he is still so humble, so gentle. Sarikana watched his back, feeling emotional. Aoi could only remain silent. Aizen's acting skills. Just look at the fans around and you'll understand. Wow. Captain Aizen instantly erased all the hollows and is so warm to people. His strength is explosive yet humble. When I graduate, I'll go to the fifth squad. I'll go too. Hearing this, Aoi felt exhausted. Hopefully you'll still think this way 100 years later. In the Soul Society. After dealing with Sister Hua, Aoi returned to his nest to review. There were gains and losses. Exposed under Aizen's watch? It was only a matter of time. He probably looks down on my strength. So, it's relatively safe. Today's test was just incidental. As long as I don't act recklessly, it won't be a big deal. The biggest trouble is being caught in Mirror Flower, Water Moon. The original work says you have to touch a Zampicut to break it. It's too difficult and dangerous. Can the Uruchi family's brilliant mirror solve it? I need to get my hands on it if I get the chance. I'll keep an eye out. Looking at the gains again. 10 years ago, the self who was sent to Hueco Mundo saved a life today. Would the self in Hueco Mundo be affected by Mirror Flower? Water Moon? If not, that would be interesting. Got sidetracked. 10 years ago, when the Zampicut first released, the first soul fragment was separated. Aoi thought, has his friend Hashwolf been raising a clone in Soul Society? Unfortunately, he doesn't have that technology. Shoving soul fragments into a human body? That would probably end badly. Not giving up, he had a sudden idea. Shove it into a hollow. Wouldn't he feel sorry if it died? After some coaxing, Sister Hua caught a low-level hollow with super regeneration and roughly shoved it in. Surprisingly, it worked. He then acted cute and begged Sister Hua to throw the hollow back into Hueco Mundo. And it's been 10 years. Originally intended to let it explore in Hueco Mundo, not expecting it to survive long, and to test the soul feedback after death. But didn't he expect this hollow to be so tough? Under the influence of the fragment, it leveled up to a Jillian and fully merged, quickly evolving into an Ajuchas. Flashes of the clone's experiences over the past 10 years crossed his mind. This hollow lived better than the original. Finally understood. Someone connected the real world with the forest of Minos and used special bait to lure the powerful hollows over. When the original and the clone are in the same realm, they can share memories. The original has low spiritual pressure, but the clone can forcibly pump spiritual pressure into it. The memory of the avatar probing into the real world with a big head. Qing Cang instantly understands why Ling Wei is growing stronger. Luck is overflowing. If it weren't for his desire to hunt down the lone Julian, it would have really been done for. Huh, is today a lucky day? Another piece of the soul fragment has responded, but the spiritual pressure has increased too little. Qing Cang hurriedly closed his eyes and sank his mind into the golden finger. Morning, in the teaching building. Wow, Senior Xia is smiling at me. So happy. You idiot. It's obviously a smile directed at me. Look at your weight, shameless. You're asking for it. Zayashitsu walked all the way to the classroom, receiving screams of admiration from girls and envy from boys. On the surface, Zayashitsu is a first-year student at the prestigious Fujimi Academy, but secretly he is an all-around genius investor. At 16, he possesses assets worth billions. His academic performance is top-notch, excelling in all sports and mastering various skills. Not only is he a prominent figure in the academy, but he also shakes the entire Chuangju city. Zayashitsu is actually more appropriately named Dongfang Qing Cang. When he learned that his mother was named Zayashitsu Aoi and that the city was called Chuangju City, he realized this is the world of the OP apocalypse. How powerful can the peak experts in this world be? It's likely that the main body 1T gain much feedback, but it doesn't matter. Staying alive is the most important thing. At the start, he had no superpowers, but Qing Cang found that his brain was incredibly effective, with overwhelming perception. As he grew, his motor skills and hand-foot coordination far exceeded that of ordinary people. Is this the buff from the powerful soul fragment of the main body? Or is it Zayashitsu's protagonist halo? Regardless, after years of hard training, his strength has reached the peak of humanity. On the surface, he looks like an ordinary boy of 185 meters, but once he exerts himself, his true self is revealed. His lines are strong, muscle solid, and waist strength explosive. Every muscle hides explosive power. With one punch, who could withstand 16 years of training? Before moving to the second year, he finally maxed out his combat power. The plot is about to unfold. The semester is coming to an end. Everything has been set up, all for survival. Xia, what are you daydreaming about? Where did you go during the break? Lily and I couldn't find you. Auntie said you were traveling. Where did you go to mess around? Jing Yonghao asked as he put his arm around his shoulder. Qing Cang smiled. Young, long time no see. Recently I've been wandering around famous dojos with Master Dudu, learning some things from the venue owners. So in bit. The academy actually lets you take a break at will. That's awesome. You've already become the national champion in Kendo. Why are you still pushing yourself? Jing Yonghao felt sour. A thunderous sweet voice came. Young, being envious is useless. You can win a bunch of awards for the academy, and your grades are first every year, so the academy lets you take breaks too. Looking back, a girl with pink hair and glasses, with an amazing figure. Saya, long time no see. Qing Cang greeted. Jing Yonghao exaggeratedly shouted. Takashiro-san, spare me. Not everyone is a genius like you two. Takashiro-san is at least just smart, while Xia is a freak. Both IQ and physical ability are off the charts, not human. As an ordinary person, I should just study. You're right. Xia is indeed abnormal, with outrageous motor skills. Fatty, you should exercise more with Xia. Look at you being useless, both in study and sports. Takashiro-saya glared at Hirano Toda, who was peeping, unleashing her firepower. Qing Cang laughed at Hirano's awkwardness. It's not that exaggerated. Exercising relies on persistence. Hirano also has his shining points. Xia, only you understand me. Hirano was moved to tears. Xia, you don't understand love. Disgusting, don't come over. Qing Cang pushed away Hirano, who wanted to hug him, with disdain. Ha ha! Jing Yonghao and Saya laughed crazily. Ding ding ding. Everyone returned to their seats to prepare for class. In the afternoon, Kendo Club. Crack crack. The sound of wooden swords clashing constantly. In the arena, two people held wooden swords, filled with killing intent. The exchanges were as fast as lightning, with sharp sword moves and the sound of the air being cut. The onlooking students were caught up in the killing intent and held their breath, watching mesmerized. After a moment, a figure suddenly accelerated, striking the wooden sword off target, stepping forward to grip the knife with one hand and placing it against the neck of the other person. I lost again. After the high-intensity duel, her voice was tired yet still filled with a strong aura. Just as Qing Cang was about to speak, applause erupted in the dojo. Lord Zayashitsu is the strongest. I love you. Squealing girls' voices filled the air. Senior Dudu is the prettiest. Long live. The infatuated boys cheered madly. It was too noisy on-site to have a deep conversation. Siko, I'm leaving first. Qing Cang waved his hand and slipped out of the dojo. After changing clothes, humming a tune, he went to Class 2B to pick up his girlfriend, catching a familiar figure in the stairwell out of the corner of his eye. Lily? Lily, what is wrong? Hearing the voice, Miyamoto Lily's body trembled. She wiped her face with her hand, and after 2 seconds finally turned around with a forced smile. Xia, you're back? Why didn't you notify me? Qing Cang stared at her red and swollen eyes, with tears stained still fresh. Speak, what happened? The eyes can't lie. Are you still hiding something from me? After a moment of silence, Miyamoto Lily rushed into his arms and burst into tears. After stammering through her words, Qing Cang stroked his chin in thought. Ziting Koichi? Busy preparing to survive? He had forgotten about this guy. Lily's dad is investigating the counselor's eating, and she got implicated, even warned about being held back. However, this guy can be put to use. Maybe there will be surprises. Lily, stop crying. It's a small issue. I'll handle it. You just focus on moving to the 3rd year. Really? Miyamoto Lily's eyes were filled with tears. When have I ever lied to my family? Qing Cang said seriously. Disgusting. Who asks your family late at night? At the Zayashitsu household. Minako, here. Investigate that counselor from the Ziting family. I need some deadly black material. Money is not an issue. Can it be done in 3 days? No problem, boss. How is the home construction and material storage going? According to plan, everything will be done before moving to the 2nd year. Great. Without you, my plan wouldn't run smoothly. Qing Cang praised, not misjudging the person. Serving the boss is an honor. Minako's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. Her life was saved by the boss. It's all his. 4 days later, in the student council president's office at Fujimi Academy. I apologize for inviting teacher Ziting so abruptly. Please have a seat. Qing Cang looked at the incoming Ziting Koichi, politely speaking while but remained glued to the office chair. Ziting Koichi quickly put on a smile. President Zayashitsu, you're too polite. Your genius reputation has spread throughout Chuangju City. It's an honor for me to meet you. Feel free to give any instructions. Saying this, he sat down, fully aware in his heart. This boy is a business tycoon and is connected to the military Takashiro family, someone he can't afford to provoke. Teacher Ziting was straightforward. Then I'll speak plainly. Is there a misunderstanding between you and Lily? If so, I can mediate. Our relationship, you understand, right? Qing Cang rested his chin on his hand, smiling as he stared at him. Ziting Koichi was cursing in his heart. Damn it, that old man set me up. He said the other party wouldn't dare do anything. What nonsense. Being stared at by this beast, his back instantly soaked with sweat. Ziting Koichi wiped off the cold sweat and spilled all his father's instructions. President Zayashitsu, it's all that old guy forcing me. He is afraid Officer Miyamoto let go of him and made me change Lily's grades, forcing her to be held back as a warning. It was all his idea. I warned him that Lily is your girlfriend, but he wouldn't give you face. You know my position in the family. I was forced. Please forgive me. Saying this, he bowed deeply, 90 degrees, looking very sincere. Are you done? Nothing to add? Qing Cang's tone was flat, as if he hadn't seen his apology. Ziting Koichi bent over and didn't move, glancing up at Qing Cang sitting there, looking confused, not understanding what he meant. Hee. Qing Cang chuckled lightly, walked toward him who was still bowing, patted his shoulder, and walked around to sit on the sofa. Since you think you're done speaking, let me add something. You definitely didn't want to listen to that old man at first. Given your brains, you wouldn't offend me over a father who doesn't regard you. But it's precisely because you're smart that you fully execute the orders, right? Ziting Koichi listened. Cold sweat broke out again on his back, his heart thumping wildly. Almost jumping out. You completed the order, which helps that old man deliver results while paving the way for your own plans. If I endure this, you'll be safe and sound, and you can bury a future enemy for the Ziting family. Now that I've come over, it's exactly what you want. Thinking I'm young and impulsive, you lower your head and admit your mistake, shifting the blame to that old guy. There's a high probability I won't retaliate. Just provoke me a bit more, and I can pull off a collaboration to take down the Wisteria family. Am I right? That's your plan, isn't it? Wisteria Koichi's leg gave out, and he fell to his knees. The secret had been exposed. His mind was a mess. How could this guy be so terrifying? He could only gasp for breath. Once he calmed down, he hoarsely asked, "How did you know my plan?" "I haven't told anyone." As he spoke, he clenched his fists, his eyes red as he fixed his gaze on Qing Cang, as if he wanted to pounce and silence him. Qing Cang chuckled lightly. Is it that hard? The Wisteria family's troubles combined with your usual behavior. It's an easy guess. He frowned in warning. Don't do anything stupid. I don't want blood splattering in the office. In an instant, Wisteria Koichi became clear-headed. Right. This guy isn't an ordinary student. He's a human-shaped Tyrannosaurus. He slumped to the ground, growling. You win? Kojiro, I admit you're a monster. Did you call me here just to humiliate me? What do you really want? Ignoring his angry retort, Qing Cang walked over to him and whispered in his ear, I have a plan. Do you want to join? As he listened, Wisteria Koichi's pupils constricted sharply, and a wicked smile slowly appeared on his face. Kojiro, you're amazing. That bastard said my grades are fine, and I don't need to repeat a year. Dad won't have to feel guilty anymore. How did you do it? Did you beat him up? Tell me. On the school rooftop, Miyamoto Rei was hugging Dongfang Qing Cang, laughing and crying at the same time. That astonishing figure made Qing Cang's heart race. This softness of happiness. I'll savor it for you first. I wish you a smooth repayment, and hope Sister Hua's knife is a bit dull. I'm a civilized person. I don't resort to violence. I just like to reason. I had a good chat with Teacher Wisteria, and he suddenly realized and won't harm you anymore. Qing Cang squinted his eyes, feeling serious while talking nonsense. Miyamoto Rei pouted. If you won't say it, then fine. Do you really think I'm big-chested and brainless? I'm an honor student. Hey, to be honest, no one believes you. What about trust between people? Let me feel your heartbeat. If you don't trust your boyfriend, won't your conscience hurt? If you don't believe me, ask the readers, have I lied? Kojiro, thank you so much this time. What reward do you want? Miyamoto Rei asked seriously. Anything? Qing Cang stared at her, his tone rising an octave. No way. No perversión. Miyamoto Rei blushed, covering her eyes with her hands. Oh, well then it's no big deal. Qing Cang was utterly disappointed, feeling overly excited. Seeing him like this, Miyamoto Rei couldn't bear it. Okay, I'll let you touch once. What did you say? Happiness comes like a tornado. Spring has finally arrived. If I didn't hear it, then forget it. Miyamoto Rei turned to leave. Wait. Qing Cang hugged her and kissed her, his righteous hand reaching for that astonishing figure. This is a battle between justice and evil. Evil is too fierce, and justice is suppressed. Qing Cang seemed to see heaven. At the airport in Chuangzhou City. Miss Rika, you're late, Qing Cang said, looking at the cool, purple-haired beauty. Little brat, being late is a lady's privilege. The plane hasn't taken off yet. Nan Rika teased this little brat who didn't look like one. I'm too lazy to talk. I'm leaving. Wait. Qing Cang turned back. What's wrong? Little brat, have you reconsidered? This is no joke. No matter how perverted you are, you're still human. A bullet on the battlefield can take you down. Is it really worth that? Nan Rika tried to persuade him again. Rika, I want to change my decision. I have my principles. Qing Cang turned and walked inside. This little brat has been looking for her for 2 years. He is really a genius. Initially, it was for the high tuition, but after getting to know him, she really liked him. Although she is a teacher, 2 years have passed, and in shooting and combat, she had long been left behind, too monstrous. She really didn't want him to go to the battlefield and die. It's all her fault. She shouldn't have helped him contact mercenaries. And this little brat even threatened her with secretly stored weapons. Too unlikable. Nan Rika thought about catching up, and the two quickly disappeared down the corridor. On the plane, Qing Cang looked out at the clouds, lost in thought. This is the last holiday of the year. Once it's over its second year, the plot could explode at any moment. So he specifically chose the strongest mercenary group for battlefield training to see real blood. In the apocalypse, people's hearts are even darker. There are many arms dealers on the African battlefield. It's not just about experiencing life and death, but also finding a delivery channel. Chuangzhou City has the Gao family and Wisteria family to support, secretly sending a batch of weapons back home. It should be a problem. The African battlefield is dangerous, but acceptable. With his skills and the backing of the strongest mercenary group, if he still dies there, he can only say he is just that capable. Outside the mercenary group's base, Nan Rika watched Dongfang Qing Cang's departing figure, silently praying. Stinky brat, don't die. A month later, on the plane. You really have a hard life. Getting shot 6 times and still alive. If the rescue had been a second late, you would have been gone. I told you not to go. You didn't listen. Did you learn your lesson this time? Spending money to find trouble. Will you book for the next holiday? Nan Rika looked at Qing Cang, who was wrapped in bandages and hooked up to an 4, feeling both heartbroken and sarcastic. Yes, Rika is right. I overestimated myself. I won't dare anymore. Considering I'm an injured person, spare me. Qing Cang, wrapped like a mummy, quickly pleaded for mercy. At least you know your place. It's time to go back. Yeah, it's about time, Qing Cang murmured. At Fujimi Academy, in class, the sounds of reading and flipping pages couldn't drown out Qing Cang's thoughts. He seemed to have overestimated himself. He had never killed small animals in 3 lifetimes. And in the Soul Society, he had only killed low-level hollows. Those things turn into spirits when they die, and it doesn't feel like anything. After 2 months of life-and-death crises, the images of corpses littering the battlefield kept surfacing. Was he too sensitive? Seeing other predecessors easily dominating the battlefield like it was drinking water, while he was still having nightmares, he felt he was embarrassing his predecessors. Private Marseille. Suddenly, a high-pitched female scream erupted. A voice of fear. During afternoon class time, Qing Cang suddenly stood up and rushed to the window to look towards the school gate. The bald teacher shouted, Koshira, return to your seat. Don't disrupt the class. Kojiro. Takaguchi Saya and the others looked bewildered. Qing Cang's eyes narrowed. At the school gate, several teachers were huddled together, and Lin teacher had fallen to the ground. No longer screaming, Shi Dao teacher was brave, taking down a body with his bare hands, and even got Lin teacher's blood. What a pity. Lin teacher was quite pretty. The plot has exploded. The days of peace are completely over. Saya, here on Eiko, there is no time. I'm going to find Ray. Trust me. I'll run to the management building rooftop, lock the doors, block the stairs, don't make a sound, pick up handy weapons on the way. I'll find you to regroup. Qing Cang quickly said, looking down, then shouted to the whole class. Violent elements have entered the campus. Hurry and find a place to hide. Since it's a class, reminding them is enough. Whether they believe it or not is their fate. He couldn't even protect himself. Without looking back, Qing Cang rushed out. Wait, Kojiro, I'll go with you. Saya and the others chased after him. The class fell into silence, and the bald teacher broke the awkwardness. Koshira is probably under too much pressure, just talking nonsense. Let us continue with the class. Whispers arose. Most didn't believe it, but a few who trusted Qing Cang were already running out. This was none of Qing Cang's business anymore. Pushing open the door to Class 3B, the whole class was startled. The red alarm lights and broadcast erupted simultaneously. Ray, come with me. Qing Cang grabbed Miyamoto Ray's hand and rushed out. Miyamoto Ray, confused, followed him, colliding head-on with Saya and the others who were chasing after them. Kojiro, you're too fast. I can't keep up. Saya was a sports failure. How could she keep sprinting at full speed? Don't stop. Run. At the end of the corridor was the president's room. They needed weapons first. Being blocked in the corridor would mean certain death. Qing Cang grabbed Saya's arm and pulled her forward. Ray, keep up. Bang. The last one in, Huron, slammed the door shut, directly collapsing like a dead dog on the ground, gasping for breath. Qing Cang took out the key and opened a corner cabinet. Inside were actually hidden a katana and a spear. Ray, catch this. He tossed a spear over her. Saya is not good at fighting. This short spear is for self-defense. Why, Hirano, what do you want? Long spears. He tossed over 2 long spears. And Aozong picked up a snow-white katana, secured it to his back with a rope, and grabbed a black long knife. Takashi, when did you learn dual-wielding? Inagahiro was confused. How did you hide so many weapons? What the hell is going on? Miyamoto, Ray asked anxiously. No time to explain. The classroom is too crowded. The president's office is not safe. Go to the rooftop of the administration building. Students are rushing down. It's easy to cause a stampede. Let's go up. Aozong opened the door and charged ahead. Screams and the smell of blood rushed into his nose. The corridor is temporarily safe. Follow me. To the terrace. Ray, clear the way. Saya, stay alert in the middle. Y, stay in the back. Remember to close the door. Pushing open the terrace door, they rushed towards the administration building. Takashi, it's the modern literature teacher. What's wrong with him? Miyamoto, Ray stopped. Ray, he's not a teacher anymore. He's already dead. This is a corpse. Aozong stepped forward and stabbed the corpse in the heart, but it still reached out. Aozong kicked it away, drawing his knife and looking at the struggling corpse on the ground. Did you see that? The heart is rotten, but it can still move. Remember this. Taking advantage of the corpse's instability, Aozong stepped forward and decapitated it. Bang! The teacher can finally rest in peace. The others were stunned. Can a dead person still attack? It felt like a horror movie. Remember, from now on, attacks must be aimed at the head, or it's a waste of effort. Let's go. Aozong shook off the blood on his sword, reminding them to keep running. They rushed to the rooftop of the administration building, and everyone couldn't hold back. They saw that the entire view was in ruins. Their mood instantly plummeted. Don't rest. The corpses are coming. Ray, why buy some time? Saya, block the stairs quickly. Aozong charged directly, the blade flashing, cutting down several corpses. Y and Ray hurried to catch up. Over time, more and more corpses gathered on the rooftop. Aozong and the others stood shoulder to shoulder at the stairway to the computer room. Aozong's movements were agile, the katana glinting coldly, his gaze extremely determined. Y and Ray held up their long spears, their faces expressionless, filled with resolve. Dozens of corpses were closing in, surrounded, and the space for maneuvering was getting smaller. The three could only shrink their defense, with no retreat possible. The corpses emitted unconscious grunts, stumbling forward. The three had played together since childhood. Their cooperation was extremely tacit. Aozong took the lead, swinging his knife forward. Every cut was ruthless, precisely decapitating. Aozong understood. A single corpse is not scary. An ordinary person can muster the courage to kill. It's the tide of corpses that is deadly. Must conserve stamina. Stay to where possible. Luckily, with teammates cooperating, Aozong could stay highly focused, try not to make big movements. He was like tranquil water, each strike flowing smoothly. The decapitation action as smooth as art, using the least force to achieve the greatest results. Miyamoto Ray was not lagging behind at all. The marksman of the shooting club was no joke. Relying on the length of her spear, she accurately thrust at the corpses' heads, not waiting to get close before scoring headshots. The literature teacher's posthumous teaching was quite effective. She nimbly moved through the battlefield, occasionally taking down a corpse, saving Aozong a lot of trouble. Inagahiro was not showing off, focused on assisting. He kept a close watch on the movements of the surrounding corpses, and when a stray one charged in, he always managed to push it back in time. Although he didn't score headshots like Ray, he was a strong support. After all, he trained in karate, and his accuracy was already extraordinary. The battle grew more frenzied, and the corpses kept gathering, but the three did not flinch. Although only a few minutes had passed, it felt like a lifetime. High-intensity fighting, sweat soaking their clothes. Miyamoto Rei's stamina was clearly running low, and Ainagahiro was exhausted as well. Their killing speed was slowing down, while Aozong was still in top shape. Thud! Miyamoto Rei thrust her long spear into a corpse's mouth and kicked it away. She didn't even know how many she had killed. She was truly exhausted. Looking at the incoming corpses, she forced herself to attack, but a corpse lunged from the side. And she turned around, her spear shooting out like a dragon, only to accidentally step into a puddle of blood. Oh no, Miyamoto Rei thought. The sticky blood made her react too slowly, and her foot slipped, causing her to fall back. In a critical moment, she retracted her long spear, using the end to brace herself, barely managing to steady herself. But leaning back, she couldn't see ahead, and the corpse that should have been stabbed was already lunging at her. If she got bitten, the evil Aozong was worried about might not survive half of it. Damn it! Shut up! That's mine. I haven't even touched it yet. Aozong's eyes widened in anger, and he shouted, throwing his katana. The sharp blade plunged into the corpse's head. He followed up quickly, leaping forward, gripping the knife handle, and kicking hard, directly kicking the corpse away. The body flew like a cannonball, knocking over several corpses. As Aozong landed, he killed the nearby corpses while shouting, Rei, are you okay? Miyamoto Rei's face was flushed, not knowing if it was from anger or embarrassment. Takashi, you bastard, shut up. She stood up angrily and stabbed at the struggling corpse, killing it in one blow. Ainagahiro, who had followed, secretly gave Aozong a thumbs up and winked, daring to voice such ambitions so loudly, truly a role model for us. Takashi, you can come up now. Takagi-saya called out at the right moment. I'll cover the back. You guys go up quickly. Finally, they didn't have to conserve stamina. They could go all out. Aozong stood in front of the two, using his katana along with his hands and feet, his speed and lethality skyrocketing. The stairway was blocked, and the two listened to the plan, simultaneously thrusting their long spears against the ground, using the reaction force to kick off and flip onto the stair railing. Entering the platform in front of the computer room, Takashi, you hurry up too. Ainagahiro inverted his long spear and let it hang down. Takashi, hurry. The four urged incessantly. Aozong sliced off a corpse's head with one blow, kicked it hard, and the corpse knocked over several others. Turning around, he killed two more nearby corpses, then ran towards the stairs. After a few steps, he jumped, grabbing Ainagahiro's spear, using all his strength to climb up the platform. Finally, they could breathe easy. It was a close call. Everyone was safe and sound. Takashi, I'm so scared. Just as Aozong steadied himself, Takagi-saya jumped over and hugged him, tears instantly soaking his shirt. Hirano Tadaka watched this scene, his heart breaking. On one side was the goddess. On the other side was his brother. Could he only wish them well? He was unwilling. He silently became a transparent person, licking his own wounds. Miyamoto Rei also wanted to rush in, but seeing Saya jump in her boyfriend's arms, she had to stop, glaring at Aozong with resentment. Aozong hurriedly threw her a pleading look. He gently hugged the trembling Saya, patting her head to comfort her. All right, everyone is watching. Miss Takagi can't just cry. Saya swatted his hand away. I said not to touch my head. I'm not a child. She wiped her tears, her proud demeanor returning, and said to Rei flatly, Rei, with this sudden event, I'm in a bad mood, so I borrowed your boyfriend's chest. Don't misunderstand. She turned to leave, but her flushed ears betrayed her. Rei didn't believe it. Is Saya comfortable hugging? Rei walked up to Aozong and pinched his waist. Hiss! Aozong gasped, who invented this move. It hurts too much. He could only beg for mercy in a low voice. Ainagahiro looked at the low-pressure Hirano, then at Aozong and Rei, sighing in his heart. Damn it. The life winner. In the school treatment room, teacher, Kurukawa-sensei, run away quickly. The glasses-wearing man protected Kurukawa Shizuka, using an iron frame to block the corpses. What was your name again? Kurukawa asked, naturally clueless. The glasses-wearing man was in despair. He couldn't hold back the force of the corpses, and was knocked down. Just as the world's greatest evil was about to suffer, bang, 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 a shadow flashed by, and 3 wooden swords sliced through the corpses' heads. The Swordsmanship Club captain, Poison Island Siko, asked the injured glasses-wearing man, What is your name, classmate? She half-squatted beside him. Ishii-kun, you protected Kurukawa-sensei. I acknowledge your courage. Do you know what happens if you get bitten? If you don't want that, I'll send you on your way. Her big sister voice was super gentle. Ishii thought for 2 seconds. Please do. Wait, what are you going to do? Kurukawa shouted urgently. Don't interfere. Protecting a man's dignity is a woman's pride. Siko interrupted, raising her wooden sword. Bang! Ishii dead. Back on the rooftop of the management building, Qing Cang put away his phone. The break is over. The crowd has thinned out. Let's stick to the plan. You all saw Saya's experiment. Try not to make any noise. Same formation as before. I'll lead the way with Li. Yon will guard the back. Remember, Saya proved that the corpses have no tactile sensation. Don't kill unless they start a riot. Push aside anything blocking the way with weapons. Any questions? No. Move out, target the staff room. In the corridor, a blond boy swung a mop to fend off the corpses, outnumbered and about to be pounced. With a few loud cracks, all the corpses fell to the ground. Senpai Tokushima, the blonde and the girl behind him shouted excitedly. Silence. Siko reminded too late. All the corpses in the corridor turned to look. Run to the staff room. She slashed through the corpses with 2 quick strikes, and everyone hurriedly followed her to escape. There are people below. In the stairwell, Miyamoto Lee lowered her voice. Stay alert. Let us get downstairs quickly. Qing Cang didn't want to deal with it. The door to the stairs was separated. The sound was still far away. Getting downstairs was the priority. As they passed the stair door, he instinctively glanced and immediately stopped, pressing against the glass to look down the corridor. He had to go out for a bit. Yong Li guarded the stair door. I saw Siko. Qing Cang pushed the door open, and Li and Yong quickly held it to prevent the sound from attracting the corpses, making it easier for him to return. Several heads dropped, and when Tokushima Siko saw Qing Cang coming to kill, her frustrated mood instantly calmed down. He's here, it's stable. Bang bang. The corpses between the two were all smashed. They exchanged glances, and Siko led a few people past Qing Cang toward the stairwell. Koyu. Juchuan Shizuka was puzzled, just about to catch her breath to say something. Teacher Shizuka, hurry over, don't talk. Qing Cang interrupted, seeing the incoming corpses. Shishun-ti wasted her energy walking. With swift movements, he beheaded the front row of corpses, kicked a few times, sending a pile of corpses tumbling. Taking advantage of the chaos, Qing Cang turned and rushed back to the stairwell. Rushing into the stairwell, Qing Cang snatched Saya's spear and Siko's wooden sword, jamming them into the door handle. Siko, this is for you. He untied the rope and tossed her the white katana, leading the group to continue rushing toward the staff room. In the staff room, Qing Cang looked at the panting blonde and the 3 girls, Siki, Kayako, Sadako, Hanako. Are you all okay? I didn't expect to run into you at this time. Are you hurt? Everyone shook their heads, and Siki excitedly said, Thanks to your reminder, President Komuro, we managed to hold on until now. And thank you, Senpai Tokushima. The few bowed in gratitude, just about to say more. When the latest news came from the TV, everyone quickly watched. After watching the news, the staff room was left with only the sound of the news. A silence fell. Why did this happen? The world changed in just a few hours. Surely there is a safe place, right? Once we get there, everything will go back to normal, right? Miyamoto Lee hugged Qing Cang's arm, her confusion breaking the silence. Where's such a place? Takagi Saya just opened her mouth. Saya. Qing Cang interrupted, and Saya pouted and shut her mouth. Let us not think too much. Continue with the plan. What plan? Juchuan finally sounded a bit normal. To put it simply, that string on the wall is the school bus key. That's why we came to the staff room. The school bus ends at Saya's house, and we'll pick up Aunt Lee on the way. Yong and Hiranoya's family are not in the country. Siko, is your master home? Going back to the dojo? Teacher Shizuka, do you want to go home? No need. My father is not around. I'll follow your arrangements. Siko gently agreed. I also don't need to. There is no one at home. Juchuan said. Finally, Siki, Kayako, Sadako, Hanako, are you staying at school or coming with us on the school bus? Come with us. We'll give you phones later so you can contact your families, and we can pick you up on the way. By the way, Teacher Shizuka, do you want to report safety to Rika? She is super worried about you, and even threatened me to keep an eye on you. Qing Cang handed her the phone. What is Rika's number again? Juchuan Shizuka started to act silly again. It's in the contacts. Dongfang Qing Cang was speechless. So, what is your choice? We are willing to follow President Komuro, the 4 said in unison, heading toward the school bus on the playground. On the way down, they saved 2 boys and 2 girls, and the group gradually expanded. Seeing a boy carrying a pitchfork horizontally, Qing Cang shouted, Don't carry the pitchfork horizontally. It's easy to make noise. Hold it upright and point it forward. Yes, President Komuro. There are too many corpses in the entrance. It's dangerous to fight. On the stairs, Siko frowned and whispered, let us verify Sayao's guess. Who will go? I will. Siko wanted to step forward. You stay on guard. I proposed it. Of course I'll go. I trust Saya. Qing Cang stopped her. Saya clenched her fists, and Siko pulled Li. Protect the women's way. Don't stop a man's determination. Qing Cang poked the corpse in front of him with the sword sheath and gently pushed it open. No reaction. He threw a shoe against the wall, and bang. All the corpses were attracted over. Open the door. The entrance is clear. Maintain formation. Girls without weapons go in the middle. Push the corpses. Don't make a sound. After a long time crawling through a few hundred meters, they finally reached the school bus. Opening the door and getting on, everyone leaned against the seats and breathed a sigh of relief. Teacher Shizuka drive. The roar of the ignition attracted all the corpses. Save us. A group of people ran from the playground. Class 3. A's Wisteria. Li Skufa. Ko. Juchuan looked at Qing Cang. Start. Open the door. Pass by them. No grudges. Just help out. Wisteria is still a partner. Great. We're saved. The people getting on the bus exclaimed. Then silence fell, followed by sobs. Nerves relaxed. Emotions surged. Qing Cang knew the apocalypse was coming, but others weren't prepared. The bus was filled only with the sound of the engine. President Komuro, you're the leader, right? Wisteria came over. Oh, what is her insight? Qing Cang, didn't he look up? You're so impressive. How could I have any? Just panicking. I wanted to ask what the next arrangement is. Wisteria kept acting. Qing Cang briefly explained the plan. Why go to the town? It's dangerous. We should go to the countryside. What kind of broken plan is this? A blonde boy shouted excitedly. Who are you talking to? Qing Cang stood up to look at him. The blonde instantly woke up. Do other classmates have different opinions? No. We all listen to President Komuro. You're so smart. Your arrangements must make sense. A girl with braided hair shouted, and the others hurriedly agreed. Does Teacher Wisteria have any supplementary suggestions? This is the benefit of running for student council president. Usually with that persona, not many students dare to argue, and it's convenient to hide weapons. No. Takagi president must have already organized people to build defenses, being under his protection. I have no objections. Wisteria Koichi quickly said. TSK. Takagi Saya felt a stir in her heart upon hearing her father's name. Flatterer. Qing Cang thought. Wisteria is indeed a villain. He guessed this. Fate is not meant to end. There's a reason the original plot lasted so long, but it won't stir up waves here. In a few days, it'll be even less likely. Minako's actions are almost done. Time passed, the last sliver of sunlight disappeared, and night fell. Gurgle. Someone's stomach growled first. Qing Cang looked at Siko, her cheeks slightly flushed. I didn't eat enough at noon due to the kendo training, and escaping used up my energy, so... Qing Cang blinked to show understanding, and soon the gurgling sounds rose one after another. Everyone was the same. And Siko finally let out a sigh of relief. The journey is still long. Let's solve the food issue first. Teacher Shizuka, the next gas station is not far. Let's refuel and find something to eat. Qing Cang looked out the window, recalling the route. Juchuan nodded and slowed down. The people in the car got excited. Everyone was starving. If it weren't for the apocalypse, they would have cracked by now. Before long, they arrived at the gas station. Before getting out of the car, Qing Cang reminded, Teacher Shizuka, park at the entrance and wait for my signal. No noise. Only get out after the signal and go into the convenience store. Be careful with the food. Don't fight. Creak. The car door opened, and Qing Cang, Li Yong, and Siki got out. Qing Cang left Siko in the car to prevent Wisteria from causing trouble, which was a safe measure to handle emergencies. The four of them stood still, and their voices attracted the corpses, which staggered toward them. Qing Cang scanned the area. More than 20, but not dangerous, just avoid clustering together. He called out, and the four spread out. Qing Cang charged toward the densely packed corpses, swinging his katana with power, decapitating the corpses one after another. Li moved agilely, weaving through the gas station, her long gun striking like lightning, accurately piercing heads, killing several in a moment. Although Siko and Siki didn't understand gun techniques. The corpses were distributed in 3s and 2s, and with the advantage of long weapons, they didn't fear the slow-moving corpses. If they couldn't touch them, there was nothing to worry about. The four cooperated and finished the battle in a few minutes. Seeing the corpses lying around, Qing Cang signaled to Juchuan, and the school bus slowly drove into the gas station. While refueling, the four explored the small supermarket inside the station. As Qing Cang approached the door, intending to open it, the supermarket door opened automatically, and an electronic voice welcomed them. Damn! Qing Cang cursed silently. The four quickly retreated more than 10 meters to give space. The supermarket was small, not suitable for long weapons. An open area was better. Suddenly, corpses burst through the shattered glass. Fortunately, the supermarket wasn't too large, so there should be too many corpses inside. The four didn't run and prepare to block the entrance and surround the corpses. "Oh, get away! Hurry, get away!" A soprano screamed at the gas station. "Save me! I don't want to die!" A boy shouted angrily. Qing Cang was startled, almost caught by a corpse coming straight at him. "Damn, it stinks!" He sliced off the corpse's head with one blow, kicked another one away, and glanced back. "Damn, these teammates are a liability. I should have known better than to bring unrelated people, fearing they would drag us down." Despite repeated warnings, there were still two idiots who got off the car. Watching a blonde guy and a pink-haired girl being gnawed at by the corpses, Qing Cang felt speechless. Serves them right. He turned back to continue chopping the corpses in the supermarket. There weren't many, and Siko could handle it. "Wait, the pink-haired girl?" He swiftly dispatched the corpses in front of him with 2 quick slashes and hurriedly turned around. Hinata blocked in front of Sadako, inserting his long gun into the mouth of a corpse, while Iron Fork Guy swung his fork to attack. The blonde and pink-haired ones had already collapsed, and the 2 corpses were smashed to pieces by Siko. Qing Cang breathed a sigh of relief. This pink-haired girl is not Saya. Thank goodness. He turned back to continue clearing the corpses, and it was quickly resolved. Siko's side was also finished. He called out, and the 4 entered the supermarket to check, confirming safety before calling everyone to come in for supplies. Inside the moving school bus, everyone had eaten and drunk enough, and Qing Cang spoke up. "So, what is going on with the commotion? I said not to get off the car because there was no signal. Why did you decide to risk it?" The bus fell silent instantly, everyone looking at each other, not saying a word. Qing Cang frowned, seeing Siko and the others hesitating to speak. "Hinata, why did you get off the car?" Hinata adjusted his glasses awkwardly. "Well, Juchuan-sensei parked the car, Wisteria-sensei got off to refuel, and you all went to the supermarket. Sakata said he needed to go to the bathroom, and the girls wanted to go too. I couldn't stop them, so after discussing it, we let Poison Island Senpai guard the car, and the boys escorted the girls in groups, but when we got to the bathroom door, there was a huge noise from the supermarket, and Sakata and Yuki were attacked by the corpses that burst out of it. All right, it's my fault for not considering that. I won't blame you. Everyone has their needs." Qing Cang rubbed his temples, feeling a bit of that himself. "So, does that mean no one resolved the situation?" He looked at everyone. Miyamoto pinched him, and Saya, and Siko blushed. "Got it. Teacher Shizuka. Let's find a place to stop. Everyone needs to take care of things." Squeak. The school bus stopped under a traffic light. And Qing Cang got out first to confirm safety. Everyone carefully got out, using the bus as a boundary, boys on the left, girls on the right. As soon as the faucet was turned on, Hinata started teasing. "Hey, Aizen, this the time to go peek, as per tradition? Aizen, that a bit inappropriate?" Siki looked tempted, but refused verbally. "Huh? Hinata, are you that kind of person? We're breaking up." Inoue, how scorned seriously. "Young, you're being fake. Last time I borrowed your manga." Boo-hoo. Hinata's mouth was blocked by Young. "Damn, didn't we agree to keep it a secret?" "Shut up." Slap. Hinata swatted his hand away. "Bastard, what are you doing?" Looking terrified. "You used that hand to hold the faucet, right? You didn't wash your hands. I'm going to strangle you." "Baka, stop it. You didn't wash either." Inoue, how resisted. "Sizzle, sorry, couldn't help it, huh?" Siki covered her mouth and laughed softly. "Thank goodness it wasn't loud." "Siki, you didn't wash your hands either, right?" Qing Cang said leisurely. "Nanny?" Siki's face changed dramatically. "Ha ha." Hinata and Young laughed back. "I warn you, stay away from me." Qing Cang looked at the 3 with disdain. On the other side, Siko, you, and Takashi's sword skills are amazing. Without you two today, we might not have escaped the school. Juchuan said. "The teacher is being polite. Everyone worked hard. I just lent a hand. Mainly, Takashi leads well." Siko's tone was exceptionally gentle when mentioning Qing Cang. "You guys have a really good relationship." Juchuan teased. Miyamoto immediately became vigilant. Looking at Siko, this mature voice, this skill, definitely a big rival. Much harder to deal with in Saya. Siko seemed to sense it and said, "Teacher, don't misunderstand. Since the start of the 3rd year, Takashi has insisted I keep the wooden sword with me and said that during disasters, I should go to the infirmary to find you." Feeling the killing intent dissipate, she breathed a sigh of relief. Can't let Takashi get into trouble. This muscular girl is really easy to fool. Saya glanced at her disdainfully and said softly, So, you listen to everything Takashi says? Your relationship is really good. As soon as this was said, Miyamoto Lee's killing intense sword. And even Siko felt a chill down her spine. Takashi was right. The pink-haired one is all dark inside, and she backstabbed me. Then I want to be polite. Siko thought, can anyone be better than Saya? I heard from my father that President Takagi has been keeping an eye on Takashi since he was young. He wouldn't be where he is today without the president's help. It's rumored outside that he is being groomed as a successor. Is it true? Saya. Miyamoto Lee felt a bit green above her head. Ha ha ha, Lee, don't be impulsive. That's just a rumor. Takashi just does a bit of business with my dad. It's just a rumor. Saya explained, feeling guilty. Maybe it's a rumor. But Saya, you and Takashi have a good relationship too, right? I heard you've known each other since kindergarten. Just like Lee, childhood sweethearts. That's great. Unlike me, I only met Takashi when he came to my father's dojo to learn, and we didn't have much time together. I really envy you guys growing up with him. Siko sighed, not knowing if she was fanning the flames or expressing genuine feelings. Miyamoto Lee, who was conquered by Siko's art, was almost spitting fire. Saya, knowing she was no match, hurriedly changed the subject. Ju Chuan-sensei. You and Takashi have a good relationship too, right? He specifically asked Siko to find you. You haven't been here long as the temporary school nurse. Why does he value you so much? It's unreasonable. The three looked at Ju Chuan together. It was indeed strange. Huh, you guys don't know? Because of Rika. We've known each other for a long time. Ju Chuan said innocently, thinking they already knew. Miyamoto Lee felt her head getting heavy, anger bubbling. Who is Rika? Obviously a girl. How many rivals has that bastard Takashi found for me? I'm gonna kill him. Rika? Saya thought. Takashi mentioned her in the staff room before. She's Ju Chuan's friend. Should be similar to the teacher, not a rival. But something seems off. It feels like something is missing. As everyone finished up and prepared to get on the bus, there was suddenly a screeching sound of tires and a collision. Oh no, something happened. The group turned around, and a beam of light shot from the road. A bus was speeding, crashing continuously as it came towards them. Get out of the way. Qing Cang shouted. The oncoming bus saw the school bus by the roadside, suddenly swerved left to avoid it, but crashed into a stone pillar. Boom! The bus lost balance and rolled toward them. Seeing the others still standing there in shock, Qing Cang kicked, in no way, out to the right of the bus, lifted Ju Chuan Shizuka, and carried Takagi Saya, running to the right without looking back. The rolling bus grazed the school bus and crashed in the house on the left. Boom! It exploded. The bus and the house were engulfed in flames. Watching the corpses struggling in the sea of fire, Qing Cang felt a sense of familiarity. This is the corpse bus from the original story. If it hadn't blocked the tunnel, we might have been able to cross the main bridge tonight. The explosion attracted corpses. If they didn't leave soon, they would be surrounded. Aoki let go of Saya and Shizuka, pulling them towards the school bus. Get on the bus quickly. Ko, it's Fujito-sensei. Saya grabbed his arm. You and Shizuka start the engine. I'll say goodbye to him. The two nodded. Hurry. Aoki looked at Fujito Koichi, whose legs were protruding from bone fragments. Feeling a bit dazed. Was the only villain gone just like that? Was Komuro coming to see me off? Fujito looked up at the sky, blood spewing from his mouth. At least we were partners. If you don't mind, let me lend a hand. Haha, you knew about today, didn't you? You're dying. Give me an answer. Aoki nodded, and Fujito laughed loudly. I knew it. The Fujito family is just a joke in your eyes. The old man still thinks he's impressive. He's just a tool for you to smuggle weapons and contraband. You have a big plan, right? Too bad you won't see it. Warehouse 2 at Yamazaki Port. Consider it my repayment. Let the world be turned upside down. Splat. Headless corpses sprayed blood, and Aoki ran towards the school bus with his knife. No matter what he was imagining, the objective was achieved. The corpses came suddenly. The last order hadn't been received, and he didn't know where Fujito had hidden the goods. Just as he was about to extract information, Fujito self-destructed. Was it true that the dying speak good words? Inside the school bus, Aoki counted heads. What a bloodbath. People wouldn't die from holding in their urine, but they might die from it. The main characters were fine. Siki's group sustained minor injuries. And the four with the iron forks were also okay. Could it be that they had passed through death and now faced a turning point? Among the people Fujito brought, all the boys were gone, boys on the left, girls on the right. The bus crashed on the left side. And only the short-haired girl and the braided glasses girl remained. Too many casualties. The apocalypse is the apocalypse. Don't think being prepared is enough. Vigilance is necessary. It was late, and they had to hurry to the Bedmaster Bridge, hoping to pass through smoothly. Aoki approached Jukawa. You've been driving for hours and are too tired. Let me take over, you rest. The bridge might not be easy. We have to drive all night. I can't let you keep driving. Please. Jukawa parked and unbuckled his seatbelt. What? Ko, how did you get your driver's license? Inoue and Hiron shouted. It can't be unlicensed driving, can it, Ko? Miyamoto Rei looked at Aoki with confusion. I don't have a domestic driver's license, but I have an American one. In an emergency, I can't worry about that. Are you going to let Uncle Miyamoto catch me, Rei? Aoki smiled at her. What did you go to America? I didn't know at all. I know. I went with Rika last year. It hurts. Jukawa Shizuka stood up and walked towards Aoki, tripping on the floor. Aoki instinctively reached out to help. Ko, aren't you going to drive? Miyamoto Rei was furious. Who exactly is Rika? She's everywhere. Aoki reluctantly withdrew his hand, awkwardly helping Jukawa up, and went to drive. Inoue, Hiron. And Siki looked on enviously. Pa, shameless, the damn life winner. The next day, the sound of horns echoed, and the traffic seemed endless. Aoki admitted he had thought too much. The Bedmaster Bridge wasn't that easy to pass. They couldn't waste time. Going to Rika's house was more reliable. They could get weapons and transportation. Seeing everyone exhausted, Aoki analyzed the situation. Going to Takashiro's house is a good way out. The problem is how to get there. I have an apartment near the Mabetsu Bridge. With what we need, if we get there, we can cross the river smoothly. We're getting ready to go. Are you coming with me or finding your own way? No one wanted to stay behind. The team's strength was evident. President Komuro, how do we get to Mabetsu Bridge? The school bus couldn't turn around. Walking would take hours and wasn't safe. Siki looked around at the blocked roads. Yeah, I'm not good at walking. Jukawa jumped out. Me too. Hiron echoed. Fatty. Saya looked down on them, and everyone couldn't help but laugh. Miyamoto Rei was curious. Ko, did you buy a house at Mabetsu Bridge too? Connected with Rika. They often train inside. Jukawa spilled the beans. Rika? What is Ko's relationship with her? Miyamoto Rei's Razaminpaka. Aoki said, don't worry. There are transportation tools on the way. Rika and I have learned special skills. Everyone abandoned the school bus and headed for Mabetsu Bridge. They finally arrived at noon. The traffic was terrible, and they reached their destination on foot. Click. Aoki closed the door, and everyone in the living room collapsed from exhaustion. He went upstairs to bring down a big box. Everyone looked at the box in confusion. Aoki opened it. Come here. This is combat gear, made of special fabric that can withstand bites from corpses. Choose the right size. Everyone eagerly rushed to pick clothes, and Aoki continued. The apartment doesn't have enough beds. We'll split into 2 teams. You guys take this big one. We'll go next door. The kitchen has enough food. We rest today and leave tomorrow. The walls are higher and thicker, so rest assured. Don't make noise. Don't turn on the lights at night. If someone knocks on the door asking for help, ignore them and don't go out. There are weapons in the training room on the 2nd floor. Feel free to choose, and it's best to bring them tomorrow. If something happens, go through the middle of the yard to the next door. Do you understand? Everyone nodded, and Aoki patted Siki on the shoulder. These people are in your hands. Inform us if anything happens. Tonight, you 3 boys will take turns keeping watch. Don't slack off. Yes, we guarantee to complete the task. Siki saluted. After a day, their mindset had relaxed. Not bad. Let's go to Rika's place, Shizuka-sensei. Aoki let a few people outside. Entering Rika's apartment, Jukawa rushed into the bathroom like returning home, and Miyamoto Rei and the others followed. I can't stand this smell any longer. As Aoki passed the bathroom, he saw a hazy figure through the frosted glass moving, thinking to himself, who invented frosted glass? Jukawa sprawled with her limbs on the edge of the bathtub. A hot shower feels so good. I can relax like this. Miyamoto, hey, exclaimed. It's all thanks to Ko. Look at who built this dam. Miyamoto Rei splashed water over. Damn it. Jukawa dodged and retaliated. This comfortable environment eased the tension of the apocalypse. Seeing the 2 play fighting, Saya spat. Siko sprayed her with cold water from the showerhead. It's so cold. Saya's reaction was really interesting. Siko teased. Saya wasn't having it and poured a basin of cold water over Siko's back. Siko shivered. Saya felt frustrated. What a detestable older sister's reaction. The bathroom was lively, but unfortunately, Aoki couldn't participate. He led Inoue and Hiron into the master bedroom. Let me show you something good. He opened the cabinet, and the 2 gasped in shock. Who exactly is Rika? How come there are so many guns and ammunition hidden at home? Hiron was a weapon enthusiast. Seeing these, he became obsessed. He picked up weapons, checking them and naming their origins, performance, and lethality. This was no ordinary student. He was practically an expert. He hugged the guns and bullets, wishing he could hold them all, but there were too many to carry. Inoue was surprised. He knew Huron was a military fan, but didn't expect him to be this crazy. He was excited too, but he was on a completely different level. The three moved the items out, organized the bullets, and went to the balcony. Inoue and Huron aimed their guns at the corpses below. Don't rush to shoot. It will attract corpses and others. Don't fire unless necessary. Huron couldn't help but say, first, let me explain how to use it to you. Teach shooting skills. Or wait for Ray and the others to come out and teach together. I'll take a nap first. All right, you rest. Huron and I will go study gunplay. The two took their weapons to another room. After taking turns driving with Jukawa last night, he was exhausted. The car was noisy, and he was seriously sleep-deprived. Rika's bed was soft and fragrant. Aoki fell asleep instantly, even snoring. Just as he was sleeping soundly, he suddenly felt like a mountain was pressing down on him, making it hard to breathe. It felt like a giant hand was choking his throat. Not good. Someone is trying to murder him. Aoki was startled and wanted to open his eyes, but couldn't. Was the journey coming to an end? In the moment of death, he suddenly woke up, only to realize it was a dream. The scene before him left him dazed. A drunken Jukawa was on his face. No wonder he couldn't breathe. He shakily pushed Jukawa away and took a deep breath. He was saved. Looking at Jukawa's sleeping face, Aoki's feelings were complicated, helpless yet amusing. Clearly, he had prepared combat gear. But this natural airhead, wrapped in a bath towel, just jumped on the bed without checking if anyone was there. This nightmare robbed him of sleep, and the whispers of the beauty beside him muddled his thoughts. Looking at the delicate figure next to him, he quickly got up. He couldn't make a mistake again. Just as he was about to get out of bed, the door creaked open. He closed his eyes in fright, pretending to be asleep. Bang! The door closed again, and after a slight sound of footsteps, the other side of the bed sank. Someone had come up. He squinted and saw. Pink hair? It's Saya. Then a warm breath came, and Saya kissed him. The sweet scent of her lips carried a faint smell of alcohol, slippery and intoxicating. Qing Cang was lost in this sweetness. In her dreams, Ju Chuan felt uncomfortable and began to turn around and fumble. Qing Cang instantly woke up. Oh no. If Namli Xiang knew that her best friend was finished on her bed, she would probably blow his head off with a sniper rifle. It was all your fault for not being able to resist, making things easy for Jing Xiang. Sigh, I will take responsibility. After getting dressed, Qing Cang kissed each of them on the face and went out, closing the door behind him. Hearing the door close, the two who were pretending to be dead on the bed immediately opened their eyes. They exchanged a glance and quickly turned their heads. Saya said shyly, it's all Ju Chuan's fault. If she hadn't dragged me into drinking. Sigh, the teacher is the real victim. You should thank me, right? After all, you like Ju Chuan, teacher. Saya blushed even more. How would they face Lee in the future? The two thought of another drinking buddy. In the living room, the stolen home, Miyamoto, Lee was sleeping soundly on the sofa, her blonde hair shimmering with a hint of green light. Qing Cang picked up the drunken Lee and took her to another bedroom. Sleeping on the sofa could easily lead to a cold. After exercising, he urgently needed energy and entered the kitchen, smelling the aroma of food. The iron pot was boiling, and the fragrance was enticing. It was Siko. Her skills in the kitchen were extraordinary. She was indeed a Yamato, not a Shiko. Qing, you're up? Siko was busy in the kitchen, not turning her head. What about Hirano's and the others? I let them rest downstairs. It's too noisy. She continued chopping vegetables at a steady pace, her tone gentle. Huh? Qing Cang's face turned red. Feeling embarrassed, he asked softly, you knew all along? Well, I knew when I saw Saya go in. Siko continued to add seasoning without missing a beat. Qing Cang felt even more awkward, not knowing what to say. Siko chuckled softly. Qing, I didn't expect you to have such a cute side. You're completely different from the calm person I know. It's quite refreshing. Qing Cang felt even more embarrassed. Was he being teased? So this is the Siko you are. Covering the pot, she wiped her hands and slowly walked up to Qing Cang, suddenly hugging him tightly. Qing, I know what you're thinking. It doesn't matter. The world is different now. I'm really grateful for this change. Lee is no longer an obstacle. I can always be with you. In the past, I could only release my inner sins by battling you. Now, I don't have to suppress it. It's so intoxicating. In this crumbling world, do you still want to bear my sins? Siko's cheeks flushed, her eyes misty as she looked up at him, her breath clear and palpable. Siko, a man promises to bear it for a lifetime. Whether it's sins or evils, as long as it's you, it's worth me carrying for a lifetime. Qing Cang looked at her rosy lips and leaned down to kiss her. Siko passionately returned the kiss. Ever since he took the initiative to bear her sins, she had decided to dedicate her life to him, even without a response. In the haze, she seemed to return to a dark alley, hearing that vow again. Siko, I will bear your sins. She still liked this changed world. Qing, I've got you. Hey, public place, be more careful. Sayashu angrily. The two froze in their actions, and Qing Cang quickly retracted his hand. Turning his head, he saw Zhu Chuan looking at him curiously. While Saya had an angry expression, Qing Cang felt awkward. He had just dealt with two, and now he was making moves on someone else in the kitchen. Too much. Saya, what a coincidence. Are you guys hungry too? Are you okay? He regretted saying it as soon as it left his mouth. Saya's sharp tongue was back. What a coincidence. Otherwise, how would I catch you in the act? Qing, I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. She turned her head away, getting even angrier at the discomfort below. Qing Cang found it no fun and turned to Zhu Chuan. Teacher, you must be hungry, right? The food will be ready soon. Zhu Chuan, who was watching the drama, immediately felt hurt upon hearing this. You said you would take responsibility in the bedroom, but now you call me teacher in the kitchen? Do you think I'm old? Tears were welling in her eyes. Scumbag, pathetic. Saya added with a jab. How could that be? I definitely take responsibility for both the teacher and Saya. Playboy, pervert, lecher. That Sunder, a pink-haired girl, was firing back. Qing Cang was speechless. It was too hard. Hara. Siko and Zhu Chuan laughed out loud. What are you laughing at? Miyamoto Li's voice suddenly came from behind. Everyone's hearts skipped a beat. Li, you're awake. Did we wake you? Siko asked gently. No, just my head feels uncomfortable. A bit heavy. Am I getting cold? Li rubbed her head. Sleeping on the sofa can easily lead to a cold. That's why I took you to the bedroom, yet you still caught a cold. The food will be ready soon. You go to the living room to rest, and after eating, I'll get you medicine. Just sleep it off. Qing Cang walked over and rubbed her head. Qing, it's so nice to have you around. You're always so thoughtful and reliable. Li hugged him, rubbing her head against his chest. Watching the two leave the kitchen, the others let out a sigh of relief. The three exchanged glances. Zhu Chuan feeling embarrassed. Isn't what we're doing a bit too unfairly? They all felt awkward, and Siko looked at the two. So are you guys going to give up? No. They both answered in unison. Then what about Li? Saya still felt shy. That's Qing's business. Let him handle it himself. Since he wants to take responsibility, he should be able to resolve things with his legitimate girlfriend, right? Siko also felt uncertain. The atmosphere at the dining table was strange. Miyamoto Li was full of vitality. She seemed not to have a cold. At the table, it was just her, Hiranos, and Nagai discussing, while the others occasionally chimed in, until the TV broadcast the news about the Ubaek Bridge. A mother holding a child was bitten to death by her transformed child. The police were in a panic, firing their guns, while workers spread rumors and protested. The police helplessly shot dead the protesters. In just a short live broadcast, the scene of the apocalypse was fully revealed. The screen turned to static, signal lost. Qing Cang and the others rushed to the balcony, using military binoculars to look at the Ubaek Bridge. It was in chaos. Dead bodies were running rampant, crowds were fleeing, and government personnel were standing firm. They were sweating as they watched. Within just 2 days, the world had turned into this, and there was truly no going back. Everyone returned to the living room with their own thoughts. Qing, the government has collapsed. Can President Takashiro build a good defense? They looked confused, and the others felt the same. Of course he can. My parents are fine, Saya said firmly, clenching her fist. The government is a bloated system. There are too many localities, which is why there aren't enough personnel. President Takashiro and Annie are super capable. As long as they don't take too many people, it will be fine. After Qing Cang finished analyzing, everyone felt a bit more at ease. Keep eating. After we finish, Hiranos will teach you about firearms and choose a gun for self-defense. After the afternoon break, I'll take the first shift for the night watch. Under the bright moonlight, Qing Cang used binoculars to observe from the balcony. The Ubaek Bridge had completely gone insane. Dead bodies were everywhere, and bulldozers couldn't hold the line. The area around the apartment was the same. More and more corpses were appearing, and people were occasionally being devoured. Qing Cang saw a guy downstairs holding a shotgun being consumed and felt a pang of sorrow. It was still better to have living people than corpses. They could maneuver with vehicles. But after some time, the city would likely become a forbidden zone. Even the slightest sound would attract a tide of corpses. That would be despair. But he would definitely not be here by then. What about the mission? How would the Golden Finger define clearing the game? Was it about saving the world? That was impossible. He had to grow mushrooms in a couple of days, and electronic devices wouldn't work. Fighting off corpses would be even harder. The original story had no ending, no reference. It was overwhelming. Would the first mission fail? Woof, woof, woof. The barking of a dog interrupted his thoughts. He looked through the binoculars. Was that a small white dog? Moving forward, he saw a middle-aged man carrying a little girl. Something was about to happen. Hiranos, Nagai, wake up. Qing Cang rushed into the room and pulled the half-asleep duo to the balcony. At 6 o'clock, I'm going to save that little girl. Hiranos, provide cover fire. Nagai, you and Siko support at the wall gate. Dropping the binoculars, he grabbed his katana and rushed downstairs. The two exchanged a glance and instantly woke up. With Nagai running to call Siko, Qing Cang dashed out of the apartment, sprinting towards the entrance and leaping up the wall. Outside the gate that had been cleaned in the afternoon, a few corpses were lurking around. He landed with a small jump, silent in his socks, pushed aside the nearby corpse with his sword, and rushed quickly towards the street. During the sprint, he pushed aside corpses with his knife, getting closer to the little lowly's yard when suddenly a loud cry broke out. Too late, the middle-aged man was gone. Corpses were gathering in the yard. Qing Cang accelerated. Bang! Ping Yi fired a shot, louder than the cries, and the corpses in the shadows surged forward. The entrance to the courtyard was blocked. Qing Cang charged into the mass of corpses, stepping on a corpse's back to leap onto the wall. Whoosh! A bullet grazed his forehead, blowing apart a corpse. Qing Cang was startled, almost shot by his own people. Did Ping Yi know about this afternoon and want revenge? He landed in the yard, the blade flashed, and he took out the corpse close to the little lowly. He grabbed her and ran without looking back, stepping on the flower bed and the wall. The series of explosions exhausting him. Don't cry, your parents are watching from heaven. Your brother will take you out, hold on tight. He moved along the wall as if walking on flat ground. The mass of corpses wasn't large, blocked at the previous courtyard entrance. Just a couple of apartments away was the end. The gap between the walls wasn't big. A running start could jump over. He jumped down from the wall. The corpses at the end didn't move. Pushing aside the corpses, he ran up the wall, much smoother than the original plot. Seeing the main gate ahead cleared, the two were on guard. Qing Cang was excited. Victory was in sight. Brother, I need to pee, the little lowly said. Hold it in. Your sister is just ahead. Could they not escape the misfortune of Koizumi Takashi? No way. The little lowly refused. Is this a curse? I am Hiri Alice, 2nd grade. My dad is a reporter. My dad. She became sad again. Qing Cang patted her head. Dad is protecting you in heaven. Be strong. I am Dongfang Qing Cang. Yu Xuan Shizuka. Poison Island Siko. Other sign up. Teacher Shizuka. Take Alice to wash and check for injuries. The others rest. We have things to do tomorrow. Siko. Go back next door. A night passed without a word. The next day, 2 Hummers crossed the river to pick up family members on the way. Just 2. 2 days ago. Lee and Siko were able to get through on the phone. Now, they couldn't. Let us go check. Siko, do you live in an apartment building? It's hard to get in. Danger is off the charts. Qing Cang was surprised. Most people around him didn't live here. Siko pleaded. I'll go up alone. You wait 10 minutes. You can leave regardless of life or death. I'll definitely listen to you when I come back. Seeing this devoted son's sincerity, Qing Cang felt pity. Since they were here, it was unreasonable to just leave. Siko, which room is yours? Looking at the 5-story apartment building, he calculated the feasibility. Siko was overjoyed, quickly saying, the Rose apartment is in a square shape, with a main entrance. Go in through the ground floor passage to the small garden. Take the stairs on the east side to the 3rd floor. The 3rd room on the left is ours. Qing Cang looked at the apartment passage, vaguely seeing corpses swaying. He had a plan in mind. If the corpses in the small garden weren't dense, it wouldn't be hard to manage. I'll go with you. You brought the key, right? Qing Cang asked as he opened the car door. Don't get to the door and find you can't enter. That would be funny. I brought it. I always open the door myself. Siko hurriedly said. He let Jing Yonghao and 2 boys guard the car, while Qing Cang and Siko got out and walked toward another Hummer. Opening the door, he discussed the plan with a few people. Everyone was reluctant for him to take risks, but knew they couldn't stop him. Siko got out directly, clearing the scattered corpses at the main entrance together. After clearing it, she stood at the door waiting, while Qing Cang and Siko entered the apartment. The two escaped from the academy together, cooperating seamlessly. The apartment passage and the small garden had few corpses, and they made it to the 3rd floor without much danger. But the corridor situation was dire. Siko's house was the 3rd room, but the corridor was packed with corpses, making it impossible to pass. Seeing Siko anxious, Qing Cang whispered, Can we go through the balcony? Siko nodded. Though dangerous, it was feasible. Just then, the door of the 1st room was half open. The two carefully closed the door, dealt with the owner who turned into a corpse inside, and moved towards the balcony. The distance between the two balconies wasn't far, but there were 3 corpses swaying inside. Jumping directly was too dangerous. It was Mrs. Mommy and Mr. Munetsugu. Why was Mr. Yujiro next door too? Siko said. How many people are in the next apartment? They're a newlywed couple, usually just the 2 of them. Maybe Yujiro bit them? Siko guessed. Qing Cang went back to the room to grab a shoe, and bam, it smashed onto the top of the balcony. The 3 corpses immediately lunged towards the sound, and 2 more rushed out from the living room. Qing Cang secretly rejoiced. Thank goodness he was steady. Otherwise, jumping over would have gotten him ambushed by the corpses in a blind spot. He looked at Siko speechlessly. Your information and guesses are way off. Siko scratched his head awkwardly. After waiting for a while with no more corpses appearing, Qing Cang jumped over first. The blade flashed, sending the corpse to rest. As usual, he checked the room. Better safe than sorry. Returning to the balcony, he saw Siko was excited, and Qing Cang patted his shoulder. Stay steady. Don't relax until the end. Then he leapt onto the other balcony. Just as he was about to jump over, Qing Cang suddenly felt something was off. Holding his breath and being cautious on the balcony, he pulled Siko down to hide. Siko was confused. Jumping over this is my home. Why retreat? Siko, don't let joy cloud your mind. It's even more crucial to stay calm now. How many people are in your family? Qing Cang looked seriously at the adjacent balcony, asking quietly, just my mother. My father should be at the company today. What's wrong? Did you find something? Siko's joy vanished. After all they had been through, he knew Qing Cang's methods and realized the other party wouldn't say this for no reason. The situation isn't right. I vaguely heard someone talking inside the balcony. Not just one person, and there's a strong smell of blood. Qing Cang looked at Siko with a serious expression. The smell of blood? Siko's joy instantly disappeared. His eyes filled with fear. He recalled the doomsday lunatics he saw on the road. Without order, they were like mad dogs. Too terrifying. My mother must not be harmed. Seeing Siko terrified, Qing Cang whispered comfortingly, don't scare yourself. Maybe you guessed wrong. Don't jump to conclusions until the end. Siko calmed down a bit and asked, Koizumi President, what should we do next? The enemy is unclear. Jumping onto the balcony directly is too foolish. The living room and balcony are separated. Besides the walls on both sides, the middle is all transparent glass. Your previous jumping definitely won't work. You wait here. I'll go over and take a look first. Qing Cang told Siko to stand by, returning to the room to grab a makeup mirror back to the balcony. After 2 jumps, he pressed against the wall steadily, clearly hearing the conversation. Using the makeup mirror for perspective, he clearly saw the living room scene. 3 men and 2 women, with a corpse on the ground, dressed like a little girl. The living room was filled with despair and fear. The 3 men's faces were twisted, cursing madly, filled with rage and hatred from their words. It was clear they were anxious, furious, violent, and extremely fearful, clearly on the brink of collapse. Not far away, 2 women lay on the ground, barely alive, tortured beyond recognition. The women's faces were haggard, their eyes filled with pain, despair, and deep hatred. Their clothes were torn, covered in bruises and blood, looking like they were about to die. The entire living room had a suffocating smell of blood, with debris scattered on the ground. A scene of devastation. This scene was proof of a violent crime. The men's curses made the women even more desperate. Just looking at it was distressing. Everything in the makeup mirror made Qing Cang explode with anger. He knew that such doomsday events were common, but when faced with it, he still couldn't suppress his rage. He jumped with a red heart, not a wolf's heart or a dog's lung. He really wanted to rush in and kill these 3 beasts, making them wail in hell for 10,000 years. Seeing the weapons in the 3 men's hands, and the 2 poor souls not far away, Qing Cang barely suppressed his anger. He turned back to signal Siko, took the long gun handed over, and looked back at the living room. I want them to die a miserable death. The 3 men cursed even more fiercely, completely mad, losing all reason. Then they all turned to look at the woman on the ground, their faces full of brutality. Damn women. Looks like the lesson wasn't enough. Still dare to look at me with that kind of eyes. Saying this, they put down their weapons and stood up. He shook his neck, making a cracking sound, making people's hair stand on end like bones rubbing together. He was about to unleash a big move. At the same time, he pressed his fingers together with both hands, making a crackling sound like firecrackers, full of threats and provocation. But the woman wouldn't fall for it, struggling to get up and spitting out a mouthful of blood at the 3 men. One of them cursed weakly, you dog bastard, if you have the guts, kill me. You trash can only pretend in front of a woman. Who was the one begging outside, cry like a baby? I was truly blind to be used by you. I'd rather die in the corridor. You won't live long either. I'll watch you die in hell. The faces of the three men twisted at her words, and the other two stood up, glaring at her with hostility as they walked over. The woman ignored them, having exerted all her energy in her earlier outburst, gasping for breath before finally murmuring, "Sister, I'm sorry," seeing the three men stand up. Qing Cang knew the opportunity had come. Their attention was entirely on the woman, so Qing Cang quickly darted to the living room door, picked up a spear, and threw it out, charging forward himself. Whoosh! The spear pierced directly into the man holding the watermelon knife. Qing Cang flew in with a knee to the jaw of another man, then stomped down, crunch, his chest visibly caved in. Everything happened so fast that the last man only reacted afterward, swinging a dagger at Qing Cang's heart. The blade flashed, and his arm along with the dagger fell off. Before a scream could escape, another slash severed his other arm. The room was filled with screams, and Qing Cang frowned as he heard the door being knocked against by the dead bodies. He swung the blade 4 more times, disarming the other 2 men, and without looking back said, "If you have grievances, complain. If you have grudges, take revenge." Then he went to move things to block the door. The 2 women, who had been on the brink of death, transitioned from shock to joy, understanding Qing Cang's intentions, and glared fiercely at the 3 men who were wailing. They struggled to stand up, picked up the dagger and watermelon knife, and grinned as they walked over. "It's not that we won't take revenge, just that the time hasn't come yet." After Qing Cang worked hard to block the main door, he finally had a moment to breathe. Returning to the living room, he saw the 3 men were dead, while the 2 women were still mechanically chopping at the corpses. He sighed helplessly. "All right, they're dead, that's enough." The 2 looked at him blankly, their faces streaked with tears, appearing very dazed. After a moment, they reacted and hurriedly thanked him. The fierce woman, having finished her thanks, wanted to take her own life, but Qing Cang quickly snatched the dagger from her, taking away the other woman's watermelon knife as well. He said gently but firmly, "Dying won't solve the problem, nor will it erase the pain. Revenge is just a momentary relief. Life has infinite possibilities." The woman stopped struggling, tears streaming from her hollow eyes. Qing Cang continued, "Life shouldn't be consumed by hatred. It should be used to create a future. Let pain become a stepping stone, not a burden. Your loved ones would prefer to see you live well." He lightly patted their shoulders, transmitting warmth and strength. "Trust me, time will heal your wounds, and you will find new meaning. Don't give up. You are already a source of strength." The light gradually returned to the women's eyes, and Qing Cang breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't save them just for them to commit suicide. He smiled slightly. Surviving brings surprises. "May I ask, which of you is Mrs. Siki?" Watching the Siki mother and son embracing and crying in the living room, Qing Cang felt sentimental. It's not the best outcome, but it's not the worst either. Siki's filial piety wasn't in vain. The other fierce woman looked at them, her eyes no longer dull, but filled with hope and envy. As the 2's emotions slightly calmed, under Siki's inquiry, Mrs. Siki and the other woman began to recount their experiences. The other woman was called Miko, and her husband was the corpse of Waizhi that Qing Cang had taken down on the neighboring balcony. After the corpse outbreak, the few of them were ambushed in the corridor, unable to escape. Miko knew that Mrs. Siki was a full-time housewife and must still be in the room, so she took the lead to plead at the door. Mrs. Siki received a call from her son, knowing he would return to find her. Wanting to see her son one last time, she didn't want to overstep, but when the men threatened her with Miko's daughter, Mrs. Siki couldn't bear to see the little girl meet a tragic end, so she had to let them in. Once inside, the 3 men immediately changed their demeanor, trying to attack Mrs. Siki, but luckily Waizhi and Miko stopped them. Later, when they ran out of food, the 3 forced Waizhi to go next door to find something to eat. As soon as he jumped over, he was bitten to death by a corpse right in front of everyone. Miko was traumatized and cursed the 3 men for forcing her husband to his death, only to be attacked by them in return. In the chaos, her daughter was stabbed to death on the spot. Miko exploded in a desire for revenge, but was quickly subdued. After that, whenever the 3 men felt displeased, they would torment them until Qing Cang appeared. Siki held his injured mother, looking at the corpses and wishing he could kill again. Qing Cang comforted him. "Aunties need to treat their wounds. Siko is in danger at the main door. We need to hurry back." But they couldn't get past the balcony. Siki panicked. The corridor must be filled with corpses. The 3rd floor wasn't high. We could tie some ropes or sheets and get down. Qing Cang jumped down first to clear the corpses, signaling afterward. And Siki helped the injured slide down, with Qing Cang catching them, and then Siki came down. The four of them circled around to the main door. The guards were a bit surprised to see them come out, but didn't ask much. Boom! Boom! The Hummer charged out. Next stop, Miyamoto's house. Everyone listened to the experiences and sighed. Mrs. Siki's moment of kindness unexpectedly led to tragedy. They understood the evils of the apocalypse better and witnessed Qing Cang's explosive strength in taking down 3 strong men, earning even more trust. The Hummer, like a steel beast, knocked the corpses over. After the car stopped, Qing Cang, Ri, and Siko got out to clear the corpses, easily handling it. Leaving Siko to guard the car, the two walked toward the door. Click! Ri used the key to open the door, but it wouldn't budge. Something was blocking it. Mom, it's me, Ri. Ri called softly, and there was a sound of things being moved inside. A yellow-haired woman who looked about 80 like Ri rushed out. Ri, is it you? Mom finally sees you. Miyamoto Kiriko hugged Ri, gasping and silently crying. Aunt Kiriko, keep your voice down. If it's too loud, it will attract the corpses. Although the nearby area was cleared of corpses, who knows which corner they might pop out from? It's filial piety, Aunt. I lost my composure. Thanks to you for protecting Ri. Your judgment is really good. Miyamoto Kiriko looked at Qing Cang and nodded in satisfaction. Mom, what are you talking about? Miyamoto Ri protested. All right, I won't say it. It doesn't resemble me at all. Kiriko smiled at her daughter. Aunt, is there anyone else at home? Is there anything you need to take? No, after I got the call, I was alone at home, didn't even open the door, and packed everything up, waiting for you. She rushed inside. After a while, Kiriko came out dragging big bags. Ri, come help. There's still 2 bags inside. Qing Cang and Ri both had dark expressions. Was this escaping or going on a trip? Ri quickly said, Mom, why are you bringing so much? It's not important. Throw it away. We won't fit it in the car. How can I throw it away? Cosmetics, bags, clothes, all designer brands, plus gold and silver jewelry, all my trophies. I want to give them to you later. Aunt, there are plenty of these outside. You could just take whatever from the unmanned shops later. Leave them at home as mementos. We might even come back. After some persuasion, Kiriko finally relented, taking only a large backpack for clothes. After a series of commotions, they arrived at inn. Inside the protective fence, Takagi Eureka took off her helmet, and Saya excitedly rushed over. Mom, how did you know we were here? It was filial piety who informed me. Thank you for escorting Saya home. Eureka sincerely thanked them. Aunt, you're too polite. Protecting Saya is what we should do. She was also super helpful on the way. We all made it here through our efforts. This was the mother-in-law. Qing Cang didn't dare to accept the gratitude, knowing from Saya's sharp gaze that he understood. Saya looked at his attitude, reluctantly forgiving this flirt. Eureka watched the interaction between the two, feeling gratified. She and her husband couldn't save their daughter in time due to their status and could only focus on building defenses. She felt guilty towards her daughter. Fortunately, they received a safe call from Saya, knowing she was with filial piety, which eased her worries, believing he could protect Saya. And indeed, her daughter returned safely. Miyamoto Ri felt a bit uncomfortable seeing the 3 in harmony and tugged on Qing Cang. Filial piety, how did you inform Aunt Eureka? Didn't the phones not work these past couple of days? Qing Cang explained softly. The signal is sometimes on and sometimes off. The phone doesn't work, but messages can be sent. If one succeeds, the aunt will know. President Gao Cheng has built defenses. Driving straight into the manor is definitely not possible. There are too many roadblocks, and it's super troublesome without the aunt to lead the way. Thanks to Zhao's text message, we were able to wait at Route 3 this afternoon. The other intersections are all blocked off. Driving in directly makes it easy to be surrounded by corpses. Zhao always thinks things through deeply, like a little old man, not at all like a passionate high school student. Yuriko is in a good mood and joking around. Mom is right. Zhao can be quite deep thinking at times, just like Dad, full of schemes. Saya crossed her arms in agreement. Spare me, I'm only 17. Qing Cang raised his hands in surrender. Ha ha. Everyone burst into laughter. The cheerful sounds under the setting sun diluted the shadow of the apocalypse. Even the distant screams of corpses were suppressed. In the organized defense system, everyone's tense nerves finally relaxed. The car roared again, this time reaching the destination, the safe and reliable Gao Cheng Manor. Xiao, it's been a long time since we had tea together, but now everything has changed. Saya didn't cause you any trouble, did she? Gao Cheng Soichiro spoke. Uncle is joking. Saya is exceptionally wise. How could she cause trouble? Qing Cang took a sip of tea, and said slowly, I trust Saya's wisdom, but I protected Yuriko too well. She lacks experience, and her temper can be a headache. In today's world, there is no time for her to grow slowly. Soichiro's voice was deep. Girls should be protected. Saya is the only heir of Gao Cheng, the young lady and future head of the family. Having a bit of temper is normal. No matter how the world is, I believe she can grow up happily. Can't you protect her, uncle? Xiao, you should see that the manor is safe now. But how long can this safety last? Soichiro understood clearly that even if they don't take in people, the manor can't hold out for long. Supplies will eventually run out. And searching for resources outside is just a drop in the bucket. I see it. Uncle must have seen it too. You know the solution? It's just about whether you're willing to act. Qing Cang understood that the solution was in Soichiro's hands. Xiao, I can't do it. This is my responsibility. I have to be accountable to the people. I can't resort to violence. How can you not do it? You can ruthlessly force Aunt Yuriko to give up on Saya. So why can't you give up on those useless people who live in a dream and refuse to face reality? They are still potential rioters. How dangerous. Without them, the manor's problems would be solved by more than half. I'll take care of the rest. You came back just to find me for this, right? Qing Cang's tone was calm, but the killing intent in his eyes was chilling. Soichiro looked at him, filled with killing intent, and smiled bitterly. He knew who the killing intent was directed at, but he really couldn't do that. Xiao, I didn't misjudge you. You foresaw today as problems early. Your homeland plan was prepared for this, right? When you were expanding your business territory, you were always building that homeland with supplies, weapons, and talents, constantly sent over by Gao Cheng and the Wisteria family. In the past, Yuriko and I even advised you, but now it seems you have foresight. No matter how you knew, I trust you. What you said can save the manor, but I can't do that. As the president, I can't let down the people. So you just watch Aunt Yuriko and Saya accompany you to fall into the abyss? What kind of president is that? What do those who live in their own world have to do with you? Are they worth saving? Have you forgotten that you are a husband and a father? Answer me, Soichiro, do you still have them in your eyes? Where have you put them? I'm going to wake you up, you fool. Qing Cang slammed the table, his anger rising as he grabbed Soichiro's collar and shouted, ready to act. Bang! The door was pushed open, Saya was in tears, and Yuriko walked in with a sad expression. They had obviously been eavesdropping for a long time. Xiao, don't stop it now. Both shouted. You all know. Soichiro looked at his wife and daughter, saying bitterly. Releasing Soichiro's collar, Qing Cang pushed him aside and walked toward the door. Uncle, I apologize for the offense, but my stance hasn't changed. If you agree, I'll act immediately. If not, I won't change either. You say we are alike, but in my world, family comes first. If I can help without jeopardizing my own safety, it's nothing compared to family. That's the biggest difference. I'm taking Saya away. I can't let her fall into hell. If allowed, I'd also like to take Aunt Yuriko. She has contributed greatly to my current situation. Patting the tearful Saya's head, Qing Cang sighed. The manor's defense relies on electricity. It's too dangerous. Who knows when the power goes out and an electromagnetic pulse hits? Tomorrow I'll go see my mother. You think carefully. Is family or the people more important? Knowing the ship is sinking but still holding on is not like you. Stop it. What are you doing? Qing Cang shouted as he saw the argument. Lord Komuro, Yobi reported that this student is holding a gun, and everyone feels it's dangerous, so we want to confiscate it for safekeeping. The guard said, Xiao, they want to confiscate my gun. Hirano shouted excitedly. Qing Cang told him to shut up. Captain Bartender, the Hummer, and weapons are mine. Hirano is a master of firearms. Saya's return depends entirely on him. Let us just rest tonight, leave tomorrow. No need for safekeeping. Come to me if there is a problem. Since Lord Komuro has spoken. Withdraw. Captain Bartender left. Yobi felt awkward. Komuro, you're doing this for the safety of the manor. That's right. Please check the car tonight, thanks. Qing Cang said. No problem. Hirano in no way asked. Are we really leaving tomorrow? Notify everyone to come to my room. Everyone in the room was confused. Xiao, I'll go with you. What about Gao Cheng? Hirano asked. We're all going with you, but Saya just got home. Inoue said. President Komuro, can we stay for 2 more days? My mom and Aunt Mimiko haven't recovered yet. Siki said. Everyone was willing to go and asked about the plan. Qing Cang said appreciatively. Thank you all for trusting me. The plan will be discussed tomorrow at my villa. Rest well tonight. We'll set off tomorrow. Teacher Shizuka, please take care of the ants. Let me know if you need medicine. Everyone expressed understanding, and Jurikawa Shizuka also said she would take care of the task. Once everyone left, Qing Cang was just about to take a break when the door was pushed open. The pink-haired girl stood at the door with a sad face. and he walked over with concern. What's wrong? This is not how Miss Gao Chang should be. Where's my energetic Saya? Annoying. Who do you think you are? Don't pat my head, I'm not a child. Saya pushed his hand away. Yes, you're not a child anymore. Thinking of something. Saya blushed and scolded. Casanova. Qing Cang protested innocently. I just wanted to comfort you. Xiao, are you really leaving tomorrow? Don't be angry with Dad. I'm also angry but Dad. Saya looked at him with concern. All right, Qing Cang interrupted. My leaving has nothing to do with being angry. This is the original plan. The manor is not safe. I didn't plan to stay, and besides, Mom is still waiting for me at home. Then can you help Dad? Saya asked anxiously. Looking at her hopeful eyes, Qing Cang could only refuse. Saya, it's not that I don't want to. I really can't help. Saya's expression dimmed, and Qing Cang felt pained. There are too many people in the manor. It can't hold out, only consuming without producing. It won't last long. Searching for supplies will eventually run dry. I can't fill this bottomless pit. Without supplies, there will be riots. Can Uncle stop it? This is a deadlock unless we solve it from the root, as I said. Then what should I do? Xiao. Mom and Dad can't accompany the manor to the grave. Saya looked at him in confusion. Persuade Uncle and Aunt to come with us. I'll protect you. The company just started and relies entirely on Aunt Yuriko. I respect her and don't want them to be dragged to death by unrelated people. I will try my best, Saya said uncertainly, not knowing if she was speaking to him or herself. The two leaned against each other for a while, and Saya said, Dad is so stubborn. I'm not going with you tomorrow. I need some time. Qing Cang replied, I'll give you 2 days. I'll come back the night of the second day and leave on the morning of the third day, just in time before the mushrooms grow. Xiao, thank you for taking such risks. It's really great to have you. Saya was moved and kissed him directly. The sweet kiss intoxicated him, and Qing Cang entered exploration mode. Voices were heard in the corridor, and with a snap, the hand was opened. Qing Cang awkwardly withdrew. He clearly had good self-control. So why was he always losing it these days? Saya blushed. I'll leave first. Come by tonight. I have something to say. After saying that, she ran away. It's so important to close the door properly. Qing Cang reflected. What urgent matter could there be at this hour? He had to check it out. Saya slammed the door and sat on the bed, shedding tears. My parents are unreasonable. She was so angry that after shouting, she ran back to her bedroom. Xiao was right. They're just strangers. I'm the only child, and after begging for so long, I got scolded. Frustrated, Saya picked up a glass of bold red wine and started drinking. Creak. The door was pushed open, and Takashiro Yuriko walked in with a weary expression. Her husband, daughter, and Xiao all had their reasons. She was in charge of the manor and stuck in the middle, nearly exhausted. Looking at her daughter, Yuriko felt both heartache and anger. When did you learn to drink? None of your business. Who do you think your father and I worked so hard for? You don't want me, so I'll just go with Xiao. Anyway, you all think the same. The little girl got drunk directly. Sigh. None of them are easy to deal with. Yuriko was troubled and started drinking heavily as well. On a moonless night. No, it was time to have a heart-to-heart with a beautiful girl. Qing Cang murmured at the door of Saya's bedroom. No light? Is she asleep? He turned the doorknob, unlocked. With a creak, he pushed the door open. The room was pitch black, with moonlight spilling onto the floor. There was a human-shaped bulge under the blanket on the bed. Looks like she's asleep. Didn't she say she had something to discuss? Was it a wasted trip? But since he was already here, a hug wouldn't hurt, right? He could just wake up early tomorrow. Qing Cang lay down at the edge of the bed and hugged her. Wait, this isn't Saya. He froze, cold sweat pouring down. I'm dead. Just as he was about to run, Yuriko's voice came softly. You're just leaving like this? Qing Cang was frightened, playing dumb. Oh, what a coincidence, Aunt Yuriko. What are you doing here? Yuriko was both angry and amused. Playing dumb? Don't you want to say something? I will take responsibility. Qing Cang felt guilty and tested the waters. Yuriko said indifferently. Of course, you have to take responsibility for Saya. What were you doing in her room so late? What is the deal between you and Saya? Aren't you supposed to have a girlfriend? Although he wasn't being pursued, Qing Cang breathed a sigh of relief. But this question was hard to answer. It's a long story. Can I explain it in detail tomorrow? I won't force you if you don't want to talk. Xiao, you're smart. You know how much Saya likes you. I used to pretend not to know for fear of hurting her. But now she has entrusted herself to you, no matter what happens in the future. You have to protect her at all costs. Can you do that? Qing Cang straightened his back. And past, present, and future, I will protect Saya. But are you really going to sacrifice with the manor? I can handle my own matters. You don't need to worry. Just take care of Saya. Yuriko's tone was calm. Looking at the closed door, Yuriko breathed a sigh of relief. This little brat is like a reckless bull. Pa, what am I thinking? It's just a mistake. Anyway, she decided to stay behind and guard with Shoichiro, which means Saya will suffer. Looking at her sleeping daughter beside her, she was filled with guilt. In the Miyamoto mother-daughter room, Kuriko looked at her daughter and, in a daze, thought she saw a green light on her daughter's yellow hair. Xiao has a lot of girls around him. Aren't you worried? Especially that girl from the Takashiro family. She obviously has feelings for him. Xiao is so excellent. It's normal for someone to like him. I've gotten used to it at school. Ri touched her head, feeling it was a bit heavy. I need to be alert, Ri. Mrs. Takashiro clearly also likes Xiao, and they have business dealings. This is a major threat. Kuriko seemed to see the green light on her daughter's head again. No way, Mom. Saya's proud and sharp-tongued nature is no match for me. I'm leaving tomorrow. There's no need to worry. But there's a girl named Rika that I'm quite concerned about. Oh, tell me more. Mom will help you analyze. The next morning, with reluctant eyes, two Hummers drove out of the Takashiro Manor. From Nick home to the seaside is a wealthy area. The road conditions are excellent, and it took less than an hour to arrive. Tall walls, heavy gates, armed patrols at the entrance. It's a private luxury residence, with the nearest neighbor 1,000 meters away. Identifying themselves, the gate opened with a click, and the Hummers drove in. In the villa study, Qing Cang asked the capable woman, Sanai, how is my mother? Is everything ready? Boss, during the disaster, Minako brought Lady Aoi into the home. Both are directing the construction of defenses. Weapons and boats are ready to be loaded at any time. No rush. Let us prepare a home first. Qing Cang went downstairs and said to everyone, classmates, we VE supported each other until now. I'll discuss the final plan. From a moment he realized the world was heading for doom. Qing Cang pondered how to survive. In this world, without the extraordinary, it's impossible for one person to restart civilization. He rented a super large island, investing money to build it for many years. Capable of self-sustaining. Those who entered the island were carefully selected. This is his home plan he has been plotting for 17 years. Everyone had long suspected he knew about the disaster in advance. Now, it was confirmed, but it didn't matter. It was what they wanted. Xiao, you actually have an island. I knew you were rich, but I didn't expect it to be so luxurious. Inoue excitedly shouted. Hiranoya and Siki were also thrilled, while others cried tears of joy. No more fear. It's rented. Qing Cang humbly waved his hand. Miyamoto excitedly hugged him. So what if it's rented? Who could take it back now? That's great, Xiao. Is this what you meant by returning to the original place once you came back? Qing Cang touched her antenna. Everyone got ready and headed to the private dock, where a boat was already waiting. Xiao, you're back. It's so dangerous outside. Mom has been worried. Koizumi Aoi hugged him tightly. Mom, me fine. You don't know my strength? Qing Cang flexed his muscles. Koizumi Atsui looked at her son showing off, then said to everyone, Kuriko, Miss Siko, it's so great to see you all safe in this broken world. Miyamoto, and Siko quickly greeted. Yes, it's so good to see Lady Aoi again. Thanks to Xiao. Lady Aoi has a good son. Kuriko expressed her feelings. Koizumi Aoi covered her mouth and chuckled, then took everyone down to rest. In the office, after Qing Cang handled the trivial matters on the island, he looked at the calm sea outside the window, feeling as if he had returned to the time before the apocalypse, remembering the nuclear magnetic pulse in a few days. He couldn't help but say, Minako, go to warehouse number 2 at Yamazaki port and retrieve the last order. Yes, boss. Watching Minako leave, Qing Cang nodded in satisfaction. If there's work, the secretary does it. If there's nothing, of course, it's time to rest. At night, Qing Cang was lying in bed thinking about returning to the Takashiro Manor tomorrow when there was a knock on the door. Xiao, are you asleep? It was the voice of Tokushima Siko. Gumin. Qing Cang looked at her rosy complexion and felt a bit itchy inside. Is there something? Siko sat beside him, resting her head on his shoulder, her tone long. Xiao, now that we're back at the home, what is the plan for the future? Qing Cang caught a whiff of lavender mixed with the smell of alcohol. Siko had also been drinking. The current plan is to pick up Saya tomorrow and then go pick up Rika. There are already corpses at the airport, and she is still stubbornly holding her ground like an idiot, refusing to leave. What do we do after we bring them back? Just live on the island and gather supplies when needed. Something like that. Qing Cang stroked his chin, feeling uncertain. Realizing something, Qing Cang stared at her. Siko, something's off. This isn't like you. Siko avoided his gaze, looking troubled. Now that there's peace, my sins are sheathed. I can't help you anymore. As a useless person, Qing Cang kissed her directly. After the kiss, looking at her flushed face, he spoke word by word. Siko, your sins I will bear. This is the third promise. Even in peaceful times, it's the same. You're always useful, my one and only Tokushima Siko. Siko's heart trembled with joy, and she tilted her head to offer a kiss. Aoki was not polite. His clothes fell away, revealing another shade of crimson. Meanwhile, in her dreams, Miyamoto Rimi was running across the grasslands, the wind roaring, her hat feeling a bit heavy. Thinking of her partner behind her, she smiled happily as they chased each other, truly a couple blessed by the heavens. The next day, after staying at home for 2 days, Aoki took a boat to the main city. His mother complained a bit, but eventually let him go. He initially wanted to bring Siko along, but since she was injured last night, he had no choice but to take Namika to drive to the estate. At this moment, the president of Beautiful Country's plane was filled with corpses, with no way out. Before becoming a corpse, the president ordered, "Let mushrooms grow all over the world." Aoki, on his way, was confused. The sky was blindingly bright, and electrical appliances by the roadside were smoking. An electromagnetic pulse. Wasn't this supposed to happen tomorrow afternoon? He cursed himself for believing in the plot. He stepped on the gas and rushed toward Takajo estate. The car was specially made to resist pulses. He feared something would happen at the estate and hoped the previous warning would be useful. Inside Takajo estate, Saya pushed open her father's study door again, looking at her busy parents, and once more requested to leave together. The result was unchanged. By evening, Hiroshi was about to arrive, and Saya was burning with anxiety. "Can't you think about me for once? I know Hiroshi will protect me, but I don't want to lose Mom and Dad. Don't you understand?" Saya cried and yelled, having played out the situation countless times over the past 2 days. Suddenly, bright light exploded outside the window, and the study's electrical appliances began to smoke and stink. The three stared blankly at the blinding sky, and Saya shouted urgently, "It's an electromagnetic pulse." Hiroshi was right. "Did you do any protection?" The couple exchanged bitter smiles. "Time is too tight. We couldn't gather materials and do protection in time." Saya was completely stunned. Was the defense system completely useless? "I'll send someone to take you to Hiroshi. We need to command the battle." Aikir stood up. "No, don't leave me behind." Slap. Yuriko slapped her. "Stop messing around." The two turned and left. Tears streamed down Saya's face. This goodbye might be a forever goodbye. Her heart felt like it was being cut. She looked outside, imagining, "Hiroshi, where are you?" Next, the action escalated. Boom! Aoki slammed the gas pedal and smashed through the corpses at the front gate. The estate was invaded, but the defense line was still far away. And there were not many corpses. The organization of defense would not collapse. Seeing those only focused on escaping, Aoki was furious. After so many days, their mindset still hadn't adjusted. Suddenly, a flash of pink appeared. It was Yuriko being surrounded by corpses. Aoki floored the accelerator, driving the Hummer straight up the steps. On the platform, the Hummer crashed through the attacking corpses, then drifted 360 degrees around the two, clearing out most of the corpses. He parked, opened the door, and Aoki and Namika eliminated the remaining corpses in an instant. Namika quickly took the driver's seat, ready for action. "What about Saya? Are we leaving or not?" Aoki stared at Aikir. "Saya was sent through the back door and is coming from the park. She can catch up. I've been bitten. I can't move." Aikir raised his injured arm. "I'm not leaving either." Yuriko was cut off by Aoki's chop, knocking her out. "I want to marry Saya. The wedding must have elders present. Uncle, I propose." "Ha! Agreed. Hiroshi, I'll leave them to you." Aikir laughed explosively. Aoki tossed him a revolver. "I understand you don't want to become a monster, so I won't see you off." The Hummer charged toward the back door, and Aikir sighed. "Hiroshi really understands me." He shot down the incoming corpses, and the last bullet was for himself. Bang. Aoki looked in the rearview mirror. "Don't worry. I've got them covered. Let the young lady pass first." "Why should we? We want to escape too." "President's orders." "Bullshit, President. You probably ran away already." "Boss, the back door is packed with people. We can't get through." Namika shouted hurriedly. Aoki sneered. He knew they were just running. He scanned the area and spotted pink twin ponytails. Saya was fine, so it was stable. Watching Saya struggle against the crowd, Aoki was furious. "Fine, don't blame me for being rude." Namika honked the horn. "Step on the gas. Charge." Aoki stood up, pulled out his submachine gun, and fired a few shots into the air. As the horn and gunfire sounded, the crowd froze instantly. Saya felt both sad and angry. Upon seeing the Hummer, she immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing him in the sunroof, she felt wronged and just wanted to leap into his arms and cry. Get out of the way. Die if you block the road. Aoki raised his gun and fired into the air again. The crowd immediately parted. No one dared to test it. After picking up Saya and the guards, the Hummer sped away amidst curses. Mom, Saya exclaimed upon seeing the unconscious Yuriko. Her sadness dissipated greatly. Hiroshi, why is Mom here? Where's Dad? After Aoki finished explaining, Saya fell silent. She was prepared, not crying or making a fuss. Thank you for bringing Mom out. Dad's choice can't be changed. She looked back at home to say goodbye. Goodbye, estate, goodbye, Dad. Breaking through the security line, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. The Hummer was truly durable, crashing and speeding all the way. By the time they returned to the villa, it was dark. The electromagnetic pulse left the main city in darkness. But their villa was brightly lit. Aoki was smug. All the electrical appliances are specially made to resist pulses. Having money means being willful. Only one task remained. The airport was designated to fall. The original plan was scrapped. The dead bodies were everywhere at midnight, and it was too dangerous. They had to hurry to pick up Nanri Kaori. After informing Saya and her mother about the operation, they couldn't stop them and could only agree. I want to go too. So I don't want to be apart after just losing her dad. Yuriko also said, take us with you. We're more scared in the villa. Neither of them wanted to stay. The plan wasn't dangerous, and bringing them along would save a trip back. Yuriko's mood seemed off. She woke up but didn't cry. What if she thought of something in the villa? Aoki took the mother and daughter, prepared weapons, and headed straight for the seaside airport. At the airport, Nanri Kaori had been hiding atop a container for a few hours, using night vision goggles to observe. It was filled with corpses. They couldn't catch her, but she couldn't get down either. A few days ago, they could control things with the defense line and sniping, but when the electromagnetic pulse hit in the evening, the defense was completely useless. Communication was cut off, and the corpses rushed in instantly. She had to retreat to higher ground, while her teammates couldn't hold out. Only Nanri Kaori was left, blowing in the wind atop the container, with not a single person to chat with. The long night was unbearable, with only the corpses below humming to accompany her, a terrible experience. If only she had accepted that little brat's invitation earlier. Would she freeze to death here? The sea breeze was too biting. Little brat, are you coming to pick me up? I might be forever separated from the living. Having not eaten and feeling cold and hungry, Nanri Kaori's mind was in a fog. How were that little brat and Shizuka doing? With him around, Shizuka should be safe, right? She hadn't even started dating yet. If only that little brat were a bit older. Ugh, what am I saying? I'm going crazy. But he really doesn't look like a high school student. Dispel those evil thoughts. Stop thinking about it. Think about squeezing Shizuka's enormous evil instead. Suddenly, pay attention. Boom, boom, boom. The huge sound jolted her awake. The passage was blown apart, flames and thick smoke billowing out. Nanri Kaori was stunned. Who did this? Is someone still playing with explosives during the apocalypse? But the explosion was so smooth, it broke through in an instant. What was the goal? Creak. After a sharp sound, the broadcast crackled to life. Hello, hello. That voice was familiar. She looked over and saw two illuminated cargo ships emerging at the edge of the airport. One was near the passage. The explosion must have been done by them. The other one was the source of the broadcast. Nanri Kaori, can you hear me? I'm your boss. I'm here to pick you up. Signal. She grabbed a flashlight and signaled. The little brat really came. He had a conscience, and her kindness to him wasn't in vain. A few minutes later, a searchlight swept over, paused on her, then shone on the airport defenses. Kaori, brace for impact, lie down. Aoki shouted. The other ship passed by, someone jumped down, and not long after, they retreated. Boom, boom, boom. Another explosion, and the defenses crumbled. The corpses all charged through the gap, tumbling into the sea. Nanri Kaori understood instantly. The explosion was to sink the corpses. It was more convenient and safer than sneaking in to save her. But when the explosion stopped, the corpses blocked the gap and wouldn't move. Should they use the broadcast to lure them to jump into the sea? The cargo ship directly stopped in front of the gap. The broadcast suddenly played the March of the Volunteers. Boom! Another explosion. She looked through her binoculars and was shocked. Aoki was back with a rocket launcher, ready to fire again. I'm speechless. Who said they wanted to report her for hoarding weapons? He even has an RPG. What a thick skin. The broadcast and explosions continue, and the bodies gradually disappear. The searchlight sweeps the area to confirm safety, and Qing Cang shouts, Namli Xiang, it's time to go home. Hurry over. Sanai, come ashure. That little brat is so disrespectful. She mutters to herself, her feet moving quickly, and soon boards the ship. Welcome back, my future security minister. Qing Cang opens his arms, and she directly jumps into his embrace. I didn't agree to this, you little brat. Smelling the fragrance of Nan Lixiang's hair, Qing Cang murmurs, Lixiang, I was super worried about you after the electromagnetic pulse. I'm glad you're okay. Nan Lixiang holds him tighter. She's scared too, not of dying, but of not being able to see Jing Xiang and him again. Oof, heartbreaker. Saya watches the two, feeling a pang of jealousy. Yuriko sighs. Outstanding people are always in demand. How rare it is to have a man to protect you in the apocalypse. Thinking of those girls in the manor, she sighs. Saya, your rivals aren't just Miyamoto Rei. Wait for us. Help us. Suddenly, shouts come from the airport. Look out. Qing Cang is preparing to return, and survivors rush out from the airport, shouting and running towards the gap under the searchlight. Behind them are scattered bodies. Qing Cang takes a look through his binoculars. It's those trapped in the building earlier. And now they're running out. If he sees them, he'll rescue them. Qing Cang signals to lower the gangway for them to board the ship. Be on guard. Don't skip any steps. With a command, everyone steps back, clearing the deck, weapons loaded and aimed at the survivors, signaling them to drop their weapons and not to move. The bodies are closing in, and the survivors are still running. Qing Cang orders to retract the gangway and set sail. No, I'm not on the ship. Please. I'm a director. Quickly lower the gangway. Those who didn't make it start pleading and cursing. Qing Cang can't be bothered. Soon they will be overwhelmed by the bodies. And he is always generous to those about to die. Clearing out the bitten, checking the ones on guard, confirming the remaining are uninjured. Qing Cang says, Congratulations on surviving. We are not the self-defense forces. Choose. Either go back to land or come with us. But if you come with me, you must listen to me. Violations will result in immediate execution. You have no right to command us. This is a crime. The survivors argue loudly. Qing Cang glances at the two who are the most excited, and the two security guards go up and give them a beating. The wails silence everyone. Qing Cang calls a halt. I have no obligation to save you. Allowing you on board is purely out of sympathy. Don't challenge me. If you have objections, get off the ship. If you stay, you must follow the rules. This is not a discussion. It's a choice, understand? The survivors stop arguing, but remain unconvinced. A middle-aged man in his 50s steps forward. Captain, I'm Nichikawa Kanban, and I'm extremely grateful for the rescue. But you are not the self-defense force, and you have no law enforcement authority. Killing at will is wrong. The right to not be recognized can easily lead to conflict. I have a suggestion. Oh, what brilliant idea do you have? Qing Cang asks casually. The middle-aged man, pleased with himself. Next to you is County Police Chief Nan Lixiang, right? She's a public servant and also your friend. I suggest you give her law enforcement authority. She can win trust and is qualified to act in emergencies. What does everyone think? Nan Lixiang looks at the middle-aged man, chattering in front of her, disdainfully curling her lip. Does he really think the whole ship belongs to the little brat? This brat is not that easy to fool. Saya wants to retort, but is pulled back by Yuriko. She looks at her mother in confusion, and Yuriko silently points at Qing Cang, who is watching with great interest. Seeing Qing Cang secretly smile at her, Saya huffs and turns away. I don't care about you, heartbreaker. Qing Cang, feeling embarrassed after being ignored, awkwardly retracts his gaze and continues to watch the middle-aged man, pretending to listen seriously. Clearly, public officials are more reliable than a stranger captain. The survivors all nod in agreement. Clap, clap, clap. Qing Cang applauds Nichikawa Kanban. Mr. Nichikawa's speech was fantastic. This method is great. Captain, do you also agree? That's wonderful. Truly a law-abiding citizen. Then let's transfer the authority. All right, we will all follow Minister Nichikawa's lead. Nan Lixiang, you are now the highest law enforcement officer. Qing Cang is extremely cooperative and even hands all the weapons to Nan Lixiang. Nan Lixiang is stunned, looking at Qing Cang, who is making faces. Fine. Since he is interested, she'll play along. She takes the weapons, speaking seriously. As the chief inspector, I am commandeering this ship. This is a commandeering, Chief Inspector. Security team, cooperate fully. Thunderous applause follows. Nichikawa Kanban is quite surprised. He hasn't even used his tactics yet, and it worked. Seeing Qing Cang's youthful face, he dismisses his doubts. He's indeed too young. Just a few words, and he gets it done. Seeing the security team is predominantly female, he is even more certain this is a temporary team. At the beginning of the apocalypse, the national credibility still exists, so it's easy to persuade them. Chief Inspector Nan Lixiang, what is the next arrangement? Nan Lixiang is at a loss. What arrangements can she make? Nichikawa Kanban had anticipated this. No arrangements? Listen to me. Return to the airport and use the Captain S method to clear the bodies. The airport has supplies. It's much safer than being on the ship. Everyone suddenly realizes and nods in agreement. The survivors' reactions are as expected, but the others respond blandly. Nichikawa Kanban is surprised, but doesn't he give up? Chief Inspector Nanli Xiong, you should receive the retreat plan this afternoon, right? Who are you? This is confidential. How do you know? Nanli Xiong stares at him seriously. Let me introduce myself formally. I'm the Minister of the Security Department, Nichikawa Kanban. You know the retreat plan, so you should be clear where the only escape route is. You can't go on land or in the sky. The only option left is by sea. The Maritime Self-Defense Force is our last hope. The electromagnetic pulse has disrupted plans, but if we stay at the airport, we can definitely wait for rescue. Nanli Xiong looks at Qing Cang, pondering, and remains silent. Of course, it would be great if the Self-Defense Force comes to save them. But with this brat's explosives and rocket launchers, it might not end well. Chief Inspector Nanli Xiong, what are you hesitating for? Only the Self-Defense Force can save the people. Have you forgotten your public duties? I command you, as the Minister of the Security Department, to immediately turn back and save the people at the airport. Live up to the glory of the SAT. Nichikawa Kanban lectures sternly. All right, Minister Nichikawa, don't make things difficult for Li Xiong. Captain, this is a meeting of the Security Department. Please be quiet. We will protect the people and wait for results. Nichikawa Kanban interrupts, turning to brainwash Nanli Xiong. Qing Cang is stunned. Does he really think the ship belongs to Nanli Xiong now? Enough, he needs to calm down. The two security guards approach Nichikawa. What are you doing? I'm the minister. Are you staging a rebellion? Nanli Xiong, control them. Minister, do you think they will listen to me? This is not a temporary team. Nanli Xiong is helpless. This brat is not that easy to fool. What? A professional team? There's no way the city of Chua has this kind of firepower. So they hoarded weapons before the apocalypse and dared to play me. Nichikawa turns red with anger. What next? Nanli Xiong asks. She wanted to see what would happen, but she didn't expect him to try to seize power. With the self-defense force coming, can two ships take on a fleet? She doesn't want to be incorporated. Weapons cannot be exposed, and killing is too much. These people have benefited from Nichikawa's influence and can only be brought back home. Sorry. We're going back to base. We're not waiting for the self-defense force. Behave, and we'll ensure your comfort at the base. Qing Cang orders, and the cargo ship speeds towards home. The Soul Society. No wonder the spiritual pressure hasn't increased. This world has no extraordinary beings. This guy is opening a harem in the apocalypse. How shameless. Even though it's all me, why do I feel a bit envious? I can't go there in person. The time flow is different. What if Sister Hua is gone when I return? What if my wife from another world dies in a few years? It's too cruel. Qing Cang asks the golden finger. There are coordinates, strong enough to transcend the timeline. I can fish my wife out from the river of time. The method is quite brutal. For a 5th grade spiritual pressure death god, it's too far. We'll talk about it later. The golden finger doesn't have an instruction manual, but shows that the level has been cleared. How did it clear? By incorporating the protagonists? Forget it. Let's look at the rewards. Clearing the level gives world specialties. It's all about luck. What does the Academy Apocalypse have? Huge evil? Choose the world to draw. A cloud of gray mist appears. Qing Cang reaches out. Soul space. A storage space opened with the soul as the foundation. Expanding with soul power, items inside are not affected by time, but living things can't be stored. Closed eye perception. 5 levels of spiritual power opened a 100 cubic meter space. Length, width, and height can be adjusted. The rewards are incredible. A must-have for crossing over. Look at the Zanpakuto's release and storage. Understand how to use it. Things that can be touched can be collected within one's own 100 cubic meters, relying on soul power. The heavier it is, the more effort it consumes. Super practical. The soul itself is not afraid of being robbed. A must-have for home and travel. The next day, the 4th Division Barracks. Let me be the vice captain. Qing Cang looks at Mzuka and Kayasuk in disbelief. Kayasuk got dismissed just like that? Sister Hannah, I should be rewarded for my rescue. But Kayasuk did nothing wrong. In terms of strength and return, he is more suitable than me. Even if I am willing, the team won't accept it. Mzuka explains. The appointment has been issued. You are the vice captain. Kayasuk has been promoted to the general of the Central Medical Institute on Noble Street. He was invited long ago, but no one replaced him. That's why he hasn't gone. Now that you have surpassed him, he recommended you. Captain Aizen also reported all your merits to the Captain General. Before Kayasuk leaves, make sure to hand over properly. Qing Cang looks at Kayasuk, feeling complicated. The person who usually doesn't like him actually recommended me? Don't look at me like that. No one was willing to take over. I retired early. You returned to the division haphazardly, but your strength is good enough for vice captain, and with no one else to choose from, I can only reluctantly push you. Kaisuk looks disgusted. 10 years pass in a flash. After being promoted to vice captain, Qing Cang finally understands. The captains in the plot are so idle. It turns out all the pressure falls on the vice captains. In his previous life, he was a corporate slave, and now he is being exploited after crossing over. After working for a while, he completely slacked off. Work? Impossible. Third seat, it's up to you. Saori Kanai looks at the absent-minded Qing Cang. Feeling helpless, he is decisive in battle, but just slacks off at work. The 4th Division is almost driven to madness by her. Deputy Captain Dongfang, are you listening? I am listening. Isn't it just healing? Can't the other team members do it? Why does it have to be me? Recently, the injured have piled up like mountains. You're the most free. And this time, it's an important figure from the noble Kurosaki family, specifically asking for you to take action. The barracks have been lively recently. No wind of this. They specifically named me, and it's from the Kurosaki family. Could it be him? Entering the medical room, the first thing he sees is a blue-haired person with a noble star clamp and red floral veil. 6th Division 3rd seat, Kurosaki Kyuka. Oh, Kyuka. Long time no see. Where did this injury come from? Has the 6th Division been up to big things recently? How come I didn't know? Qing Cang asks while treating him. Qing Cang, we haven't seen each other since you took office. I didn't expect to meet again under these circumstances. Thank you for your trouble, but I'm not part of the 6th Division anymore. Oh, were you excluded? I told you, nobles are hard to deal with, right? Kyuka almost choked. Can you wish me some good luck? Why I got together with Kyuka, you didn't think highly of it. We were classmates after all. Are you that harsh? Don't slander me. I have always supported you too. I even sent blessings for your wedding. What I didn't think highly of was you marrying into the Kurosaki family to become a noble. Nobles are full of twists and turns. Your personality won't do. But it's too late to say anything now. How did you get this injury after leaving the 6th Division? Did you get beaten up by the furious Kurosaki clan leader? I shouldn't have expected you to say something sensible. My leaving was agreed upon by the Captain General and my father. I am now the captain of the 1st Division. Kyuka shows off proudly. Special Forces captain? That injury. That's right. It was from suppressing the rebellion. You know there's been turmoil among the nobles recently, right? I led the team to suppress it. Sorry, Kyuka. I really didn't know. I've been busy communicating with the sword spirit and haven't been updated on the news. If you hadn't come, I would still be in the dark. Seeing his hopeful expression, Qing Cang speaks honestly. Kyuka is stunned. Is the rebellion that insignificant? How many injured did we send to the 4th Division? Aren't you curious why there are suddenly so many? Qing Cang feels awkward. I can't just say I was slacking off at work. Treatment and take a good rest recently. Fighting again could leave after effects. Come back in 3 days. As expected of you. Your return to the division is almost catching up with Captain Mzuka. Kyuka feels the recovery and smiles. Not even close. Kyuka leaves. That is still impressive. Qing Cang suddenly calls out. Congratulations on becoming captain. Finally a good word. Hurry up and learn your Bankai, or you won't have the captain position. Becoming captain? I'd rather slack off and look at the girls. The 4th Division is so nice. Kyuka, being a noble isn't easy. Don't say I didn't warn you. Strength. Go back to the sword spirit. In the universe, Qing Cang floats like dust, caught by celestial bodies but unable to fall in. A whisper. My name is. In the bedroom, Qing Cang opens his eyes. Failed again. 5 years of spiritual power at rank 3. Communicating with the Zanpakuto for 5 years. Bankai is too difficult. I'm really not a genius. Still not as good as Ichigo and the others who learned Bankai in 3 days. But my spiritual pressure control has stabilized. Back then, when I received the soul power from the pirate world, my spiritual power jumped to rank 3, and my spiritual pressure went out of control and collapsed the room. Luckily, I was at home, or I would have been in trouble with the salary. Remembering Sister Hannah, smilingly asking if I was dissatisfied with the room she arranged. He shudders. Too unforgettable. Sky Island Baika. Qing Cang glares at the fruit. 2 years. How many taunts and insult have I endured? Just for today? No wonder Enel destroyed Baika. It's racial discrimination. Just because I don't have wings. Luckily, I don't have Enel's urge for communication during childhood. Or there would have been conflicts. But I can't hold on anymore. Enduring the discrimination, I finally completed the search. Returning to the forest, exhausted, I watch a regular apple turn into a lightning-patterned devil fruit. 2 years ago, my parents took me into business and encountered pirates, and my parents were killed. When the pirates were about to kill me, The ship was hit by a sky-high current, and I fortunately drifted a Baika. Although I know my name is Enel. I thought it was just a coincidence when I saw the family island. It wasn't until I was washed ashore that I understood. I am Enel. 2 years of searching yielded nothing, and it just delivered itself to me. The strongest natural type, the rumble fruit. This year, Qing Cang is 6 years old. Today, after leaving Baika with the fruit, I don't need to go to the town. I've been hiding in the forest for a year to train my body and develop the rumble fruit in a place without racial discrimination. This year has been incredibly refreshing. It's time to start the plan, closed-door crafting. Not a chance. I can't just be a training dummy for Luffy. I have to stand up. Pay attention. This kid is holding in Sky Island balloon octopus, along with a wooden board and oar. Dongfang Qing Cang's lips curl. This wave is stable. The survival rate directly jumps to over 80. A real man never looks back at the newbie village. The leap of faith is on schedule. Whoosh, he jumps down from Sky Island, cool enough to blow up the scene. This year, he is only 7 years old. On the other side, a large warship is speeding across the sea, a purple-haired middle-aged man holding a den mushi, his hands shaking like a sieve. Sengoku, say that again. Zephyr, calm down. Your wife and child were killed. The pirates have already been crushed you. Before he could finish, the den mushi was crushed. Zephyr is completely stunned. Just finished a mission and wanted to go home to see his wife and child. And the bad news hits him. As a Marine Admiral, he has protected countless civilians, but his own home was robbed. He looks up to the sky and howls, his sadness and anger reaching their peak. The entire ship's Marines look at this admiral who doesn't kill, all of them wilted. The atmosphere, so heavy it could squeeze out water. Suddenly, scream explode, breaking the dead silence. The Marines instantly go into a frenzy, scanning around. Who is so inconsiderate? Zephyr's lieutenant, sharp-eyed, points to the sky and shouts. A kid is falling from the sky. Admiral Zephyr, if we don't save him now, this kid will turn into mush. Zifa, immersed in sadness, suddenly woke up, the flame of justice burning fiercely. He glanced at the rapidly falling child, and in a flash, he disappeared. With a whoosh, he soared through the air, executing a full moonwalk. Meanwhile, Dongfang Qing Cang was cursing. Damn balloon octopus. It lost air before even falling halfway. Free fall was too thrilling, his heart racing, and he couldn't help but shout out a few times. Huh, there's a warship below. Seagull flag, Navy. Someone was rushing through the air, using moonwalk. Definitely a master of physical arts. Before he could react, the master flashed in front of him and scooped him up, charging towards the warship. Kid, are you alright? The man's voice was hoarse, his eyes filled with sorrow, but his concern was genuine. Thanks, uncle, I'm fine. The fall was fierce, but the physical condition in this world is outrageous. No big deal. That's good to hear. Zifa looked at him, feeling a bit dazed. The lieutenant noticed Zifa's unusual state and directly asked, where's your home? Why did you fall? What's with the wooden board? Dongfang Qing Cang briefly explained. The entire Navy on the ship was speechless. Isn't this kid a bit crazy? Jumping from 10,000 meters high, relying on a balloon and a wooden board? Without Zifa, he would have turned into meat paste. But the lieutenant was shocked. This kid's hometown was incredibly specific. Jiayu Island in the East China Sea, a territory of a major country, but always being eyed by a small country and constantly making noise in world meetings. He didn't look like he was lying. A quick check would reveal he wasn't a pirate, so there was no need to deceive. Kid, we'll arrange for someone to take you back to Jiayu Island in the East China Sea. For now, stay on the ship. Uncle, I'm not going back. There's no family on the island anymore. I want to become a Navy. Dongfang Qing Cang looked at the lieutenant with a hint of sadness. You're too young. Why do you want to be in the Navy? Zifa's gaze fixed on him. I don't want anyone to lose their parents. I want everyone to have family by their side. I want to go to sea safely. I want the sea to be free of pirates. Qing Cang looked at the sea, his tone passionate. This was the spark of justice. Zifa's heart trembled. This energy was what it took to eradicate pirates. To be in the Navy, one must fight pirates to the death and train hard. Can you handle it? Zifa's face was serious. I must be able to. I've trained for several years on Sky Island just to eradicate pirates. Take me in. All right, show me what you got. Lieutenant Mean, go test him. Yes, Admiral Zifa. A robust, middle-aged man stepped forward. Admiral Zifa. Qing Cang was stunned. This purple-haired man was Zifa. His luck was off the charts. Qing Cang gripped the boat, oar, and faced Mean, who looked at him skeptically. You go first, otherwise I'll knock you down in one hit. In an instant, he activated the Shuanpa. Qing Cang transformed into a phantom. The boat, or darting forward. Mean was stunned. This speed. He barely dodged, but his arm was still cut, bleeding. Qing Cang's attacks were relentless like a torrential rain. Ming could only dodge vital points, his clothes turning to rags in an instant. The surrounding navy was dumbfounded. This kid was incredible. Ming was pressured and couldn't fight back. Though he underestimated, he was just one step away from gaining the upper hand. Ming exposed a flaw, and Qing Cang's boat or directly jabbed at his heart. Ming conceded. Even though it was just a superficial wound, the opponent hadn't used a weapon. He hadn't even landed a single hit. Clap, clap, clap. Zifa applauded. I am Admiral Zifa. I acknowledge your strength. Come with me to the headquarters. He glared at Ming. Wrong? Do 5,000 push-ups in reflection. Yes, Admiral. What's your name? Your attack flows like water. You're a natural swordsman. You didn't go all out, did you? My name is Enel, and I can produce electricity. Qing Cang pretended to be honest. Electricity? Devil fruit? Zifa's eyes lit up. Show me. Watch closely. Qing Cang's body crackled with electricity, and the Navy stepped back in fear. Is this? The lieutenant trembled with excitement. Zifa touched him. His arm transformed into thunder. The strongest Logia type, the rumble fruit, the hope of the Navy. Justice smiles upon us. Enel will grow up to be a great admiral. Fujita, advance full speed to the Navy headquarters and get a headquarters phone snail. With Qing Cang causing a commotion, Zifa temporarily suppressed his sadness. This is Marineford, the headquarters of the world's largest violent institution, the world government. It seemed wise for Dongfang Qing Cang to join the Navy. Navy headquarters' new recruit training camp. 1,555. 2,000. 2,000 joint push-ups done. Next, high-altitude rope climb. 100 back and forth. Qing Cang sprinted up the building, leaping onto the rope, climbing towards another building. Finally, he completed 200 laps around the base. Finally done, he rushed back to the assembly point. As the instructor announced dismissal, the new recruits' training for the day came to an end. After meeting the future Commander Kong at the headquarters, with no issues in the background check, Zifa directly tossed him into the training camp. It's been 3 years. He initially thought the training on Sky Island was tough, but he didn't expect the training camp to be even more intense. In this world, ordinary people are not ordinary. Their physical conditions are outrageous. It took him 3 years to barely keep up. Admiral Zifa, you're back. I've completed my basic physical training. Teach me the 6 styles. Upon seeing Zifa walk in, Qing Cang eagerly shouted. Zifa was no longer the admiral who went on field missions every day. He kept his rank and became the chief instructor of the elite training camp, with Akainu and Kizaru also in his class. Not bad, kid. 3 years to catch up to others' 5 years of progress. You haven't slacked off? Zifa assessed him. Tonight, I'll teach you Iron Body. Huh? Isn't it the 6 styles? Why has it changed to 1 style? And it's the seemingly useless Iron Body. This doesn't match my 3-year expectations at all. Zifa saw his disappointed face and saw through him. Don't aim too high. How old are you? Your physique just meets the threshold to learn the 6 styles. Iron Body is foundational and the easiest to learn. You can't practice the other techniques. You'll get hurt. Yes, Admiral Zifa. Iron Body is a defensive technique that builds up strength within, making your body as hard as iron. Bullets and blades are hard to break, but when using it, you can't move freely. Only masters can truly understand it. Zifa explained clearly in the courtyard. Qing Cang listened, somewhat understanding, and as soon as Zifa left, he began to experiment. Using Iron Body, he felt his defense increase a bit. How about trying to stab myself with a dagger to test it? Damn, I'm bleeding. So, Iron Body not only increases defense, but also adds a mysterious confidence. No wonder it backfires when used. In the Navy new recruit training camp, someone was chatting. Which of these 3 monsters is stronger? Who will win the graduation competition? Based on daily practice, Enel had a high victory rate. But I really like Ji Yuan-chan. I also like Ji Yuan. So kawaii. The 3 on stage listened to the murmurs of the crowd, feeling a bit awkward. The ironclad man basically thought Enel was stable. But most people supported Ji Yuan. For the big roughnecks, looks are justice. Poor Kaji had few supporters. Only familiar faces backed him. But thankfully he had a thick skin. Dongfang Qing Cang had been in the new recruit training camp for 5 years. And today was the last day of the graduation assessment. The top 20 would become corporals, the top 10 sergeants, and the top 3 staff sergeants. The first place would directly become a warrant officer, reaching the peak of new recruits. Of course, it would only take effect after officially going to sea. Even though the rank was appealing, going to sea to kill pirates could earn more. The key was that the top 20 could enter the elite training camp, taught personally by Black Arm Zifa. Missing it would be a regret. The top 20 were already determined, and today the top 3 would be decided. In the free-for-all among the 3, the last one standing would be the champion. Ji Yuan, Kaji, old rivals. No need to talk. I'll go first. Dongfang Qingcang glanced at the 2 on his sides. Ever since he learned the 6 styles a year ago, no one in the training camp could match him. Only those 2, who also knew the 6 styles, could spar with him. In the last year, they had formed a 3-person special training session, and their strength was recognized by the entire camp. Ji Yuan's eyes shifted, and he drew his sword, ready to charge. Wait a minute, Miss Ji Yuan. Ji quickly shouted to stop. The 2 paused, and Ji Yuan frowned and urged him, speak quickly. Ji looked serious and said, today is graduation day, a memorable occasion. Don't you agree? The 2 nodded. Then on this commemorative day, I want to make a romantic confession. He pulled out flowers and stepped in front of Ji Yuan. Miss Ji Yuan, will you be my girlfriend? Ha ha ha. The onlookers couldn't help but laugh. It was lively just a moment ago, but suddenly it went quiet, followed by a burst of laughter. Ji is awesome. A real man should dare to say it. Someone fanned the flames. You jerk. Ji Yuan is mine. Someone shouted in jealousy. The assessment major was furious. Ji, are you seeking death? Ji Yuan is only 12. I want to kill you 100 times and disqualify you. I've heard this guy is outrageous, but I didn't expect it to be even more exaggerated. I refuse. Ji Yuan was headache-ridden. She was used to it. The first time being confessed to was called social death. Now it's just a sprinkle of water. Why? Pretended to be wrong it. You're too ugly. Dongfang Qingcang added a jab and reminded, if you don't compete, you won't graduate. The major is rushing over. Pointing gun. Ji suddenly launched a sneak attack. Ji, you shameless. Here we go again. Dongfang Qingcang used paper to draw and dodge. Cursing loudly. Good thing I'm prepared. Ainalu, don't be angry, just saying hello. You can handle it. ISNT this just blocking the major's mouth. Ji kept attacking relentlessly. Damn you. Just 2 years older, calling me old brother. Dongfang Qingcang continuously dodged and laughed as he charged. Bang. Their fists collided, sending shockwaves everywhere. Swish. Sword energy shot towards the 2, and they quickly retreated. Then 2 vacuum slashes flew towards Ji Yuan. She swung her sword to release 2 sword energies, accurately neutralizing them. Taking advantage of this gap, Ji Yuan charged at the 2, and the 3 were instantly in a chaotic battle. The sword energies were wildly flying, and slashes were everywhere. If it weren't for the many generals guarding from the outside, the new recruits would have suffered. For a moment, the whole venue was bustling with sword energy overflowing, various slashes flying everywhere. If it weren't for the numerous generals from the headquarters protecting them, the new recruits would have been caught in the crossfire. After a chaotic battle lasting a quarter of an hour with a loud bang, the 3 separated and stood in 3 corners of the venue. Look closely. Dongfang Qingcang's breath was stable like an old dog. His clothes were a bit torn, but he had no injuries. In contrast, Ji Yuan and Ji were in disarray, covered in slashes and marked from the pointing gun, their white uniforms stained red. Ainalu, you bastard. You hurt Miss Ji Yuan with the pointing gun. What if it leaves a scar? I'll smash you. Ji glared angrily at Qingcang. Ji, do you still have a face to talk? Who kicked that slash on Ji Yuan's leg? How will she wear a mini skirt with a scar on those long legs? Qingcang glared at Ji Yuan's leg angrily. You 2 shut up. Whether I leave a scar or not is none of your business. I'll kill you. Ji Yuan was furious. If she had enough strength, she would have already hung these 2 up to beat them. The 3 started clashing again. Half an hour later, Ji couldn't hold on anymore. Miss Jun, Ainalu's speed has increased again. The chaotic battle is too disadvantageous. Let us team up. Otherwise, we 1T last. Ji Yuan nodded. Those 2 couldn't keep up with Qingcang's speed and were just getting beaten up. Qingcang relied on speed to maneuver, occasionally launching sneak attacks. Most of their injuries came from that, and their mental and physical stamina was exhausted. The 2 launched an attack together, forcing Qingcang back. Warm-up is over. Qingcang silently drew his long sword from behind. Without considering fruit abilities, he couldn't be stopped by 2 future major candidates in a bare-handed fight. The promised chaotic battle turned into a team-up too shameless. It seemed he had to get serious. Fortunately, he brought a sword. Qingcang made the first move. With a swing of his long sword, a giant flying slash shot towards the 2, and he followed the slash, dodging in a few flashes. A master can tell the level of skill with just 1 move. Such a large slash made Ji Yuan's eyes widen. Yes, still a sword master? I've never seen him use a sword in 4 years of the training camp. Outrageous. The onlooking new recruits were all shocked. Ainalu can use swordsmanship? He has been hiding it well. The assessment major asked Lieutenant Qing Shan, has Ainalu not practiced swordsmanship for 5 years? Where do they learn the 6 styles? The training camp doesn't teach this. Major Jushiro replied, he only did basic training in combat, never saw sword training. I'm not clear on how they learned the 6 styles, but they didn't have to rest at the camp at night. It was arranged by the superiors. Major Jushiro was speechless. It's all people with backgrounds, annoying second-generation rich. But these 3 are really fierce. Even in the elite camp, they're considered good, especially that handsome boy. A sword master at 12? At 12, I was still causing trouble. Jiyuan swung her sword with all her might to release 2 sword energies to block the slash. NGG also reacted, kicking several vacuum slashes to cooperate. Unfortunately, Qing Cang's slash directly cut through the sword energies and vacuum slashes, continuing to fly towards them. This is truly a sword master's flying slash. Jiyuan quickly dodged and raised her sword to face Qing Cang, launching a fierce sword energy attack. GG also awkwardly dodged the slash, continuously kicking vacuum slashes to assist Jiyuan try to distract Qing Cang. Dongfang Qing Cang used paper to draw and shave, dodging GG's vacuum slash while swinging his sword to block Jiyuan. GG, you old sly guy, always saying you like Jiyuan, but hiding behind a sneak attack, making her take the hits. Jiyuan's long sword came at him again, and Qing Cang exerted force fiercely. One sword style, fierce tiger. The long sword crashed forward like a fierce tiger. With 2 loud clashing sounds, their swords collided. Jiyuan couldn't withstand the immense force. Even pushing against the ground was futile, and in one breath, she was sent flying. The vacuum slash from behind approached, and Qing Cang used paper to draw, dodging to the side, only to bump into GG's smug face. GG thrust his pointing gun towards Qing Cang's vital spot. The feeling was off, after images. So fast. Pressure surged from behind. Unable to dodge, it's an iron block. In this world, there are spiritual particles, though weak and hard to absorb. Qing Cang relied on them to merge the instant step and shave in an instant shave, faster, farther. And more exhausting, a unique move of his own. The old sly guy doesn't understand the curse of the iron block, right? Today, I'll teach you a lesson. Qing Cang clenched his fist and drew back his arm, delivering a full force strike. Pointing gun modified, cannon fist. Boom! The ground shook. GG's pig head plunged into the ground, collapsing on the spot. Ding! Qing Cang turned back to block Jiyuan's sneak attack with his sword. With a bang, she kicked him away with her long leg. Damn! Such a thin leg has such great strength. Qing Cang felt like his internal organs were about to be shattered. Taking advantage of the momentum, he rolled in the air, retreated a few steps to steady himself, and spat out blood. Jiyuan's long sword charged again. A prepared Qing Cang raised his sword to meet it. Relying on his experience in swordsmanship, he received her attack and gradually pushed back. With a clang of 2 swords, Qing Cang seized the opportunity to punch her in the abdomen. Jiyuan spat blood and staggered back a few steps. Seeing Qing Cang not pursuing, Jiyuan wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth. Ainalu, I didn't expect you to be a sword master. I lost, but I want to feel the gap in skill as a swordsman. Qing Cang nodded. She understood Jiyuan's nature. Qing Cang sheathed his sword, his expression serious. Jiyuan realized. Aido? Qing Cang stepped back, leaning forward, holding the sword with one hand at his waist. One sword style. Aido? A sharp aura emanated from the sword, with a flash of sword light. Jiyuan swung her sword with both hands to block with all her strength, and with a clang, her sword broke. Qing Cang's sword stopped next to her neck. The sword energy cutting off her hair ends. Cutting through iron? Congratulations, Ainalu. The graduation competition ended. Champion Ainalu, awarded the rank of Warrant Officer. That night, in Zifa's courtyard. Teacher, why are you back? Dongfang Qing Cang looked surprised at Zifa, who was sitting inside drinking tea. After the elite camp started operating, Zifa had been very busy. Not only did he have to teach students in the camp, but he also had to take students out for internships. It had been a long time since he had seen Zifa after teaching his own 6 styles. Ha ha ha, little brat, in a few days. The elite camp will welcome new students. How could I not be here? I heard you new recruits graduated first, giving me face in front of the crane. I am aware of the strengths of Jiyuan and GG. You don't need to use your devil fruit abilities to crush them. Your swordsmanship talent is truly explosive. Where did your sword master skills come from? I know your trajectory over the years. If you're not practicing with your devil fruit at night, it must be the 6 styles. Is it all purely based on talent? I might have really delayed you. Zifa wondered at the end if he had failed to find a swordsmanship master for this kid, fearing he might miss out on becoming a great swordsman. Although he himself is not a swordsman, he has a good eye. If he could become a swordsman without practice, with guidance from a famous teacher, a great swordsman and the world's #1 is just around the corner. Master, I can't really explain. I was interested in sword-like weapons on Sky Island and practiced randomly. Before the graduation competition, I took out the sword you gave me 4 years ago and practiced for 2 days. It felt pretty simple. Just swinging it a couple of times produced flying slashes. Being a swordsman isn't that hard. Qing Cang understood Zifa's concern. But after practicing swordsmanship for decades and having a swordsman master who has lived for over 2,000 years, this level of strength is nothing. But he couldn't say it outright. Zifa was speechless. How could a swordsman who has never broken through the iron-cutting level live? Fine, I'll trust you. But you have to say you worked hard on Sky Island, and you've been practicing swordsmanship at my place for the past 5 years. Take these swordsmanship books and notes. If anyone asks, just say they were given to you by me over the past 5 years. He didn't believe that nonsense. Such talent is unheard of. It needs to be covered up. Qing Cang was moved and immediately understood Zifa's meaning, quickly nodding. Zifa was satisfied. I don't understand swordsmanship. Do you need a swordsmanship teacher? Although our headquarters doesn't have a great swordsman, there are several senior swordsmen who are close, you see. No need. Your notes are enough. Every swordsman has their own path. I need to see various sword techniques and spar with swordsmen of the same level. There is no need to find a specific teacher. Qing Cang quickly interrupted. All right, you have your ideas. I want to force you. In the future, I'll pay attention to swordsmanship notes when I go to sea. Our headquarters has plenty of resources. After you're done looking at them, let me know, and I'll borrow them. Also, your sword is too ordinary, the resource library. Master, thank you. But really, it's enough. I can exchange my merits for it. Qing Cang quickly stopped him. He couldn't rely on Zifa all the time. Those things would just gather dust in the warehouse. All right, you have this intention. I support you. Zifa clicked his tongue, feeling a bit regretful. Phew, Zifa's enthusiasm is really hard to bear. Kid, if you refuse me, then let me test your strength. Let's go same old place, full speed. As soon as he finished speaking, Zifa vanished. In the Navy headquarters, Justice Mountain, with a loud bang, the bruised and battered Dongfang Qing Cang could no longer get up. Although Zifa was very good to him, when it came to fighting, he was not at all lenient. Without hockey, without the 6 styles, just swinging his fists, he couldn't withstand it. The Admiral is truly a monster. No wonder he is top-tier combat power. All right, I have a clear understanding of your strength. Excluding the devil fruit, you can match a lieutenant in our headquarters evenly. With the devil fruit, you could probably go toe-to-toe with a major. The outcome is uncertain and depends on the specific situation. Your swordsmanship is just superficial. You don't have real strength. And the same goes for the 6 styles. You know the moves, but your combat power is lacking. You're too young. Your physique can't keep up. Zifa looked at the fallen Dongfang Qing Cang and gave him an accurate assessment. Master, I understand. But how do we assess pirates in Shanghai? Qing Cang knew in his heart. Being able to perform flying slashes relied entirely on his body experience. He didn't have the strength of a swordsman at all. His physique is a big problem. He can only practice slowly. But he was aware of the Navy's combat strength. The fierce pirates on the sea must be guarded against. Zifa explained. Promotion of our headquarters officers is based on strength, and it's quite reliable. But for pirates, it's hard to say. Bounties correspond to strength, but have large discrepancies. First, bounties have a lag. A pirate's strength may skyrocket after a life-and-death battle. Second, some pirates are weak but vicious, so their bounties are high, while others are strong but less malicious, so their bounties are low. He cautioned, never rely on bounties to judge pirates. They can only be used as a reference, and you must not take them lightly. Currently, you can handle those under 20 million, but 50 million might give even a major a headache. Thank you, Master. I'll remember that. Qing Cang pondered, estimating his own level to be around 50 million. West Sea, Karipi Island. Master Zifa. Intelligence reports say that Edwes and his artillery pirate crew, with a bounty of 70 million, are right here. Jiuan pointed at the island to report. Zifa looked at his students behind him. This is your first time facing pirates directly. It's completely different from training or fighting wild beasts. You must be fully alert. Understand? Yes, Master. GG. Dock the ship and prepare to go ashore. In a clearing in the forest, the artillery pirate crew was having a party. They had just robbed a merchant ship, acquiring a famous sword and over 50 million in treasure. Wijia is a swordsman. This good sword belongs to you, but the treasure is not your share. Edwes declared. Thank you, Captain. Wijia exclaimed in ecstasy. Getting the good sword is worth 50 craftsmanship. Suddenly, a crew member rushed in. Captain, the Navy has landed and is surrounding us. Damn it, they just won't leave us alone. We didn't want to provoke them. But since they seek death, let us bury them all here and then head to the Grand Line. Edwy said with a fierce expression. Kill all the Navy, Captain. You're mighty. Whoosh. A massive slash flew towards the pirates. As the minions were scared to death, Wijia also slashed out. The two slashes collided and exploded, sending shockwaves that bent the bushes. Unexpected. This bloodthirsty swordsman with a bounty of 40 million. The intelligence didn't say he was a swordsman. Just as the words fell, 3 figures suddenly appeared at the edge of the forest. This bloodthirsty swordsman is mine. Gun spoke up. I'll take that, Captain. GG said, looking disgruntled. Looks like I can only choose the vice captain. Bastard. What do you take us for? Captain, I'll kill them. The vice captain exploded in anger. I have a bounty of 45 million. Dare to insult me? 3 little brats dare to look down on us? Go. Edwy's ordered. Navy girl, use your blood to sacrifice my new weapon. Wijia's blood-colored slash struck towards Gun. Blood Moon's funeral. Shave. Gun dodged, swiftly slashing towards Wijia's neck. Clang. The 2 blades clashed. Wijia grinned. You can fight pretty well, little girl. Unfortunately, I'm a swordsman now. Blood-killing slash. The famous sword rightfully belongs to justice. Use your swordsman power to pave my way. Slash wind. Gun used paper drawing to dodge, then countered with a sword light. The force slashed towards Wijia. He dodged the vital points and was about to counterattack when he suddenly had a hole in his body. Gun had hit him with the finger gun, launching a torrential assault. Bang bang. The vice captain dodged the bullet and glared at GG. Sly Navy. The swordsmen are fighting. We shouldn't be idle. GG opened fire again. I have a bounty of 45. Bang bang. Gunfire interrupted him. Surrendering can reduce your sentence. I said I have 45. Bang bang bang. Gunfire continued. Sneaky Navy, I'll kill you. Wild charge. GG used shave gale foot, kiting while provoking, fully employing the sneaky style. Swish swish swish. The Navy all jumped out. The assault battle began. Edwys, your time is up. Impel down is your destination. Ha! Little brat, you don't understand anything. I've killed more Navy than you've seen. You think you can take me on in hand-to-hand combat? Who do you look down on? With a bounty of 70 million, I'll send you to your death. Weapon transformation, cannon. Shells were fired. Qing Cang dodged with shave. Finger gun. He flashed past the minions, pointing his finger at him. Edwys was shocked. So fast. This little brat is not simple. Dare to fight hand-to-hand. Seeking death. Weapon transformed into a machete cannon. Qing Cang dodged the knife with paper drawing, then jabbed the cannon barrel with his finger gun. So hard. He dodged to the side, transforming the finger gun into a cannon fist. Bang! It slammed into the hammer. Edwys blocked it, transforming. Flashbang. Qing Cang closed his eyes. Gatling. D. The Gatling gun with blue flames has an explosive firing rate, and all the bullets hit him. He instinctively used an iron block steel. Luckily, he didn't slack off this year, and the iron block is even harder now. Clanging sounds. All the bullets were blocked by the iron block. He wasn't injured, but was howling in pain. Dongfang Qing Cang kicked wildly with both feet, launching several vacuum slashes. Storm foot. Chaos. This wave of output directly maxed out. Pay attention. Advice, as expected of a character worth 70 million, saw that his attack was ineffective and immediately unleashed his ultimate move. Weapon transformation. Self-destruction. His whole body exploded into fireworks, dodging the slashes and sending Qing Cang flying. This maneuver left everyone dumbfounded. Is he dead? He urgently looked at the smoke. This move has killed countless masters. If he doesn't waste time, he could sweep across the West Sea early. His scheming is truly on point. In the thick smoke, Qing Cang was in a terrible state. He ripped off his tattered clothes, covered in blood stains. Luckily, he quickly shaved the edges. The iron block, steel held firm, almost forcing him to elementalize. Dodging Max is no joke. You absolutely wouldn't expect it. He didn't use devil fruits or swordsmanship, but to practice life return. This final secret of the 6 styles can control the body, internal organs, and even hair. It's more important than the 6 styles. But it's extremely difficult to learn. Zifa had to force him in a hand-to-hand combat. And only by hitting hard did he learn quickly. This special training is brutal. As the smoke cleared, Qing Cang dashed forward with a shave. The second round of the fight began. The aura directly crushed. Adewise transformed into a weapon man, swinging dual hammers towards his fists. A huge bang. The shockwave exploded. Then bang, 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 they clashed fiercely. Trees were shattered by the force. The forest was plowed through. The scene was explosive. You guys are not ordinary Navy. Which division are you from? Weiss gasped. The vice captain struggled. Vega, slightly better. The minions were taken out in an instant. This is real elite. The gap is too obvious. Qing Cang drew his long sword. We are from the elite camp of the headquarters. Your physical skills are good, but you will definitely fall today. Showing your true abilities only now. Too late. Want to use me for practice? You probably don't have the strength to swing your sword anymore. Ha ha. Weiss laughed wildly, draining his stamina. The sword master is useless. This calculation is quite clever. Want to run? I can fly. Weiss turned into a smoke bomb, exploding with white mist. Then he transformed into a missile and shot into the sky. He doesn't believe he still has the stamina to use shave to chase. This escape tactic is brilliant. Although he doesn't know the 6 styles, he has seen pigs run, even if he hasn't eaten pork. After so many years in the West Sea, he has fought against Navy who can use the 6 styles. The 6 styles are powerful, but they consume a lot of stamina, especially shave. Weiss is sure of this. His escape is guaranteed. Unfortunately for his subordinates, the vice captain and the bloodthirsty swordsman, their strength and loyalty are all online. But seeing the two at a disadvantage, Weiss couldn't bear to abandon them. Students from the elite camp of the headquarters. Surely there are teachers behind them. If he doesn't run now, there will be no chance when it all collapses. He can dominate the West Sea. Not just relying on his fists, but also his brain, very cunning. Thinking of the treasure he painstakingly gathered, his heart bleeds. He secretly vowed, if I escape, the Navy will pay the price. Flying in the sky, Weiss looked at the smoke below, feeling triumphant. Pay attention. Stormfoot, Great Wall Cannon. Bang, bang, bang. With a few quick kicks, Dongfang Qing Cang scattered the smoke with shockwaves. Looking at Weiss, who was soaring into the sky, Qing Cang sneered. Want to run? Too naive. I knew you could fly, and I also know you were stalling for time to recover. Just right, I could do the same. One sword style, /void, charge version. Turning his back to charge while the swordmaster is running away. Big mistake. A white slash instantly flew out, catching up to the missile in a breath. Bang! The slash cut horizontally, and the missile exploded. Qing Cang was dumbfounded. Cutting a missile will make it explode? Unscientific. A few quick dodges, rushed over to take a look. Is he dead? Weiss fell straight down, motionless. Qing Cang raised his sword to test. Unexpectedly, the opponent suddenly transformed into a missile again, shooting towards him at high speed. No mercy? Let's die together. With a Navy genius to accompany him to the grave. It's worth it. Qing Cang swiftly slashed, using shave to dodge, but the explosion was 10 times more ferocious than before. Captain, the downed vice captain and swordsman, seeing such an explosive scene for the first time, Enel, Ji Yuan, and Jiajia looked at the center of the explosion, anxious to the point of breaking their voices. Suddenly, a coughing sound came from the thick smoke. Qing Cang covered his chest, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. He was seriously injured. As the smoke cleared, Qing Cang scanned around, not seeing Weiss, only a ground full of flesh. This time he really self-destructed and died. No wonder the power was explosive. Damn it, is this a weapon fruit or a self-destruction fruit? Most pirates are illiterate, otherwise, it would be even worse for them. If this caused a mushroom cloud, they would be dead for sure. Baby 5, you tricked me. Ordinary self-destruction can be avoided, but true self-destruction has outrageous power. The weapon fruit is severely underestimated. If Vegapunk had eaten it, the world would have been nuclear flattened long ago. Enel, are you okay? Ji Yuan supported him, his voice trembling. Leaning against Ji Yuan's fragrant body, Qing Cang felt that the explosion was worth it. Cough, I'm fine. I managed to elementalize and avoided most of it, just that my internal organs took a hit. And he spat out 2 more mouthfuls of blood. Don't talk. Jiajia, what are you dawdling for? Quickly call the medical personnel. Ji Yuan glared at Jiajia, who was envious next to him. Furious. What are you jealous of? It's infuriating. Not a single one is worry-free. Enel, I really don't understand you. In the elite camp for a year, your strength has caught up to the graduating seniors. Except for the 3 major natural types, no one from previous years is this strong. You have full talent. You can definitely reach the top. What's the rush? Ji Yuan looked at the blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, feeling extremely heartbroken. Life return is not hard. Your physique is enough. You can master it in no time. Zifa and Garp are all natural progressions. But you, to learn it in advance, limiting your swordsmanship fruit. Desperately seeking fights. Are you playing with your life? She really didn't understand. He seemed to be driven forward, pulling up his physical skills, swordsmanship, and fruit powers. While she was working hard enough, she was far behind him. Cough, cough. Ji Yuan, you wouldn't tea like me, would you? Qing Cang's thought process was peculiar. He blurted this out without any decorum. Go die, you bastard. Ji Yuan's face turned bright red, and she punched him in the face, making him see stars. What are you two? Jiajia returned with the medical personnel, looking at the blushing Ji Yuan and the nose-bleeding Qing Cang, confused. After effects. Capillaries burst. A little blood is normal. Quickly let the medical personnel take a look. Internal bleeding can't be taken lightly. I'm dizzy. Qing Cang immediately pretended to be dead. Ji Yuan panicked. Enel, are you okay? Quickly lie down. Jiajia raised a stretcher, ready to send him to the warship. Jiajia was even more confused with his physique. A few days of rest would suffice. Does he really need a stretcher? The medical personnel coughed. 3 of you, let me check first. Bang, bang with 2 sounds. The last 2 pirates fell to the ground. The gunpowder pirates were completely wiped out. Ha ha ha. Ji Yuan is amazing, crushing the swordsman and becoming a sword master. Zifa changed his tone. Enel is too unreasonable. Being so seriously injured, he was too careless. Advice was simply not enough to fight. You opened all your skills and still suffered so much. Arrogance and impatience. Go back and rest. Your mindset is broken. It's the teacher. Qing Cang's face turned bright red. Considering himself an elite, the worst debut, it's so embarrassing. But the result is perfect. Zifa looked at his ashamed expression, nodding in satisfaction. Making mistakes is not scary. He just pushed himself too hard. This lesson is just right. Mission accomplished. Capturing pirates, returning to headquarters. Qing Cang felt his recovering organs and smiled. Breaking through between life and death. Life return is secure. On the deck of the warship, Dongfang Qing Cang looked at the captured pirates, feeling more and more that joining the Navy was the right choice. With a famous teacher guiding him, he can grow with peace of mind. The intelligence provided by the headquarters for exterminating pirates minimizes casualties, much better than being a pirate where survival is uncertain. But his strength is still a bit lacking. Although he has the 6 styles as a foundation and the experience of fighting, he can't take down a 70 million pirate just relying on physical skills. The biggest problem is his physique. He is still too young. Not to mention Kaido, an unkillable freak. Top-tier powerhouses in the future can fight for days and nights. Compared to them, he is still too weak. However, with life returned to his hands, the next steps would be easier. Just planning for the future, Kaji slyly approached. Sister Ji Yuan, congratulations on becoming a sword master. Ji Yuan nodded without responding, staring at the long sword in her hand. Truly a famous blade, far stronger than the standard issue. Isn't this the Red Fang? A quality blade, made with 50 craftsmanship? That bloodthirsty swordsman is quite deep. Kaji, you understand this too? Aren't you into guns? Qing Cang was surprised. Did this guy have this kind of knowledge? A little bit. A little bit. Congratulations, Sister Ji Yuan. Your strength has greatly increased, and you got a famous sword, double happiness. Kaji was very sweet-tongued. Thank you. I didn't expect Teacher Zafa to give me the Red Fawn directly. I thought it would be confiscated. Thank you so much. Ji Yuan smiled brightly. Kaji seized the opportunity and pulled out a flower. Sister Ji Yuan, be my girlfriend. Reject. Ji Yuan's face fell. Her good mood vanished. Qing Cang had a strange expression. Kaji, do you have a space fruit? Where did you pull that flower from? Kaji had been rejected 30 times, feeling emo, and was too lazy to deal with this steel-straight man. He knew nothing about love. Look, Kaji was rejected again, 10 times in the elite camp. So tragic. Is he shameless? Brother, dare to say it. Aren't you afraid he'll beat you? Haha, youth is great. Zafa watched happily. This life return is truly divine. Qing Cang controlled his internal organs, heartbeat, and digestion all clearly. After 2 months of dealing with pirates, he had already practiced skillfully. Even the physical arts masters can eat. Life return solves the limit of food intake. Luffy's food instantly transforms into energy. That's the reasoning. Qing Cang transformed from a skinny boy on Sky Island into a master of the 6 styles, all thanks to the unlimited meals in the Navy's cafeteria. His body was nourished into a superhuman physique. Life return can also grow hair and change form. But Qing Cang valued controlling his internal organs. Lightning body forging and hockey arrangements were in order. After obtaining the Thunder Fruit, he tried using cloud concealment lightning body forging, stimulating his body with mental control of lightning. But the result failed. Lightning can be operated with mental power to a meticulous degree, but the human body is always in motion, and the flesh conducts electricity entirely. Weak current is useless. Strong current can't be tolerated by internal organs. So the plan had to be shelved. Now, with life return, it's different. The two combinations solve the problem perfectly. It's exhilarating. The next step is to learn Haki. Haki is divided into 3 types. The Conqueror's Haki that can scare enemies into unconsciousness if one has royal qualifications. The Armament Haki that can enhance offense and defense, allowing one to touch the tangible aspects of natural types. And the Observation Haki that can predict an opponent's movements. Normally, the Navy must go to sea to accumulate enough merits to apply for Haki. But with Zay Fa around, he thought he could take a shortcut, only to be rejected. Zay Fa said he was too young, his physique wasn't enough, learning Haki too early could harm his body, and might even leave permanent damage. The Navy headquarters basically does not teach Haki to minors unless they can control life return. That's why he was eager to learn life return. The double reason was pushing him to charge forward. Only in this way can he dramatically increase his strength and secure a place in the upcoming rampage era. This chaotic world has too little sense of security. Who knows when he might set sail and get easily slain. Moreover, the era is about to explode, and the time left for himself is limited. This year is the year of the sea calendar 1496. Last year, the Battle of Eitwall. The Flying Lion Pirates suffered a terrible defeat against the Roger Pirates. Next year, Roger will become the Pirate King, ushering in a new era. In another year, Roger will be executed, completely igniting the era of rampage, and the great age of exploration will come, which will be the darkest days for the Navy and common people. In that year, Qing Cang will graduate from the elite camp and officially become a Navy officer at sea. He will only be 15 years old. Time flies. 2 years have passed in a flash. The obsessed Qing Cang finally welcomed graduation season. The elite camp assessment is different from the rookie camp's competition. It directly involves real action, killing pirates, with higher bounties leading to better performance and rewards. Enel, are you sure you want to take on the mission to exterminate the giant crocodile pirates? Asked Major Ron. Absolutely, Major Ron. Qing Cang was super serious. The assessment does not allow outsiders to intervene. You must handle the entire giant crocodile pirates by yourself, and most call a warship for escort. The Major couldn't help but remind him, a genius falling is worse than a waste. Understood. Sorry for the trouble, Major. Wishing you success. At the Marineford military port, small warships carried assessment students out, and the 6th Elite Camp graduation assessment officially began. The Grand Line was Sabi Island. Enel, this is the last place the intelligence department discovered the giant crocodile pirates 3 days ago. You have 2 months. If you don't complete it, it's a failure. This is a transponder snail. Once completed, contact the examiner for escort. If you can't catch them in 2 months, you can also contact the examiner, but the score will drop. Any objections? No objections. Assessment begins. Qing Cang strolled through the most prosperous street of Wasabi Island, frowning slightly, gazing into the distance. Thanks to the thunder fruit, under the influence of electromagnetic waves, his observation Haki has an extensive coverage range, allowing him to leisurely gather intelligence. This island is extremely prosperous, with residents and pirates mixed together, relying on the unspoken rules of the dark world for protection. Many pirates come here to sell stolen goods and replenish supplies. But it's unclear which faction they belong to. He didn't need to worry about these. The troublesome part was, 3 days ago, the giant crocodile pirates only stayed on this island for half a day, and the clues were probably long gone. Qing Cang entered the tavern with the most pirates on the island. His observation Haki showed that the leader of the giant crocodile pirates had landed here 3 days ago. He ordered a drink and quietly listened to the surrounding chatter. The noise was bustling, with all kinds of information flying around, and he selectively listened for useful bits, not letting any clues slip by. For the next 2 days, he tactfully inquired with residents and merchants who had come into contact with the giant crocodile pirates that day, relying on patience and sharpness to slowly figure out some situations. On the evening of the 3rd day, Qing Cang stood by the sea, gazing at the sunset glow, holding a sea chart in his hand filled with the gains from these 3 days. After some pondering and analysis, he had a grasp of the movements of the giant crocodile pirates. They were here to find Captain Jack's treasure. This Jack was a great pirate of the same era as Rox, rumored to have hidden his treasures on a certain small island. Originally, it was a story passed down by nearby residents. Long ago, there was a fisherman who occasionally saw a ship full of treasures entering and exiting a certain sea area while fishing, but upon seeing the pirate flag, he didn't dare to approach and only watched from afar a few times. Such vague treasure stories are as numerous as cows in this world. Most are just fabrications. But the giant crocodile pirates specifically inquired about an island while procuring supplies and even asked about Jack's treasure, which made it credible. Qing Cang calculated the amount of supplies they procured, compared it to their numbers, and combined it with the distance to that island. It was almost certain the target was Changchi Island, a place where nearby residents didn't dare to set foot. Young man, are you going to Changchi Island? That's a death trap. Don't throw your life away. We won't be stopping there either. The person in charge of the port merchant ship kindly advised. Changchi Island is not a place for people to stay. It's said to have mutated beasts and killer plants. Ordinary people would just be sending themselves to death. Uncle, I've inquired. I'll just be wandering around the outskirts of the island. Nothing major. You don't need to stop. I'll get off the ship when we pass near the waters. No need to wait for me. I'll still pay for the fare. Qing Cang was determined. He was worried that the giant crocodile pirates might have already left in search of treasure. This was the fastest ship passing Changchi Island. He absolutely couldn't let it go. The person in charge of the merchant ship saw that this young man's will was incredibly firm. Having traveled around for so many years, he still had some insight. So there was no point in saying more. The next day, young man, ahead is Changchi Island. Are you swimming over? Do you want a small boat to take you? The person in charge kindly asked. Thanks, uncle, you all keep going. Qing Cang finished speaking and jumped off the deck, using moonwalk, walking on water. His feet touched the sea surface, shooting towards Changchi Island like an arrow. This was inspiration he got from watching martial arts dramas. Moonwalk is too exhausting for prolonged use. It's fine for short-term battles, but who can handle long-distance travel? The surface of the water has tension and buoyancy. Stepping on water is much less tiring than stepping on air. After landing on the island, Qing Cang activated his observation hockey and quickly made a discovery. There was a corpse. A dry corpse? The clothes were not too aged, and there were no fatal wounds. Qing Cang flipped the body over with his foot, noticing a small hole in the back while the rest was intact. It was quite strange, but finding something was good. Under the coverage of observation hockey, new clues quickly emerged. Qing Cang followed the trail of the corpse and finally spotted the big forces of the giant crocodile pirate crew in the jungle. Jason, are we there yet? That old ghost Jack really knows how to hide. We've nearly searched all of Long Flag Island, and if we keep going, the little ones will die out. A 3-meter-tall man said with a gloomy face as he yelled at the middle-aged man looking at the map. Captain, up ahead is the last treasure point. Jack hit it pretty deep and set up a bunch of false locations. But if we get the treasure, no matter the losses, it's worth it. The dead are just irrelevant crew members. Isn't it better to have fewer people to share the treasure? Captain, do you mind? There are plenty of pirates in the Grand Line. With our strength, we can recruit more. Jason fixed his gaze on the sea chart, not lifting his head, while several people around nodded repeatedly. Ha ha ha, you understand me. But too many dead are troublesome. The captain of the giant crocodile, Basis, looked at the crew lagging behind and laughed. A bunch of disheveled appearances. Captain, we're here. The valley below is where Jack hid the treasure. Jason stood at the edge of the cliff and looked down. The valley was completely covered by the jungle. Little ones, did you hear that? Jack's treasure is right below. Get energized, charge. Yes, Captain. Strange. Didn't the giant crocodile pirate crew claim to have a fleet of 500? How come there were less than 50 left? There weren't that many corpses along the way. Could it be that the beasts on the other side of the island were more ferocious? Qing Cang recalled the deformed beasts encountered on the way and felt a bit doubtful. But I'm gonna think about that. Watching the approaching pirates, Qing Cang decided to attack directly. If he could ambush, he wouldn't confront them head-on. Thunderclap. The running pirates suddenly saw several bolts of lightning strike down from the sky. Enemy attack, shouted the long-haired swordsman, but it was too late. The speed of the lightning was off the charts. Before he finished speaking, several crew members were turned to charcoal. While the giant crocodile crew took cover from the lightning, Qing Cang transformed into a current and stealthily flew towards the gun-wielding youth. This was the sniper of the pirate crew. When the swordsman shouted, he had dodged the lightning, but seeing the current approaching made him panic. As he dodged another bolt of lightning, he suddenly felt a pain on top of his head and lost consciousness, vaguely seeing a figure emerge from the current. Flying finger gun, Qing Cang emerged from the current and shot an air bullet into the sniper's temple, killing him instantly. The giant crocodile pirate crew sniper, the bounty of 80 million DO, was taken care of. Just as Qing Cang was about to continue, a massive slash came towards him. Death swordsman Akura. He used paper drawing to dodge, then kicked out a gale foot, delivering a vacuum slash directly at Akura. Giant crocodile shockwave. Rondo slash. Shining strike. The opponent directly blocked his slash wave. Little brat. Dare to kill my sniper? Go to hell. Death spin. Captain Basis of the giant crocodile charged in like a spinning top. Qing Cang leaped into the air with a moonwalk, then stomped down with a falling 1,000 pounds onto the top of the spinning top. If that foot landed, it would likely crush his brain. Suddenly, a flying slash came at him. Qing Cang countered with an iron block, cannon fist, directly shattering the long-haired swordsman's strike. He kept stepping down. Boom! The falling 1,000 pounds was blocked by a fist. Puncher Yura. The sound of fists and feet colliding shook the jungle. After a moment of stalemate, the spinning top captain finally stopped. Looking at the swaying Yura, Basis realized what was happening and launched a giant crocodile shockwave towards Qing Cang's leg. Qing Cang transformed to avoid the attack, unleashing a surge of electricity, 1,000,000 volts. Elementalized, he released a high-voltage current, shocking both individuals caught in the current into a contorted state. Breakthrough path 4, Blue Thunder. He followed the current straight towards the escaping navigator Jason. Jason rolled to the side to dodge, but before he could rejoice, a pillar of lightning fell from the sky. Judgment of Thunder. The enormous lightning pillar directly engulfed Jason. But he surprisingly didn't die, just heavily injured. Qing Cang frowned. Are people in the pirate world made of iron? Even those with a bit of strength are ridiculously durable. It seems killing requires penetrating wounds. Let me fire a blue thunder shot. Bang! The death swordsman Akura directly blocked the blue thunder. The captain and the puncher closed in from behind. The ambush plan was ruined. Qing Cang initially wanted to take out the fragile navigator, since the martial arts master was hard to kill, but he didn't expect the opponent to recover so quickly. This was too ridiculous. If the crocodile fruit captain was an animal-type tank, it was one thing, but how could a puncher also be so resistant to electricity? Is 1,000,000 volts just for show? Little brat, you're looking for death. If you have the ability, don't run around. You can only ambush? Captain Basis was furious. This brat relied on speed, ambushed, and killed the sniper, and now he wanted to deal with the navigator. He was a crocodile man with a bounty of 150 million, the captain of the giant crocodile pirate crew. Didn't he care about his face? Little brat, who are you? Why are you ambushing us? The death swordsman asked. Do you think pirates look for reasons before killing and robbing? Qing Cang replied nonchalantly. Are you also a pirate? Puncher Yura asked suspiciously. Could it be that other pirate crews were eyeing Captain Jack's treasure? Which pirate crew are you from? Want to rob my treasure? Dream on. Jack's treasure is ours. You're not leaving Long Flag Island today. Basis was about to explode with anger. He had put in so much effort and lost so many crew members for this treasure. How could he let others snatch it away? The treasure in the valley was already predetermined for him. Captain, this brat isn't a pirate. He asked from the Navy. Jason, regaining his composure, stared at Qing Cang with an ugly expression. He didn't recognize the flying finger gun, but the moonwalk was a superhuman technique of the world government. What a coincidence. How could a pirate know this move? He must be from the Navy. How could the Navy come to this godforsaken place? Clearly, they're here to hunt us down. This brat uses lightning attacks, strong and fast, super scary. There must be more Navy around. We need to end this quickly, or we won't be able to escape. Surrounded, Qing Cang calmly clapped his hands, not at all flustered at being exposed. As expected of strategist, you have good eyesight. With your spinning top captain and muscle puncher, this pirate crew would have scattered long ago. You've worked hard. Captain, he has complimented my muscles. But why does he call you spinning top captain? Is he insulting you? Yura defended the captain. Idiot. Didn't you hear him say you're a muscle puncher? He is insulting you for being stupid. Basis' nose was so angry it was crooked. This fool repeated it again. Bastard, you dare to insult me and the captain is stupid. Yura yelled at Qing Cang, then turned to Basis. But Captain, I'm a muscle puncher. I didn't say anything wrong. Captain, Yura, he is stalling for time. There must be a large number of Navy searching outside. Let us chop this brat up quickly. Otherwise, we won't be able to escape if we're surrounded. Jason and the death swordsman Akura exchanged glances, quickly stopping their teammate from showing off his intelligence. This little brat is indeed cunning. Ambushing, insulting us is stupid. And deceiving us. Everything the captain hates, you've done. Today, I'll make sure you have no place to be buried. Basis shouted, little ones go, tear him apart. Basis directly transformed into a 4-meter crocodile man, charging towards Qing Cang like a rocket. Roaring impact. Jason, this strategist, was indeed competent. Normally, how could there be only one person to hunt pirates? Unfortunately, he guessed wrong. But that's fine, since the opponent was attacking with full force. They wouldn't easily escape. Qing Cang watched the crocodile man, launching towards him, swiftly dodging to the side and delivering a heavy punch to his back. The crocodile man didn't evade and took the punch head-on, sweeping his tail towards Qing Cang. Qing Cang used iron block, steel, bracing with one hand. Bang! Basis was hit by a punch, crashing heavily to the ground, shaking the earth. Muscle collision. Yura took the opportunity while Qing Cang blocked the tail to charge at him. Bang! As the crocodile man landed, Qing Cang was also knocked flying. The opportunity had come. Akura and Jason coordinated to strike, delivering a cross slash towards Qing Cang. With a super whip kick aimed at his head, determined to kill him in one blow. This is an eye for an eye, relying on the toughness of animal-type abilities, using the captain as bait, and coordinating smoothly. It seems they've used this trick quite a bit. Armament. Iron block, steel. Qing Cang was knocked away by 2 attacks, crashing through several trees before hitting the ground. It hurt like hell. Being a super meat shield is tough. Fortunately, the double defense is strong, almost forcing him into elementalization. I didn't expect even the dumbest pirates to be so cunning in battle. These 2 fools are surprisingly treacherous during the fight. However, they seem unaware that nature types can elementalize. Otherwise, they wouldn't coordinate like this. This intelligence is wrong. Jason, did you misjudge? Akura gave Jason a look. Jason signaled him not to rush and to continue observing. Get up, you little brat. Yura shouted. What are you shouting for? Are you in such a hurry to get your lunchbox? Qing Cang stood up and brushed off the dust. Relying solely on physical skills wouldn't work as expected. The current bounties are genuine and not like the inflated ones from Luffy's era. The second round begins. He's going to use his full strength. Lightning flash. Dazzling lightning exploded. And Qing Cang, who had closed his eyes in advance, used Kinbunchika Haki to lock onto his target. Thunder instantaneous body. He transformed into thunder and appeared behind Yura, who was shielding his eyes with his hand, a long sword appearing out of thin air in his hand, and the next second, it stabbed straight into his throat. When the white light suddenly appeared, the members of the giant crocodile crew instinctively closed their eyes, and with a thud, one person fell to the ground. When they opened their eyes, they saw Qing Cang slowly withdrawing the sword from Yura's throat. The boxer Yura, with a bounty of 95 million, was taken care of. You should die. Basis hadn't finished shouting when Qing Cang vanished. Shuinpa. Clash. The long sword was blocked by Akura, and the other 2's attacks followed. Paper drawing. Qing Cang, like a piece of paper, dodged the attacks effortlessly. One sword style thrust. The long sword was as fast as lightning, directly piercing through Basis. Seeing this, Akura and Jason rushed in madly. Qing Cang was about to expand his victory when he looked up and saw Basis grinning. Got you. This guy grabbed the long sword with one hand, wrapping it with armament haki, and punched Qing Cang's head. Sure enough, he can use armament haki. Are there pirates with haki in the first half of the Grand Line? And still pretending not to know that nature types can elementalize? Quite insidious. No wonder they can repeatedly take down the pursuing navy. Armament. Qing Cang's other arm also covered with armament haki. The 2 large and 1 small black fist collided. At the same time, Jason kicked toward his head. Qing Cang's head was directly kicked to pieces, but it was an elementalization. Physical attacks without haki are useless against nature types. Opportunity. The Death Sword Master's heart was filled with joy, black haki wrapping around the long sword, slashing through Qing Cang's body at super speed. One sword style instant kill. Puff. Blood splattered. The 3 were ecstatic, grinning with sinister smiles, but the next second, their smiles froze. Basis had a huge wound cut open on his body. His internal organs exposed, blood gushing out. Impossible. Akura and Jason shouted simultaneously. Qing Cang kicked the dying Basis away and swung his sword towards the shocked Akura. By the time he sensed the danger, it was too late. A fatal blow. Flying Akura looked at his headless corpse, falling into darkness. The Death Sword Master of the giant crocodile pirates, with a bounty of 125 million, was taken care of. Qing Cang walked towards the retreating Jason, who panicked. Don't come over. I have a treasure map. Captain Jack's treasure is all yours. Just let me go. Hee. If you're dead, the treasure map is mine too. Qing Cang smirked. I surrender. I accept judgment. Take me to Impel Down. Don't kill me. Jason knelt down and pleaded. If you disclose the treasure during judgment, wouldn't I be losing both the lady and the soldiers? Killing you to silence you is more reliable. Qing Cang remained unmoved. Jason was stunned. You're the Navy? How can you break the law? Just as he was about to plead again, he was directly decapitated. Before dying, he vaguely heard, did you spare the last person who begged for mercy? For such a ruthless pirate, Qing Cang never shows mercy, sending him to hell is more convenient. Impel down? A waste of food and manpower. The navigator strategist of the giant crocodile pirates, with a bounty of 75 million, Jason, was taken care of. Ha ha, cough cough. Jason is really ugly. Basis laughed while spitting blood, his intestines spilling all over the ground. Still alive, the vitality of animal types is truly absurd. But now he is left with endless pain. Qing Cang prepared to send him on his way. Captain, it's time to meet your crew. Don't keep them waiting. Wait. Basis struggled before I die. I want to ask, why could Akura's sword elementalize? His armament haki was already exposed. But Akura's armament haki was used for the first time in actual combat. No one knows. Based on his experience, nature types often use elementalization to dodge attacks. Although this ability user has been relying on physical skills, they began to doubt when Qing Cang ambushed and killed Dio. After Yura's death, the three secretly planned. He would be the bait, creating a lethal opportunity for Akura. This little injury was nothing. The plan was going smoothly, but the result was tragic. And he was unwilling. He had to ask why. I have no interest in fulfilling a pirate's last wish. Let us talk about being a good person in the next life. Qing Cang kept him in suspense, and with a swift motion, the knife fell. Basis, with a bounty of 155 million, was finished in seconds. Seeing him die with his eyes wide open, Qing Cang sneered. Pirates are cunning. For the Navy to win, they must be even more cunning. I can sense the battlefield in advance. ISNT, it easy to know a sneak attack is coming. Elementalization at hand. ISNT, it enjoyable to watch you dogs fight. Before, I used paper drawing to accompany the fight, just to practice physical skills and physique. Did you really think you could rely on me? Just a practice partner. Training for superhuman physique is too difficult. Although I have lightning to speed up my body, Enel isn't a special race. He doesn't have the abnormal physique of Kaido or Big Mom. And I still have to rely on fist-to-flesh grinding. Zifa already said not to neglect physical skills. When asked how to train an extreme physique, he said, you can only break through by fighting while injured. Superhuman physiques are often physical skill masters, and nature types are rare because they basically don't get hurt. Jack's treasure location? The treasure map doesn't even have an X marked on it. The warship hasn't arrived yet, just right to search for treasure. Who doesn't have a youthful dream? The valley is filled with strange plants, too quiet. Kinbunchaku swept over many corpses. They must be from the giant crocodile crew. I sprinted towards the center using moonwalk. There are many skeletons and no animals. The center is a cave. As soon as I landed, vines shot out. Paper drawing dodged, swinging the sword to slash. Unbelievable. Everything was blocked. Nothing was severed. Seriously cutting, I finally severed it. Green vines flowed with red juice. And there were screams. The vines were furious, blocking the sky and shooting at me. And even the trees seemed to come alive and rolled over. Damn, did the god of ninjas run to the wrong scene? So many, I'm exhausted. Elementalization dodged, floating and watching the rampaging plants, feeling scared. These plants must have been controlled by something. The corpses on the island might also have been controlled. Not long after, the plants gradually calmed down. Qing Cang pondered as he returned to solid form and landed. Sure enough, the plants went berserk again. It seems this thing can sense through the ground. There's no way around it. Dongfang Qing Cang can only enter the cave through elementalization. Maintaining his elemental form, Dongfang Qing Cang moves swiftly and soon reaches the bottom of the cave. The entrance is 3 to 4 meters wide, but the bottom reveals a hidden paradise. The bottom of the cave is filled with dazzling light, and treasures of gold and silver are scattered everywhere. Dongfang Qing Cang carefully uses his observation haki to search around, and indeed, it's all gold, silver, and jewels, but there are no devil fruits or famous swords. This treasure leaves him speechless, roughly estimated to be worth over 10 billion berries, not counting the jewels, but it's of no use to him if he wanted money. There is plenty of gold in the Sky Island. This is far less valuable. Moreover, he can't carry much of his treasure. Although the soul fragments from his original body are of high quality, his soul power hasn't increased much since his rebirth, so his soul space isn't very large. His soul power truly began to increase when he killed the weaponman Edvis 2 years ago, directly boosting his soul power, which was most visibly reflected in the expansion of his soul space from 3 cubic meters to 5 cubic meters. After 2 years of continuous experiments, Dongfang Qing Cang has summarized methods and rules for absorbing spiritual substances to enhance his soul power. Firstly, this world has spiritual substances, which Dongfang Qing Cang discovered shortly after his reincarnation, but they are scarce and difficult to absorb. However, when a person dies and is about to enter the underworld, as long as Dongfang Qingcang is present, he can absorb a small portion of the spiritual substances. Moreover, after he consumes this absorbed spiritual substance, he can easily replenish it from the air. In the world of pirates, there are underworlds and souls, and human souls are composed of spiritual substances. Dongfang Qingcang doesn't know whether he is absorbing the spiritual substances from the underworld's passage or from the souls of the deceased. In any case, this portion of spiritual substance needs a specific time to be absorbed. Additionally, only by absorbing spiritual substances can the increased spiritual pressure be quickly replenished from the air. Secondly, regarding the amount of absorbed spiritual substance, Dongfang Qingcang can absorb a large quantity from those he personally kills, while the opposite yields only a small amount. Similarly, the stronger the individual, the more spiritual substance he absorbs upon death. Among equals, those with devil fruits yield the most. Furthermore, he can only absorb spiritual substances from humanoid beings upon death. He doesn't know whether it's due to the world, his special abilities, or his own Zanpakuto. In summary, after 2 years of sea practice, his soul power has significantly increased, and he can now use some Shinigami techniques. But even so, the current size of his soul space is barely under 10 cubic meters. Since he is here, Dongfang Qingcang reluctantly collects some gold and unique jewels, thinking he might find some impressive devil fruits or supreme swords. But there is nothing of the sort. Fortunately, the sword of the Death Sword Master is decent. The Broken Wind, one of the 50 excellent swords, is barely sufficient, finally giving him a weapon worthy of his sword master identity. The sword is good, but the name is a bit off-putting, always reminding him of the captain of the Shinigami, Iron Fist Broken Wind. Looking at his soul space filled to the brim, Dongfang Qingcang nods in satisfaction. Next comes the main event. He turns to look at the small pool of water in the center of the cave, which is likely the heavenly material and earthly treasure. Just a whiff makes one feel refreshed. Gazing at the stalactites above and the water droplets that may take ages to fall from the tip, Dongfang Qingcang can't help but swallow hard. Could this be something like the stalagmite essence from martial arts novels? Strengthening muscles and bones, expelling waste through pores, enhancing strength, and even prolonging life. Dongfang Qingcang instantly thinks of these. Unable to hold back, he transforms into a physical form and takes a big gulp. However, before he can savor the taste, countless vines rush toward him from all directions. Dongfang Qingcang immediately elementalizes, and the essence in his mouth falls back into the pool. It turns out this essence just swirled around in my mouth. How infuriating. Damn, it's that plant controlling guy again, too fast. Moreover, these vines are no longer green. They are entirely black, faintly glimmering with metallic luster. Clearly, these vines are on a completely different level from those outside the cave. Could it be the guardian beast of the heavenly material and earthly treasure? This scene doesn't fit the pirate theme at all. I need to think of a way. Looking at the rock wall that has been smashed to pieces by the vines, Dongfang Qingcang has no desire to test its hardness. After the frenzied plants settle down, Dongfang Qingcang takes a gem-encrusted bottle from his soul space and tosses it into the pool. Good, no reaction. With a whoosh, the bottle is directly retrieved back into his space. At the moment the bottle is taken back, all the vines go wild again. Looking at the vines that have calmed down once more, Dongfang Qingcang smirks slyly. You think you can get rid of me that easily? When Dongfang Qingcang tries to retrieve the bottle a second time, the vines seem to go completely insane, plowing the entire ground. And this lasts for a full half hour. The nature-type devil fruit truly lives up to its reputation. Elementalization is incredibly useful. Dongfang Qingcang, feeling immensely pleased, throws another bottle into the pool. As the bottle lands in the water, several whooshing sounds occur, and the entire pool is blocked by a net of vines. Dongfang Qingcang's expression darkens as he retrieves the bottle from the pool. Indeed, the vines Haven Tea retreated. They wised up, having only taken 3 bottles. Dongfang Qingcang feels he has missed several small targets and looks at the milky pool water with reluctance. What to do? He definitely can't win in a fight. He could exhaust himself to death. Moreover, if a fight breaks out, this cave probably can't withstand the aftermath. Burning it? That won't work. Not to mention whether it can catch fire or not. If the flames get too large, the pool water might evaporate. Forget it. Heavenly materials and earthly treasures belong to those with virtue. It seems that although he has virtue, he only has 3 bottles worth. I need to go back and work harder to cultivate my virtue. Hey Sai Mala, I'll trouble you to take care of my heavenly materials and earthly treasures. I will definitely return with more next time. I need to think of a way to fool the examiner. Otherwise, if the world government finds out, I'll be in big trouble. Dongfang Qingsong takes one last look at his treasure before reluctantly flying out of the cave. The Navy's warship should be arriving soon. He needs to hurry. Above the valley, Dongfang Qingsong transforms into lightning and flies toward the other side of the island. Thunderfire Judgment. Suddenly, a thick pillar of thunderfire shoots down from the sky, dazzling lightning intertwining with raging flames rapidly descending. With a loud bang, the thunderfire pillar strikes the giant crocodile pirate crew's ship, which explodes into fragments, igniting flames on the sea. A real man never looks back at explosions. The moment the thunderfire pillar hits the pirate ship, Dongfang Qingsong transforms into lightning and leaves the shore. Soon, throughout the entire Longqi Island, scenes of thunderfire falling can be seen from time to time. It turns out Dongfang Qingsong is using observation hockey to locate the already deceased crew members of the giant crocodile pirate crew. The unique death of the corpses easily piques curiosity, so he can only burn them. He has already thought about how to write the mission report, aiming to nip everything possible in the bud. After handling the last corpse, Dongfang Qingsong finally breathes a sigh of relief. Just then, the Navy warship enters the range of his observation hockey. How can it be him? On Changshi Island, a massive warship docked by the sea, and a giant, nearly 20 meters tall, descended from the ship. He was draped in a navy cloak, wearing a naval cap, with long orange hair and a beard framing his face. He was Vice Admiral Haguver D. Soro of the Navy headquarters. Vice Admiral Soro, long time no see. Was it really necessary for you to come personally for just an assessment? Dongfang Qingsong asked with some confusion as he looked at the giant in front of him. I need a long time no sa. The headquarters sent word for us to come and pick you up and check on your assessment results. Just so happens I need to return to headquarters, so I came along. Analu, don't feel pressured, ha ha ha. Soro replied with a hearty laugh. Dongfang Qingsong then continued seriously, Vice Admiral Soro, I am a student from the elite training camp of the headquarters, and I would like to report on the assessment process. Please allow me to do so. Soro, with a serious expression, responded, begin your report. This assessment will be judged by me and these two colonels beside me. Dongfang Qingsong nodded to the two officers behind Soro, and after receiving their response, he officially began reporting the results of the battle. After on-site verification, it was confirmed that student Ainalu successfully defeated the crocodile pirate crew, and the results were satisfactory. Congratulations, you have successfully graduated. The two colonels announced on the spot after verifying Dongfang Qingsong's achievements on the island, confirming that they matched the report completely. Ha ha ha, I knew it. With your strength, there was absolutely no problem. It seems that Kazan, that lazy guy, will be caught up by you sooner or later. Soro nodded in satisfaction at Dongfang Qingsong, thinking that Admiral Zephyr had indeed taken on a good disciple. Although the two colonels were already shocked upon hearing the report, their admiration only grew during the on-site investigation. The shattered battlefield and the stench of corpses all proved the terrifying strength of this student. After all, that was a pirate crew with two members having bounties over 100 million, and yet this 15-year-old boy had killed them all. Surely even the headquarters rear admirals couldn't do that. Vice Admiral Soro, you flatter me. The strength of Senior Kazan is not something easily matched. Dongfang Qingsong said helplessly. Looking at Soro, this was something that couldn't be said lightly. What if Kazan came to assess him? He couldn't defeat him right now. Ha ha ha. 2 months later, at the Navy headquarters elite training camp. Today was the graduation and commissioning ceremony for the elite training camp, and a rare gathering of high-ranking naval officials made Dongfang Qingsong feel a bit dizzy from the speeches. Too sleep-inducing. Huh? Who just poked me with a knife? Dongfang Qingsong looked back at Ji Yuan with confusion. Ji Yuan had a strange look on his face as he looked at him. Above, looking at Ji Yuan's lip movements, Dongfang Qingsong glanced curiously at the stage ahead. He saw that the first speaker, Admiral Kong, was already seated in the back, while Sengoku was glaring angrily at him. In the back, Karp was grinning at him with an unseemly expression, and the others were looking at him with some exasperation. Dongfang Qingsong quickly stood straight and apologized. Just as Sengoku continued, now, please welcome the first-place student of the elite training camp to give a speech. Dongfang Qingsong was completely taken aback. Was there this part? No one told me about this last night. This wouldn't be a sudden whim from Sengoku, would it? Regardless, Dongfang Qingsong went straight to the stage and shouted, everything we do in the Navy is for justice. Then he turned around and left the stage, leaving the audience bewildered, just as student Ainalu said. Everything we do in the Navy is for justice. Sengoku stared fiercely at Dongfang Qingsong, wishing he could rush down and beat him up. Was this really your speech? Wasn't it just a slogan? There was no art of speech at all. Under Sengoku's rescue, thunderous applause erupted, as everyone seemed to be energized. Dongfang Qingsong sneered, thinking that he had spoken concisely and passionately. How could they not get the point? Sengoku had merely repeated what he said. Why was everyone so excited? It was truly incomprehensible. Next came the commissioning part. Shoes awarded the rank of ensign. Kalin awarded the rank of lieutenant. Jiaji awarded the rank of major. Ji Yuan awarded the rank of major. Ainalo, finally it came. He had graduated from the new recruit training camp and was directly promoted to warrant officer, plus his military merits from 2 years of sea practice and being first in this graduation assessment. He wondered what rank he would attain. Awarded the rank of colonel. Although it wasn't a rank at the admiral level, it was still a senior officer, not bad at all, at least 2 ranks higher than that Jiaji guy. He would go show off in front of him later, always calling him little brother, and let him shout commander a few times for everyone to hear. The graduation ceremony officially concluded, and afterward, everyone had a month of vacation. After the vacation, school-level officers could freely apply for the fleet or branch of their choice. If refused, they would be assigned by the headquarters like other officers. After the dismissal, once the high-ranking officials had withdrawn, the entire training camp erupted with excitement. Congratulations, Ainalo. Congratulations, Ainalo. Ainalo, do you have any intentions? Dongfang Qingsong was just about to show off in front of Jiaji when he was overwhelmed with congratulations, watching helplessly as Jiaji sneaked away from the training camp. There was no way. They were too enthusiastic. These people would be his connections in the future, so Dongfang Qingsong certainly couldn't just walk away. Huh. Dongfang Qingsong sighed in relief, finally dealing with the enthusiastic classmates. He realized he was truly not good at socializing. Fighting suited him better. If it weren't for the experience with President Xiaoshi, he might have been even worse. Ainalo, are you okay? Is it that tiring? Ji Yuan looked at the slightly fatigued Dongfang Qingsong and chuckled lightly. It's tiring. Although I know they mean well, constantly greeting people with a smile is exhausting. Yi Yuan, you seem to handle it effortlessly. Ji Yuan was just as popular in the training camp, having also been surrounded. I find it quite easy. Jiaji is not on the same level. Ji Yuan laughed lightly and joked. Then he continued, Colonel Ainalo, congratulations. I wonder where you plan to be stationed? It turned out Jiaji still held significant weight in Ji Yuan's heart. He just didn't know whether Jiaji would laugh or cry upon hearing Ji Yuan say this. Congratulations to you too, Major Ji Yuan. Dongfang Qingsong paused before continuing. As for where I want to be stationed, to be honest, I don't know. I always thought this was arranged by the headquarters. But since there are options, I'll take a good month to gather information and think about it. Ji Yuan, do you have a place in mind? Ji Yuan smiled and said, of course, I want to be on Sister Crane's ship. Dongfang Qingsong felt he had asked a pointless question. What a good thing, but used too quickly. However, the results are gratifying. Looking at the long wound he had drawn that healed in less than a minute, Dongfang Qingsong couldn't help but marvel. Over the past 2 months, not only had Dongfang Qingsong improved the efficiency of the Thunderbolt body refinement technique, but his physical training had also directly advanced to a new level. All thanks to the support of the stone marrow. It not only cleansed the marrow and veins, but also provided an incredibly powerful vitality. Under the effect of the stone marrow, the hidden injuries from previous training not only healed, but even the skin became tougher, to the point where a dagger couldn't penetrate it. It took some effort for me to cut a gash on my arm, and when I tested it with a standard Navy musket, it couldn't penetrate at all, and I hadn't even made any defensive preparations. This is incredible. The effects of the stone marrow are astonishing. However, the consumption is too great. If I could continuously use stone marrow for training, achieving the same results as Kaido wouldn't be a dream. Unfortunately, the remaining 2 bottles would last at most 5 months. What a happy trouble. Feeling the surging blood energy within. Dongfang Qingsong roughly estimated that his physique had nearly doubled, and the training progress of his armament hockey had also increased significantly. He was not far from breaking through to intermediate armament hockey. In a joyful mood, Dongfang Qingsong was about to go out and treat himself to some lovely ladies on the street when suddenly, a piercing alarm rang out. The woo-wah. Woo-wah alarm echoed throughout Marineford. This was the Marine headquarters at Marineford. Could pirates be attacking? No, I almost forgot. There is indeed a possibility of pirate invasion. Dongfang Qingsong quickly walked out of his room and looked up at the sky. And sure enough, seeing the island that could block out the sun and crush the headquarters, he knew who had arrived. the legendary pirate, the captain of the Flying Sky Pirates, Golden Lion. Two black dots resembling human figures were bang bang bang, stepping through the moonwalk toward the island in the sky. Bone Fist Impact. Great Buddha Impact. Sengoku and Garp joined forces to launch an attack. With a loud bang, Garp directly blew the massive island apart, and the island was instantly shattered into pieces. Then Sengoku's shockwave further blasted the fragmented island into smaller shards. However, although they were called fragments, it depended on who you compared them to. Looking at the hundreds of meters-sized fragments above his head, Dongfang Qingcang couldn't help but mutter that this thing had too much destructive power. He really didn't understand what Golden Lion was after hiding for 20 years. Is the so-called IQ beast stronger than this island? Whether it's destroying the East Sea or pressuring the world government, greeting them with an island every day could collapse the world government. Did he really lose his mind from being hit by the ship's rudder? This is the high-end battlefield of the pirate world, where the game starts with friendly greetings from the island. Fortunately, Sengoku and Garp's combat power is not inferior to Golden Lion's. Not to mention Sengoku, who has the enhanced power of a mythical Zoan devil fruit. Garp is truly abnormal. His pure physical skills can actually blow up islands. I really envy such a physique. Alas, it's really the gods fighting while the common people suffer. The headquarters rear is filled with the families of Marines, and I can't just ignore it. After some random thoughts, Dongfang Qingcang directly flew forward 1,000 birds. A bolt of lightning shot from his hand, piercing into the island fragments, and then the lightning exploded, with countless currents slicing through the island fragments like sharp blades. After eliminating the fragments overhead, Dongfang Qingcang transformed into lightning and continued to eliminate the remaining fragments in the headquarters rear. As for the other marine generals, they would naturally step in. It wasn't his turn to intervene. Sengoku, Garp, you two bastards come out. The world government dares to say that Roger was captured by you. I don't believe it. Give me an explanation. How could those incompetent Marines possibly catch Roger? Sengoku, Garp, tell me. A golden-haired Shiki emerged from behind the shattered island. The aura of the King of the Sea was evident, and as his words fell, the top-tier Conqueror's haki erupted. The two people on the opposite side were the first to bear the brunt. A Conqueror's haki, not weaker than Golden Lion's, surged from Sengoku's body. Under the collision of the two Conqueror's haki, the sky seemed to tear apart, with black lightning flashing intermittently. The clouds in the sky were directly shattered by the two forces of momentum. Under the overwhelming pressure of the two Conqueror's haki, soldiers in the headquarters fell in droves. Those lacking in spirit could not withstand the impact of the haki, and in an instant, Marineford was filled with people knocked unconscious by the Conqueror's haki. As he transformed into lightning in the sky to assist, Dongfang Qingcang suddenly felt a powerful aura attacking him. A tremendous pressure surged toward his mind. Is this the clash of top-tier Conqueror's haki? Suddenly being jolted by the two forces of haki, he almost fell down. What kind of joke is this? I am a traverser. How can I lose face in front of my predecessors? A powerful pressure erupted from the depths of Dongfang Qingcang's soul, directly resisting the two forces of Conqueror's haki, even shattering several nearby tiles. The Shinigami's exclusive skill, spiritual pressure burst. Shiki, Roger was indeed captured by the Marines. This news isn't clear as day on the World Economic News Agency's reports. This is all a victory for justice. Sengoku naturally affirmed, Roger was captured by the Marines. Ha. Sengoku, you are as shameless as ever. You are not only insulting Roger, but you are also insulting me. Roger could not have been captured so easily. Do you think I would believe it? Garp, you bastard, tell me quickly, or I will flatten the Marine headquarters today. Golden Lion had a disbelieving expression, then looked at Garp with burning eyes, hoping he would provide an answer. Is this the reason you are attacking the Marine headquarters today? Just for such a ridiculous reason? Shiki, tell me, what do you take Marineford for? This is Marineford. This is the Marine headquarters. You will stay here today. Bone Fist Impact. Garp didn't answer Golden Lion's question. Instead, he roared and directly smashed a punch forward. Garp, answer me, Lion. Thousand Cuts Valley. Seeing Garp make a move, Sengoku also followed up with a giant Buddha impact, and the battle officially began. I'm too weak. I am indeed too weak. In a battle at this level, just a slight mistake could cost me my life. Watching the three people clashing in the sky, he couldn't help but swallow hard. The number of people dying in the aftermath of their battle was rising sharply. Dongfang Qingcang, who returned to his physical form, landed beside Ji Yuan and Jia Ji, who were conducting rescue operations. Ji Yuan, this can't go on. Admiral Sengoku and Vice Admiral Garp cannot take down Golden Lion in a short time. Marineford has so many people fainted from hockey. The rescue can't keep up. Where are Admiral Kong and Sister Hua? Why haven't they come out yet? Ji Yuan's face was somewhat grim. The speed of rescue could not keep up with the speed of the battle's impact. Admiral Kong and Sister Hua went to the Holy Land together. The 3 future admirals are in the New World, and Teacher Zephyr has taken the new recruits from the training camp to sea for practical training. Golden Lion's timing is too perfect. Dongfang Qingcang, sensing the spiritual energy continuously pouring into his body, couldn't feel happy at all. Too many people were dying. This is the reason he had been training so hard. This world is too dangerous, and he didn't want to one day die helplessly in the aftermath of someone else's battle. Garp, if you don't tell me the truth, I will level Marineford today. Golden Lion took out a transponder snail and ominously shouted, "First, second, and third fleets prepare to bombard the Marine headquarters. Fourth and fifth fleets prepare to bombard the rear of the headquarters. I want Marineford to disappear from this world today." Watching the pirate ships descending from the sky, Sengoku and Garp roared simultaneously, "Shiki, you dare!" "Ha! There's nothing I, Shiki, would not dare to do. I am the pirate Captain Golden Lion. Let the bombardment begin." Under Golden Lion's command, all the pirate ships began to bombard Marineford below. Oriental Qing Cang, who has been observing this top-tier battle with observation hockey, is somewhat confused. Did I remember it wrong? Wasn't it said that the Golden Lion would solo the Navy headquarters? I remember the plot being like that. Is the actual plot that the Golden Lion is leading a pirate crew to storm the Navy headquarters? Jia Yuan, Jia Ji, leave the fleet's bombardment to me. If the fleet lands, I'll need you two to handle it. If it's not possible, just buy me some time. I'll return as soon as I can. Without allowing himself to think too much, Oriental Qing Cang tossed out a line and flew directly toward the 4th Fleet as the bombardment had already begun. Elementalized, Oriental Qing Cang quickly flew towards the fleet, waving his hand as countless thousand roots shot towards the launch cannonballs. The thousand roots condensed with lightning elements directly detonated the cannonballs in mid-air upon impact. Before the ships could fire again, Oriental Qing Cang transformed into a bolt of lightning and appeared inside the ship. Lightning escape centered around Oriental Qing Cang. Countless currents of electricity began to surge in all directions, directly electrocuting the gunners into charred remains. Suddenly, a pitch-black fist slammed towards Oriental Qing Cang's head. With no time to evade, he could only harden himself with haki and take the hit. With a bang, Oriental Qing Cang felt like his head was about to explode. It hurt so much. Taking a couple of steps back to dodge the enemy's follow-up attack, he transformed into a bolt of lightning and flew towards another ship. Judgment of Thunder. A towering pillar of lightning directly pierced through another ship. Oriental Qing Cang struck and retreated, using the speed of the Thunder Fruit to continuously dart back and forth within the fleet, showcasing his powerful mobility. One by one, the ships were shot down by Oriental Qing Cang, crashing to the ground with the sound of thunder, directly killing half of the pirates. With the ships continuously falling, the ground support troops finally had a chance to breathe, buying them precious time to retreat to safety. Meanwhile, the ground battle was about to commence. Jia Yuan, Enel has already shot down the flies. Now, it's up to us, Jia Ji said determinedly, looking at the pirates emerging from the ship. Jia Yuan glanced at the civilians behind her and the elite camp comrades beside her. Most of their class was still in the civilian towns far behind the Navy due to their leave. Comrades, the Navy headquarters is facing an unprecedented crisis, and our families are right behind us. There's no retreat. Now is the time to prove our justice. Let us unite against the enemy. For justice. With a bang, a piece of shipboard flew from the ship towards the crowd, and Jia Ji punched it to shatter it, revealing a defiant young man jumping out from the fallen ship. You rookies dare to talk big? How laughable is this justice? Today, I'll show you the brutal reality. The young man shouted, "Kill all these Navy personnel and let them know the power of the Flying Sky Pirates." The battle officially began. After destroying the last ship, Oriental Qing Cang finally breathed a sigh of relief. Although there were some Navy personnel and town security officers on leave in the rear, very few had aerial capabilities. That's why Oriental Qing Cang was so eager to shoot down the ships. Now it was time for the hunting moment. Looking at the pirates slaughtering the civilians below, Oriental Qing Cang coldly smiled. It was time to unleash the map artillery. 10,000 thunders. The sound of thunder roared through the heavens, and countless bolts of lightning appeared in the sky, striking down towards the pirates. The rear of the Navy headquarters was mostly ordinary people, and even with Jia Yuan and the others establishing a defensive line, their numbers were still far too few compared to the massive pirate fleet. Countless civilians were crying out under the blades of the pirates. "Please spare my child. I beg you. I'm begging you. Please spare my child." A woman knelt on the street, clutching her child and pleading uncontrollably. Seeing the pirates wielding their blades, despair surged in her heart. Why was there a pirate invasion in the Navy headquarters rear? Isn't this the safest place in the world? Ha! The Admiral's order is to kill all Navy families. So you'd better die. The pirate laughed cruelly, then swung his long knife, ready to strike. Just as the woman prepared to close her eyes and face death, a bolt of lightning suddenly streaked across the sky. With a crack, the pirate brandishing the knife was instantly turned into a charred corpse. Is this a god? Is this a god saving me and my child? If it is a god, please continue to unleash your wrath upon these invading pirates. The woman silently prayed. The heavens seemed to respond to her prayers. In her astonished gaze, countless bolts of lightning appeared in the sky, striking down on all the wicked pirates. Within the range covered by the 10,000 thunders, all the pirates faced the judgment of thunder, and in an instant, countless pirates turned to charred remains, with only a few powerful pirates managing to escape. Looking at the results of his map artillery, Oriental Qing Cang couldn't help but feel proud. His 10,000 thunders were not cumbersome like NLS, which required the arc maxim to create thunderclouds. Relying on his spiritual pressure, Oriental Qing Cang could clearly sense the electrons in the atmosphere and clouds, manipulating them into lightning with the thunder fruit, accurately controlling the lightning with his spiritual pressure, and finally using observation haki to locate the pirates. There was not a single collateral damage from this strike. However, this type of attack consumed too much energy and couldn't be released again in a short time, compared to Enel's 10,000 thunders in the original plot. His own 10,000 thunders had a larger consumption, less power, and also had a skill windup, which were all its drawbacks. But not relying on external objects for release made it more convenient and precise, proving to be very efficient in clearing out the minor fish. Each had its strengths. With a clang, two fists wrapped in haki collided, producing a sound of steel clashing. Jia Yuan, you did well. Leave this guy to me, Jia Ji. I'll rely on you over there. Don't let that guy get killed. Otherwise, life will lose a lot of joy. Oriental Qing Cang transformed into a current and flashed in front of Jia Yuan, directly punching the opposing pirate away and resolving Jia Yuan's crisis. Enel, be careful. This guy is not easy to deal with. He has been toying with us and hasn't used his full strength. Jia Yuan warned Oriental Qing Cang after realizing she was not his opponent, then left the battlefield to support Jia Ji. Bang! The pirate who had been punched into the ruins by Oriental Qing Cang charged out again, moving quickly and throwing a straightforward punch at Oriental Qing Cang with no technique. This guy clearly wasn't satisfied with Oriental Qing Cang's earlier sneak attack. Oriental Qing Cang didn't hold back either, throwing a punch without hesitation. With a clang, the two fists collided again, this time evenly matched, neither side retreating. Ha ha! I didn't expect the Navy headquarters rear to have such a martial arts expert. Come on, let us see how my punch fares against you. Powerful straight punch. Ross's straight punch came again, and its might was even stronger than before. Originally unhappy about being assigned to the rear to slaughter civilians, Ross felt he was being underutilized. He wanted to attack the Navy headquarters head-on with the Admiral and wanted to test his skills against the headquarters vice admirals. To his surprise, there was such a strong opponent in the rear, and Ross was excited to throw another punch. You idiot! This is a battlefield where every second counts. I'm not interested in sparring with you. You should go practice in hell. Dongfang Qingcang unleashed a powerful punch, the lightning fist. A compressed ball of lightning wrapped around Dongfang Qingcang's fist, and upon colliding with Ross's fist, the lightning ball exploded, sending Ross flying again, with a strong current instantly enveloping him. Looking at the paralyzed Ross, Dongfang Qingcang clenched his right hand, and a bolt of lightning appeared in his grasp, solidifying into a lightning spear. Dongfang Qingcang tightened his grip on the spear and hurled it at the paralyzed Ross. The spear of victory. Ross, in his paralyzed state, could only watch helplessly as the spear of victory pierced his heart. This Navy guy is so shameless. I sincerely invited him to duel, but unexpectedly, he resorted to using his devil fruit ability to sneak attack, and I couldn't even unleash 1/10 of my full strength. I'm not willing to accept this. After piercing Ross, the spear of victory exploded, transforming into arcs of electricity that charred him from the inside out. captain of the 5th Fleet of the Flying Pirate Crew. The martial arts fanatic Ross has been defeated. Damn it. I'm using my 60 seconds of life to spar with you on the battlefield. There's killing intent. Dongfang Qing instantly flashed forward, revealing a humanoid hidden weapon. With a bang, the hidden weapon struck the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Cough cough. Enel, you bastard, was that on purpose? Why didn't you catch me? An angry voice emerged from the dust. Ah, it's you. I thought it was a hidden weapon and didn't see you. Sorry. Dongfang Qing said somewhat awkwardly. With a swoosh, another humanoid hidden weapon was launched. This time, it was Miss Ji Yuan. Dongfang Qing quickly transformed into lightning and appeared behind Ji Yuan, gently placing her down after releasing the force in the air. Thank you, Enel. I've disappointed you again. Ji Yuan looked somewhat dejectedly at Enel, having failed alongside Kaji. While Dongfang Qing had already taken down a captain, and she could no longer see his back, the gap was widening. Enel, can't you see? Kaji's resentful voice came from behind. Ignoring Kaji's nonsense, Dongfang Qing felt a pang of pity for the injured Ji Yuan. Ji Yuan, there's no need to feel this way. I have the advantage of a devil fruit, and it's known as the strongest natural type thunder fruit. So you don't need to doubt yourself. You will definitely find a devil fruit that suits you in the future, and then we won't have any gaps between us. You are destined to become the world's greatest swordwoman. So how can you be disheartened? Perhaps in the future, you can surpass your friend Admiral Sengoku, like Admiral Carp, without relying on a devil fruit. We are still young and don't have to worry about temporary shortcomings. The future holds infinite possibilities. After this bowl of encouragement, Ji Yuan's mood visibly improved. Just as she was about to say something, Kaji let out another sigh. Enel, I need comfort too. You can't treat Miss Ji Yuan better just because she's pretty. Ji Yuan and Dongfang Qing looked speechlessly at the resentful Kaji. Have I come too late? A figure approached from the direction Ji Yuan had flown from, and the first thing that caught the eye was his extraordinary hands. Not those of an ordinary human, but of a special race, the Long Hand tribe. What a bother. I already told the Admiral that people like this new addition to the fleet are simply not fit to be captains. As expected, he was too young and died after just one encounter. What a waste. The Long Hand tribe man walked up to face Dongfang Qing and the others, muttering to himself. The newcomer was the captain of the 4th Fleet who had almost knocked Dongfang Qing out with a single punch earlier. However, if he dies, I won't have an explanation for the Admiral. So, Lightning Kid, are you ready to face the Admiral? You have to explain that it was Ross who was too weak. Not that I left him to die. Enel, this guy's a chatterbox. Even in battle, Kaji and I are really looked down upon. It's up to you to send him to impel down. I don't believe he'll still be so talkative there. Kaji was evidently disturbed by the opponent's verbal attacks. Enel, be careful. This guy is the narrator, Dante. The Golden Lion lost to Pirate King Roger in the Battle of Edwar, leading to the demise of the fleet's core members. Unlike Ross, who was a new recruit from the Golden Lion's supplementary fleet, Dante is an old member of the Flying Pirate Crew. Originally the vice captain of the 7th Fleet, he has now been promoted to captain of the 4th Fleet. His bounty was already 300 million when he was still a vice captain. Ji Yuan looked seriously at the self-talking narrator. Dante, the little girl is right. Unlike that lecherous little brat, you actually have the audacity to say you would send me to impel down. What a waste of our enjoyable previous exchange. Once I finish with the Lightning Kid, you're the first one I'm going to take down. The narrator, Dante, seemed somewhat displeased with Kaji's thoughts. After threatening Kaji, he continued, Lightning Kid, your speed is impressive. Our fleet can't handle you at all. If you run away with all your heart, I really can't stop you. However, since you have destroyed 2 of Lord T's fleets, you should also know the consequences of angering the Admiral. So if you dare to run, then your 2 friends beside you and all these Navy personnel and civilians absolutely won't survive. Trust me, I definitely have that power. The main reason I let those 2 go earlier was that I was afraid you would run away. So, for the sake of your friendship, for the so-called justice of the Navy, come and fight, Lightning Kid. Now Ji Yuan and Kaji's faces turned completely dark. They never expected to become tools to threaten Enel. They felt like they wanted to die. You don't have to go to such trouble threatening me with their lives. I was avoiding you before because I had matters to attend to. Now that the fleet has been destroyed, I have also finished my business. As a Navy, it is absolutely impossible to run away in the face of invading pirates. Narrator, Dante, your journey has reached its end. Dongfang Qing looked at the aggressive Dante across from him and said firmly, a pirate with a bounty of 300 million is indeed a challenge. But with the enhancement of the Thunder Fruit, there is still a chance. Lightning Kid, you're young and your words are big. The journey of a pirate has no end. Dante roared and launched the first attack. The opponent simply threw a straight punch. However, it was as if the air had been shattered, and with a loud bang, a shockwave directly struck towards Dongfang Qingcang. Seeing the fierce shockwave, Dongfang Qingcang transformed into lightning and dodged. He didn't take it head-on, as the previous lesson was still fresh in his mind, and his armed color haki was slightly inferior to the opponent's. Lightning Kid, aren't you going to end my journey? So is this how you plan to end my journey? Running around? Don't make me laugh. Dante taunted while launching an attack like a storm. Don't rush. Let me warm up. I'll send you on your way soon. Is it just trash talk? Who can't do that? In my past life, I was a righteous keyboard warrior. Thunder's judgment. A bolt of lightning struck down from the sky onto Dante. Useless, Lightning Kid. Such an attack can't hit me at all. Just as the lightning bolt was about to hit Dante, his speed suddenly increased, and he shot towards Dongfang Qingcang like an arrow released from a bow. The pupils of Dongfang Qingcang suddenly constricted, transforming into a bolt of lightning to dodge. This kid is too cunning. He deliberately exposed a flaw, yet instead of charging forward, he released lightning from afar, being overly cautious. The speed of the lightning is too fast. Dante, while dodging, thought about how to capture Dongfang Qingcang. The two had been pulling back and forth on the battlefield for half an hour, but in the end, Dante couldn't hold on any longer. If this continued, the Navy's reinforcements would soon arrive. Kid, you don't think you can tire me out, do you? That's impossible. I could drag this out all day, but I don't want it anymore. Kid, I admit I can't match your speed, but others don't have your speed. If you don't attack me head-on and keep dodging while releasing lightning, I will go find someone else. Sure enough, it's not so easy to kite someone, and this martial arts master can take a lot of hits. I can't keep releasing lightning for a day, and with no reinforcements, I have to charge in. Even though I initially killed most of the pirates with 10,000 thunder, those who survived are elite pirates with certain strength, so the situation on the battlefield isn't great. Even if I can block Dante, the pressure he exerts is too great. Under the pressure of 300 million pirates, our morale is rather low, while the pirates are rampant. Luckily, I have a backup plan. Dongfang Qingcang pondered for a while, and then seriously sensed the surrounding environment with his observation haki. The preparations were almost complete. Next, I need to create a suitable opportunity. Dongfang Qingcang once again unleashed the judgment of thunder. However, it was no longer a single bolt of lightning chasing after Dante. This time, Dongfang Qingcang released 5 bolts of judgment of thunder at once, encircling Dante. While dodging, Dante shouted that it was useless, even if the number increased. It didn't matter how many there were. Before he finished speaking, 5 more bolts of lightning shot towards him. However, this time there were horizontal bolts. Not expecting this situation, Dante barely dodged 3 bolts, but the last 2 struck him before he could evade. The lightning bolts struck Dante fiercely, but unfortunately, his intermediate level armament haki could cover his entire body, so Dante didn't suffer much damage. Ha ha, kid. I didn't expect you to deliberately lead me to believe that the lightning bolts could only fall from the sky. You indeed have combat wisdom, but unfortunately, your attacks are too weak. It's useless. I won't fall for it again. It didn't matter anymore. Dongfang Qingcang clenched his hands tightly. Thunderbind, a net of lightning formed, directly wrapping around Dante. How is this possible? How could it be so fast? Dante was shocked. Although the speed of the lightning was fast, his observation haki should have allowed him to sense the trajectory of the lightning in advance, and he could clearly avoid it. Why was there no warning this time? Looking at the 2 lightning spears in Dongfang Qingcang's hands, Dante felt a sense of crisis and hurriedly gathered all his strength to try to break free from the binds. Unfortunately, the layers of the lightning net were too many. It was impossible to break free in a short time. Dante could only watch helplessly as the 2 lightning spears pierced into his body and then exploded. The intermediate level armament haki was indeed powerful. Even after being struck by Dongfang Qingcang's 2 spear of victory, Dante did not die. His aura, however, dropped significantly, clearly showing that blocking the spear of victory had cost him greatly. Looking at the arcs of electricity dancing on Dante's body, Dongfang Qingcang smiled. It didn't matter that he didn't die. The attack was blocked. However, the paralysis from the lightning wouldn't dissipate so quickly. In Dante's terrified eyes, Dongfang Qingcang's hand suddenly materialized a long sword. The sword began to swirl with lightning, and powerful spirals of thunder appeared on Dongfang Qingcang's arms, emanating immense pressure from a sword. Move! Move now! Dante screamed his heart, watching the increasingly powerful thunder sword. Dante felt that this mere few seconds of paralysis was too long. Finally, the Thunder Sword was fully formed. Dante was filled with despair. He absolutely could not withstand this strike. Perhaps he could still manage after full recovery. But after a battle and enduring 2 attacks, his current state was less than half of his full strength, and his armament haki had severely diminished. So, was his journey really coming to an end? Super electromagnetic cannon. The Thunder Sword, launched by Dongfang Qing, flew towards Dante like teleportation. Dante's barely gathered armament haki was cut through like paper. The Thunder Sword pierced into Dante's chest, exploding instantly. The shattered sword, carrying the lightning, tore apart Dante's body. Captain of the 4th Fleet of the Flying Pirate Crew, narrator Dante, has been beheaded. Looking at the broken sword, Dongfang Qing felt a bit emotional. This was the first gift given to him by Zifa when they met. Although it was just an ordinary standard longsword, Dongfang Qing still felt a bit reluctant. This was the first gift Zifa had given him. But he believed that teacher Zifa wouldn't blame him. After all, Dongfang Qing had used it to protect the entire rear. Run, run. Lord Dante and Lord Ross have both been defeated. On the battlefield, a pirate shouted first. After all, they were a group of loose cannons, and they couldn't compare to a regular army. They could do well in favorable battles, but once they lost, they would immediately collapse. Soldiers. Admiral Enel has killed 2 fleet captains. We can't let Admiral Enel lose face. Everyone, let's capture these damn pirates. Seeing Admiral Enel kill 2 pirate leaders and achieve a significant victory, the morale of all the Navy soldiers instantly surged, while the pirates on the opposite side began to flee, with the elite Navy taking the lead in pursuit. Admiral Enel is amazing. That's a 300 million pirate. Admiral Enel has become stronger again. Lord Enel, for the people in the rear, for the justice of the Navy. Brothers, let's go all out. The morale of all the Navy soldiers surged to unprecedented heights, and the remaining pirates suffered another heavy blow. The scales of victory had begun to tip in favor of the Navy. Awesome, Enel. I didn't expect you to kill the narrator Dante by yourself. The 300 million pirate. What was that last move called? So cool. Kaji jumped out excitedly, and Jiwen also looked at Enel with excitement, not expecting that he really did it. He thought Dongfang Qing would kite him and drag it out waiting for reinforcements, but he didn't expect him to actually kill Dante. You. Just as Dongfang Qing uttered 2 words, he suddenly felt darkness before his eyes and then knew nothing. Enel. Seeing Dongfang Qing faint, Jiwen and Kaji quickly rushed forward to support him. Kaji, you guys take care of the remaining pirates. I'll take Enel to the medical station first. Jiwen glanced around at the Navy, still engaged in fierce battle, and said one sentence before quickly carrying Dongfang Qing away. All right, anyway, the remaining ones aren't any strong characters. The elite training camp Navy is still pretty good. They can handle these small fry. It's just that Sister Jiwen is getting further and further away from me. Watching Jiwen carry Dongfang Qing away, Kaji felt a bit upset. Inside the Holy Land, Hua, Panga City, Admiral Steelbone Kong is facing accountability from the highest leaders of the world government, the 5 elders. Kong, what are you doing in the Navy? The Navy headquarters has been turned into ruins by a mere pirate crew. You have completely lost the face of the world government. Dressed in a deep green suit, bald, with 2 mustache curls shaped like the letter and a birthmark on his forehead, one of the 5 elders reprimanded Steelbone Kong. Topman Vachali's saint. The Flying Sky Pirates successfully attacked the headquarters during the gap when I was reporting to the Holy Land with Admiral Tsuru. This was a premeditated attack by the Golden Lion. The headquarters was caught off guard due to insufficient combat power, and I am willing to take full responsibility and resign from the position of Admiral. Steelbone Kong explained the reason and took responsibility. You, Topman Vachali's saint. All right, Topman Vachali's saint, although the Navy has made mistakes, it also has merits. Let's let this one slide. But there won't be a next time, Kong. The authority of the world government is above all. Dressed in a deep blue suit, with long white hair and a long beard, another elder intervened to defend Steelbone Kong. Thank you, Marcus Maz Saint. The Navy still has talent. What is the situation with this young Enel? He seems to be quite a promising talent. Dressed in a white robe, bald, wearing glasses, and the only elder without a suit and beard, holding a katana, inquired. Returning to Aizen Neju Saint, this young man named Enel is a graduate of this year's Navy Headquarters Elite Training Camp, currently holding the rank of Colonel, and has not yet officially gone to sea. He is a rookie in the headquarters. I remember this young man. He is the boy that Zifa picked up back then, right? I heard Zifa raise him like a son. dressed in a black suit, with curly white hair, a fluffy white beard, wearing a flat hat, and a scar on his left face. Another elder spoke up. Yes, Jagor Lucia Satan's saint, this young man is indeed the one Zifa picked up, and he is our Navy's new generation's strongest genius. Steelbone Kong said proudly, clearly satisfied with Enel since he was an old acquaintance due to Zifa. This is the future of a Navy. The Navy must be punished for its mistakes and rewarded for its merits. Since Admiral Kong values this young man so much, I have a suggestion. Dressed in a deep red suit, without a bow tie, with golden hair and a golden beard and a scar on his chest. Another elder outlined his plan. Steelbone Kong's expression darkened. Shepherd T. Peter Saint, is this arrangement a bit inappropriate? There is nothing inappropriate. These are the rewards this young man deserves, and they match his strength. Shepherd T. Peter Saint stated bluntly. But, Kong, mind your identity. This is an order from the world government. You need not say more. Step down. Topman Vachiles Saint directly dismissed Steelbone Kong. Steelbone Kong had no choice but to leave the conference room with an ugly expression. His concerns were not without reason. Could it be too hasty? Steelbone Kong has been an admiral for too long and has forgotten his own identity. What is there to worry about? Since this boy named Enel possesses the strongest Logia-type thunderfruit, he won't die easily. If he really dies, it can only be said that he is useless. What is wrong with me? Dongfang Qingsong felt a splitting headache, and his body was extremely weak. Struggling to open his eyes, he saw a white ceiling and clean sheets, along with a nurse sleeping beside him. This is a hospital room. It seems the battle is over. The Golden Lion should have gone to impel down. This invasion came too suddenly. The mobility of the float fruit is too strong, and the headquarters couldn't detect the Golden Lion's movements at all. Fortunately, Sengoku and Garp were there. Otherwise, the headquarters would have been captured this time. I didn't expect the Golden Lion to have the strength of 5 fleets. Although Dongfang Qingsong hadn't seen the other 3 fleets that attacked the headquarters, he thought the strength of the 4th and 5th fleets was quite average. Most of these crew members should have been recruited temporarily, or they wouldn't be so weak. Indeed, in Dongfang Qingsong's eyes, these pirates were really weak. Aside from the 2 captains, if the Flying Sky Pirates, who almost wiped out the Roger Pirates, only had this level of strength, it would truly be a joke. Colonel Enel, you're awake. How do you feel? Is there anything you need? The nurse, awakened by Dongfang Qingsong, quickly asked as she looked at the waking Enel. I'm fine. Could you please give me a glass of water? Also, how long have I been unconscious? What about the casualties among the people in the rear town? And how is the situation at the headquarters? Colonel Enel, you have been unconscious for a day. I don't know the situation at the headquarters. I only heard that the invaders were captured by General Sengoku and Hero Garp. After pouring a glass of water for Dongfang Qingsong, the nurse looked at him with admiration and said, Colonel Enel, you are truly amazing. I heard from the wounded next door that the residents in the rear are safe thanks to you. They said you turned into thunder and shot down all the fleets, and even killed 2 fleet captains, which is why the town was protected from harm. Colonel Enel, you fought until you collapsed to protect the town. That's truly magnificent. Thank you so much. It's great that our families are under your protection. Looking at the nurse's face full of reverence, Dongfang Qingsong felt a bit shy. Aside from the experiences with President Xiaoshu, this was his first time facing fans directly. If he had Aizen's abilities, it wouldn't take long before he became the center of attention himself. This nurse is overpraising me. The protection of the town is not something I can do alone. It's the result of all my colleagues' hard work. Colonel Enel is too modest. Just call me Lisa. I'm 19 years old. My home is in the new town of the rear, and I haven't had a boyfriend yet. My future dream is to become a full-time housewife, Lisa said, blushing as she glanced at Enel. The legendary love at first sight? I'm still just a kid. Cough, cough. Miss Lisa, my name is Enel, and I'm 15 years old, currently residing in Zifa's small courtyard. What? Colonel Enel, you're only 15? Lisa felt her heart shatter into pieces. Am I committing a crime? But Colonel Enel's height and figure don't look like it at all. Yes, I just graduated from the elite training camp this year, just turned 15. Enel smiled as he looked at Lisa. Receiving confirmation again, Lisa felt panicked. If Colonel Enel is so young, he probably doesn't understand what I mean. Then she slapped her forehead and said, Colonel Enel, I almost forgot. General Zifa instructed me to inform him once you wake up. So if you don't need anything else, I'll go out to deliver the message. After indicating that she had no further needs, Nurse Lisa covered her face and directly fled out the door. Watching the flustered Nurse Lisa escape, Dongfang Qingsong couldn't help but smile, feeling a sense of ease reminiscent of returning to a modern city. This battle can be said to be the most exhausting one that Dongfang Qingcang has ever experienced. I was truly worn out, completely drained. The powerful attack capabilities of the Thunder Fruit require a strong physique and ample energy to support it. My reckless release of thunder ultimately left me exhausted and unconscious. However, all of this was worth it. Not only did I protect the people, but I also significantly increased my spiritual pressure due to the large number of pirates I killed. Currently, my spiritual pressure is roughly at the level of 8, with about the strength of a third seat. When facing top-tier Conqueror's Haki again, I definitely won't be so helpless. Reflecting on the previous battle, Dongfang Qingcang couldn't help but marvel again at the strength of the Thunder Fruit. No wonder Zephyr often instilled in me the benefits of physical techniques. The fruit's ability is simply too enticing, and one can easily become addicted to it if not careful. However, if it weren't for the Thunder Fruit today, I would have had some confidence in escaping, but the rear of the headquarters would probably have been completely slaughtered. From the beginning of the battle, I consciously kept bombarding the same area with thunder. On the surface, it looked like I was pursuing Dante with lightning, but in reality, I was just temporarily increasing the electronic concentration in that area. Dante, however, didn't notice that our battle was always in the same area. So, the moment he exposed a flaw was also the moment my plan succeeded. Releasing the thunder binding in an area rich in electrons had no warning at all. With Dante's rudimentary observation haki, he couldn't react in time and was instantly caught by me. Like a fish in a net, I could easily eliminate him. Ha ha, kid. You're awake. You seem to be in good spirits. Zephyr laughed as he walked in, seeing Dongfang Qingcang sitting on the bed. Teacher, why are you back? Didn't you take the students out to sea? Teacher, how is the situation at the headquarters? What about the casualties? As soon as the battle started, I received news from the headquarters, but unfortunately, I arrived too late. By the time I reached the headquarters, the battle was already over. I don't know what that old guy Shiki was thinking. He didn't retreat, but instead fought to the end with Sengoku and Carp. The destructive power of top-tier combatants at sea is unimaginable, and combined with the high-altitude bombardment from 3 fleets, the headquarters has now become a wasteland. However, Shiki isn't in a good position either. The flying pirate crew has essentially become a thing of the past, and that old lion Shiki will have to spend the rest of his life in Impel Down. Not necessarily. If I remember correctly, in 2 years, this guy will cut off his own feet and become the first inmate to successfully escape from Impel Down. However, even if I know that the Golden Lion will escape, what does it matter? The Navy cannot kill pirates who are unable to resist, and Impel Down is not something a mere colonel like me can interfere with. Let it be for the theatrical version's Luffy. The losses at the headquarters this time are too great. Although Zephyr didn't specify the casualties, one can imagine. Not to mention those who were knocked out by Conqueror's Haki. They basically couldn't escape death. By the way, kid, you performed very well this time and have salvaged some face for the headquarters. Not only did you shoot down all the fleets attacking the town, but you also killed 2 captains. Your colleagues at the rear and the civilians all saw you bravely fighting until you collapsed from exhaustion. This has set a clear banner for all the civilians and the Navy. Therefore, the headquarters has decided to spread your deeds through the World Economic News Agency so that more people know that the Navy has outstanding talents, which can also deter more pirates while minimizing the negative impact of the headquarters news. That last point is probably what the world government wants. I'm just a tool. Is there no substantial reward? Dongfang Qingcang thought to himself. Zephyr seemed to know what Dongfang Qingcang was thinking. Considering the merits you've established this time, the headquarters has specially approved your graduation rank to be changed from Colonel to Brigadier General. Congratulations, Brigadier General Enel. Although Dongfang Qingcang was somewhat prepared, stepping directly into the rank of General still startled him. Teacher, this might be a bit inappropriate. As far as I know, the highest rank awarded upon graduation from the elite camp is Colonel. Even the previous 3 natural-type seniors were not directly awarded general ranks. Is it really appropriate for a 15-year-old Brigadier General like me? It would be better to change it to a devil fruit or a famous sword or something. A 15-year-old Brigadier General is too eye-catching. Even the future 3 admirals do not have this treatment. Isn't this putting me on the spot? It's too envy-inducing. Zephyr looked at his most proud disciple with a complicated expression. He was very clear about the intentions of the Gorosei, but he couldn't stop it. It's too late, Enel. The announcement has already been sent out. This is a direct order from the Gorosei. The news is already spread all over the world. You are the Navy's new star genius. Unprecedented. The 15-year-old Brigadier General of the Navy headquarters. Dongfang Qingcang quickly realized what this meant. Damn, this is not only putting me on the spot. It's also raising me high as a target. Pirates might not be able to take down an admiral or a vice admiral, but can they not take down you, this genius brigadier general? What kind of grudge do these old fossils of the Gorasei have against me? I originally just wanted to blend into the Navy until it became the world's #1. And then if the opportunity arose, I would push along with Dragon or Luffy to overthrow the world government. Now it seems that one cannot be too lazy. Gorasei, I can't be blamed for this. It seems that preparing for the world mission still requires some backup plans. New World, the latter half of the Grand Line. A giant sailing ship resembling a whale is sailing on the boundless sea. Dad, big news. A pineapple-headed youth rushed from the deck toward the tall giant, whose crescent-shaped beard unmistakably indicated his identity. Whitebeard Edward Newgate, the man at the pinnacle of the sea. Whitebeard glanced at the newspaper in the pineapple-headed youth's hand and chuckled. Kerala, Marco, what news is worth you being so anxious? Yes. Marco, what news could make you so nervous? You know Dad is the strongest, with Dad around. There is no need to be anxious about anything. Yes, we're the Whitebeard Pirates, the strongest pirate crew in the world. Marco scratched his head a little awkwardly. Dad, it's really a big event. The Navy headquarters was destroyed by pirates. Everyone was in an uproar. Whitebeard took the newspaper and started reading. The first thing that caught his eye was the biggest headline. Shocking. The Navy headquarters Marine Ford was destroyed by the flying pirate crew. Shiki, that old lion, is that strong? With confusion, he continued reading. It turned out to be clickbait. However, Shiki indeed did something big, but unfortunately he lost the entire flying pirate crew in the process. He will have to eat cockroaches and impel down from now on. What a pity for a rival. Dad, there's another section below. It said that the Navy's strongest genius, a 15-year-old brigadier general, single-handedly defeated 2 fleets of the flying pirate crew, even killing 2 captains all by himself. It's just the Navy's usual tricks, just an old routine colluding with the news agency to mitigate the impact of the headquarters fall, and then promote a new banner. How much of it is inflated remains to be seen until verified by pirates in the New World. Even if he is a genius, so what? Only the surviving geniuses have value. Whitebeard glanced at the extensive praise in the article and disdainfully said, The Navy is this shameless. I'm already used to it. Even Roger can be said to have been captured by them. It's perfectly normal for them to promote a so-called genius to attract attention. Dad is right. The New World does not lack fallen geniuses. Whitebeard is still the strongest. Cake Island. The Navy is just going to play these little tricks, calling someone the strongest genius. It's just a trick to fool people. Big Mom scoffed at the newspaper. Katakuri, if that little Navy brat dares to step into the New World. You bring him back to me. I want to see what kind of genius he really is. Yes, Mom. On Onigashima in Wano. Wah wah wah. Shiki, you old devil. You got captured just like that. Thud thud thud. I haven't even defeated you yet. Thud thud thud. And you got caught like this? Wah wah wah. That little Navy brat dares to call himself the strongest genius. It's simply an insult to old devils. Kaido cried and drank at the same time. Brother Kaido, should I take him out? Wah 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 Jin, it's not the right time yet. Let's take Wano first. Thud thud thud. That little Navy brat, hick hick hick. We'll take care of him when we meet in the future. As the news spread, everyone expressed their opinions about the strongest Navy genius. Whether it was anticipation, skepticism, or malice, Dongfang Qingcang couldn't perceive it, but he had become completely famous. Rotown, an ordinary town, but starting today, this ordinary town would leave a significant mark in the history of the world. From now on, it would have a special nickname, the town of beginning and end. Pirate King Joe LD. Roger was born in Rogue Town 53 years ago, and today he would be executed here. Dongfang Qingcang looked indifferently at the bustling square below, without needing to use observation hockey. Just a casual glance could spot familiar faces. If he could take care of these people today, it would save him countless troubles in the future. The Navy headquarters also had such proposals, but unfortunately, the dignity of the world government was above all else to avoid unnecessary complications. Unless a pirate made a move, the Navy could not arrest pirates visiting the execution in Rogue Town. It had been a month since the attack by the Golden Lion Shiki. For the sake of the world government's reputation, they directly announced the execution of Roger at the place where the Pirate King was born. In order to establish the authority of the world government to the greatest extent, due to the publicity from the newspaper a month ago, now pirates all over the world were eager to challenge Dongfang Qingcang. Admiral Kong decided to let him rest for a while for his safety, waiting for the heat to die down before setting sail, since he had the time and happened to catch the execution of Pirate King Roger. Dongfang Qingcang had no reason not to come. Although Rogue Town was now filled with heroes, he wasn't worried at all after glancing at Carp not far away. Here he comes. Accompanied by the clack-clack of footsteps, Pirate King Joel D. Roger was escorted out, shackled like an ordinary person walking through the crowd, then slowly walked up to the execution platform. Dongfang Qingcang couldn't sense any strong aura. Was it because his own strength was insufficient? Or was Roger already in such a poor state that he had no strength left? Anyway, he felt no pressure from a strong opponent at all. After taking a seat at the top, Roger casually said, "All right, let's get this over with." Whether it was fate's arrangement or Roger's backup plan, someone couldn't wait to ask the question that would set the wheels of destiny in motion. "Hey, Pirate King, where's the treasure you plundered?" "That great treasure all in one piece." "The great treasure? Ha 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 ha." Roger burst into hearty laughter. "Want my treasure? If you want it, it's all yours. Go find it. I left all the treasure there." The entire execution ground fell into silence, with only Roger's words echoing in the air. The two executioners sensed trouble and hurriedly began the execution, but it was too late. With the thrust of the lance, Pirate King Gold, Roger officially met his end. With Roger's death, the entire execution ground went completely crazy. The Pirate King's great treasure. How immense must that wealth be? "Captain, let's set sail quickly. The great treasure belongs to our super pirate crew. Everyone, hoist the sails and set out to sea." "Yes, Captain." Dongfang Qingcang shook his head helplessly at the excited crowd. This was a world-class live broadcast. The era had completely gone wild. The high-ranking Navy officials watching the live broadcast were also stunned, having been played by Roger. Steel Bone Kong's expression was extremely grim, and then the phone of the five elders rang. "Kong, do you still want to be admiral?" A perfectly good execution turned into this. "Your Navy has completely lost the face of the world government." The moment Steel Bone Kong picked up the phone worm, he was met with a barrage of anger. "Topman Watchley's, this execution was handled by the world government. The Navy was only responsible for maintaining order." "So you're questioning the world government's decision, are you?" Topman Watchley's immediately put a big hat on him. "I wouldn't dare, Topman Watchley's. We are actively preparing to hold a high-level meeting to suppress this wave of pirates." "That's good to know. Report to us promptly after the plan is set." After finishing, without waiting for Steelbone Kong to respond, Topman Watchley's hung up the phone directly. The authority of the five elders was evident. "Sengoku, Tsuru, you've heard what Topman Watchley's meant. Gather all the vice admirals at headquarters for a meeting. Even those stationed at external bases must use the image bugs to participate in the meeting. This wave caused by Roger must be suppressed." "Yes, Admiral." After watching the excitement and returning to headquarters, Dongfang Qingcang was immediately called to Steelbone Kong's office. "Admiral Kong, new recruit Enel is here to report." Dongfang Qingcang knocked on the door and interrupted the busy Steelbone Kong. Steelbone Kong put down the documents and looked at Dongfang Qingcang. "Enel, you're back. What are your thoughts after experiencing the execution on site? This world is probably going to be more chaotic." On the way back, Uncle Carp sank several pirate ships that were just about to set sail in Rogue Town. However, it didn't help much. Even many civilians set out to sea on fishing boats. The Pirate King's great treasure is too enticing. I fear everyone in the world is thinking about how to find the Pirate King's great treasure, and this wave will probably last a long time. Enel, your thoughts are correct. The Dark Age of the Navy is about to come. With your wisdom, you should understand the current emptiness of the Navy. The attack by the Golden Lion caused heavy losses at headquarters, and with the onset of the Great Pirate Era, the Navy's manpower is severely insufficient. Therefore, your eligibility to freely choose your department has been revoked. Headquarters hopes you can serve as the base commander at the West Sea 110 branch. Dongfang Qingcang could understand the revocation of his eligibility to freely choose his department. After all, this was a very special period. But sending him to be the base commander of a branch in the West Sea seemed a bit of a waste. There were rumors in headquarters that going to the Four Seas was akin to being sent to the frontier. Could it be that there were petty people at work? Dongfang Qingcang thought darkly. Seemingly sensing Enel's doubts, Steelbone Kong continued. "Enel, your strength is beyond doubt. Even as a base commander in the Grand Line, you'll be competent. However, base commanders in the Grand Line are generally at the Vice Admiral level. It's rare to see a Rear Admiral. Your strength is sufficient, but your age and rank still fall a bit short. If you were assigned to a branch as a deputy, it would be somewhat of a waste of your combat power. Just so happens that the West Sea 110 branch sent a request for assistance. Considering all factors, you are the most suitable. The West Sea 110 branch is the closest base to Reverse Mountain in the West Sea. Originally, It was supposed to be the last line of defense to intercept pirates entering the Grand Line. Unfortunately, 2 months ago, the branch commander, Colonel C. Wolf, was killed by the captain of the Moonlight Pirates, Gecko Moria. Most of the elite navy at the base died in that battle. Now, the 110th branch is on the verge of collapse, and there aren't many personnel at headquarters to send for support. To prevent the West Sea from continuously supplying new pirates to the Grand Line, I hope you can suppress all the pirates heading to Reverse Mountain at the 110th branch. Only your speed and strength can bear this heavy burden. At the same time, I hope you can recruit and train some talents to the 77th branch, so that when you return to headquarters in the future, you won't revert back to your original state the moment you leave the 110th branch. Can you do it? Brigadier General Enel? Dongfang Qing felt relieved. It seemed he had overthought things. After all, he had always been kind to others, so how could anyone plot against him? No problem, Commander Kong. Recruit Enel guarantees to complete the mission. Fire! Fire! The Navy at the West Sea 110th branch shouted angrily at the pirates clamoring outside the base. The cannons on the walls of the base went bang, bang, bang as they fired at the pirate ships on the sea, and several pirate ships exploded and sank to the bottom of the sea. It seemed that the Navy on the walls were very experienced gunners. Major Carl, as the only remaining officer of the base, and currently its highest leader, was not at all pleased with the achievements of the artillery. He felt an immense pressure. Ever since Colonel C. Wolf was killed by Moonlight Moria, they had lost count of how many waves of attacking pirates they had repelled. At first, it was manageable, just some probing attacks. But as time passed, these pirates became increasingly rampant, and now they had even formed a pirate alliance army blocking the base's entrance. They were practically rubbing the Navy's justice into the ground. If it weren't for the advanced weapons and sufficient stockpiles within the base, it would have been breached long ago. However, after several months, they were about to reach their limit. Originally close to 10,000 personnel, now barely 1 in 10 remained. Major Carl looked at the densely packed pirate ships on the sea and glanced at his demoralized comrades on the walls, feeling somewhat discouraged. Could they really not hold out this time? When would the headquarters support arrive? Listen up, everyone. Continue the bombardment. Kill all the Navy in the base. After this score, we'll head to the Grand Line. The Pirate King's great treasure is waiting for us. The captain of the Razor Pirates shouted excitedly at the base, which was clearly experiencing a decline in artillery fire frequency. With his reminder, the other pirate crews also began to launch their full-scale attacks, and the sounds of bang, bang, bang from the artillery became relentless. The Navy in the base looked at the pirate ships firing relentlessly in the sky filled with cannonballs, unable to suppress their despair. Hide! Stay concealed. Support from headquarters is coming soon. Don't give up. We are the justice of the Navy. How can we just surrender? Seeing the despairing crowd, Major Carl quickly shouted loudly. Soldiers, fire. Continue to counterattack. Blow those damn pirates to pieces. After dodging around a cannon fire, Major Carl couldn't help but roar in anger at the sight of his fallen comrades. Major Carl, this is the last batch of shells. After the bombardment, we'll only have to let them in for a gunfight in close combat. The base's administrator hurriedly reported the situation. Has it come to this? It seems there's no turning back. We want TB getting support from headquarters. Major Carl straightened his attire and shouted loudly. Soldiers, continue the bombardment. When shells are gone, we still have firearms and ammunition. When the firearms and ammunition are gone, we still have swords. Even if we fight to the last man, we cannot surrender to the pirates. This is the justice of the Navy. Today, we live or die with the 110th branch, and headquarters will remember us. At that moment, the justice cloak on Major Carl's back was soaked and dazzling. Yes, sir. The soldiers of the 110th branch were not cowards. They were clearly ready to die. Ha ha, lads. The Navy has run out of ammunition. Rush in and kill them all. The captain of the Razor Pirates exclaimed, seeing the Navy base passively accepting bombardment without retaliating. With the captain's reminder, the once thunderous sounds of artillery fire suddenly ceased, replaced by the distant rumbling of thunder. The pirates looked at the clear blue sky, somewhat puzzled. Oh, who do you want to kill? Just as the captain of the Razor Pirates was about to order the landing, a voice appeared behind him. Of course, to kill those damned Navy. The captain of the Razor Pirates replied without hesitation, then turned to look behind him, only to be frightened back repeatedly. Who are you? When did you appear behind me? Don't you know? I'm a Navy. Saying this, Dongfang Qing tugged at the justice cloak behind him. Bastard. Of course. I know you're the Navy. I meant, how did you appear? The Razor Pirates captain said, Forget it, no matter who you are. Since you dare to come aboard my Razor Pirates ship, then die here. Razor slash. A cold light flashed, and Dongfang Qingsong was directly decapitated by the captain of the Razor Pirates. As expected of Razor Jack, the notorious pirate with a bounty of 70 million. He was formidable. Captain is mighty. The lackeys immediately showered him with flattery. They thought he was some powerful character. They had been cautious and ready to ambush. But he turned out to be a mere show. It seems the West Sea truly has no match for me. I can become a West Sea hero like Lord Moria. Razor Jack thought with satisfaction. Bakudno, Quattro, Gungli. Razor Jack only heard a voice from behind him, then felt a pain in his head, and fell into darkness. Monster! Monster! My head was cut off and can still be reattached. What else could it be but a monster? Shut up. There's no monster here. It's a devil fruit user. The first mate looked at Dongfang Qingsong with a serious expression. Maybe you. Dongfang Qingsong directly interrupted him. Have you ever been kicked by thunder? Before the first mate could react, he saw the navy opposite him directly disappear, and then a thunder-wrapped foot exploded his heart. The pirates on the ship were immediately scared stiff. This navy was terrifying. Had the legendary admiral come? Too scary. The flashy golden catchphrase worked pretty well. Seeing the pirates in shock, Dongfang Qingsong nodded in satisfaction. Bake at number 4. This rope. Dongfang Qingsong's spiritual pressure surged, and he quickly created a rope-like light cord with his spiritual power. Then, with a flick of his hand, the light cord captured and bound all the pirates. Stand still. Not a single one is allowed to run, or the pirate crew opposite will be your example. Looking at the first pirate crew to land, Dongfang Qingsong unleashed a lightning punishment that directly sank the pirate ship. Then, without caring about the stunned pirates behind him, he turned into lightning and flew towards the landing pirates. This rope was made from Dongfang Qingsong's spiritual pressure. As long as their spiritual pressure did not exceed his, they would not be able to break free from its binding. The moment Dongfang Qingsong landed, he unleashed a lightning escape, and the flowing electricity knocked the pirates unconscious. Then, this rope was thrown out. In this way, Dongfang Qingsong moved back and forth between the various pirate ships at lightning speed. As long as he didn't reach the shore, he would fly onto the ship to capture them. And once he reached the shore, it was lightning punishment, sinking both people and ship into the sea. Major Carl, is this the support from headquarters? Which admiral is it? The base administrator swallowed hard, feeling somewhat dry. So strong. Everyone was ready to fight to the death. The result was that a thick pillar of lightning struck the first pirate ship to land on the island, and immediately the pirate ship was knocked into the sea by the lightning. Moreover, the pirates who landed were also knocked unconscious by a Navy officer who emerged from the thunder, and then they were tied together with a glowing rope. From start to finish, it took less than a minute. Is this the strength of the Navy headquarters? The gap is surprisingly large. Could it be that an admiral has arrived? Major Carl rolled his eyes. If you ask me, who should I ask? The headquarters only said there would be support coming, but didn't he specify who it would be? Anyway, it's the Navy, they can't be wrong. The cloak of justice won't lie. I'm not sure, but we can consider ourselves saved. However, we can't just stand here. We need to go out and keep an eye on the captured pirates, and also welcome our commander. The soldiers nodded in agreement one after another, watching Dongfang Qingsong transform from thunder into a physical form up close. The soldiers of the 110th branch were once again deeply shocked. This must be the power that only a deity can possess. As the guardians of the upside-down mountain, they certainly knew about the secret treasure of the sea, the devil fruit. However, they had never seen such godlike power. Natural types are too precious. Not everyone can be aware of them. Hello, Commander. Thank you for supporting the 110th branch. I am Major Carl of the 110th branch. May I ask how to address you? Major Carl quickly expressed his gratitude upon seeing Dongfang Qingsong in front of him. So you are Carl. The support request was sent by you, right? You've done well to hold on with such a small force until now. No need to be so formal. I'll be part of the 110th branch from now on. This Carl is really talented. His ability to command in battle is quite impressive. He can be cultivated further in the future. Hearing Dongfang Qingsong's words, all the soldiers were stunned. Was this commander demoted? It should be known that under the same rank, the headquarters military ranks are 3 levels higher than those of the 4 Seas branches. Therefore, being sent out to become a member of the 110th branch is a demotion. Did this commander offend some powerful figures in the headquarters? Seeing the surprised expressions on everyone's faces, Dongfang Qingsong understood the reason and explained directly. I didn't expect so many things to happen recently. No wonder the headquarters hasn't sent any support. Carl felt a bit dazed. They had been harassed by pirates recently, so they hadn't been in touch with outside information for a long time. In just a few months, the world had changed drastically. Base Commander Ainalu, Major Carl of the West Sea 110th Branch, report to you. Coming back to his senses, Carl formally saluted his future commander. Base Commander Ainalu, Lieutenant Nika of the West Sea 110th Branch, report to you. Base Commander Ainalu, the West Sea 110th Branch. In an instant, the sounds of saluting and reporting filled the beach. Soldiers, you are all true soldiers. For the sake of the 110th Branch, you fought until the last moment. Your blood and tears will not flow in vain. As your new base commander, I am very gratified. You deserve to be rewarded. In my capacity as a brigadier general of the headquarters and base commander of the 110th Branch, I announce that everyone's rank will be raised by 1 level. All soldiers who died in battle will receive double compensation, and the injured soldiers will also receive double compensation. Thank you, Commander Ainalo. All the soldiers were extremely excited. Most of them joined the Navy not for so-called justice. Their original intention was simply for a living, but the Navy endowed them with justice. Therefore, tangible rewards are their greatest motivation. Major Carl, take the people and capture all these pirates into the base. Those who can't fit in the prison will be tied up in the square. These will be the labor force for future base construction. Also, move all the treasures and weapons from the ship into the base warehouse. Then prepare a rough list and price estimate. Bring those pirate ships into the port. We will sell them to the shipyard company later. As for the injured, provide emergency treatment first. Or see if there are any doctors on nearby islands to come over for treatment. When we left the headquarters, I brought a warship, which is full of medics and logistics personnel. Wait for them to arrive for detailed treatment and base construction. Arrange all of this as soon as possible. Yes, Commander. A branch base with less than 1,000 people left. It seems that recruiting soldiers is necessary. However, this can be postponed for a while. First, let us take care of the current matters. Fortunately, I had anticipated this earlier. Otherwise, not a single one of these pirates would have left the base standing. Now, they can contribute to the base construction. Major Ainalu, the warship of Lieutenant General, is about to arrive at the base port. Do you need to go welcome them? A Navy officer walked directly into Dongfang Qingsong's office and asked. Yes, Dongfang Qingsong has already become a Navy major. Dongfang Qingsong has been in the West Sea for 2 years. Since Roger ignited the new era, countless pirates have appeared in the West Sea over the past 2 years. However, very few have managed to enter the Grand Line, as they all fell at the hands of the 110th Branch, the guardians of the Upside-Down Mountain. The number of pirates who died at his hands in these 2 years is countless. Those who successfully entered the Grand Line did so by sneaking past when Dongfang Qingsong was not at the base. It can be said that the pirates of the entire West Sea trembled under this gatekeeper boss. With so many military achievements, Dongfang Qingsong quickly rose to the rank of major and also received the title of Thunder Undertaker, a title bestowed upon him by the pirates of the West Sea. Damn it, Thunder Undertaker, Dongfang Qingsong directly electrocuted the pirate who first called him that to cinders. Unfortunately, regardless of whether he admits it or not, this title has spread throughout the entire West Sea. It's you, Lafitte. Just call me Commander. No need to be so formal. You should come along too. This is my old friend. How can I not go? Are the supplies all ready? Dongfang Qingsong stood up from his office chair and casually picked up the cloak of justice, asking, Everything is ready, Commander. Lafitte. Yes, it's that Lafitte from the Blackbeard Pirates, who was intercepted by Dongfang Qingsong. At that time, the base was left with very few personnel, and to fully perform the functions of the 110th Branch, a large number of soldiers were needed. Thus, Dongfang Qingsong's recruitment plan began to be implemented. In addition to advertising for recruitment on nearby islands, Dongfang Qingsong also encouraged soldiers to recommend talented individuals they knew. As long as they weren't criminals, they could be selectively recruited. So the remaining soldiers of the 110th Branch eagerly recommended outstanding youths from their hometowns, and that is how Lafitte came on board. Fortunately, he has such an excellent deputy. Otherwise, he might have drowned in paperwork. Seeing the giant coming down from the warship, Dongfang Qingsong took the initiative to greet him. Vice Admiral Saul, long time no see. Huh. Major Ainalu. 2 years is not a long time for the giant race. Saul laughed and continued. But in this short 2 years, your changes have been great. No wonder they call you the strongest genius of the Navy. The entire West Sea is spreading your title of Thunder Undertaker. Dongfang Qingsong's face darkened. It's one thing for pirates to shout, but for colleagues from the headquarters to call him, that is quite speechless. Saul, if you keep this up, I'm going to share the whole roasted whale I prepared for you with everyone. Huh. Saul laughed loudly and said, Ainalu, food tastes better when shared. Thank you for your meticulous preparation. Soldiers, it seems that Major Ainalu has prepared a feast for us, so let us celebrate before the supply replenishment is completed. Awesome. Thank you, Major Ainalu. Thank you, Vice Admiral Saul. Sailing on the sea is the most boring. Holding a banquet while resupplying at the branch is the best way to relax. Soro, why are you in the West Sea instead of capturing pirates in the Grand Line? Is there a powerful pirate here that I don't know about that requires your intervention as a rear admiral? Or is there some confidential mission? There haven't been any major events in the West Sea lately, right? At the banquet, Dongfang Qingsong casually asked as he looked at the soldiers celebrating below. Ha ha ha. How could that be? With your suppression, how could there be powerful pirates in the entire West Sea? Soro took a bite of whale meat and continued. This isn't a confidential mission either. As you know, besides guarding the branch while at headquarters, I often have missions to capture and investigate historical ships. This time is no different. CPS intelligence personnel have discovered a historical ship appearing in the West Sea, so headquarters sent me over again. I really don't understand what these historians are running around for. Isn't it better to stay at home, read, and study history? They go everywhere, and I've caught several of them already. They know very well that the world government prohibits the research of those blank histories, yet they still rush in. Are these historians not afraid of death? He didn't understand why they had to execute these historians. So every time he captured them, he didn't go for the kill. He believed that as long as they were caught, there was no need to take their lives. But after their capture, they were still executed directly, which left him confused. Was it really necessary to go to such lengths for a piece of past history? Whether they were afraid of death, he didn't know. But since they were historians, their wisdom must be greater than that of us brutes, and they should be well aware of the stakes involved. Since they dared to do what the world government expressly forbade, they must have been prepared to bear the consequences. Every adult should take responsibility for their choices. It seems that my old friend is about to meet his end, but it may not be a bad thing. For someone with Soro's temperament to become a rear admiral is truly a miracle. The darkness of the world government is not something that only rear admirals can touch. Being able to leave the Navy early is also a good thing, but there may not be many opportunities to meet in the future. Ainalu, you really are open-minded, not like a young man at all. Soro looked at Ainalu with some emotion. He wasn't as carefree as Ainalu. He had his own understanding of justice. Knowing that Soro wasn't listening, it didn't matter. In this chaotic world, being able to live is enough. I'm a major general at headquarters. Soro, an ordinary young man, cannot intimidate the pirates of the entire West Sea. Ha ha ha. Soro smiled, indicating his agreement with Ainalu's words. The next day, watching the gradually receding warship, Dongfang Qingsong began to contemplate his upcoming plans. He hadn't forgotten that he had a mission to cross the world. His original plan was to train until he was the strongest and then come out to cause trouble, toppling the world government. But since the 5 elders had provoked him first, he could also change his strategy to give them some trouble. Moreover, if he couldn't go all out, then the crossing method of President Shaoshi would also work. So Nico Robin must not die. Although in the original plot, Akiji let her go, he didn't dare to guarantee that now. The lesson of the Golden Lion was still fresh in his mind. Raffet, go get Becky's snail. Yes, sir. As Raffet, who was promoted by Dongfang Qingsong, a trusted aide, he held a very special position in Branch 110. Although he was just a second lieutenant, he was basically responsible for the operation of the entire base. Raffet was well aware of his superior's arrangements in the West Sea. This was a very ambitious man, and only such a man was worth following. If Dongfang Qingsong were just a well-behaved Navy major general, even if he were strong, he probably wouldn't pay him any mind. After all, as the villain in the original plot, Raffet also had a restless heart. Unlike the Navy, which talks about benevolence and morality, Dongfang Qingsong's moral level is not very high. His strength and wisdom, along with his decisive killing, fit his appetite. Dongfang Qingsong was also clear about Raffet's thoughts. He just liked to stir things up, and unifying the West Sea was enough to satisfy his current appetite. In the future, he would even want to overthrow the world government. Isn't it more impressive than Blackbeard becoming a mere pirate king? So he wasn't worried about Raffet's betrayal at all. After returning to the office, Dongfang Qingsong took the snail from Raffet's hand. West Sea, Moko Island. Bang, bang, bang. 2 gang thugs were fighting in the street, and gunfire and the smell of blood were everywhere. A young man dressed in a hat and scarf, wearing a pinstripe suit, with a cigar in his mouth, resembling a mafia member, was commanding the battle. His opponent was clearly at a disadvantage and was already in retreat. Veto, Mocha Island doesn't need another gang. Kill them all, but be careful not to harm the civilians, or I'll have a hard time. Yes, Godfather. The strange gunman Vito led his subordinates to chase after the fleeing gang thugs. Got you. Brew. Crack. The mafia youth answered the snail. Becky, it's me. Capone Becky, upon hearing Dongfang Qingsong's voice, immediately ordered Gotti to disperse the surrounding little brothers. Boss, what's your command? Dongfang Qingsong listened to the sporadic gunfire coming from the snail and was somewhat speechless. Becky was really enthusiastic about gang fights. As a major player in the underground society, he still led the charge in a fight. Becky, it seems your gang business is really thriving. But don't forget, I can support you in unifying the gangs. If you harm civilians, I think you should know the consequences. Don't worry, boss. We are a respectable gang and absolutely won't harm civilians in any way. Since we VE paid the protection fee, they are our clients. Our gang has credibility. Becky said seriously, clearly not joking. You know that's good. Now I have a task for you. Conduct detailed surveillance of the surrounding seas and islands centered around O'Hara. Once you discover the whereabouts of Rear Admiral Soro, report to me immediately. Remember, everything must be done secretly. Not a whisper should be leaked. Yes, boss. I guarantee I'll complete the task. Becky looked at the hung-up snail thoughtfully. This Rear Admiral Soro should be the boss's friend. As the boss was looking for his news, could it be that something big was about to happen to this Rear Admiral? Next, it was just a matter of waiting for the time to come, but he still needed an alibi. At that time, he could only let Raffet perform some appropriate hypnosis. Capone Becky, one of the 11 supernovas known as the worst generation alongside Monkey D. Luffy in the future. Since he was already in the West Sea, Dongfang Qingsong had no reason to let this future supernova go. Unlike Raffet, Capone Becky was someone he specifically sent people to find. After searching through the famous gangs in the West Sea, Dongfang Qingsong quickly captured Capone Becky. At this time, Becky was still quite inexperienced. Dongfang Qingsong revealed a big stick in front of Becky, extracting the soul of a gang thug right before him, then binding it with binding techniques, occasionally shocking it with white lightning, and afterward healing it with recovery techniques. This series of actions made Becky deeply realize that death is not the end. Then he gave a candy, revealing his identity, and Dongfang Qingsong clearly told him that as long as he did not harm the interests of civilians, he could secretly help Becky unify the entire underground society of the West Sea. After 2 processes, Becky was easily subdued. On the surface, Dongfang Qingsong was the highest commander of the entire West Sea Navy, but secretly, the godfather of the West Sea was also his pawn. Once Becky completely took control of the underground society of the West Sea would be entirely under Dongfang Qingsong's control. From then on, the West Sea would be his stronghold. Sure enough, just over a month later, news came from headquarters that Soro had betrayed the Navy. It seemed that the so-called truth from Nico Alvia had indeed gotten to Soro. Otherwise, having seen the darkness of the Navy, he wouldn't have rebelled so easily. Dongfang Qingsong was not interested in the truth. The so-called blank 100 years of history would not increase his combat power. He tossed the intelligence reports to Lafitte and continued his daily training. Lafitte, headquarters has ordered us to capture Soro and the so-called historian Nico Alvia, regardless of life or death. What do you think? Admiral Enel. Soro is a rear admiral in headquarters. Unless Admiral Enel personally takes action, it's impossible for all 110 units to capture Soro. Even Colonel Carl's strength might not withstand a punch from Soro. So, I suggest we gotta make it look good and just deal with it. Lafitte knew that Dongfang Qingsong had no intention of capturing Soro, so he didn't stubbornly insist on going after him. Alright, do it your way. Let Carl be smart about it, and make it look convincing. No one knows if the CP rats are observing in secret. Also, remember to strengthen surveillance on Becky. Lafitte took the order and went out to arrange the operation. As Dongfang Qingsong's physique improved, his daily training became increasingly ineffective. He missed the gravity fruit from Yixiao, which could directly provide a gravity halo for training. Fortunately, he had the Thunder Body refining technique and Stone Marrow. Over the past 2 years, Dongfang Qingsong had visited Longqi Island several times. Unfortunately, the vows he once made could not be fulfilled. Even with his current strength, he could not forcibly take all the Stone Marrow. He could destroy the entire island, but he could not do so without damaging the Stone Marrow. However, He was able to steal a few bottles each time he went, so he wouldn't return empty-handed. Now, Dongfang Qitsong's physique was no less than those skilled martial artists who had consumed zoan-type fruits. In fact, he was even stronger than them. He could stand still now, and no one could kill him. Admiral Sengoku, you want me to cooperate with the extermination order against O'Hara? But I'm not a rear admiral. The soldiers of 110 units don't meet the configuration for the extermination order, do they? Does headquarters want to promote me to rear admiral? Wouldn't it be inappropriate to raise my rank so quickly? Dongfang Qitsong looked at the snail phone in his hand with some surprise, and then pretended to be crazy and silly, not wanting to go. He didn't want to do such inhumane things. The extermination order was authorized by the world government and established by the Navy headquarters, aimed at conducting indiscriminate destructive attacks on areas that issued signals, in order to completely eliminate things and people that posed a threat to the world government's rule in a region. The standard combat power for the extermination order consisted of 10 warships and 5 rear admirals, along with elite forces from the Navy headquarters. In the headquarters conference room, Sengoku and Steelbone Kong exchanged strange glances at Zifa, their expressions clearly conveying, "Look, this is your most proud disciple. Has this kid become so thick-skinned now? He just got promoted to rear admiral a few days ago and dares to think about becoming a vice admiral, thinking the Navy is his family business." Zifa looked awkwardly at the two and then awkwardly explained, "A rear admiral who doesn't want to become a vice admiral is not a good rear admiral. Is there a problem?" "Zifa-sensei, you're here too. Didn't you have class at the training camp today? How's your health now? Did you go to the headquarters hospital for a checkup, like I asked?" "I went. It's just a minor issue with my respiratory tract. But it's all been resolved." "Enel, are you getting along well in the West Sea?" Enough. We can talk about personal matters after the meeting. Let's get to the point." Steelbone Kong couldn't hold back any longer. These two guys had no semblance of a Navy person. This was a serious headquarters combat meeting room. What were they treating it as? Cough, Enel, you're a smart person, so I'll be direct. Zoro is your friend. Now that he has defected, his ultimate goal is likely O'Hara. You were the last person to meet Zoro before his defection. NCP has reason to suspect you are involved with him. Of course, we in the headquarters believe in you, but the Gorosei have spoken. You need to participate in this extermination order, and you should know the reason." Sengoku briefly explained the specific situation. Everyone present was intelligent. This was a test for Dongfang Qitsong. Everyone knew that meeting Zoro was just a normal supply exchange. However, that did not prevent the world government from suspecting him. As long as Dongfang Qitsong could not accept this extermination order, could not accept the dark side of the Navy, could not accept the reality of his friend being killed by the Navy, then he would either be stopped at the rank of rear admiral or could be treated as a dangerous individual under close surveillance or even directly eliminated. After all, in the eyes of the world government, the Navy was their watchdog, and they absolutely would not allow a second Monkey D dragon to appear. Dongfang Qitsong pretended to be troubled, then under the just persuasion of the 3 elders, reluctantly agreed to participate in this extermination order. The arrangement of the world government directly disrupted his plans. After hanging up the phone, Dongfang Qitsong quickly called Lafitte, and the two secretly discussed in the office before contacting Becky to re-establish the plan. Half a month later, near the West Sea waters of O'Hara, Dongfang Qitsong finally met up with the fleet for the extermination order. "Carl, you stay on West Island. I'll return after completing my mission." After speaking, Dongfang Qitsong transformed into a bolt of lightning and disappeared from the warship. "Yo, Admiral Kazan, long time no see. Give me a chair." Senior Dongfang Qitsong emerged from the thunder, looking at the rear Admiral Kazan, who was sleeping on a deck chair. "Enel, I didn't expect you to be called over too. What a troublesome matter." Perhaps due to the arrival of a friend, Kazan did not hide his internal conflict with sleep, but said with a gloomy face. The two were both from Zifa's training camp. Although Kazan was closer to Garp and Zifa were old friends. Therefore, Dongfang Qitsong had known Kazan since childhood, and their similar sense of justice made Dongfang Qitsong a rare little friend of Kazan. Lying in the newly moved deck chair, Dongfang Qitsong enjoyed the gentle sea breeze and lazily said, "There's no way around it. The authority of the world government is above all else. For the sake of justice, this little rear admiral has no choice but to comply." "You little brat, you're trying to play tricks on me. I believe Zifa-sensei is for the justice of the world government, but I don't believe a word of your justice." Kazan looked at the feigning sleep of Dongfang Qitsong with some hesitation. After ordering the soldiers nearby to leave, he quietly said, "Enel, don't pretend to be dead. If you were still in the 110 unit, I believe you would turn a blind eye. But since you're here, I don't believe you have no thoughts at all. This doesn't align with your sense of justice. Oh, so it seems you have some thoughts after all. After all, this doesn't align with your sense of justice either, Kazan. Dongfang Qitsong narrowed his eyes and casually remarked. Kazan's heart trembled. Dongfang Qitsong was right. He indeed had some thoughts, but he was not afraid of Dongfang Qitsong knowing. He was afraid that Dongfang Qitsong, a young man, would lose his composure, worried that he might act out of a sense of justice or for the sake of his dear friend, and that in a moment of impulsiveness, he might do something wrong, because this rhetorical question also indicated that Dongfang Qitsong indeed had thoughts. Robin, do you know your mother's name? On the coast of O'Hara, Saul looked at Robin beside him with terror on his face. Alvia, Nico Alvia. Robin looked at Saul with an innocent expression. Saul was shocked, never expecting he would end up in O'Hara, a place where the world government was about to launch a massacre order. He had to inform the people on the island to evacuate. He couldn't let Robin die under the bombardment. Robin, a world government ship, is approaching O'Hara. They are here to slaughter historians. You absolutely must not tell the government people that you are a scholar. You're lying. You're just trying to deceive me, right? Little Robin had a look of disbelief. Why would the world government come to slaughter innocent scholars? This is unreasonable. She didn't believe it. Just as Saul was about to say something more, a voice suddenly came over. Little girl, what this giant general said is correct. And the world government ships have already landed. The fleet for the massacre order will arrive soon. Saul was startled by the appearance of a young man. Who are you? You shouldn't be a world government person, right? Besides, I am no longer a Navy member. He had seen this young man a few times along the coastline in the past couple of days, but from a distance, and he had not shown any malice. He never expected that he would know about the massacre order. Mr. Saul, I am here to take this young lady away. My boss instructed me to safely escort her out of O'Hara. Miss Robin, do you remember the magician brother? Seeing Saul's vigilance, the young man quickly explained, as he didn't want to be misunderstood and get slapped to death by the giant. Robin instinctively touched the hairpin on her head. It was the brother who came to visit O'Hara a year ago, the magician who could make the book in his hand disappear and could conjure many things. He was the first person, besides the doctors, to be so kind to her, and also her first friend. The flower hairpin on her head was also a gift from the magician brother. Robin, do you know him? Is he a friend? He's my friend, he is. Robin, then you should quickly leave with this young man. Get away from O'Hara. The farther the better. Don't come back. After today, O'Hara will cease to exist. Saul interrupted Robin anxiously. But what about Mom after leaving O'Hara? She won't be able to find me. I can hardly remember what Mom looks like. I really want to see her again, Robin said anxiously. This young man, Robin's mother, should also be back in O'Hara. Can you take her with you? I can distract the Navy for you. Saul said. Really? Mama's back. Miss Robin, arrangements have already been made on your mother's side. We will take her with us. As for Mr. Saul, I'm really sorry. Your target is too big. We cannot take you. The young man said apologetically. Hey, don't mind me. As long as you can get them out, that's fine. Saul said nonchalantly, smiling. It seemed that this magician brother was a caring person. He should be able to take good care of them. Robin, I hope you can escape successfully. Bang, 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 bang. The booming cannon fire continued, and the entire O'Hara had fallen into the bombardment of the massacre order. Damn it, what are those damn Navy doing? We're still on the island. Do they want to kill us too? Spandam narrowly avoided the cannon fire and then shouted in horror. Quickly retreat. Don't worry about those damn scholars. They'll die under the bombardment anyway. If we don't leave now, we'll be killed too. The most important thing now is my life. Everyone retreat. After saying that, he didn't care about Nico Alvia, who was covered in wounds beside him, and turned to run towards the sea, with the retreat of the highest commander. All CP members also fled O'Hara in a frenzy. The personnel of the world government had already begun to retreat, so it was our turn to make a move. If we drag this out, the mission will fail. A figure hiding in the depths of the jungle put away his binoculars and kicked a bush beside him. The bush shook, and then another figure stood up. Excuse me, you're Nico Alvia, right? Looking at the group of scholars, causing a commotion. A young man in a camouflage suit with yellow hair asked Alvia affirmatively. Alvia was stunned at the sudden appearance of the two young men in camouflage. They were clearly not from the world government. I am Nico Alvia. Who are you and what is the matter? Our boss has a task for us. We need to safely take Nico Alvia out of O'Hara. So let's go. There was no need to hide anything. The young man in camouflage with yellow hair spoke directly. Could it be the evil forces spying on ancient weapons? I didn't expect that the blank 100 years of history would attract not only the world government, but also the dark hyenas. Alvia looked at the two young men in camouflage with vigilance. Don't get me wrong. Our boss is a friend of Miss Robin. Miss Robin has already been picked up by our teammate. Miss Alvia will be taken care of by us. The hairpin on Miss Robin's head was a gift from our boss. The young man with yellow hair quickly explained upon noticing Alvia's wariness. Alvia completely didn't believe it. Robin was only 8 years old. How could she know such a friend? This must be a trick to deceive her. Alvia, the other party, might really be Robin's friend. A year ago, Robin mentioned she made a new friend and even received a hairpin from him. We always thought it was a local child. It seems we were mistaken. Dr. Kuroba recalled how happy Robin looked a year ago. That was her first friend, and all the scholars in the Tree of Knowledge were happy for her. He wouldn't be mistaken. Alvia was somewhat surprised, not expecting it to be true, since Dr. Kuroba has confirmed it. Then Miss Alvia, you can leave with us now. Miss Robin is waiting for you on the ship. If you don't leave soon, it might be too late. The young man in camouflage with yellow hair urged as the cannonballs became denser. Thank you to your boss. I'm very grateful he could save Robin from O'Hara. But there are things I need to do here. Alvia was about to continue speaking when she was directly knocked unconscious by another young man in camouflage. Dr. Kuroba, thank you very much for your contribution to the world. This world needs a successor of knowledge. Robin needs a mother even more. This is the original words of our boss. So, Miss Alvia, we're taking her away. Good luck to you. The two of them left behind a farewell message to Dongfang Qingsong and then directly carried Alvia toward the sea. Dr. Kuroba was initially shocked and didn't understand why the two suddenly made a move, but didn't expect them to say such a thing. Moments later, Dr. Kuroba laughed happily. Indeed, knowledge needs to be passed down. The world government can erase 100 years of history and can erase O'Hara, but the inheritance of knowledge will never be severed. One day, the inheritors will reveal the truth of history. Gorsiai, that day will come soon, and I look forward to seeing your expressions then. What a pity. I didn't get to meet my mysterious friend, Robin, a year ago. I really want to meet him. He seems like such an interesting person. Kazan, is this your sense of justice? You know this is an act of cruelty meant to intimidate others. Saul looked at Akiji, feeling a bit disappointed that his friend had gone against his own sense of justice. Saul, our positions are different. What? Akiji, who was reminiscing with Saul, suddenly changed his expression as both of them saw shells being fired at the refugee ship. Kazan, is this the Navy's justice? Saul shouted angrily. I didn't mean to go this far. Looking at the fired shells that were about to hit the refugee ship, Akiji's explanation felt weak. There was no time left. Suddenly, a flash of lightning appeared, and Dongfang Qingsong directly appeared in front of the refugee ship. 1,000 birds, 1,000 blades. Countless bolts of lightning formed 1,000 blades, piercing through the shells flying towards the refugee ship, causing all the shells to explode in advance, leaving the refugee ship unharmed. Hellhound! Sakazuki swung his lava-coated arm, which was emitting black smoke, and punched towards Dongfang Qingsong. At the same time, he shouted angrily, "Enel, are you crazy? Do you want to betray the Navy?" Lightning fist. A concentrated ball of lightning gathered on Dongfang Qingsong's fist, then collided violently with the Hellhound, creating smoke from the lava and stirring up strong winds on the sea. Sakazuki-senpai, you misunderstood me. How could I betray the Navy? I just don't want you to embarrass the world government. There are civilians aboard. Dongfang Qingsong said with a wronged expression. It was clear that Sakazuki's strength was not something an average vice admiral could match. He had used all his power just to barely withstand this blow. And his haki was no match. Nonsense. How have I embarrassed the world government? If there's a historian hidden inside, today's operation would be in vain. Get out of my way. If you don't move, I'll arrest you for obstructing official business, harboring criminals, and insubordination. I won't hold back. Saying this, he launched another hellhound towards Dongfang Qingsong, clearly serious this time. Dongfang Qingsong did not take it head-on. His goal was to attract the attention of all the Navy and hold back Sakazuki. As long as he could hold on for a while, Akiji would naturally make a move. Watching Dongfang Qingsong, who had transformed into lightning and dodged, Sakazuki's expression darkened. Then he ignored him and directly punched towards the refugee ship with all his might. He couldn't catch up to Dongfang Qingsong, but the refugee ship wouldn't withstand his hellhound. Unexpectedly, Sakazuki reacted so quickly. Dongfang Qingsong hurriedly drew his sword, Duanfeng. Under the coverage of haki, Duanfeng turned black, and he unleashed a full-power strike. The pitch-black Duanfeng collided with Sakazuki's domineering fist, and sparks flew as their fists and sword blades clashed. With a loud bang, Dongfang Qingsong spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying into the sea. Moonstep, floating on water. Dongfang Qingsong's feet landed on the surface of the sea. then pushed off hard to rush towards Sakazuki again. With a clang, the two clashed once more, fist against sword. Useless, Enel, your strength is indeed impressive, but you're not my opponent. Even with your swordsmanship, it's the same. Your slash isn't enough to break my defense. Step aside. I won't hold your insubordination against you. Don't embarrass the Navy. Sakazuki-senpai, I really am not your opponent, but a swordsman's slash is not that simple. Crescent Moon, Sky Charge. Sorry, I registered the patent first. As soon as he finished speaking, Sakazuki saw the Duanfeng on his fist start emitting wisps of white gas. Before he could react, a milky white slash shot out directly from the blade of Duanfeng, cutting open his fist. The crescent-shaped slash sliced through the sea, reaching the seabed of O'Hara, creating a trench that appeared before everyone's eyes. Looking at the sea that had been cut open but had not yet healed, both the Navy and CP members were shocked. This naval major's swordsmanship is terrifyingly strong. Could he already be a grand swordsman? A young grand swordsman is unprecedented. Sakazuki looked at the blood on his fist in shock. He really had broken through his defense. His haki was much stronger than Enel's. The attack power of a swordsman is indeed strong. But do their slashes have such great power? He had killed swordsmen in the New World before. Sakazuki looked complexly at Dongfang Qingcang. Could he already be a grand swordsman? Although Sakazuki was not a swordsman, he understood what a 17-year-old grand swordsman represented. This was undoubtedly very beneficial for the Navy. Sakazuki-senpai, I'm still not a grand swordsman. This isn't a grand swordsman slash. It's just faster, stronger, and sharper than an ordinary flying slash. Dongfang Qingcang knew Sakazuki's thoughts. He wasn't a grand swordsman yet, and hadn't reached the realm of breaking everything and severing everything. Crescent Moon Sky Charge is a special skill formed by merging his slashes with spiritual pressure, somewhat similar to Conqueror's haki, integrating his will into his attack. Crescent Moon Sky Charge is more powerful than an ordinary flying slash. However, with his current 6-seat spiritual pressure, he couldn't use it many times. His endurance was lacking. But Sakazuki didn't know this, so he was a bit speechless. What nonsense is this? Faster, stronger, sharper than a grand swordsman's slash? Isn't that a grand swordsman's slash? But this isn't the time to talk about that. Sakazuki's expression was resolute. Enel, this is your last warning. Step aside. Even if a grand swordsman comes, they won't stop my justice. Sakazuki-senpai, how about you listen to my explanation? I promise I won't go against justice. Dongfang Qingcang didn't want to continue with Sakazuki. He just wanted to showcase his strength, and then make Sakazuki listen to his words. A grand swordsman's attack is indeed sharp, but using it to protect the refugee ship is not very effective. Sakazuki, not wanting to waste time, directly unleashed a massive fireball towards the refugee ship, clearly set on destroying it. Truly a future admiral, a representative of iron-blooded soldiers, so persistent. I can only face him head-on. 200 million volts. Thunder God. Dongfang Qingcang's body released countless bolts of lightning, surrounding him completely. As the electric currents gathered, a giant thunder god appeared on the surface of the sea. The thunder god wielded a 40-meter-long Duanfeng and cut through Sakazuki's massive fireball, then used his body to block the incoming volcanic projectiles. Watching Sakazuki, who was stubbornly continuing to attack the refugee ship, Dongfang Qingcang decided not to hold back anymore. Thunder God, second stage. The gigantic thunder god visibly shrank, maintaining a height of around 4 meters. Although the thunder god's body had shrunk, the lightning had almost solidified. Thunder God armor, also inspired by the secret techniques of the neighboring lightning hidden village. Although it lacked the thunder god's wide-range attacks, it significantly increased Dongfang Qingcang's defense and attack. Watching Sakazuki's relentless dogtooth red lotus, Dongfang Qingcang raised Duanfeng in his hand and thrust it toward the oncoming Sakazuki. Thunderbolt stab. Almost solid lightning enveloped the black Duanfeng, forming a sword of lightning. The Duanfeng, carrying endless thunder, pierced fiercely into the molten head of Dogtooth Red Lotus. With a loud bang, Dogtooth Red Lotus was directly blown apart, and at the same time, the Duanfeng continued its momentum, piercing towards Sakazuki. With a clang, Sakazuki was caught off guard and was sent flying, stepping back several times on Moonstep before finally floating in the air in his elemental form. Sakazuki, I don't remember the Navy having the right to act against civilians. The icy embodiment of Aokiji stood firmly between Akainu and Dongfang Qingcang, his face filled with anger, completely different from his usual laziness. When Aokiji saw Akainu with blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, he was shocked beyond belief. He never expected Akainu to be injured. As a fellow Logia user, He understood Akanu's strength very well, and he was astonished at how quickly Enel had grown. Kazan, are you going to stop me too? Enel is young and doesn't understand. Do you not understand either? The entire O'Hara has already been sacrificed for today's mission. Are you going to let their sacrifice be in vain, to let today's events happen again? As long as there are any loose ends on the escape ship, today's mission will fail. Akainu glared angrily at his two colleagues across from him, knowing that there was no chance left. Just as Akiji understood him, he also understood Akiji's strength. He had always admired Dongfang Qingsong. After all, Zephyr, who did not kill, was too weak. But he never expected that the adopted son he raised, Dongfang Qingsong, would align with his sense of justice. After all, he was the strongest genius of the Navy, and he had been paying attention to him. Dongfang Qingsong's iron-fisted style in the West Sea once made him think they would be allies. It seemed that the title of genius was indeed true. His strength was already comparable to most of the Navy's rear admirals, even surpassing most of them. At such a young age, he could skillfully use both types of hockey, and his fruit ability was also well developed, not to mention that he was a great swordsman. One must know how many swordsmen could be drawn to the Navy by the call of a great swordsman. This would be a tremendous contribution to the currently manpower-lacking Navy. If only he were truly his ally. Unfortunately, a young person is still a young person, no matter how talented he is. He still has the kindness and softness of youth. Justice is not just a slogan. Absolute justice naturally requires sacrifices. Why don't they all understand this? Sakazuki, there has already been enough bloodshed today. The entire O'Hara will be annihilated under the cannon fire of the Demon Extermination Order. What more do you want? Akiji, exhaling cold air, firmly blocked Akainu's path. His own sense of justice had become confused, but he could not let it be tainted. Dongfang Qingsong glanced at the icy statue of Sol by the sea, then at Akiji in front of him. Unsure if the ice blocks created by Akiji would be strong enough. If they were shattered by cannon fire, it would be quite amusing. With Akiji present, Akainu should not act rashly. After all, he knew that he was still inferior to Akainu in strength. If it came to a real fight, he would definitely not be his opponent. However, if he wanted to escape, no one could stop him except Kizaru. Dongfang Qingsong directly dispersed his Raijin armor. While it was useful, it consumed too much energy. In a battle against a powerhouse like Akainu, his big moves could only be used as regular skills. Regular skills couldn't break defenses at all. He envied Teacher K's physique, who could casually unleash big moves while pulling an island. But at least his mission was finally completed. Now, it was just a matter of wrapping things up. It was finally time for him to perform. Dongfang Qingsong maintained his elemental form, floating in the air, and began his verbal strategy. Senior Sakazuki, you have your absolute justice, and we have our own justice. I don't intend to use my justice to persuade you. Imposing one's will on others is unethical. Senior, you must understand that the escape ship is permitted by the highest leadership of CP, which is a department on the same level as our Navy under the world government. Their highest leadership has allowed the existence of the escape ship. Do we in the Navy have the right to deny them? It should be noted that the investigator of this incident originally belonged to CP. The Demon Extermination Order was only executed after confirming the intelligence with CP. This is also an order from the world government. Senior Sakazuki, do you think your judgment is more accurate than the entire CP department? Your actions are not only unreasonable, but also illegal. Akainu's face darkened, hesitating and clearly still unconvinced. His absolute justice cannot be wrong. However, he felt that Dongfang Qingsong had some point. He indeed had no right to directly refute CP's actions. After a barrage of arguments, Akainu was left dazed. Taking advantage of Akainu's moment of confusion, Dongfang Qingsong directly started his next move. He suddenly flashed to Spandam's side, startling him greatly. The previous battle had been terrifying, with scorching magma and a 100-meter-high thunder giant. He almost thought he was going to die in the Navy's internal strife. This CP officer, not knowing how to address him, thought with the officer's wisdom, does he think what I said makes any sense? I believe the strongest intelligence agency of the world government would not overlook anything. Does this officer need Akiji to freeze the escape ship for a detailed inspection? Dongfang Qingsong did not dislike the current Spandam. Compared to his son, Spandam had some ability and was not so vicious. He was just seriously doing his job in his position. At least he allowed the escape ship to leave. In short, Spandam was not a fool. He would make the right choice. Spandam looked at Dongfang Qingsong with some surprise. His own strength was low, and usually his CP subordinates looked down on him. The Navy was even more so. The two departments were mutually disdainful. describing each other as filthy rats in a gutter. As an intelligence officer, he was well aware that the young man before him did not look down on him. But being surprised aside, he could stand out in CP, so he was certainly not a brainless person. This young general was indeed the strongest genius of the Navy. I am Spandam, the highest official of CP in the O'Hara incident. Your strength is truly remarkable. No wonder you are the youngest general, truly deserving of the title. General, you make a very good point. CP is indeed the main responsible party for this incident. Our intelligence capabilities in CP are naturally reliable. However, Akainu's considerations are also not without reason. The cannon fire of the Demon Extermination Order also requires some time. If Akiji doesn't mind, he can help intercept the escape ship. It's all for the world government. We CP are willing to recheck the civilians on the escape ship. I wonder how the two generals feel about this. Indeed, those with brains speak differently. No wonder they can manage well within the world government. With just a few words, he not only saved face for CP, but also gave the two generals a way out and lightly praised Dongfang Qingsong. With the brother department speaking up, and the other three generals of the Demon Extermination Order remaining neutral, Akainu no longer insisted. Seeing Akiji blocking the escape ship, he directly returned to his own warship. This is strength. If he couldn't stop Akainu, no one would pay him any attention. He might have even been directly arrested by now. Thinking that all the generals of the Demon Extermination Order were as easy to talk to as Akiji. Therefore, appropriate deterrence is indeed necessary. The most crucial thing is that while he was fighting Akainu, Robin and her mother had already safely left on a submarine. This mission could be considered a complete success. Now it was time to see the world government's reaction. Holy Land, Mariehua. The Demon Extermination Order for O'Hara has been completed, and we have reviewed the CP's mission report data. Although there were some setbacks, overall, it was completed quite well. Marcus Maz, the Holy One, put down materials in his hand and spoke. J. Garcia Saturn, CP performed quite well this time, not only capturing the criminal clues of the historians, but also eliminating the huge hidden danger of O'Hara. Spandam is indeed a talent. Compared to CP, the Navy is much more chaotic, even having infighting at such a crucial moment of the demon-slaying order, which is simply unreasonable. That Akainu is so stubborn, disregarding the arrangements of CP, as if he doesn't care about the world government at all. And that Enel, although he speaks in a well-organized manner, cannot change the fact that he is committing insubordination, relying on his little bit of strength to act out, showing no respect for Navy discipline. Then there's Akiji, that fool. If CP hadn't given them a way out, they would have really fought among themselves at such a critical moment. They are all completely ridiculous. How does Steelbone Kong usually train Navy ideology? Topman Vacheli is clearly very dissatisfied with the Navy's actions this time, starting off with various criticisms. Vacheli, hasn't the Navy always been like this? You can see it from Sengoku and Zifa. Sengoku's justice of leading the world and Zifa's justice of not killing, let alone the existence of someone like Garp. There has never been a unified ideology within the Navy. Justice is just a pretext to get the Navy to work hard, no matter how many interpretations they have of justice. As long as they can obey the arrangements of the world government, that's enough. It's just right that the ideologies of the two next-generation leaders of the Navy, Akainu and Akiji, are so opposed. This way, the Navy can be better controlled by the world government. After all, a Navy with a highly unified ideology is also very dangerous. The most important thing is that we have achieved our goal. Shepard Peter looked calm, not the slightest bit angry about the Navy situation. Gold. Vacheli said, Peter is right. As long as the goal is achieved, that iron-blooded style of Akainu is just what we need. He has a good blade. As for Akiji and Enel's actions, they were also expected. One follows Garp, and the other follows Zifa. It's normal for them to act weak. If they had no reaction at all, that would be strange. At least it proves their hearts are still with the world government. But the necessary punishment must still be carried out. Agreed. Seconded. X2 give up. Izumbaron Vei. Nejiru wiped his beloved sword in his hand, expressing no interest in punishing Enel. What I care about more is whether Enel, the strongest genius of the Navy, is truly a great swordsman, a 17-year-old great swordsman. What an astonishing talent. It can be said to be unprecedented, and I am very much looking forward to his ultimate achievement in swordsmanship. All the Gorosei fell into silence. With their knowledge, they had never seen or even heard of such a thing. It shouldn't be, right? He even denied it himself. Since it has been revealed, is there still a need to hide it? Someone broke the silence. Who knows? Even if not, he is still infinitely close to being a great swordsman. West Sea, Branch 110. Ha, kid, well done. Not only did you block Akainu's attack head-on, but you also exchanged a few blows with him. I heard from Kazan that Akainu was even injured. It seems that going to sea these past 2 years has helped you grow rapidly. It won't be long before you surpass this old man. Zifa's hearty laughter came through the transponder snail. Teacher, you already know. Don't listen to Kazan's nonsense. I only barely blocked a few moves. And Senior Akainu didn't use his full strength. Teacher, you are still in great shape. With one of your black arm punches, I would be lying on the floor, unable to get up. I still have a long way to go. Dongfang Qing Cang is speaking the truth. Akainu really didn't use his full strength. Black arm Zifa is not joking. However, I didn't expect news to spread so quickly. I had just returned to the branch when Zifa's call came in. Kid, now you know to be humble. Why didn't you know to restrain yourself when you were at O'Hara? You committed insubordination, and as your teacher, I can't escape blame. Didn't you just get called over by Admiral Kong for scolding? But I think what you did was not wrong. How can the Navy act against civilians? Zifa felt a little emotional. The kid who had fallen from the sky is now able to spar with the designated next admiral. Time really flies. Although I always knew Dongfang Qing Cang was excellent, I didn't expect him to surpass my imagination, especially regarding the great swordsman mentioned in the intel. Zifa really can't comprehend. Is there really someone born with knowledge of swordsmanship? Such talent is unheard of. Zifa, shut up. Don't you think this is making things worse? It seems like it's in Steel Bone Kong's office, and soon the transponder snail transformed into Steel Bone Kong's appearance. Inel, regardless of right or wrong, you are wrong for committing insubordination. The impact of this demon-slaying order is significant, and your skirmish with Akainu during the order has already spread. This matter has a seriously detrimental effect on Navy discipline. Therefore, the Gorasei are extremely angry, and your punishment has been decided. Enel, considering your excellent performance in the West Sea, and taking into account your youth and that this is your first offense, the world government has decided to impose a lighter punishment. Your military rank will be directly lowered by 2 levels, and you will currently serve as a colonel at headquarters, while you will also be assigned to Impel Down for 2 years. Enel, you need to reform well in Impel Down, understand? You are too young and impulsive. You need to work on this flaw while at Impel Down. Steel Bone Kong was a bit troubled. Originally, Branch 110 in the West Sea was well managed under Enel, and he thought he would be a wise and calm talent. He had planned to wait a year or so until the situation in the West Sea stabilized completely before bringing him back to headquarters for further training, but unexpectedly, such an incident occurred. However, it's understandable for young people to be passionate and not tolerate any sand in their eyes. Let him reflect well and Impel Down. Calm down for a while, and as long as he does his job well, he can be reinstated in 2 years. Steelbone Kong believes that the title of the strongest genius of the Navy will not fall just like that. After Steelbone Kong hung up the phone, Dongfang Qing Cang was a bit dazed. So I've been demoted all the way down, directly changing from a high-ranking officer to a mid-level colonel. At least I wasn't directly dropped to the grassroots level. Dongfang Qing Cang could only comfort himself, although he knew the Gorasei would definitely punish him. He didn't expect to be demoted by 2 ranks directly, and to be sent to Impel Down for duty. Was this a veiled threat? Speaking of which, I haven't even been a rear admiral for a few days, and now I'm being stripped of it. But the Golden Lion just escaped from Impel Down not long ago. With his violent temper, they shouldn't still be doing repair work at Impel Down, right? I shouldn't have to do any infrastructure work as a colonel there. Damn Gorasei, they just imposed 2 years of house arrest. No matter how unhappy I am, I can only accept it. I'll just treat it as arrest. I can't just directly defect and wander the world with my sword. Speaking of which, I shout daily about justice and want to send pirates to Impel Down, but in the end, I didn't manage to send a single pirate in, and I ended up going in myself. Because of my spiritual pressure, I basically sent all the pirates to hell. Headquarters. It's been a long time since I've returned. After all, it's south the place I've spent the longest in the pirate world. GUN. How have you been recently? There hasn't been a decrease in pirates in the Grand Line, has there? You must be quite tired following Sister Crane's ship to catch pirates every day. Unlike me, who just waits for pirates to come to my door, ha ha ha. Looking at GUN standing at the port, Dongfang Qing Cang greeted him, his legs really getting longer. Yo, ISNT that my brother Jiaqing? Long time no see, long time no see. Wherever there is GUN, there is surely Jiaqing. Enel, I heard about the situation at O'Hara. I support your decision. Rear Admiral Akainu's justice is too extreme. Clearly, you were doing the right thing, yet the world government is still being so excessive. Not only did they demote your rank, But they also lock you up in Impel for 2 years. It's simply unreasonable. Those damn pests, and I'll come to see you in Impel as soon as I have a break. Ji Yuan angrily rebuked the world government for being unfair to Dongfang Qingsong. Sister Ji Yuan, I think we should keep our voices down. There are people coming and going at the port. It wouldn't be good if the CP found out. Jia Ji looked around sneakily and then whispered a reminder. Jia Ji was right. Let us walk and talk. I haven't even congratulated you two yet. If it weren't for teacher Zifa telling me, I wouldn't have known you two are already colonels. So what if you're a colonel? A rear admiral can be stripped of their rank, let alone a mere colonel. Ji Yuan felt quite indignant, feeling as if her sense of justice was being tarnished. And of course, she also felt a sense of injustice for her beloved. After all, it was Sister Crane who had protected her so well that she hadn't been exposed to much darkness. We've only been promoted for a short time, and Sister Ji Yuan got her promotion a bit earlier than me, probably less than 2 months. Speaking of which, we're now at the same starting line. Inel, this time I won lose. You just rest well and Impel for 2 years. I'm going to take my revenge. So remember to call me Commander in 2 years. Jia Ji understood things better than Ji Yuan. He had already had contact with the world government's true nature. If it weren't for Dongfang Qingsong's extraordinary talent and strength, and the connections he had with Marshal Kong and Zifa, he might have been arrested directly. It's not like the Navy hasn't seen this situation before. Many have been arrested and offered bounties. Dongfang Qingsong's 2-year stint in Impel isn't a big deal. As for the rank, it's even less significant. With Dongfang Qingsong's strength, he will eventually become a general. Losing a rank is nothing. Jia Ji, I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. I just wanted to share my joy of becoming a brigadier general with you. I wasn't trying to show off in front of you, and I didn't force you to call me commander. How can you say that? Dongfang Qingsong looked at Jia Ji with a wronged expression. He knew Jia Ji's intentions were just to divert Ji Yuan's attention. The guy had watched several works featuring little golden men. Ji Yuan rolled her eyes at the two, too lazy to expose them. You really think I'm foolish? Inel, I heard you're already a great swordsman. After saying that, her eyes sparkled as she looked at Dongfang Qingsong, filled with envy and admiration. Rumors. I've already told Senior Sakazuki that I'm not a great swordsman. That slash was just faster, stronger, and sharper than a regular flying slash. Did his acting actually fail? He was a new-era youth who had watched countless films and even bought a book on the self-cultivation of actors. This wasn't reasonable. Dongfang Qingsong fell into self-doubt. Ji Yuan and Jia Ji exchanged glances. Why not listen to what you just said? A slash that's faster, stronger, and sharper than a regular flying slash. Isn't that exactly a great swordsman slash? Could it be that he's gone crazy from the thought of being under house arrest for 2 years? The two looked at Dongfang Qingsong, who was lost in thought, with worried expressions. After bidding farewell to the two, Dongfang Qingsong, as usual, visited various old friends and elders in the headquarters. By evening, Zifa also returned home from the elite training camp. The two reminisced for a while and then angrily vented about the injustices of the O'Hara Demon Slaughter Order for a whole meal. Then it was time for the duo to spar, heading to the Justice Mountains in the rear of the headquarters. Teacher, this is my strongest attack. Please use your full strength to let me sense the gap in strength between me and the top powers of the sea. Dongfang Qingsong directly unleashed his ultimate move, the super electromagnetic cannon, human cannon. He released the maximum voltage Thor form, followed by the secondary Thor armor. With ample time, the 4-meter Thor armor was compressed into a thin layer, and the original blue lightning turned into purple lightning, enveloping Dongfang Qingsong like a thin veil. Driven by the super electromagnetic cannon, Dongfang Qingsong shot directly toward Zifa like a human cannonball. One sword style, Iato stab. As he launched, Dongfang Qingsong thrust his sword. This strike encapsulated all his energy and spirit, with the purple-black sword tip distorting the space. Black arm. A shining black fist appeared above the sword tip, and at the moment of collision, there was only a pause before the purple-black sword body shattered like glass. Dongfang Qingsong felt a tremendous force hit him. The purple Thor armor shattered, scattering purple lightning everywhere, instantly turning the surrounding trees to char, and then he was sent flying like a broken current. Dongfang Qingsong sprayed several mouthfuls of blood in the air, and then he could no longer maintain his elemental form and crashed hard to the ground. With a boom, dust flew up, and faintly, several mouthfuls of blood could be seen spraying out. See? I told you the truth, Zifa. With just one hit from your black arm, Dongfang Qingsong really couldn't he even get up from the floor? Indeed, even after using all his means, he couldn't he withstand Zifa's full force strike. When facing Zifa's black arm head-on, he directly knelt down. Fortunately, he used a regular long sword and didn't he use Windbreaker. Otherwise, it would have been its death day. Are you alright, kid? Zifa looked at his fist, then at the broken sword pieces on the ground, and said uncertainly. He didn't know what had stimulated this kid, insisting on experiencing his ultimate move and wanting him to go all out. Would he get hurt? I'm fine. Cough, cough, I'm fine, just a little injury, cough, cough. Teacher, was that your full-strength attack? Cough, cough. Dongfang Qingsong quickly enveloped himself in 2 layers of green light. Fortunately, the consumption of returning was not too great, and it was a good thing that his physique had made significant breakthroughs in the past 2 years. Otherwise, he might have been killed with 1 punch. He had overestimated himself. Looking at Dongfang Qingsong, who was coughing blood and emitting green light, Zifa felt a bit helpless. It seemed this kid had some special healing methods. No wonder he dared to take his full force punch. Almost. Ever since I drank those 2 bottles of water you gave me, my body has been getting better every day. My previous hidden injuries have basically healed, and my physique has improved a lot, so my strength has also seen a good boost. This punch is even stronger than when I fought Whitebeard. You actually took it. I thought you'd need to lie down for at least 10 days to half a month. It seems you must have drunk quite a lot of that water, or else your physique wouldn't have risen so quickly in these 2 years. Damn it. It turns out it was my fault. If it weren't for my return being so impressive, I'd be stuck for at least 10 days to half a month. Teacher, you're indeed a treasured sword for the future. You must maintain your strength. Don't smoke anymore. These things won't affect your body much for now. But when you get older, it's uncertain. So it's better not to smoke. Teacher, make sure to check your body more often. Don't end up like last time, not even knowing you had respiratory issues. Small illnesses can lead to big problems. Your students still need your guidance and support. Dongfang Qingsong coughed while smiling and persuading Zifa. Perhaps his persistent phone harassment tactics had succeeded. He didn't want Zifa to suffer from similar asthma-like illnesses in the future. This time, Zifa did not refuse but nodded in agreement. Such a treasure that could enhance his physique was simply unheard of, and Zifa understood its value. This was Dongfang Qingsong's goodwill, and he naturally accepted it. However, since he could improve his strength again, he also had to cherish his body. After all, in Zephyr's view, Dongfang Qingsong is destined to become a general or even a marshal in the future, and all of this requires the support and help of his teacher. Therefore, he must do his best to maintain his peak strength. Taking a deep breath, Dongfang Qingsong began today's main event. Teacher, with my current strength, can I learn your black arm? Dongfang Qingsong looked at Zephyr with anticipation. He and Zephyr didn't need to be polite. Whatever he wanted, he could just say it directly. This was also his goal for today. After 2 years in Impel Down, he was ready to study the advanced skills of armament hockey. Learning is certainly possible, but will be very difficult. With your current intermediate hockey, it is quite challenging to learn black arm. Zephyr furrowed his brows and explained armament hockey to Dongfang Qingsong. As long as one can sense hockey and perform the basic hockey wrapping, one can be considered to have entered the beginner level of hockey. Intermediate hockey isn't too difficult. As long as one has a bit of talent and the determination to train persistently, most people can step into it. Intermediate hockey is a qualitative and quantitative improvement that requires years of accumulation and training. With years of training, as long as one can cover their entire body with hockey, that can be regarded as stepping into the threshold of intermediate hockey. This is a qualitative accumulation and is relatively easy to achieve. The next step is a qualitative enhancement, continuously compressing and refining the hockey, making it more pure. When one's hockey can break through an enemy's ordinary hockey wrapping, it indicates that the quality of one's hockey has also reached the intermediate level. This is much more difficult, and most people may not even enter this stage in their lifetime. In summary, as long as one can achieve either of the 2 points mentioned above, it can be considered intermediate hockey. This is also the current stage of Dongfang Qingsong. He has already managed to cover his whole body with hockey. However, in terms of quality, he is still lacking a bit. Having fought against Sakazuki, he is very clear about this. Lastly, there is advanced armament hockey. After possessing both the quality and quantity of intermediate hockey, one must continuously temper their physique with both. Only by refining an extraordinary physique can one step into the door of advanced armament hockey. There are countless hockey masters on the sea, but very few can achieve advanced armament hockey, primarily due to their physique. The black arm is actually a phenomenon produced by the flow of hockey. The flowing haki can be used to temper one's own physique and can also penetrate the enemy's body for internal damage. In theory, both beginner and intermediate haki can perform haki flow operations. However, in practice, if the quality and quantity are insufficient, it is very difficult to manipulate the flow of haki into the enemy's body for destruction at will. After finishing, Zephyr shared his insights on haki flow cultivation with Dongfang Qingsong. He advised him to wait until the quality of his haki reaches the intermediate level before trying haki flow. If one truly wants to manipulate the flow of haki to attack enemies freely, they must step into advanced armament haki first. Dongfang Qingsong was surprised that haki had such profound concepts. Looking at Monkey D. Luffy, who learned flowing cherry with just a few sit-ups, it seems so difficult for him. It looks like he needs to study this properly. Oh, isn't that Akiji's worship? Is it his turn to guard Impel down? What a coincidence. After entering the gates of justice, Dongfang Qingsong immediately saw Akiji's vessel. Jian Yuan, I'll go greet Kazan, you don't need to see me off. After saying goodbye to Jian Yuan, he transformed into a stream of electricity and flew onto Akiji's ship. It really is him, the sleeping Marine Vice Admiral Akiji. Kazan, how did you end up here? Is it your turn to guard Impel down? Enel, you're here. I thought you would arrive a few days later. You accepted the arrangement so honestly. That's not like you. Akiji continued without even taking off his eye patch. Impel down rotates every 6 months. It's not that coincidental. Like you, I am also punished to guard Impel down. However, I have 1 year while you have 2. I'm on the warship, and you're inside Impel down. By the way, after I leave, Sakazuki will come to guard next year. Also for 1 year. Kazan, this isn't a punishment for you, is it? This is to let you enjoy the sea breeze and take naps. It's almost like a vacation. It seems the world government doesn't really understand you. Sakazuki is the real punishment. Aside from the ruckus caused by the Golden Lion, Impel down is usually quite peaceful. With Sakazuki's character, this is likely a disaster for him. Dongfang Qingsong couldn't help but think of Akainu's absolute justice. This guy staying quietly in Impel down for a year would really be a nightmare for his explosive temper. Akiji casually took a sip of juice and said, Enel, how can you say that? I strictly execute the tasks assigned by the world government. Dongfang Qingsong looked at Akiji speechlessly. The beach lounge share, sunshade, beach shorts, and cold juice. He had already gathered the 4 essentials for a beach vacation. Yet he still had the nerve to say he was executing a mission. Has the lazy flame of justice already begun to awaken? Kid, you're back again. What do you want? That idiot Magellan just lets you come and go freely in level 6. Save it. That guy Magellan might have died in the bathroom. Kid, what do you think level 6 is? You come here to visit every day, and a mere Marine colonel is so arrogant. Kid, if you have the guts, come out. I want to kill you. As soon as Dongfang Qingsong stepped into level 6, the various insults from inside the prison rang out incessantly, echoing throughout the space. Dongfang Qingsong dug at his ears. These people were really energetic. Every time he came in, he would receive a pile of friendly greetings, all thanks to his persistent visits over the past 2 years. The feeling inside level 6 is much better than in the dormitory. Everyone inside is talented and speaks nicely. Dongfang Qingsong loves being there. So, as usual, he gave his old brothers a warm greeting, channeling his spiritual pressure to envelop the entire level 6. Kid, you're too arrogant. Do you think you can subdue us with your strange conqueror's haki? You're asking for death. Before the words fell, the conqueror's haki from all around level 6 pressed towards Dongfang Qingsong. Ignoring the greetings from many friends, Dongfang Qingsong stood still, carefully comprehending the impact he had just felt. Level 5, the frozen hell. Ding, ding, ding. Here it comes again. The prisoners in the frozen hell heard the crisp sound of swords clashing and immediately knew what was happening. One by one, they looked in the direction of the sound, wishing they could rush out and tear the 2 who made the noise into pieces. They had already suffered torment in the frozen hell, and now even their last bit of happiness was being taken away. It was truly cruel. The happiest time for the prisoners in the frozen hell was spent in their dreams, where there was no cold, no hunger, and even a freedom they missed the most. But all of this has been taken away. Since a year ago, 2 crazy swordsmen would occasionally appear outside the prison, fighting each other, and the huge commotion disturbed the frozen hell endlessly. On a vast ice field, 2 figures continuously intertwined, the sound of swords clashing resonating across the empty expanse. The sparks from the collisions adding a hint of warmth to this pure white world. At the edge of the forest, a large number of military wolves could be seen lurking in the shadows, clearly eyeing the 2 fighting on the ice field as their hunting targets. On the ice field, A young man over 3 meters tall, well-built, with a very proportionate body and a wide jaw, held a sword and looked at Dongfang Qingsong. Inalu. This is the final blow, one move to decide the outcome. Dongfang Qingsong nodded at the opposing Shiryu and said, "All right then, let's settle it with one move." Thunderstorm. Shiryu slashed with his sword, and the sky was filled with sword shadows like a torrential rain, each sword strike carrying the might of thunder, directly enveloping Dongfang Qingsong. The name of this sword move is the same as Shiryu's sword, and it is his strongest move. Windbreak. Dongfang Qingsong faced the torrential rain and swung his sword to counterattack. His slashes, like his sword, collided with the countless sword strikes tearing through the air, cutting through the rain curtain. At the same time, the thunderstorm behind the rain curtain collided again with Dongfang Qingsong's windbreak. With a ding, time seemed to freeze at that moment, and after a brief standoff, both leaped backward. The places where they had been standing exploded. Countless sword energies burst forth, and it seemed as if the sky had been pierced by these sword energies, the fierce winds directly cutting the vast ice field into pieces. The two looked at their clothes, torn by the sword energies, and simultaneously spoke. Raising their heads at the sound, their eyes met, and after exchanging a glance, they burst into laughter. Inalu. No need to say more. I indeed lost. I, Shiryu, am not someone who can't afford to lose. Windbreak is no longer worthy of you. You need a good sword. It seemed like a draw, but in reality, the thunderstorm was a big knife, far surpassing the advantage of the good knife, Windbreak. A good sword can provide a significant boost to a swordsman. Shiryu felt a bit emotional. Since Dongfang Qingsong was sent to guard the advancing city 2 years ago, he had sought him out immediately. The youngest great swordsman in history had already spread within the higher-ups of the Navy. Even those in the advancing city had heard of it. Of course, there was more disdain than respect. How difficult is it to reach the realm of a great swordsman? No one in the advancing city understands better than him. He believed in the youngest swordsman, but not in the youngest great swordsman. Initially, Shiryu thought it was just Navy boasting, but unexpectedly, the other party came knocking at his door, and Shiryu couldn't sit still. He hurried to give Dongfang Qingsong a lesson. He wanted him to know that not everyone could become a great swordsman. As a result, on the first day, Dongfang Qingsong joined the advancing city. He didn't even step through the main gate before Shiryu dragged him to fight on the sea, and with Akiji present, it turned into an ice field. As soon as the battle began, Shiryu noticed that Dongfang Qingsong's swordsmanship was indeed stronger than his own. The opponent was likely a great swordsman. However, as the battle deepened, Dongfang Qingsong gave him a different feeling. He had the realm, but his attack power was far inferior to that of a great swordsman. This was the first time he had encountered such a strange phenomenon. During the year Akiji was stationed there, the sea often saw the silhouettes of the two fighting. And throughout that year, in pure sword battles, Dongfang Qingsong had never won. When the second year came and Akainu was stationed, it wasn't as convenient for them. Their battles moved to the LV5 Extreme Cold Hell. From this point on, their battles began to show draws, and even in the second half of the year, Shiryu gradually fell into a disadvantage. Shiryu had been watching Dongfang Qingsong's growth over the past 2 years. Although Shiryu's growth was also rapid from sparring with him, it seemed slightly lacking compared to Dongfang Qingsong. In fact, half a year ago, he was no longer a match for Dongfang Qingsong. If it weren't for the enhancement of Thunderstorm, he would have been defeated half a year ago. Now he could confirm one thing. Dongfang Qingsong truly had the foundation of a great swordsman. He was just a step away from becoming one. A good sword is hard to come by. I also want a good sword. If only I could have the supreme big knife. That would be even better. Unfortunately, the famous swords I've encountered so far all have owners. I'm also quite troubled, and not every sword suits me. I need a famous sword that can adapt to the entanglement of thunder. Ordinary famous swords can be damaged by the violent thunder. And Windbreak has also seen better days. Shiryu, your thunderstorm looks pretty good. Just the name sounds like it would fit my thunder quite well. Dongfang Qingsong looked enviously at Shiryu's thunderstorm. The name alone matches the rumble fruit, and it might even enhance the power of thunder. Too bad it's not mine. Shiryu took a deep puff from a cigar, then completely ignored Dongfang Qingsong's eager gaze and put away Thunderstorm. Just because a name has thunder in it doesn't mean it suits thunder. Even if it does, it must be my beloved sword. Dongfang Qingsong shouldn't even think about it. You can forget about Thunderstorm. If you really can't find a suitable famous sword, it's better to ask someone to forge one. I heard that Wano has famous craftsmen who can make big knives. You can go try Wano, Kazuki Sukiyaki, or Shimatsuki Kozaburo. With their skills, They might indeed be able to forge a big knife suitable for me. However, I'm not familiar with either of them. To have them wholeheartedly forge a dedicated big knife, for me, might not be a simple matter. Shimatsuki Kozaburo is already in Frostmoon Village in the East Blue. I could go there and try my luck. As for Kazuki Sukiyaki, it might be hard to deal with him. Of course, if I can help him overthrow Kaido, he would definitely risk his life to help me, but I can't take on Kaido alone. It looks like I'll have to go to the East Blue and try my luck. It's been 2 years. I could take my annual leave. Shiryu, are you really not considering it? At the entrance of the advancing city, Dongfang Qingsong once again extended an invitation to Shiryu to team up. Shiryu lacked neither strength nor talent. Otherwise, he wouldn't have become the warden of the advancing city at such a young age. However, for someone like Shiryu, the advancing city is not suitable for him. He is not the type of swordsman who cultivates his mind. He is a killing swordsman, and his growth requires constant battles and bloodshed. The advancing city will only restrict and hinder him, and sooner or later, he will be forced to rebel against it. Currently, Shiryu is still relatively normal, without too much desire for slaughter. The battles with Dongfang Qingsong over the past 2 years have not only satisfied his desire for combat, but also allowed his strength to grow rapidly. At his current rising stage, he has yet to notice the constraints the advancing city imposes on him. This is a valuable subordinate I admire. A great support for the future. I can't let him become twisted in silence, nor can I let him fall into the hands of the future Blackbeard. So, Dongfang Qingsong has been trying to invite Shiryu to mix with him. Not to mention, when you become a general, at least you have to be a vice admiral, right? I'm the warden of the advancing city. I can't just run to the West Sea branch to be your deputy, right? Or you can give me the base commander. Colonel Inoue. Shiryu, still puffing on his cigar, maintained his nonchalant demeanor. He also didn't want to lose a great swordsman as a sparring partner. He didn't mind Dongfang Qingsong's invitation and was very willing to go to sea to fight strong opponents. But just as he said, the warden of the advancing city cannot work under a major. At the same time, he feels that he needs time to solidify his progress over the past 2 years. Perhaps his strength can rise further, so he is not in a hurry to go to sea. You can forget about the base commander. The vice commander can be given to you. I'm still far from being a general. I can strive for a vice admiral. You prepare the application form. I'll notify you as soon as I become a vice admiral. After saying that, Dongfang Qingsong turned into a bolt of lightning and disappeared from the advancing city. On the warship, Dongfang Qingsong returned from lightning to his physical form and greeted Akainu. Sakazuki, sorry to keep you waiting. I'll trouble you this time. Akainu maintained his serious expression. After all, they were colleagues and it wasn't a big deal. Over the past 2 years, your strength has grown considerably. Inel, your reputation as a genius is well-deserved. I hope you can remember this lesson. Justice is absolute. During the year guarding Impel Down, Akainu and Dongfang Qingsong had quite a bit of interaction, and neither of them would hold a grudge because of their previous conflicts. Sakazuki truly regarded Dongfang Qingsong as an excellent junior in the Navy, and over the past year, the two had sparred frequently, both in combat and in their beliefs about justice. Therefore, Akainu was fully aware of Dongfang Qingsong's strength. Sakazuki-senpai, overly weak justice can harm the people, and overly absolute justice is the same. Justice requires adaptability. It needs an absolute belief, but also a certain degree of flexibility. Set sail. Sakazuki's conviction wasn't easily shaken, and both had long anticipated each other's views. 2 years passed in the blink of an eye, and looking at the familiar Marineford, Dongfang Qingsong felt a bit emotional. Marshal Kong. Colonel Enel has completed his guarding mission and is here to report. Enel, I hope you can remember this lesson. Here is your rank restoration document. You're still a rear admiral, but you don't need to return to the West Sea's 110th branch. Given your excellent governance capabilities in the West Sea, the headquarters has decided to assign you to guard the North Sea's 119th branch, where the situation is even more complex than in the West Sea. So this is a long-term guarding mission. Can you complete it, Enel? I guarantee to complete the mission, Marshal Kong. Dongfang Qingsong's response was firm. Very well. However, before going to the North Sea, there's another mission you need to complete. Do you know about Wano country in the New World? Kong looked at Dongfang Qingsong with satisfaction and then inquired. As a swordsman, I have some understanding of Wano country. After all, it's famous for producing samurai and famous swords. The legendary dragon-slaying swordsman Ryuma is from Wano. Wano country? What a coincidence. Wano country again. Could this mission be related to Wano country? Is something significant happening there? Dongfang Qingsong thought to himself. That's right. However, Wano country not only produces samurai and famous swords, but also a special mineral, sea stone. Although Wano is a closed country, the world government has always had a channel to purchase sea stone from there. Recently, this selling channel has suddenly vanished. Although it hasn't caused a crisis in the world government sea stone stock, we must investigate this matter thoroughly. CP has also sent several batches of agents to infiltrate secretly, but there has been no news. The only information returned is about the Beast Pirates. The Beast Pirates? Isn't that Kaido's crew? So Kaido has set his sights on Wano? No, judging by the disappearance of the Sea Stone channel, it seems that Wano has undergone a significant change. Kong glanced at the thoughtful Dongfang Qing and continued. The Beast Pirates are an active pirate crew in the New World, but they suddenly went silent in recent years. The headquarters has not found any information about them. It seems they are targeting Wano. The captain of the Beast Pirates, Kaido, is quite strong, which could explain why CP has repeatedly failed. Enel, with your current strength, you are not Kaido's opponent. However, if you want to leave, very few can stop you on the sea. Since you haven't been to the New World, the Beast Pirates should not recognize you. Your mobility is far beyond that of ordinary people, allowing you to attack or retreat as needed. Thus, the mission to infiltrate Wano must be yours. Wano is not a member state of the world government, so you don't need to intervene in any events there. Your mission is to investigate two pieces of information: the Sea Stone sales channel and the reason why the Beast Pirates are in a corner. After leaving Kong's office, Dongfang Qing felt a bit dazed. After graduating 4 years ago, he spent 2 years playing in the West Sea and then 2 years in the brig. And now he was about to face Kaido, one of the final bosses in the later stages of the story. He felt overestimated. After visiting some old friends in Marineford, he helped Zephyr for a bit, and the next day, Dongfang Qing appeared on Akainu's warship with a bandage on his head. It seems that Zephyr-sensei is still as sharp as ever, Akainu said, looking at Dongfang Qing with a strange expression. That injury doesn't look light. Sakazuki-senpai. Sorry to keep you waiting. It was quite enjoyable to hitch a ride on the future marshal's vehicle. Enel, once you enter the New World, it will depend on you. The Navy cannot provide you with much support in the New World. It is entirely different from the Four Seas and the first half of the Grand Line. You need to be mentally prepared. As it was Dongfang Qing first time entering the New World, Akainu, as a senior, reminded him specially. Thank you for the reminder, senpai. I will be careful. Dongfang Qing said seriously. Set sail, target the New World. The protector of the kingdom, General Orochi? It seems that Kazuki Oden has already met his end, and that little brat Momonosuke has also been sent to the future. I am 2 years late, otherwise I would have had the chance to cooperate with Kazuki Oden to take down Kaido. But now that opportunity is lost, it's a shame. Dongfang Qing felt a bit disappointed. Due to the presence of the Beast Pirates, Dongfang Qing couldn't directly use observation haki to gather information. However, with his abilities, he still managed to understand the current timeline. 2 years ago, Kazuki Oden was publicly executed, and Wano's capital was reduced to ruins, leaving behind a prophecy. The bright moon knows not if this wish is fulfilled. 20 years of moonlit nights, the sky falls with 9 shadows. Then you will know the dawn is dazzling. This plot left Dongfang Qing confused. If Kazuki Oden had the ability to send people 20 years into the future, why didn't he take his whole family with him? But instead sent a useless son and 2 foolish guards, along with a traitor? He completely couldn't understand this line of thought. The current Wano country was entirely different from the Wano country that would be enslaved 20 years later. The spirit of the samurai was still intact, and there were beast pirates cadres suppressing rebellions everywhere. Dongfang Qing encountered numerous battles along the way. As for the tasks assigned by Kong, he felt that he had completed them all. Did he really come just to gather information and then go back? That felt a bit unfair after all the effort he had put in. Was there any wool to be sheared from Wano? Or should he go to Kibi village and try his luck with Kazuki Sukiyaki? Little girl, come out. Do you want to eat something together? In the dilapidated temple, Dongfang Qing was preparing dinner, roasting Sea King meat over the fire. Although the nutritional benefits of Sea King meat had become minimal for his physique growth, he still maintained the habit of storing a sufficient amount of Sea King meat in his soul space. Since leaving Flower City, the public order in various towns had noticeably declined several levels, let alone in villages. Being in a chaotic world, Dongfang Qing did not specifically look for an inn. He casually found a dilapidated temple to make do with, only to discover that someone was already inside. In the dead of winter, with no village in sight and no shops nearby, Dongfang Qing was not polite and directly entered to start a fire and roast meat. It was just a little girl, and, judging by her dirty appearance, she was probably an orphan. Before Dongfang Qingcang entered the dilapidated temple, the little girl had already sensed the movement. 2 years of wandering had made her exceptionally vigilant. As Dongfang Qingcang approached the temple door, the little girl directly hid in a corner of the temple, with a messy pile of thatch easily covering her thin body, leaving only a small gap for observing and breathing. Dongfang Qingcang is a remarkable individual, known for his exceptional observation skills within the entire navy. Even before stepping into the temple, he had already sensed the situation inside. Watching the little girl's alert and practiced movements, Dongfang Qingcang couldn't help but feel a sense of emotion. Indeed, living in a chaotic world is never easy. Even a little girl can be so vigilant, reminding him of the war-zone children he had seen in news reports in his past life. And he couldn't help but lament the safety of the great celestial empire in his previous life. Through a narrow gap, the little girl hiding in the thatch pile saw who was coming. It was a handsome young warrior dressed in a luxurious kimono, his steps light yet firm, contrasting sharply with the surrounding ruin. The twilight's glow cast long shadows on the ancient, dilapidated temple. The warrior's kimono fluttered in the wind, adorned with intricate and exquisite patterns, exuding an ancient and mysterious aura. His long hair cascaded like silk over his shoulders, gently brushing against his fair skin. The moment he stepped into the broken temple, it felt as if time stood still. His presence was filled with a sense of majesty and dominance, reminiscent of the ancient samurai spirit. In this shabby environment, he shone like a bright star, drawing attention. The little girl breathed a sigh of relief. This brother should not be a bad person, but rather the true warrior mentioned by her mother, not one of those assassins or pursuers. Of course, she still needed to remain vigilant. She was no longer the carefree 6-year-old girl from 2 years ago. The little girl stared at Dongfang Qingcang, praying for him to leave quickly while also worrying about the guard who had yet to return. Dongfang Qingcang, upon entering the dilapidated temple, did not expose her, treating her presence as if it didn't exist. The situation in Wano country would persist for nearly 20 more years, and the current Dongfang Qingcang could not save this country. Maintaining vigilance was the only way for her to survive better. As the campfire was ignited, the originally cold and dim temple began to brighten and warm up, with Dongfang Qingcang starting to grill. Soon the entire temple was filled with the delicious aroma of barbecued meat. With the spatial ability he possessed, Dongfang Qingcang would not skimp on himself. He had all the seasonings needed, and with his 2.5 years of barbecue experience from his past life, the food was simply mouth-watering. The little girl in the thatch pile was already drooling. The little girl stared in shock at Dongfang Qingcang by the campfire, wondering if this warrior was the legendary sorcerer. For how else could he perform such miraculous feats? Watching as Dongfang Qingcang waved his hand, conjuring pots, pans, and all sorts of bottles and jars, followed by various foods. Not only fresh meats, but also vegetables and fruits that were definitely unavailable at this time. The little girl wiped the drool from the corner of her mouth, while keeping a wary eye on Dongfang Qingcang. She had only eaten a few wild vegetables and fruits in the morning, and her guard had gone out to look for food at noon and still hadn't returned. She hadn't eaten anything all day. Since winter began, her food sources had drastically decreased, and she hadn't eaten meat in a long time. As Dongfang Qingcang began grilling, the girl couldn't help but drool again. In the thatch pile, the little girl stared longingly at the grilled meat on the fire, swallowing hard and inhaling deeply, as if she wanted to inhale the delicious meat aroma into her stomach. While preparing dinner, Dongfang Qingcang used his observation skills to keep an eye on the little girl in the thatch pile. Watching her various actions almost made him laugh. She was so cute yet so pitiful. Just as Dongfang Qingcang was contemplating how to reasonably reveal the little girl, a sound of gurgle rang out. Oh no! The little girl's face went pale. Her stomach had betrayed her and made a loud noise, which was so jarring in the quiet, broken temple. The little girl could only silently pray that he hadn't noticed. Clearly, that was impossible. It was merely her wishful thinking. Sure enough, Dongfang Qingcang's voice soon followed. Little girl, come out. Do you want to eat something? Dongfang Qingcang suppressed a laugh and gently invited her, afraid of scaring the little girl in the thatch pile. What if she really got discovered? The little girl instantly recalled her experiences of fleeing over the past 2 years. Even if Dongfang Qingcang was politely inviting her now, she had been through countless similar situations where once recognized, the other party would surely turn hostile. She was well aware of the huge bounty on her head. But what should she do now? Her guard hadn't returned. Could it be that after 2 years of fleeing, she was truly going to be captured today? The little girl's mind went blank. Father, mother, I'm so scared. Seeing the little girl continue to hide like an ostrich, Dongfang Qing sighed. Her wariness was still quite strong. Thinking, he got up and walked over. There was too much he couldn't help with, but he could at least share a meal. As he approached, what should she do? The little girl continued to huddle in the thatch pile, too frightened to move. Dongfang Qing pushed aside the thatch pile. Looking at the trembling little girl staring at him with terrified eyes, "Don't be afraid, I won't hurt you. You haven't eaten yet, would you like some?" he said as he handed her a bowl of meat soup. The meat from the Sea King was too nourishing, and seeing the little girl's frail body, he feared she wouldn't be able to handle it. So he specially made a pot of soup. The little girl looked at the steaming meat soup, unable to stop swallowing. Although she was terrified, her body was honest. Her stomach growled even louder. Yet, she still didn't dare to reach out, and the two remained in a standoff. "There's another pot over there. Don't be shy. Come eat. It's too cold in the corner." Dongfang Qing understood her wariness and didn't want to stay in a stalemate, directly picking up the little girl and bringing her to the campfire. The little girl did not resist. Once she sat by the campfire, feeling the warmth of the flames and the hot soup in her hands, she finally spoke softly. "Thank you, brother." Her voice was soft and weak, indicating her poor health. She looked pale and thin, but her voice was quite pleasant. Drink more soup. Don't hesitate." After saying that, Dongfang Qing started to eat, and the two quietly enjoyed their meal in this strange atmosphere. In the cold, biting wind, dozens of figures swiftly moved through the woods, clearly searching for something. That damned Kappa was not only powerful, but also incredibly fast. It ran away so quickly. Yuan Fei and Hans had no idea if they had caught him. Why didn't these damned remnants of the Kazuki clan go to their foolish lord to die together? The monarch was dead. How could they still have the face to live in this world? Seppuku should have been their destiny. Having dragged them down, we still had to hunt them down everywhere. General Orochi was the same. They were just a bunch of stray dogs, yet we, as the unwavering, had to personally capture them. Couldn't we just let Ming Wang as subordinates handle it? In the dead of winter, they were already exhausted from searching for the possible remnants of the Kazuki clan. A young man wearing a dark helmet, dressed in a turquoise kimono and a cloak, complained to another young ninja with long brown hair. "Fengren, we can't discuss General Orochi and Ming Wang. We have only recently joined the unwavering, and this is our chance to make a contribution. Intelligence indicates that the Kappa has been accompanied by a little girl for the past 2 years. Hans and Yuan Fei have already taken people to chase after that Kappa, and the Kappa's escape direction clearly leads to the flower capital. If the identity of that little girl is correct, then the Kappa must have run in the opposite direction. As long as we search in the reverse direction, we will definitely make some gains, and it will be a great achievement. Shimi Village is indeed the most desolate place. It's no wonder they could evade the pursuit of General Orochi. If it weren't for the fact that we happen to be suppressing the rebels, we probably wouldn't have found them. However, now that we know they are hiding in Shimi Village, the next search will be much easier. After all, it's a desolate place with few suitable hiding spots." The brown-haired ninja youth wore a confident expression. "Kazekage, your mind is still as sharp as ever. If we really capture the child of Kazuki Odin, it would be a significant accomplishment. Not only would we receive a hefty bounty, but the old-timers of the Oneida Band wouldn't look down on us anymore." F. Jean looked excitedly at Kazekage, and the two exchanged a knowing smile. Everything was understood without words. F. Jean and Kazekage, who had just joined the Oneida Band, had often been suppressed by the old members. And this time they were determined to redeem themselves, making sure those old geezers knew that it was now the era of the young. "Lord Kazekage, Lord F. Jean, we have discovered a temple ahead, with flickering firelight inside." A shadow knelt on one knee to report to the two. Kazekage had a strong premonition. That should be their target. "F. Jean, we will launch a frontal assault. The rest of you surround the temple. We must not let a single person escape." Soon after, in front of the temple, where did this samurai come from? Wasn't there only a little girl next to the Kappa? Did they get the wrong target? Looking at the two inside the temple who seemed to be having a picnic, Kazekage felt a bit puzzled. The little girl could be forgiven. She looked dirty, which was very much in line with the current state of Wano. But this samurai was a mystery to him. Shimi Village actually has such a beautifully dressed samurai. Aside from the samurai who sided with General Orochi in the flower capital, he hadn't seen any others outside, and most importantly, he felt a faint sense of crisis. Kazekage decided to rein in his temper and observe for a while. He gave F. Jean a knowing glance, and F. Jean nodded in understanding. It's cold at night. Brothers would like to rest here for the night. We hope it's not too much trouble. This samurai looks like he comes from a noble family. May I ask which lord you serve? I am somewhat well known in Shimi village. May I know how to address you? The little girl, who had initially relaxed, felt anxious again, spilling some of the soup in her hand. Dongfang Qing frowned. These two looked a bit familiar. I am a wandering samurai. It's better not to mention my name. If you two want to rest, feel free. This dilapidated temple is not mine. Upon hearing this, both of them felt even more puzzled. Kazekage used his eyes to stop F-Jean, who was eager to act. He didn't want to provoke this strange samurai and decided to confirm the target first. The two exchanged polite words and then sat directly by the fire, staring intently at the little girl. The little girl quickly retreated to Dongfang Qingsong's side, trying to hide behind him to avoid their gaze. Indeed, although there were some differences compared to 2 years ago, she was definitely the target. After exchanging glances, Kazekage took the lead and spoke. Sir Samurai, I wonder if you have any thoughts of serving Wano? Wano is in dire need of rebuilding, and General Orochi is eager to recruit talented individuals. I believe with your strength, you would surely gain the general's favor. At that time, wealth and honor would be within reach. And this poor place of Shimi village is truly unworthy of a samurai like you. To be honest, we are both subordinates of the general. If you are willing, we would like to recommend you to him. What do you think? Kazekage always felt a sense of unease whenever he wanted to take action. As a ninja, he trusted his sixth sense, and the samurai opposite him was definitely a master. It was best not to engage in a fight. If the other party joined them, not only could they easily obtain the target, but it would also add to his accomplishments. Therefore, he attempted to recruit Dongfang Qingsong, knowing that recommending talented individuals was also a significant achievement. The little girl hiding behind Dongfang Qingsong felt a tightness in her heart, her small hand unconsciously gripping the hem of his clothes, and the soup in the bowl kept swaying, clearly indicating her extreme nervousness. Thank you for your kind offer, but I'm used to being lazy, so I won't trouble you too. Dongfang Qingsong, while sensing the little girl's unease behind him, politely declined. He had no intention of serving Wano. As for that fool Orochi, that was even more impossible, and he also recognized who the two were. When he first heard the name Kazekage, he was so frightened he thought the Sand Ninja village had arrived in Wano, fearing that a sand waterfall would suddenly unfold from a scroll. Since you are not interested, then I won't push you. But you should know that ever since the foolish Prince Kazuki Oden was executed, the general has been eradicating the remnants of the Kazuki clan for the past 2 years. The Kazuki clan is the center of all Wano, and everyone wants them dead. So, could you hand over the little girl behind you to us? Of course. We will give you the bounty for the remnants of the Kazuki clan. F-Jean. Kazekage raised his hand to stop F-Jean, who was somewhat dissatisfied. However, after years of trust, he chose to keep quiet. The samurai opposite looked unimpressive, not only rejecting their recruitment, but also wanting to give away such a large bounty for free. He did not believe that the young man opposite could be that impressive. Ultimately, Kazekage chose to prioritize peace. Although he was pained by the large bounty, he felt it was worth it compared to risking their lives against an uncertain, powerful opponent. Intelligence indicated that the little girl had always been with the Kappa. Moreover, the young man opposite was clearly not any of the Red Cloud's 9 heroes. He believed the other party would not refuse. To be honest, Dongfang Qingsong felt quite troubled. These two guys from the Sand Ninja village were being quite polite to him, introducing jobs and wanting to give him money. He felt embarrassed to act. After recognizing their identities, Dongfang Qingsong already knew who the little girl behind him was. If it were his brother, he might have agreed. Sighing, Dongfang Qingsong reached out to pat the trembling little girl on the head, expressing some dissatisfaction. Gentlemen, I do not wish to get involved in the feud between the Kurabana and Kazuki families. Kazuki Oden has already paid the price for his foolishness. But the child is innocent. Considering that you two have been relatively polite to me, you should take your subordinates and leave. Since I have encountered this little girl, it means she is not meant to die. Kid, do you really think? F-Jin's words were not finished when a powerful pressure suddenly swept over him, making him feel as if he were in a sea of corpses and blood, as if he would lose his life at any moment. Be careful. Trouble comes from your mouth. Dongfang Qingsong cast a light glance at F-Jin. Just moments ago, he praised them for their politeness, and now their true colors were showing. Wasn't that a slap in the face for him? F-Jin looked at Dongfang Qingsong in horror, beads of sweat continuously sliding down his forehead. His mouth opened and closed, unable to utter a single word. Kazekage also frowned at Dongfang Qingsong. he sensed that fleeting pressure. Although it wasn't directed at him, he was all too familiar with that intense oppressive force. That was the ability possessed by Kazuki Odin and the Guardian King. Although it felt somewhat different from their two pressures, he was certain that the two of them were not a match for the samurai opposite. Kazekage and F. Jean exchanged glances, then silently stood up. As they were exiting the door, Wind Shadow, not willing to give up, spoke again. Mr. Samurai, the entire Wano country is now under the control of the general and the tyrant. Although Shimetsu is remote, it is not a lawless land. I hope you'll think twice. Your strength is indeed formidable, and we are no match for you. However, with your strength, you should understand the might of Lord Tyrant. So you can't protect her for a lifetime. We are merely following orders, and we will report truthfully after returning. I hope you will change your mind. We welcome your joining us. Dongfang Qing Cang ignored him, knowing he was indeed no match for Kaido. However, he was leaving in 2 days. Could Kaido really come to the Navy headquarters to catch him? Seeing that the other party had not responded to him, Wind Shadow and his companion could only leave helplessly. Little girl, this place is not suitable for a long stay. We need to change locations. Stronger pursuers will come soon. Do you have a good place to go? I can escort you, Dongfang Qing Cang said. Dongfang Qing Cang activated his observation haki, and aside from leaving a few small minions to keep watch, everyone else had already retreated. It was time for him to act. Are we leaving? If you leave, what if Isong can't find me when he comes back? The little girl hesitated, and she didn't know where a good hiding place was either. There was no choice. If they didn't leave, no one knew who might come next. If Kaido came over, he wouldn't be able to fight him. If you haven't agreed on a place with Isong, then come with me first, Dongfang Qing Cang said frankly. The little girl turned pale. She recalled Kaido's terror, and the destruction of Yutian City was still fresh in her mind. She could only agree to Dongfang Qing Cang's suggestion. As for Isong, that could be discussed later. Dongfang Qing Cang directly used his spiritual pressure to stun the small minions keeping watch, then picked up the little girl and soared into the sky. Amid the girl's screams and fearful eyes, Dongfang Qing Cang transformed into a bolt of lightning and flew towards Jiuli. Before long, the two landed in a forest in Jiuli. As soon as they landed, the little girl couldn't wait to leave Dongfang Qing Cang's embrace, followed by a wave of dry heaving. It was too stimulating. Even though Dongfang Qing Cang consciously reduced his speed, it was her first experience of flying, so the little girl felt a bit airsick. Seeing the little girl's pale face, tears streaming down as she kept vomiting, Dongfang Qing Cang felt a bit embarrassed. He hadn't considered this well, and it seemed all the food she had just eaten was wasted. Moreover, the little girl was an ordinary person. Experiencing high-altitude flight in the dead of winter was indeed too much for her, and she was almost frozen. Dongfang Qing Cang took out a piece of clothing to wrap around her and then gave her a few sips of water, barely managing to save her. Big brother, thank you. I feel much better now. Thank you for saving me. The little girl regained her senses and solemnly bowed to express her gratitude. Dongfang Qing Cang waved his hand to signal that it was unnecessary, then spoke. Little girl, since you are a remnant of the Kazuki clan, you must be familiar with Jiuli, right? Do you know which direction Kabuto village is in? Upon hearing this, the little girl looked around excitedly, then turned her gaze toward one side of the forest. Dongfang Qing Cang looked up and through the tall trees. He could vaguely see a tower that had become ruins. Brother, I didn't expect you to fly from Shimetsu to Jiuli so quickly. That's amazing. And you landed near Yutian City. I haven't been back for a long time. Although I don't know the exact location of Kabuto village, I know the general direction. Yutian City and Kabuto village should still be some distance apart. But Kabuto village is near the coastline of Jiuli. However, with your speed, we can reach it quickly. The little girl looked at a corner of Yutian City with a sad expression. After explaining to Dongfang Qing Cang, she hesitated and looked at him. Is something wrong? The little girl looked at Dongfang Qing Cang with a hint of hope. Brother, can you take me to Yutian City over there? I want to take a look. In front of the ruins of Yutian City, the little girl stared blankly at the mounds of graves. She didn't know who had erected these graves. Were they followers of her father? Her heart felt empty. Were the people of Jiuli mourning her father? But why did no one fight alongside him for Wano country back then? Didn't they all call her father Foolish Prince? Brother, it seems you don't really like Foolish Prince. What do you think of him? Clearly, everyone looks down on him. Yet why do people mourn him after his death? The little girl's heart was extremely complicated. She didn't understand why, when her father was alive, everyone except the people of Yutian City despised him. Yet after her father died, so many people fought against Orochi under the banner of the Kazuki clan. Dongfang Qingsang looked at the somewhat confused little girl and spoke softly. Foolish prince? I think the name is quite fitting. Yu Qian was indeed a fool. Even his father was the same, a great fool. Dongfang Qingsang's merciless criticism made the little girl feel somewhat unconvinced. However, she did not retort but continued to stare at Dongfang Qingsang, wanting to see what he would say. Dongfang Qingsang glanced at the unconvinced little girl and said with disdain, Little girl, don't be unconvinced. Don't look at those who oppose Orochi under the banner of the Kazuki clan. How many of them truly support the Kazuki clan? They are merely oppressed by Orochi and have no choice but to rebel under the Kazuki banner. Is the Kazuki clan really great and powerful? They're just a bunch of losers. Orochi was able to successfully seize Wano country, although Kaido's beast pirates played a decisive role. It cannot be denied that Orochi also deserves credit. Orochi was able to bear the surname of Kurazumi, which everyone despises, and then leap to become the general of Wano country. The foolishness of the Kazuki clan cannot be ignored. As the rulers of Wano country, they failed to recognize the right people. They knew that Kurazumi and Kazuki were sworn enemies, yet they still allowed Kurazumi Orochi to gain a high position and even tolerated him gaining power. Isn't that a path to death? As for Yu Qian, as the heir to the general and the lord of Julie, he actually abandoned his people and went to sea alone, completely disregarding whether the Kazuki clan would fall into turmoil due to losing their heir. Yu Qian even returned to Wano country once midway, but was completely unconcerned about his own country's affairs and turned around to go to sea again. Is this the behavior of a ruler? And Kazuki Sukiyaki was the same. Knowing that his only heir wanted to go to sea, he only kept sending people to stop him, and when Yu Qian became strong, he could only verbally prevent him. Yu Qian had no way to prevent going to sea. He had no backup plan, and didn't he even consider letting Yu Qian preserve his bloodline. Although Yu Qian fortunately returned safely to Wano country. What did he do in the face of the situation at that time? He didn't investigate anything clearly and rushed into Orochi's stronghold alone, resulting in failing to kill Orochi and directly agreeing to a ridiculous pact. He abandoned his dignity and agreed to dance naked under Orochi's castle once a week. And this lasted for 5 years. How much suffering did the people endure during those 5 years? The most critical point was that he actually believed Orochi's words. Little girl, do you believe what the enemy says? Do you believe the ones who came to capture you today said they just wanted to take you back for a meal? Do you think that that's foolish? No, big brother, you're wrong. Father was deceived. He agreed to save those hostages out of necessity. The little girl anxiously explained. Her father was a great hero. Even if the big brother saved her, she wouldn't allow him to slander her father. Dongfang Qingsang smiled lightly. Little girl, why not continue to conceal it? I thought you would keep your identity hidden. The little girl spoke seriously. Big brother, I am Kazuki Hiyori, and my father is the foolish prince, Kazuki Oden. Please forgive Hiyori for her rudeness. She did not intend to conceal anything. Please understand, big brother. After bowing, Kazuki Hiyori continued, although you are Hiyori's savior, you cannot slander my father. Although everyone calls him the foolish prince, he truly resorted to this desperate measure to save the hostages. It seems the little girl is still quite unconvinced. Let me engage in some verbal sparring with you, Hiyori. Do you think Oden, who endured humiliation and hardship to save many hostages, is a great person? The little girl nodded. Of course, her father is a great person. Ordinary people cannot accomplish such great deeds. Indeed just a little girl. Dongfang Qingsang chuckled lightly and continued, Hiyori, if this matter were handled by an ordinary person, I would agree with you. I would also think Oden is a great person. But do not forget Oden's identity. He is a daimyo and the legitimate heir to the shogunate of Wano, surrendering to the enemy to save hostages, allowing the people to continue living in misery to save hostages, believing in the enemy's words to save hostages. This is not the behavior of a qualified ruler. An incompetent person only harms themselves and those around them. An incompetent ruler can ruin an entire country. It is precisely because of such rulers that Wano is now in turmoil. The little girl clenched her hands, her face pale. She was shaken for the first time regarding her father's actions. This is just the beginning, and she cannot bear it? Dongfang Qingsang ignored her and continued speaking. Oden's strength at the time was comparable to Kaido, even stronger by a bit, with the many samurai of Wano. If Oden had dared to gather the strength of the entire nation, he could definitely have toppled Kaido and Orochi. Even if he couldn't win, it would be all right. Or if he was too kind-hearted to bear the casualties of the people, that would also be fine. The Whitebeard pirates or the Roger pirates could easily defeat Kaido of that time. But look at what Odin did. He made those puzzling moves without any thought of requesting outside assistance. Don't say it's an internal conflict of Wano. The Beast Pirates were invited as external help by Orochi. Odin clearly had the ability to save all of Wano, and he indeed wanted to save Wano. But what did he do? No matter what hidden agendas or thoughts he had, his actions were undeniably foolish. It's fine for an incapable person to be foolish. But when a person in a high position is foolish, it becomes a huge disaster. Wano was ruined by the Kozuki father and son. And that is not all. Kozuki Odin is not only a bad ruler, but he is also not a good son, nor a good husband, and even less so a good father. His father lost Wano because of his inaction, his wife lost her life because of his foolishness, and his children are being hunted down because of him. Of course, although Kozuki Odin has many faults, it does not prevent him from being a good person. This is something Dongfang Qingcang also acknowledges. Everyone likes good people, and Dongfang Qingcang is no exception. After all, Tianyue was also drawn in this way. Speaking of which, I don't know if Lady Toki was influenced by Odin and thus experienced a decline in intelligence. She clearly had the ability to send her family 20 years into the future, yet she only sent Momo and a few useless guards. In the end, she perished in flames without escaping and let her daughter endure 20 years of pursuit. Was she not afraid of her daughter dying young? Could it be that the Kozuki clan has a preference for sons over daughters? After hearing Dongfang Qingcang's analysis, Kozuki Hiyori felt like her whole world was collapsing. She wanted to refute, but didn't know where to start. Was it true that her father and mother were wrong? What her brother said made a lot of sense. If her father and mother had acted as her brother suggested, they would still be a reunited family, and she wouldn't have to experience endless pursuits. Kozuki Hiyori couldn't help but recall the verse her mother left at the end of her life. The bright moon does not know if this wish is fulfilled. 20 years in the moonlit night, the sky falls with 9 shadows. You shall know the dawn's brilliance. 20 years. Too long. She didn't know if she would be able to see that day. If it weren't for encountering Big Brother today, she might have faced great danger. According to her brother, all of this was brought upon by her father. It was all her father's fault. So, the one she should hate the most was not Orochi, who destroyed her home, but her foolish father. Kozuki Hiyori's CPU was about to smoke. Dongfang Qingcang looked at Hiyori, who was in a daze, and found it somewhat amusing. No wonder the snake uncle from the neighboring Inran village could easily abduct children. It seems the power of verbal sparring is indispensable. All right. Dongfang Qingcang reached out for a head pat. No matter what, it was all in the past. Discussing right and wrong now is useless. We should find a place to rest. Winter nights are extremely cold. And Hiyori, you must not get frostbite. Seeing Dongfang Qingcang displaying elementalization and preparing to set off, Kozuki Hiyori jolted and quickly woke from her contemplative state. Big brother, wait a moment. I know there's a resting place near Odin Castle. Don't fly. Let us walk there instead. It's not too far. Earlier, fleeing for her life was out of necessity, and now that there were no pursuers, she didn't want to experience that again. Walking was impossible. Hiyori was too slow, and Dongfang Qingcang picked her up. Then, with the aid of Shuinpa, he directly ran towards the destination. Looking at the nauseous Kozuki Hiyori, Dongfang Qingcang could only lament her fragility. Motion sickness and car sickness meant she would basically have to say goodbye to all means of transportation in the future. However, this wind-sheltered cave was quite nice. They could rest well tonight. Dongfang Qingcang nodded in satisfaction and used Beicud 20 H10sh. A bright light orb appeared in his hand and, with a gentle toss, it directly hung from the cave's ceiling, instantly illuminating the entire cave. Following that, Dongfang Qingcang cast another spell, Beicud 37 T-Say, and a hammock made of spiritual energy appeared in midair. 2 blankets were placed down, and after testing the elasticity, it was quite good, much better than sleeping on the floor. Kozuki Hiyori stared in awe at Dongfang Qingcang. Although she knew her brother was a sorcerer, she never expected him to have so many spells. It was truly amazing. He picked up Hiyori and casually tossed her onto the hammock. Then Dongfang Qingcang walked toward the cave entrance and used Beicud 26 Kayak, causing the entrance to the cave to disappear with a twist of light, replaced by the entire rock wall. Although Dongfang Qingcang was not afraid of pursuers, it was natural to avoid trouble whenever possible, and optical invisibility was a decent choice. Since his spiritual pressure increased, he could effortlessly use Kido below number 50. And Beicud didn't consume much spiritual pressure either. One could only say Kido is incredibly useful. It's simply an essential skill for traveling and living. The next day, Dongfang Qingsong activated his observation haki while bringing Hiyori through the village of Kibi. Although Kibi village had not yet become as extreme as it would be 20 years later, it was already showing signs of decay, with emaciated villagers wandering around. However, none of this concerned him. He had found his target. Despite the villagers being unable to fill their stomachs, there was still a tea house open. Looking at the only surviving tea house in the village, Dongfang Qingsong was somewhat speechless. Wearing a Tengu mask, Kazuki Sukiyaki was drinking tea inside. Dongfang Qingsong wasted no time and directly sat down opposite Sukiyaki with Hiyori. What brings you two here? Sukiyaki frowned as he looked at the two across from him. There's indeed something. I brought my granddaughter. What? X2. Shoyaki and Hiyori were both surprised. Their exclamations immediately attracting the attention of the waitress from the inner hall. What would you like to drink? A woman in a kimono lifted the curtain and walked straight to the three of them. Oh no, another familiar face. Isn't this Kinnaman's wife? She still looks young and beautiful, without the weariness of 20 years later. Poor girl, destined to live in loneliness for 20 years. What kind of sin did Toki commit? Bring a pot of tea and 3 bowls of red bean mochi soup. The rest is a tip. Dongfang Qingsong directly threw out a gold coin. A big spender has arrived. It seems the tea house can last a bit longer. He quickly pocketed the coin and left. Brother, you gave too much. Hiyori whispered. This is a gold coin, too wasteful. She knew how important money was, especially considering she wore patched clothes even in Wano, not to mention the 2 years of fleeing. No witties. Brother has cash. As he said this, Dongfang Qingsong took out another handful of gold coins, dazzling both of their eyes. The two were speechless. Didn't he know not to show off wealth? If it were 2 years ago, someone would have probably tried to rob him by now. But now, a samurai who could spin like this either had allied with Orochi or had fallen into banditry. The young man opposite didn't look like a bandit at all. Could it be that he had exposed himself? Kinnaman Shoyaki was secretly on guard. Although he wore a Tengu mask, Shoyaki's thoughts were completely seen through by Dongfang Qingsong. Dongfang Qingsong felt his observation haki, combined with the Thunder Fruit's magnetic field, was really too perverse. He might even awaken mind-reading abilities. Or perhaps Shoyaki was just too bad at hiding his thoughts. All his ideas lay bare in Dongfang Qingsong's perception. This Tengu was too weak. If it were Sakazuki, he definitely wouldn't have noticed. Dongfang Qingsong didn't waste words testing each other. He directly reached out and touched Hiyori's hair. Shoyaki, no, you should be called Tengu Sanbei now. Ignoring Shoyaki's dramatically changing expression, Dongfang Qingsong continued. This is Hiyori, Kazuki Hiyori. I think you should recognize her. As he spoke, Dongfang Qingsong directly removed Hiyori's disguise. Just then, he brought the food over, and Dongfang Qingsong ignored the shocked expressions of the two, directly starting to eat. Not bad after filling up. Dongfang Qingsong took a sip of tea and silently rated it, while their conversation came to an end. Thank you, sir. It's your help that saved my granddaughter from disaster. I cannot repay your great kindness. I wonder if there is anything I can assist you with. I am willing to do my utmost. Seeing Dongfang Qingsong finish his meal, Shoyaki quickly expressed his gratitude. The Kazuki clan was despised by everyone now. He didn't believe Dongfang Qingsong would help without reason. Moreover, his identity had been thoroughly investigated, and he had specifically brought Hiyori to him. There must be a reason for everything, and unsolicited kindness always has a request. I was waiting for you to say that. Dongfang Qingsong secretly gave a thumbs up. Since Mr. Shoyaki has spoken, I won't be polite. I do indeed have a request. Upon hearing Dongfang Qingsong's words, Shoyaki felt relieved. Since there was a request, that was the best. He was most afraid that Dongfang Qingsong had no desires, which would make him worry. The following conversation was not suitable for public discussion. Under Shoyaki's lead, they returned to his residence, and once seated, Dongfang Qingsong expressed his needs. After listening to Dongfang Qingsong's request, Shoyaki pondered for a moment and then asked with certainty, Sir, you are not from Wano, right? Dongfang Qingsong nodded. He had no intention of hiding, and since he needed something, he wouldn't deliberately conceal it. I truly have no knowledge about the location of the King of Hell. I only know it is roughly beneath ancient Wano. However, I do know the secret chamber that holds the historical records, and I can tell you about it. As for whether you can discover anything, I cannot guarantee. I have been to that secret chamber many times and have not found any special clues. Nowadays, Shoyaki had no intention of guarding the secret of the King of Hell. Wanting to find the King of Hell could not bypass Orochi and Kaido. And the young man opposite looked like he was not to be trifled with. If the young man could really defeat Orochi and them, then what would it matter if he handed over the King of Hell? After all, he didn't need it. Even if the young man couldn't defeat Orochi and them, at least he could make Orochi lose face, which would be a relief for the Kazuki clan, and perhaps relieve some pressure on the resistance forces. Sir, you indeed need a good sword that can keep up with your growth. While Dando Feng is a good famous sword, it is not very suitable for you. Even if you take great care of it, it is still not enough. Dando Feng is already battered and cannot keep up with you. As Kinemon Shoyaki carefully examined Dando Feng, he spoke. As a swordsmith, he could see problems that others could not detect. This sword was already on the verge of retirement. Dongfang Qingsong nodded. An expert could tell the quality at a glance. The thunder fruit was too domineering. On the surface, Dando Feng still looked as bright as new. However, every time the thunder wrapped around him, Dongfang Qingsong could hear the damage to Dando Feng. Even with his haki protection, Dongfang Qingsong was now reluctant to fight with all his strength, fearing he might destroy Dando Feng. As for weapons that can let you unleash your full potential, I have quite a few options. The second generation Onitachi, a demon sword forged by my ancestor, is far more powerful than regular great swords and definitely worthy of your strength. However, because this sword belongs to the demon sword category, the wielder will be cursed, making it an ominous object. I do not recommend it. Yama, ranked among the 21 great swords, was forged by the famous Wano swordsmith Shimatsuki Jensaburo, said to be able to destroy even hell. This sword will autonomously absorb the user's haki and unleash tremendous power. But if you cannot tame Yama, it will devour its master like a demon sword, and the wielder will be drained of their haki and perish. The Tenryu, also ranked among the 21 great swords, was forged by a famous swordsmith in Wano and is said to be able to slice through the sky. It is the sword I believe is most suitable for a swordsman. These 3 swords are currently in my possession. Sir, you may choose any one. Although Yama and Tenryu are the swords of Odin, I believe that since you saved Hiyori, you definitely have the qualifications to inherit them, and I believe Odin would not oppose. I suggest you choose the Tenryu. The other 2 demon swords are not so easy to tame. These 3 great swords are indeed good, but they're not suitable for me. I need at least a great sword quality weapon that can excellently transmit the power of thunder. Such a sword is what suits me. Currently, these 3 swords are indeed sufficient for me, but as my strength further improves, the destructive power of thunder will also grow stronger. By then, the swords might not be able to withstand it. Dongfang Qingsong shared his thoughts with Shoyaki. After thinking for a moment, Shoyaki spoke again. I understand your concerns, sir, but swords with such qualities are rare. As far as I know, only the supreme great sword Reikuchi meets your needs. However, this sword has been missing for nearly 300 years. Finding it is indeed not easy. It seems you need to have a custom-made sword. Dongfang Qingsong nodded in agreement. This was indeed the purpose of his visit. The creation of the supreme great knife is somewhat beyond my capabilities, but I still have some confidence in making the great knife. However, Shukiyaki sighed. It wasn't that he didn't want to help Dongfang Qingsong forge a weapon, but he was truly powerless. The materials for forging the great knife were not easy to find, not to mention that they also required materials capable of conducting thunderous power. If it were a few years ago, he could still find materials in the treasury of Wano, but now he had the skill to forge. It was like a clever woman unable to cook without rice. If the samurai could gather the materials, he could start forging the sword at any time. This was indeed a problem. Dongfang Qingsong asked Shukiyaki for a list of materials and then inquired in detail about the location of Wano's treasury. He planned to borrow some materials that evening. He really was a hard worker. Kaido's base, Onigashima. Unlike the tumultuous Wano, Onigashima was bustling with activity, with members of the beast pirates seen everywhere. Dongfang Qingsong directly took out a pirate of similar size. Then, under the effect of life return, he seamlessly blended into Onigashima. After leaving Julie, Dongfang Qingsong went to visit Orochi's treasury, but there were no materials as Shukiyaki had mentioned, only gold, silver, jewels, and finished weapons. After inquiring from various sources, he learned that the materials had all been sent to Onigashima. So, after taking advantage of the situation, Dongfang Qingsong mixed into Onigashima. With many experts at the headquarters of the Beast Pirates, he could not brazenly use his observation haki to search for materials. Thus, he could only slowly search using observation haki in a small area. Over the past few days, he had almost explored all of Onigashima, encountered several treasure rooms, and collected most of the materials. What he was currently missing was that piece capable of conducting thunder. Should he go to the underground weapon vault to search? That was the only place he hadn't gone yet. but it wasn't easy to enter. Indeed, wherever there are people, there will be corruption and graft. The beast pirates were no exception. Seeing a man hiding in his room drinking flower wine in broad daylight, Dongfang Qingcang decided to execute a just punishment on him. It was him, Schemeand, the logistics supervisor of Onigashima. Knock, knock, knock. The drinking Schemeand gestured for the courtesan beside him to open the door. Lord Schemeand, there is an order from Lord Kaido. Dongfang Qingcang walked in with his head lowered and casually closed the door. An order from Lord Kaido? Didn't Lord Kaido go to the flower capital today? And he didn't use the snail phone to contact me? No, wait. Raise your head. Who are you? The alcohol had dulled Schemeand's mind, and by the time he reacted, it was already too late. Dongfang Qingcang knocked out the courtesan with a hand chop, and then several streams of Chidori Samban shot directly at Schemeand. Under Dongfang Qingcang's precise control, Schemeand was directly paralyzed and couldn't utter a word. Next came the interrogation time. Dongfang Qingcang walked toward Schemeand with a sinister smile. Just as Dongfang Qingcang was about to perform the 10 tortures of the Manchu Qing, a soft and clear voice suddenly rang out. Brother, what are you doing? Are you also a warrior of the Kazuki clan? Are you here to assassinate Kaido? Dongfang Qingcang stiffly looked toward the source of the voice and saw a small head poking out from the ceiling, with big eyes that could melt countless lowly fans at a glance. With a thud, the little lowly jumped down from the gap in the ceiling. The little lowly had a head of gradient white long hair, transitioning from white at the top to green and then blue at the ends. With a pair of red devil horns on her head, and her red and white kimono looked somewhat messy. Looking at the dirty face but bright eyes and an incredibly expectant expression of the little lowly, Dongfang Qingcang suddenly realized that this was not Kaido's great filial daughter version of Luffy. He had been too smooth these past few days and had been caught by this little girl at the crime scene. He had let his guard down. Brother, are you a follower of Odin? Are you one of the Red Scabbards? The little girl saw that Dongfang Qingcang was looking at her without speaking and quickly asked. The entire Onigashima was filled with her father's subordinates, and anyone brave enough to attack the beast pirates must be from the Kazuki clan. Although she was locked up in Onigashima, she was not completely ignorant of the outside situation. Running around Onigashima all day, she had heard a lot of information. Now, Wano was filled with rebels, and many samurai had infiltrated Onigashima to prepare to assassinate her father. But unfortunately, none had succeeded. Yamato, quickly. The recovery ability of the Zoan type was indeed formidable. In such a short time, he could speak. Hearing Schemeand's hoarse voice, Dongfang Qingcang waved his hand, and several times, more Chidori Samban directly pierced into Schemeand's body, even inserting one in his throat to cut off his speech. Yamato was startled. Could he have directly died? Although she didn't like her father's subordinates, if he died, it would surely alarm her father, and she didn't want the Kazuki clansman she had just met to die. He's fine. He won't die so easily. Dongfang Qingcang understood Yamato's thoughts, and also, little girl, I am not a fool of the Kazuki clan. Odin? The Red Scabbards? Where are those? Defeated dogs. How can you say that? How can you insult Odin? Don't you know how hard he worked? He is a great man. What grudge do you have against him? Why do you insult him? Yamato retorted angrily. Although she had often heard ridicule of Odin in the Beast Pirates, she didn't care. But today, being insulted by someone she thought was of the Kazuki clan made Yamato lose her composure, and a powerful conqueror's haki pressed down. What does his effort have to do with me? Even without hatred, am I not allowed to speak the truth? Dongfang Qingcang was somewhat surprised by Yamato's conqueror's haki. He was not surprised that Yamato had awakened it at such a young age. He felt that Yamato was perhaps too emotional. Was her idol so sacred and inviolable? Dongfang Qingcang, who had never chased stars, found it difficult to understand. I don't care. You absolutely cannot insult Lord Odin. If you cannot give a reason, then you must apologize to Lord Odin. Yamato glared at Dongfang Qingcang angrily, as if she had some deep-seated hatred. I refuse. What can you do if I don't apologize? The impact of the conqueror's haki had already attracted the attention of the beast pirates. Dongfang Qingcang walked to Shioen's side and punched him hard on the back of the neck, then inserted a few more Samban. He planned to take Shioen and escape. They could not stay here any longer. Yamato was furious at Dongfang Qingcang's words, wanting to refute, but feeling powerless. Watching Dongfang Qingcang dragging Shioen toward the door, she suddenly thought of something. Stop. If you leave, I will call for help. Although I don't know what your purpose is, you definitely don't want to be discovered. Seeing Dongfang Qingcang stop in his tracks, Yamato continued triumphantly. Either convince me or apologize. Otherwise, you can't leave. Stop. Don't let him go, or I will call. Seeing Dongfang Qingcang preparing to put down Shioen, Yamato hurriedly stopped him. Facing Dongfang Qingsong without any burdens, she couldn't guarantee she could shout out before losing consciousness. She had seen clearly how Schemeand and the courtesan were controlled. Damn it, Dongfang Qingsong's mind was racing. Wasn't it said that she was the female version of Luffy? Why was her IQ online at this moment? Could it be because she hadn't been completely brainwashed by Oden's diary yet? This was somewhat different from her 20 years later. Indeed, the longer one stayed with Oden, the easier it was to lower their IQ. It seemed that Yamato still had hope. This is a long story. Are you sure you want to continue chatting here? Although she didn't use the observation hockey, Dongfang Qingsong could still vaguely sense someone approaching. Yamato straightened her small face and then signaled Dongfang Qingsong to follow her. Without waiting for Dongfang Qingsong to respond, Yamato kicked her short legs and directly leaped to the ceiling. After fiddling with it for a moment, a gap large enough for an adult to pass through appeared. Watching Yamato disappear into the hole, Dongfang Qingsong couldn't help but chuckle softly. At this moment, she wasn't afraid of him running away. After all, she was just a little girl, too easily trusting others. No wonder she could be fooled into becoming a filial child by a diary. Who writes diaries in a serious family? This should be Yamato's hideout. And looking at the cramped storage room, Dongfang Qingsong couldn't help but feel a bit emotional. What a good little cotton-padded jacket. Yet it was turned into a bulletproof vest by Kaido. Looking at the stubborn Yamato, Dongfang Qingsong casually tossed aside the two unconscious individuals and found a place to start explaining his theories. Both Kazuki Hiyori and this little green tea had been fooled by him, and with her style, it would be an easy catch. Under Dongfang Qingsong's verbal persuasion, the not so deeply poisoned Yamato began to fall into self-doubt, her originally bright eyes dimming. So, Oden's diary is all fake? Why do you write a fake diary? Are you trying to deceive me? The speed at which her idol collapsed was like a tornado, and Yamato couldn't handle it for a moment. Quickly grasping at the last straw, the diary isn't fake. You just shouldn't view it from Oden's perspective, and then you'll discover many issues. A single-minded muscle head tends to be stubborn. After pondering for a moment, Dongfang Qingsong spoke again, giving an example. Let's talk about Kaido's invasion of Wano, which will help you understand. The invasion of Wano by my father was a mistake. Would Oden lie to me about this? I saw it with my own eyes. I may be young, but I'm not brainless. Yamato looked at Dongfang Qingsong with some confusion, wondering if this person opposite her was a big liar. Dongfang Qingsong ignored Yamato's rude gaze and directly stood in Kaido's position to analyze. Today, teacher Dongfang wanted to show the muscle head the charm of rhetoric. Under Yamato's watchful eyes, Dongfang Qingsong once again refreshed her worldview. I am Kaido, a free pirate. My captain was killed by that insidious guy, Roger. As a pirate, he shamelessly teamed up with the Navy, and the captain was killed just like that. The once immensely powerful pirate crew, which even the world government feared, fell apart like this. I am just a small intern, lucky to have survived. To prevent being hunted down by the Navy as a remnant of rocks, I strictly disciplined myself, not daring to slack off for a moment. After years of hard work and struggle, I not only grew stronger, but also established my own business in the new world. One day, an old acquaintance named Kurizumi Makuro found me. She claimed to be a person of power in Wano, who was persecuted by the current rulers, the Kazuki clan, and had ended up overseas. She claimed that her family had been almost entirely slaughtered by the Kazuki clan. Now only a few seedlings remain alive, and even so, the Kazuki clan's pursuit of them has not ceased. The people of Wano are suffering under the Kazuki clan's rule. Kurizumi Makuro, to protect her last remaining kin and for the impoverished people of Wano, had to set sail seeking help. Now that she found me, she wanted to collaborate to overthrow the tyranny of the Kazuki clan. Once successful, the Kurizumi family would not only crown me as the guardian king, but also fully support my business. They were willing to provide land for me to build factories, allowing my career to reach new heights. Having been busy with my career for many years and drifting about, I also wanted a stable base as a rearguard. My daughter also needed a stable environment to grow up in. This matter was beneficial to me in every way. This is a win-win project. It can help my friends achieve their wishes, save innocent people, and allow my business to develop more smoothly. So I, Kaido, invested in this project. With my support, the Kurizumi family quickly cleared their grievances and smoothly regained their power. My friend kept her promise and provided me with land to build factories to the greatest extent possible. She is a trustworthy owner who never defaults on project payments. Just when everything was heading in a good direction, a man claiming to have legitimate inheritance rights to Wano suddenly appeared. This sudden man, named Oden, relying on his own strength, actually infiltrated my friend's home alone. As soon as he appeared, he attempted to kill my owner, which was simply outrageous. We invested so much manpower, resources, and funds in building factories. Now that the infrastructure was nearly complete and we were ready to start operations and make money, he suddenly jumped out wanting to reap the rewards. Isn't this bullying? If he succeeds, what will happen to our efforts? Does he know how much work we've provided for Wano? This monarch who abandoned his subjects to sail knows nothing. What face does he have to drive us away? Fortunately, Odin came alone. With my friend's efforts to negotiate, they barely managed to fend off Odin's violence. My friend's mind was quite flexible, and after a slight scheme, she successfully persuaded him to leave. Moreover, she secured us 5 years of time. In these precious 5 years, we not only had to endure his public ridicule every week, but also had to overcome all difficulties and focus on improving our strength. However, the time eventually came 5 years later when we could no longer delay. On that day, the man named Odin came knocking again, and this time he didn't come alone. He brought his subordinates and trapped us in a valley. In this battle, although we made some progress, my strength was still not strong enough, and I was almost defeated. If it weren't for my friend's preparations, we would have truly lost this battle. However, because my friend intervened in the fair duel between two samurai, in my anger, I was caught off guard, and in the process, I harmed my friend's life. By the time I came to my senses, it was already too late. This was my dear friend. Old friend, why didn't you resist? Why didn't you dodge? I truly have no face to meet the owner. Having stayed in Wano for so long, I had come to see myself as a samurai, forgetting that I was still a pirate. I truly treated Wano as my home. That's why I made such an irrational decision. The spirit of Bushido has misled me. Hearing the bad news, General Kurazumi did not blame me too much. Instead, he comforted me, saying that my friend felt that intervening in a samurai duel was against the spirit of Bushido, so she chose not to resist my attack. She felt that she was insulting me, fearing that I would blame her, and this action left her with nowhere to hide. Therefore, she chose to uphold her Bushido spirit, and General Kurazumi told me not to take it to heart. Old friend, why did you have to do this? How could I blame you? In the face of Odin's violence, General Kurazumi decided not to be lenient anymore. He directly prepared to impose capital punishment on Odin to serve as a warning. Unexpectedly, on the day of execution, Odin actually disdained the law. Not only did he not comply with the law, but he even exploited its loopholes, resulting in Odin using this loophole to let those vicious subordinates escape. Subsequently, the once peaceful country fell into chaos again, and these escaped villains stirred up endless wars across the country, plunging the people into the quagmire of war. To prevent the civilians from suffering great harm, General Kurazumi requested my assistance. Although I'm the king of Wano, I'm actually just an investor here to build factories. I have never interfered in the internal affairs of Wano. However, for the sake of my deceased close friend and the civilians of Wano who are suffering, I once again intervened to suppress the rebellion. In the end, with the joint efforts of the owners and myself, the entire Wano once again regained its former tranquility, and the evil instigated by the Kazuki clan has finally come to an end. I, Kaido, the king of Wano, will absolutely not allow anyone to disrupt the peace of this country. I will forever guard this nation to comfort my friend's spirit in heaven. After hearing Dongfang Qingcang's account, Yamato was stunned, her worldview completely distorted. The collapse of her idol plunged her back into self-doubt. Could it be that her father really thought this way? Could it be that she had misunderstood her father? Was her father really a great person? Yamato was startled, glancing at the shackles on her wrist, then shook her head vigorously, wanting to shake off this terrifying thought. She absolutely did not believe her father could be such a great person. The brother in front of her was too scary. If she weren't clear about her father's character, if she hadn't read Odin's diary and understood the ins and outs of the matter, she might have really believed in this so-called Kaido diary. Seeing Yamato's complex expression, Dongfang Qingcang smiled and said, "Little girl, is there anything wrong with what the Kaido diary says?" Yamato was momentarily speechless. It seemed there was no problem, and the events described in it did indeed happen. However, it was completely different from Odin's diary, so she didn't know where to start. After laying the groundwork for so long, it was time to deliver the fatal blow. Little girl, there's nothing wrong with the Kaido diary, nor is there anything wrong with the Odin diary. Dongfang Qingcang seemed to see through her thoughts. It was just that the positions they stood on were different, so the same event could have two completely different interpretations. Looking at Yamato, who was deep in thought, Dongfang Qingcang spoke again. "Don't you want to establish a country for Wano? Don't you long for the sea? Can you tell me what this is for?" Odin wanted to establish a country for Wano, and I thought about it too. I longed for the sea because of Odin's amazing adventures and a line from his diary. Pirates are the freest people on the sea. So I want to go to sea and be a free pirate. Yamato's little head hadn't fully digested the idea of standing on different positions, but she honestly answered. At the very least, she understood one fact. The brother in front of her was definitely a wise person. The matter of establishing a country has its pros and cons, and it involves too much. Let us not discuss that for now. Let us talk about the issue of pirates. Dongfang Qingcang pondered for a moment and continued to analyze. Kaido is a pirate. From Kaido's perspective, is there anything wrong with him invading Wano as a pirate? Of course not. A pirate's job is to burn, kill, and plunder. Seeing Yamato about to bring up Whitebeard and Roger from Odin's diary, Dongfang Qingcang directly interrupted her. Whitebeard and Roger's pirate crews are just exceptions. They're more like adventure groups. However, even if their actions were good, the moment they hoisted the pirate flag and went to sea, they became evil pirates. Whitebeard's power is world-renowned, and Roger even established a new era of pirates. Whether for wealth, fame, or power, once they became models for others. Pirates from all over the world surged forth. In such a context, how could those civilians cope? The influence of small figures is limited, so their actions can only harm one side at most, while public figures are different. The power of role models is infinite. Therefore, even if Whitebeard and Roger never committed evil, their evil is even more terrifying than that of ordinary pirates. Little girl, being a pirate is free, and that's not wrong. But any kind of freedom needs a certain order to restrain it. Absolute freedom represents absolute chaos. Just like Kaido, he is a pirate, he is free, and he is absolutely free without order to restrain him. Therefore, it is reasonable for him to burn, kill, and plunder in Wano. So, is this the pirate freedom you desire? Do you still want to go to sea and be a free pirate? Yamato felt her CPU was a bit overwhelmed. She regretted bringing Dongfang Qingcang back. In just a short time, she felt her life had completely lost direction. Originally, the Odin diary could illuminate her path, but it was directly extinguished by Dongfang Qingcang. The little girl fell into confusion, not knowing which way to go in her future. TSK. She hadn't even used much effort, so how could she lie down? Could it be that the medicine she gave was too strong? Being a master is lonely. None of these little girls can fight. Both Nico and Yamato are little Karami, and she fell down without using any effort. Only Robin put in a bit of effort. Sure enough, intellectuals are hard to fool, but under her cute and quirky gift attack, Robin also quickly fell down. In the end, it was still her verbal skills that were impressive. Ha ha. She should be close to catching up with the prince's verbal skills. The heights are lonely, haha. The little girl, so young, already has an unreliable father, which is quite tragic. She couldn't let her fall into depression. It was time to bring some soul-nourishing chicken soup back. Dongfang Qingcang reached out with a comforting gesture. Yamato, everyone has their own thoughts. People are independent. We cannot become someone else, but we can surpass someone else. It's okay if you want to go to sea. The sea can accommodate everyone. Don't narrow your vision too much. Going to sea doesn't mean you have to become a pirate. Whether as a navigator, musician, traveler, adventurer, or pirate hunter, these can all be your choices. Yamato's eyes gradually brightened. How did she not think of this? Her main goal was to escape Onigashima and then travel and adventure around the world. Whether or not she becomes a pirate didn't matter. Brother, thank you. I didn't expect the dangers of being a pirate to be so great. I hadn't thought of these things before. I've decided not to be a pirate anymore, but I still want to go to sea. As for what identity I'll have when I go to sea, I'll think about it after I escape from Onigashima, Yamato said firmly, looking at the special shackles in her hand. Oh, the explosive shackles. Given Kaido's tolerance for Yamato, this thing should be fake. 20 years later, that explosive device should have been installed later. With Yamato's strength at that time, a mere explosion wouldn't have been able to do anything to her. The biggest reason controlling Yamato from leaving Onigashima wasn't the explosive shackles, but rather her self-suggestion over the past 20 years since childhood. In any case, Dongfang Qingcang didn't perceive any danger. However, there was indeed a faint electronic reaction inside. It should be some kind of implanted technological product, likely the handiwork of Queen. Seeing Dongfang Qingcang squatting in front of her, carefully observing the shackles on her hand, Yamato said sadly, "Brother, these are special shackles. You can't open them. Violent removal or stepping outside the range of Onigashima will cause them to explode. I've seen many prisoners blown up, but I will definitely steal the key, and one day I will escape from Onigashima and head to the sea." While she believed others had been blown up, the one in Yamato's hand, was up for debate. Before Yamato could react, Dongfang Qingcang directly destroyed the internal sensing component of the shackles and then removed them. Yamato, who had just spoken, stared blankly at the shackles that had accompanied her for more than a year, never expecting them to be removed so easily. Could it be that her father had been lying to her? He truly couldn't bear to kill her. However, this big brother is too reckless. What if it's true? Wouldn't I be blown up before I even fulfilled my dream? Thinking of this, Yamato felt a wave of fear again. Brother, thank you. Now I can finally prepare to set sail. You're really amazing. But who exactly are you, brother? You not only have strength, but also wisdom. And you're even skilled at lockpicking, completely different from the samurai I met before. Yamato was still very polite. Dongfang Qingcang replied directly, Did I not tell you? How rude of me. My name is Enel, and I'm a Navy out of interest. The Navy. X2. Two exclamations rang out simultaneously. Dongfang Qingcang, without looking back, threw out a Chidori Chihan, sealing the sound-making Shuan once again. The physical quality of Zoan type is really excellent. He actually broke free from the restraints again. Look at the sleeping lady. She looks so sweet. Brother, do you know the naval hero? The one who chased after Odin and them everywhere? Odin's diary records his incredible strength. You're also so strong. Are there many people like you in the Navy? Yamato ignored the tragic Shuan and looked at Dongfang Qingcang with excitement. This was often mentioned in the adventurous stories of Odin's diary about the Navy. Now she understood how dangerous pirates were, making the Navy, which hunts them down, appear incredibly righteous. However, she had never seen them before. This was the Navy that maintained world peace and justice. And today, she actually saw a real one. Looking at the excited Yamato, Dongfang Qingcang was a bit confused. Why was she suddenly so interested in the Navy? After barely responding to Yamato a couple of times, Dongfang Qingcang turned to Shuan. It was time to get down to business. After a friendly exchange, Dongfang Qingcang finally got the information he wanted, but unfortunately, it wasn't good news. The material that could conduct the power of lightning was no longer in the warehouse. It had been taken by Queen, and it was taken a year ago. It was normal for Queen, in the identity of a mad scientist, to take special materials for research. Now he could only hope that it was just for research and hadn't been used. Otherwise, it would be a wasted trip. After snapping Shuan's neck, Dongfang Qingcang fell into contemplation. He had already borrowed all the materials, but unexpectedly, the key material was missing. It seemed he had to make a trip to Queen's laboratory. Just as Dongfang Qingcang was about to say goodbye to Yamato, a strong sense of crisis suddenly came over him. Without thinking about anything else, he directly elementalized, grabbing the mermaid and Yamato, and crashed into the next room. With a boom, the entire room suddenly exploded, and the spot where Dongfang Qingcang had been was directly pierced through by a mechanical arm. Young Master Yamato, I finally found you. Removing the shackles without permission will make Big Brother very angry. So please come back with me and put them on again. A voice came from the smoke-filled storage room, and from the blurry shadow, it was faintly visible that this was a spherical creature. Yamato ignored Queen's words and, at Dongfang Qingcang's gesture, quickly ran to the other side with the mermaid. After the smoke cleared, Dongfang Qingcang finally saw the newcomer. A bald head, wearing sunglasses, purple lips, a golden braid on his head, a plump and round figure, with a mechanical prosthetic arm on his left hand and two golden mustaches on his mouth. One of the three calamities of the Beast Pirates. No, currently only two calamities. The ship King Jack is still just a kid. One of the four emperors, Kaido's confidants. Plague Queen, a user of the dragon fruit, ancient species, Brachiosaurus form, and also the comic relief of the Beast Pirates. Queen discovered the moment Yamato's shackles were removed that this thing was specially made by Big Brother Kaido to keep an eye on young Master Yamato, so they could always control his whereabouts. Otherwise, Big Brother Kaido really has such a big heart, allowing a 10-year-old child to run around Onigashima. Isn't he afraid of something happening to young Master Yamato? Obviously, that was impossible. So as soon as he discovered the shackles were removed, Queen dropped everything and rushed over. He didn't want to be hit by Big Brother's thunderous wrath. You little brat, you're the one who removed young Master Yamato's shackles, right? You've got some guts to dare to infiltrate our Beast Pirates base. Saying this, Queen paused, then kicked the nearby Shuan towards Dongfang Qingcang. You dare to commit murder on our turf? Black flames. Queen shot a laser beam from the claw of his mechanical prosthetic arm, directly piercing through the obstacles in its path, causing a huge explosion. Dongfang Qingcang activated observation haki and dodged Shuan's corpse. Although Queen was a comic relief, he was serious when he attacked. Who knows if there were viruses on the body? The speed of the laser beam was fast, but Dongfang Qingsong's speed was even faster. He dodged the laser with paper drawing, and then continuously kicked out, directly retaliating with a storm foot, chaos. Several massive vacuum slashes directly sliced through the partition of 2 rooms, and then slammed into Queen's mechanical arm. Boom, boom, the entire storage room collapsed. And another cloud of dust was raised. The smoke and no injury principle was once again at work. Cough, you little bastard, this is my new hairstyle. Coughing. Queen was clearly choked by the dust. Queen quickly rushed out of the storage room, and looking at the dust-covered but unharmed Queen, Dongfang Qingsong was a bit speechless. He had taken a hit from a vacuum slash and still hadn't been broken. Looking at the cigar that Queen was reluctant to let go of, Dongfang Qingsong was a bit puzzled. Was he smoking or smoking dust? Little brat, D. Brachiosaurus rocket headbutt. Queen transformed into the Brachiosaurus form, then jerked his neck back, and his head shot towards Dongfang Qingsong like a rocket. Chidori piercing. Dongfang Qingsong dodged the Brachiosaurus rocket headbutt, then with his right hand holding the Chidori formed by thunder, charged towards Queen. With a thud, Queen's front hoof collided fiercely with Dongfang Qingsong's right hand, directly blocking his thunderous strike. You little brat, your speed is quite fast, but still a few hundred years too early to defeat me. Chidori sharp spear. The Chidori that had been held back by Queen suddenly extended several meters and then shot directly towards his neck. Queen didn't expect such a change and couldn't dodge in time, so he could only harden his defense with armament hockey. With a sizzle, the Chidori sharp spear pierced into Queen's neck. Then Queen just broke a bit of skin, and that was it. Damn, is he this tough? How strong must Kaido's defense be? Dongfang Qingsong shouted angrily in his heart. Thunder punch. Cardiac paralysis injection. Seizing the moment Queen was distracted, Dongfang Qingsong continued to expand his victory. He swung his left fist towards Queen's heart. The lightning-flashing left hand instantly pressed against Queen's chest, and as soon as it touched Queen's body, the thunder in Dongfang Qingsong's hand directly drilled into his body, accompanied by the activation of Dongfang Qingsong's ability. Queen let out a howl of AOO and then quickly transformed back into human form, retreating rapidly. It had been a long time since Queen had suffered such a big loss. He didn't expect to be outsmarted by a little brat in his own base today. Although he wasn't seriously injured, the pain was real, and he almost fainted from it. Kid, who exactly are you? Why are you deliberately getting close to Master Yamato? What is your purpose? Quinn looked at the opposing Dongfang Qingsong with some fear. It hurt too much, and he really didn't want to endure it a second time. The previous vacuum slash was very similar to the Navy's 6 styles Gale kick, but there are countless masters of the Navy's 6 style in the New World. He couldn't confirm Dongfang Qingsong's identity based on this alone. The only thing he could be sure of was that Dongfang Qingsong was definitely not a native of Wano country. Dongfang Qingsong glanced at his left hand with some disappointment. It still wasn't working. Although he had been practicing armament hockey for 2 years, he had barely touched the threshold of advanced armament hockey. However, he still hadn't mastered the technique of internal destruction with hockey. Helpless. He could only develop the skill of internal destruction with lightning. Compared to the difficult-to-control hockey, the flow of electricity was much simpler. After all, the lightning body refinement technique he had practiced for many years was not for nothing. His control over lightning was as easy as eating and drinking. With his experience in body tempering, Dongfang Qingsong quickly developed a series of skills to deal with internal organs. Unfortunately, the effects seemed to be not great. It was useless against ordinary enemies and ineffective against those with abnormal physiques. This was indeed a bit embarrassing. Looking at the wary Quinn, Dongfang Qingsong clicked his tongue and said, I say, do you believe me if I say I'm just here looking for something? Bastard, do you think I believe you? Quinn roared in fury. Don't think just because I'm big in size that I'm a mindless brute. I'm a genius scientist. I'm a brain eater. You're insulting my intelligence. In his rage, Quinn couldn't care less and directly pulled out a machine gun, sweeping it towards Dongfang Qingsong with a burst of gunfire, watching the dense barrage of bullets. Dongfang Qingsong quickly dodged with paper drawing. After all, Wano country was rich in sea prism stone, and he didn't want to show off with elementalization. If there were sea prism stone bullets inside, he would become a fool. Dongfang Qingsong's right hand grasped in the void, and Duanfeng appeared directly in his hand. While dodging bullets, he ran towards Quinn. With a single slash, Duanfeng, wrapped in hockey, slashed upwards towards Quinn's head. From a distance, Quinn felt a sharp aura approaching. This guy's sword was not a decoration, but a real swordsman, at least with the strength of a swordmaster. He dared not take it head-on with armament hockey and quickly covered his mechanical arm with hockey to block the strike. With a ding, sparks flew as the weapons clashed. Although Qin blocked Dongfang Qing Cang's slash, the sword energy still tore through his arm, leaving a bloody mark on his body. The damage wasn't great, but it was extremely humiliating. Qin's suspenders were cut off, and his originally tight-fitting outfit became loose and baggy. Bastard, this was my favorite outfit. I'll kill you, Brachiosaurus whip. Qin whipped his tail fiercely towards Dongfang Qing Cang. What was so good about black and white striped clothes? Luckily, they were vertical. If they were horizontal, they would look no different from the prison uniforms in Impel Down. What terrible taste. Electric discharge, 200 million volts. Dongfang Qing Cang seemed not to see the tail coming at him. He unleashed a massive voltage, with the current flowing through Duanfeng and directly into Qin's mechanical arm, then surging into his body. With a bang, Dongfang Qing Cang was struck hard, but fortunately his armament haki was not inferior to Qin's, and his jet-black arm directly blocked the blow. At the same time, Qin's scream rang out. Amidst the crackling thunder, wisps of white smoke could be seen emanating from Qin's mouth. Dongfang Qing Cang raised his hand, intending to move forward for a follow-up strike, but unexpectedly, a large group of minions burst in from all directions, followed by a cacophony of voices. Master Qin, are you okay? Kid, you dare to hurt Master Qin. You're seeking death. The members of the Beast Pirates surrounded Dongfang Qing Cang, each one yelling at him, making his head spin. The Beast Pirates members were either brainless or courageous. Didn't they see their Master Qin lying on the ground? It was quite something that they dared to surround him. Dongfang Qing Cang didn't want to deal with their noise and directly began to clear the field. Thunderbolt. Several thick bolts of lightning appeared out of nowhere. And under Dongfang Qing Cang's control, the lightning swept across the area, frying the group of minions to a crisp. However, with this moment of respite, Qin revived on the spot. Zoan Fruit users were really troublesome. If they couldn't be taken down in one go, it would lead to an endless tug of war. Dressed in ragged clothes and sporting a wild hairstyle, Qin launched a sneak attack, while Dongfang Qing Cang controlled the thunder. Brachiosaurus Launcher. Qin transformed into Brachiosaurus form, keeping his limbs and body still. Then his head shot towards Dongfang Qing Cang like a missile. Qin was trying to lock him down. He didn't want to end up like Sanji, locked in place. Damn it. Dongfang Qing Cang was well aware of Qin's character, and he had been covering the area with observation haki to prevent a sneak attack. Everything was under his control. He raised his left hand and made a stopping gesture towards the rapidly approaching serpent neck. Immediately, Qin's Brachiosaurus neck was frozen in mid-air. In Qin's surprised and confused gaze, Dongfang Qing Cang quickly spun a finger several times, and then the serpent neck began to spin wildly in the air. Qin felt his vision blur, followed by a dizzying sensation. And soon after, a strong urge to vomit surged. However, at that moment, Qin, with only his head and serpent neck, was not capable of such a function. When the spinning stopped, Qin collapsed to the ground like a limp snake, writhing and dry heaving. What the hell did you do to my body? Qin managed to ask while dry heaving, trying to suppress his discomfort. He knew something was wrong the moment his serpent neck was controlled, while being spun wildly. He had been trying to regain control and summon his body, but he had no success even when he hit the ground. He realized he was completely done for and just couldn't understand how he had lost for no reason. In fact, after Qin was hit by that 200 million volts, the outcome of the battle had already been decided. That 200 million volts discharge was not meant to kill Qin. He knew that the user of an ancient type dragon fruit wasn't so easy to kill, especially someone like Qin, who had already awakened their power. Dongfang Qing Cang was fully aware of all of Qin's information. He was clear on Qin's strength and every one of his moves. Under conditions of information asymmetry and with Dongfang Qing Cang's careful planning, the careless Qin fell directly into the trap. The main purpose of that move was to magnetize Qin, yes. Magnetize. Qin, who had modified his entire body with steel materials, had such an obvious flaw. How could Dongfang Qing Cang not take advantage of it? Qin, magnetized by the strong current, was like Wolverine encountering Magneto. Dongfang Qing Cang could manipulate him however he wanted, especially since Qin was acting like a fool, directly launching his own head. Initially, Dongfang Qing Cang was worried about Qin's massive body. Even if he can control Qin, it wouldn't be easy to take him away. With only a head left, it's much more convenient. This place can't be stayed in any longer. In Dongfang Qing Cang's perception, a large number of pirates are rushing here. He has to take Qin and run, as the materials needed to conduct the power of thunder still require Qin's confirmation. Binding path number 3, silence. A black satin appeared out of thin air, immediately wrapping around Qin, completely sealing his voice amidst his terrified screams. Self-destruct. Black Dog of Londani. Burn to ashes upon a glance. Sever your own throat. Binding path number 9, strike. Dongfang Qingcang extended his finger to draw a talisman in the air, then slapped the talisman with his palm, and both he and Quinn's head emitted a red light. Under the binding of the red light, Qin felt unable to move his entire serpent neck, only able to watch helplessly as his head was taken away by Dongfang Qingcang. Binding path number 26, curved light. Just as members of the Beast Pirates were about to reach the battlefield, Dongfang Qingcang vanished with a curved light. As long as he doesn't encounter the big names and pillars of the Beast Pirates, these small fry wouldn't be able to perceive Dongfang Qingcang behind the curved light at all. In Quinn's stunned eyes, Dongfang Qingcang swaggered out of the battlefield, only leaving behind a group of small fry wailing around his body. Qin felt like he wanted to die. Now he could only pray that Jin or Brother Kaido would arrive soon. Otherwise, even if the other officers discovered it, they would only be sending their heads to the guillotine. In front of a natural-type Thunderfruit user, no matter how many people there are, they are just numbers. How could he be so unlucky? He just came to check on young Master Yamato's situation and unexpectedly ran straight into the so-called strongest natural-type fruit user. Such an opponent should be dealt with by Brother Kaido. He is just an ordinary scientist. Why do you have to run into this? Qin was constantly lamenting his bad luck in his heart. After these few days of scouting, he already knew most of the internal structure of Onigashima. Dongfang Qingcang skillfully brought the serpent neck Qin to his laboratory. Now the entire Onigashima is searching for the invader who defeated Qin, and absolutely no one would think he would hide in Quinn's laboratory. It's time to get down to business. If this goes on, Kaido will be back. In the laboratory, Dongfang Qingcang directly made his intentions clear to Qin. Lying on the floor, Qin looked constipated, not expecting to encounter a thief. This thing must be borrowed without repayment. The most critical point is that the material is already gone. He wouldn't be so angry as to kill him, would he? Qin swallowed and cautiously asked, I took a piece of, or that could conduct electricity without loss and even enhance its power. But that was a year ago, and I don't know your needs, so looking at the timid Qin, Dongfang Qingcang grew somewhat impatient. This guy is just spouting useless nonsense, trying to buy time. If you don't tell me where the ore is, I'll send you to meet Odin directly. Seeing the deadly wind approaching his head, Qin hurriedly shouted, I'll tell you, that piece of ore was used for my experiments. I melted it down and turned it into my secret weapon. Damn it, I knew it. Although I didn't have high hopes, hearing the result still made me unavoidably disappointed. Now I can only try one last time. Where's that weapon? Is it hidden in your laboratory? Show it to me. I hope it can still be reused. Otherwise, I'm sorry for all the days of lurking. Yes, that weapon is in the laboratory. I'll get it for you now. Saying this, Quinn's serpent neck wriggled and crawled towards Dongfang Qingcang. Suddenly, Quinn's serpent neck shot towards Dongfang Qingcang like an arrow, opening its large mouth, and arcs of electricity surged from its mouth. Electric Queen. Qin referenced the electric blue technique from Germa 66, and his big mouth, carrying a strong electric current, bit towards Dongfang Qingcang. Useless. Dongfang Qingcang reached out to control the ambushing Qin, only to be greatly surprised. The magnetization disappeared, demagnetized so quickly. Dongfang Qingcang was somewhat surprised. He had practiced this move, and objects he magnetized shouldn't demagnetize this fast. After this delay, Dongfang Qingcang had no time to dodge. One bone, his armed right fist, wrapped in Busashoka haki, collided violently with the head of the Brontosaurus. With a loud bang, the scattering air currents and fierce winds swept through the entire laboratory like a typhoon. Quinn's attack had no effect on Dongfang Qingcang. Years of lightning body training are no joke. Dongfang Qingcang's resistance to lightning is extraordinarily high. A mere strong electric current could not inflict a single injury on him. Moreover, Qin is currently just a serpent-necked brontosaurus. After being locked in a stalemate with Dongfang Qingcang's fist for a second, he was directly blasted away by one bone. Qin, who flew backward, coughed up several mouthfuls of blood in midair and then crashed through several walls before slowly falling down. Cough, 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 cough. In the dust-filled ruins, Quinn's gasps and coughs could be heard continuously. Although this sneak attack failed, his purpose was achieved. Looking at the laboratory filled with alarms, Qin chuckled softly. Little brat, did you see my attack? Ha ha, the ore you wanted no longer exists. It has completely merged with me. Don't think about it. Unless you can extract it from my body without any hassle. But who knows if it will still have that miraculous effect by then. Ha ha ha. Watching the arrogant Qin, Dongfang Qingcang helplessly raised the broken wind in his hand. He doesn't possess that kind of refining technology. Although he originally didn't have high hopes. He couldn't tolerate Qing's taunts. Fatty, that piece of, or will be your burial goods. I won compete with you. Get ready to go. Seeing Dongfang Qingsong raise the broken wind, Qing's expression changed dramatically. Why hasn't the support arrived yet? I don't want to die here. I haven't defeated Vegapunk to become the world's #1 scientist yet. One sword style, death sigh. Dongfang Qingsong swung his sword, and a gigantic slash formed from ghastly green spirits rushed towards Qing. This sword contained Dongfang Qingsong's essence and spirit. It was the highest level of his current swordsmanship. Where the sword energy passed, a cold wind rose, and a strong chill surged from Qing's heart. Is this my death prelude? Qing muttered in the ruins. And what he saw was not a slash, but a wailing spirit, carrying gusts of cold wind, coming to devour him from all directions. Just as Qing was about to meet his end, a furious shout suddenly came, Fire Dragon King. A dragon-shaped flame burst from the side, and the fire dragon opened its mouth wide, biting into Dongfang Qingsong's slash. The two collided, creating a massive explosion. In the center of the explosion, Qing screamed and was once again blown away by the shockwave. In the rolling, thick smoke, a humanoid creature of similar height to Qing appeared on the battlefield. When the smoke cleared, Dongfang Qingsong finally saw who had come. It turned out that among the smoke was a well-built giant, holding a sword in one hand. Standing in front of Qing, the fire dragon, just now, was slashed out from his long knife. The opponent's entire body, including the face, was covered in pitch-black clothing, wearing a mask and goggles helmet, dressed in a black double-breasted coat, and wearing black gloves, leaving not a single inch of skin exposed. Flames surrounded the back of his head, clearly indicating he was not an ordinary race. Jean, you bastard, was this intentional? Why didn't you wait until I was dead to show up? Qing, who had narrowly escaped a disaster, cursed as he crawled up from the ruins. Qing, you useless waste, still have the face to talk. Not only were you defeated by the invader, but you were also captured. Why didn't you just commit suicide on the spot? You've completely embarrassed Brother Kaido. Jean didn't even look at Qing in the ruins, but was more interested in the young man opposite him. Kid, your strength is quite impressive. Although that guy Qing is a bit of a waste, he does have some strength. If you can defeat him, that's your ability. I don't care what your identity is or what your purpose is in invading our Onigashima. You have two choices now. You can resist with all your might until I kill you, or you can surrender and join our beast pirates. The specific position can be arranged when Brother Kaido returns. Don't worry. As long as you're willing to surrender and join our beast pirates, I guarantee you will not miss out on being a pillar. And even the position of a big star is not impossible. Kid, tell me your choice. Jean, what nonsense are you talking about? I just momentarily let my guard down. That kid opposite only relied on the powerful mobility of the natural-type thunder fruit to sneak attack me, a research personnel. Otherwise, how could I have failed? Qing explained his defeat while revealing the information about the young man, Dongfang Qingsong. Thunder fruit. Jin's heart jolted. He originally thought the opponent might be a great swordsman, and as a young great swordsman, he naturally wanted to recruit him for Brother Kaido. He didn't expect the opponent was also a devil fruit user, and it was the so-called strongest natural-type thunder fruit. Now he couldn't let Dongfang Qingsong go. If the beast pirates had him join, their strength would rise to a new level. Once that kid grows up completely, he would definitely be a great help to Brother Kaido. Kid, I made my decision. As long as you're willing to join us, I will fully support you in becoming a big star in our beast pirates. I believe Brother Kaido, who values talent, will definitely agree. But if you're ungrateful, then today will be the end of your life. Looking at Jean, who was eager to recruit, Dongfang Qingsong felt speechless. I'm a just Navy major. The Navy has money if you need it, and people if you want them. I'd be crazy to become a pirate with you. However, Jin's strength was indeed formidable. His strongest sword technique was so casually broken. Moreover, Qing was right. He fell so quickly because of the information asymmetry from being sneak attacked, and there were also factors of him being restrained. If they were to fight again, Dongfang Qingsong wouldn't be confident he could defeat Qing that quickly. As for Jin's strength, there was no need to mention it. He was the big star of the Beast Pirates, the future Calamity leader, Kaido's right-hand man, and the future Vice Emperor. Although he hadn't reached his peak 20 years later, he definitely wouldn't be much weaker than the current 3 natural-type generals. Furthermore, as a dragon fruit, ancient-type, toothless pterosaur form user, his close combat speed would far exceed Qing's. It would be very difficult for him to rely on speed to sneak attack, and this was the Beast Pirates' headquarters. Qing's injuries weren't serious. He would recover soon. By then, Dongfang Qingsong would be in a predicament, and he also had to be wary of Kaido, who might suddenly appear. This was a huge crisis. He had to find a way to escape. In an instant, Dongfang Qingsong formulated a strategy. It was time for a strategic retreat. He suddenly raised his hand, and Jin's eyes narrowed. It seemed the opponent was preparing to resist, but no attack came, leaving Jin somewhat perplexed. Let the judgment of thunder fly for a while, Dongfang Qingsong silently thought. Just as Jin was about to speak, a sudden sense of crisis washed over him, accompanied by the rumble of thunder. Two thick pillars of lightning descended from the sky, directly piercing through the skeletal rock layers of Onigashima, and then continued to penetrate several floors, ultimately breaking through the laboratory's floor and charging towards him and Quinn. Jin quickly dodged to the side at the sight of the thick lightning pillars, and Quinn also sprang up to evade the attack. Just as they were preparing to turn around and attack Dongfang Qingsong, a thick smoke suddenly enveloped the entire laboratory, completely obscuring their vision and suppressing their observation haki. They could no longer sense Dongfang Qingsong's presence. Binding way number 21, Red Smoke Escape. The smoke generated by Red Smoke Escape not only obstructed vision, but also suppressed human perception. The moment Dongfang Qingsong used Red Smoke Escape, he transformed into lightning and ran towards the outside of Onigashima. The earlier judgment of thunder was to coordinate with Red Smoke Escape. With the hole created by the lightning pillars, Dongfang Qingsong quickly disappeared from the laboratory. Not good, Jin suddenly realized, spreading his wings behind him and flapping them open. A strong wind pressure blew in, dispersing all the smoke. Jin looked directly at Dongfang Qingsong's position and, sure enough, he was already gone. He quickly turned his head upwards. Through the pierced floors, he finally saw a flash of lightning about to disappear at the rock layer's opening. Jin's heart sank, and he pushed off the ground with all his strength to chase after Dongfang Qingsong. Although Jin's flying speed was already very fast compared to Dongfang Qingsong, it was still lacking. Without hesitation, Jin raised his long knife to launch an attack. Guardian Fire Dragon Emperor. A massive fire dragon shot out from his long knife, quickly flying through the opening towards Dongfang Qingsong. With a loud boom, the giant fire dragon crashed fiercely into the rock layer's opening, causing the entire castle within Onigashima to shake violently, and all the pirates inside looked up at the dome. Jin, the big star of the beast pirates, was flying in the air with low pressure, then, without looking back, flew towards the expanded opening of the fire dragon. Jin was still a step too late. Dongfang Qingsong's speed was too fast. He would be much slower than Dongfang Qingsong in terms of combat rhythm. However, when a user of the Thunder Fruit wanted to escape, there were hardly any who could stop him across the seas. And it was clear that he was not among them, even if he was an ancient-type Dragon Fruit user. Dongfang Qingsong looked back at the relentless Jin and felt speechless. Knowing he couldn't catch up, he was still so persistent. Truly, he was the first fighter of the Beast Pirates and a devoted little fan of Kaido. However, he had already reached the outside of Onigashima. Unlike the interior of the skeletal head of Onigashima, he couldn't unleash his full speed in such a confined space. Now, it was truly a vast ocean for fish to leap and a high sky for birds to fly. In the open dome, even if Kaido came, he was confident he could escape, so goodbye to you. Just as Dongfang Qingsong was feeling pleased with himself, a massive sound erupted, and a strong sense of heart palpitations surged. Heat breath. In the sky several kilometers away from Onigashima, a massive azure dragon was flying towards Onigashima at an incredible speed. At the same time, the dragon opened its huge mouth, and a thick column of fire shot towards Dongfang Qingsong. Kaido was furious. He was originally enjoying hot pot and drinking flower wine in the flower capital, freely sweating and looking cool. Unexpectedly, he suddenly received a call from Queen, saying that his daughter Yamato had somehow removed the special handcuffs. Although there were no bombs inside, it still startled him. After hanging up the phone, Kaido quickly transformed into an azure dragon and rushed home. However, before he could return to Onigashima, his snail phone rang again. This time, it was the defense force of Onigashima, informing him that his logistics chief, Schemeand, who had been with him for many years, had been killed by intruders. And then that Queen had been defeated and turned into a headless corpse. Now Kaido was burning with rage as he sped towards Onigashima, thinking that Queen, that idiot, had gone to investigate how his daughter removed the handcuffs. Did that mean his daughter might have already been killed? Kaido was going mad with anger. Queen was not weak. If the enemy could kill him in such a short time, one could imagine how strong they were. There certainly weren't such people in Wano now. Could it be that Whitebeard had come for revenge for the dead Odin? With all these thoughts weighing on his mind, Kaido rushed back to Onigashima. Just as he was about to reach Onigashima, he saw the explosion caused by the Flame Dragon King from a distance. As he got closer, he finally saw the enemy. It was a person with the ability to fly at high speed while elementalized. Kaido wasted no time and immediately attacked with a powerful blast of heat. If it weren't for the high level of observation haki that the enemy had, they might have been hit squarely in the face. After dodging Kaido's sneak attack, the enemy, Dongfang Qingsong, looked grimly at the rapidly approaching Azure Dragon in the sky, wondering why he was so unlucky. Wasn't it said that Kaido had gone to the flower capital? How could he return so quickly? With a whoosh, Jin also flew out from a cave, with Kaido delaying him. He had now fallen directly into the encirclement of the two. What should he do? It was a big crisis. Naturally, as a natural-type Thunderfruit user, it was no wonder he could kill Queen. Poor Queen, why did you have to die? Just as Kaido was crying for Queen's death, Jin suddenly interrupted him. Cough, big brother Kaido, that idiot Queen is not dead. He has modified his body again, and now he can live very well, even with his head separated from his body. Kaido, who was originally wailing, suddenly stopped crying, as if someone had choked him, his emotions abruptly cut off. He forced himself to suppress his feelings, and then began to try to recruit Dongfang Qingsong. Cough, little brat, your strength is quite good. Although that guy Queen is a bit useless, he still has some strength. Being able to defeat him is your ability. I don't care what your identity is or what your purpose is for invading our Onigashima. You have two choices now. Dongfang Qingsong felt this sounded a bit familiar, like he had just heard it. Cough, cough, cough. Brother Kaido, I've already said these words, and I promised the position of the big billboard, but he didn't agree and directly chose to escape. Jin interrupted Kaido's speech with a series of coughs. Kaido felt like he hadn't checked the calendar before going out today. Sometimes, having overly considerate subordinates can make the boss feel embarrassed, as it makes the boss seem useless. He straightened his face and then spoke very seriously. Little brat, I'll give you one more chance. Don't be ungrateful, otherwise. Next year on this day will be your death anniversary. Although the two seemed to be chatting casually, they were actually keeping a close eye on Dongfang Qingsong, who was constantly trying to find an opportunity to run away, but couldn't find one. Agreeing was definitely out of the question. If Zifa found out he had gone to become a pirate, he would probably be so angry he would die on the spot. He couldn't gamble that Zifa was as magnanimous as Garp. Dongfang Qingsong slowly drew out the broken wind, and without needing to say anything, both of them knew what he meant. Then go to hell, bad wind. Seeing that the opponent was stubborn, Kaido opened his mouth wide and then spat out a large number of wind blades. These wind blades sliced through the air like a sickle, each carrying terrifying cutting power. Dongfang Qingsong didn't dare to be slow. He opened his senses to the maximum, and with the assistance of his high-level observation haki, he dodged the wind blades while charging his sword. The originally clear blade of broken wind was covered with a layer of dark ink, and then arcs of electricity erupted from a blade. As Dongfang Qingsong got closer, the arcs on the blade became increasingly frantic. Finally, all the thunder somehow fused together, wrapping around broken wind like a curtain of thunder. As Dongfang Qingsong ran, the tail of the thunder curtain emitted streaks of electric light, creating a strangely beautiful sight. There was only one chance. Dongfang Qingsong encouraged himself internally. The first strike wouldn't be too strong. This was a common flaw among strong fighters. Not to mention a tough tank like Kaido, who loved to take hits. If he could land a solid blow on the careless Kaido, he might seize the chance to escape. So this move was Dongfang Qingsong's strongest attack at the moment. Finally dodging all the wind blades, Dongfang Qingsong took a deep breath, and his speed increased to a new level. He was surrounded by crackling electricity, and his eyes and 7 orifices emitted currents with every breath. Due to his incredible speed, each step he took left behind thunderous afterimages. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of Kaido, the Azure Dragon. Thunderstream, Thunder Flame, Slash. This was an advanced technique developed by Dongfang Qingsong, based on the Thunder Body refining method. While Luffy used a pump to boost his combat power, Dongfang Qingsong relied on the flowing thunder within him to enhance his strength. To use a phrase from Fat Thor, the power flowing through Dongfang Qingsong's body at this moment was pure thunder, not beer cheese. After activating Thunderstream, both his attack and speed would continue to increase. But the consumption would be more than 3 times. So he was really putting his life on the line. Seeing Dongfang Qingsong charging at him, Kaido's gaze sharpened. This little brat's speed was indeed fast, but I'm not slow either. Kaido executed a dragon tail swipe directly towards Dongfang Qingsong. Here it comes, the only opportunity. Seeing Kaido's wide-open defense, Dongfang Qingsong's speed surged again, and the lightning sword in his hand became even more solidified. In Kaido's stunned gaze, Dongfang Qingsong's thunder flame plunged directly into the scar on his abdomen. But once the blade penetrated a third of the way, no matter how hard Dongfang Qingsong tried, he couldn't push in any further. Kaido immediately let out a howl of pain, but before his cry could finish, Dongfang Qingsong decisively shouted, "Thunder flame explosion!" The thunder flames on Broken Wind moved as if they had a life of their own, flowing directly into Kaido's body and then exploding inside him. Boom! Dongfang Qingsong was sent flying by Kaido's dragon tail swipe, immediately spitting blood as he flew out. The thunder flame aimed to deliver an attack at extreme speed, and the subsequent thunder flame explosion was his own developed internal destruction technique. This all-out offensive approach, which sacrificed defense, left Dongfang Qingsong with no way to dodge Kaido's dragon tail swipe, forcing him to rely on his iron block and armament haki to withstand the blow. Fortunately, the injuries were all within expectations and manageable. Using Kaido's strike, Dongfang Qingsong transformed directly into lightning and then charged towards the sea. If he didn't leave now, when would he? He didn't want to be the next victim of Kaido. Luckily, he had targeted the scar left by Odin. Otherwise, it might not even be possible to penetrate in another place. This is not even the Kaido of the Four Emperors period. I can't imagine how tough Kaido will be 20 years later. Just hit and run. So thrilling. Dongfang Qingsong had no desire to look back at the results at all. He was well aware of his own strength. This move was indeed powerful for an ordinary person. However, for someone with Kaido's terrifying physique, being able to temporarily hold him off for a moment is already quite good. As Dongfang Qingsong sped away desperately, he felt secretly pleased, constantly praising his own cleverness in his heart. Truly, it was me. I could escape from such a desperate situation. Although Dongfang Qingsong's breakthrough of Kaido's defense surprised Jin immensely, he was not particularly worried about Kaido's defense. He knew better than anyone. However, this little brat's strength is too strong. If I had taken that attack head-on, I might have directly lost my combat ability. But since you don't serve Brother Kaido, you will eventually become a stumbling block for him. So don't think about escaping. Jin thought fiercely to himself. Double Emperors in the blade. Jin frantically waved his wings, and then a barrage of fire bullets was fired from the flames behind him. The high-speed fire bullets formed a curtain of bullets, blocking Dongfang Qingsong's path. Dongfang Qingsong directly exited his elemental form. These fire bullets would not harm him. However, if he was enveloped by the bullet curtain, he would remain in elemental form and be unable to move freely, and then he wouldn't be able to escape. Fortunately, Dongfang Qingsong had already anticipated this scene. With Jin always watching him closely, how could he not be on guard? Dongfang Qingsong extended his palm, and 5 pillars of lightning shot out from behind him. Lightning flow, thunderfire punishment. The 5 thick thunderfire pillars pierced through Jin's fire bullet curtain, and as soon as they collided, a massive explosion occurred, and a violent wind and heat wave immediately swept across the entire dome. With one effective strike, Dongfang Qingsong turned around and continued to flee. A real man never looks back at explosions. Just as Dongfang Qingsong was about to transform into lightning and continue his escape, a sudden sense of crisis washed over him. Without hesitation, he swiftly dodged back several steps. Then came 3 gunshots, and 3 bullets shot directly into the spot where Dongfang Qingsong had been standing. Dongfang Qingsong's pupils constricted. It was sea stone bullets. If he recklessly went into elemental form, he would probably suffer a huge loss. Fortunately, the shooter was not very skilled. Otherwise, he could have been killed on the spot. Dongfang Qingsong looked towards the source of the bullets. It was that idiot Queen. Queen not only regained his body, but also brought sea stone bullets. He bit his cigar, puffed out smoke proudly, and said, "Little brat, so what if you're a Logia user? I could still shoot you down with 1 bullet. This is the power of technology. Queen, you idiot, you finally did something right." Jin calmly blocked Dongfang Qingsong's path. "You bastard, I'm going to become the world's #1 scientist." Queen said, "This move is good. It makes me remember the feeling of pain after a long time. Let's continue." Looking at Kaido, who had transformed back into human form, Dongfang Qingsong couldn't help but be shocked. He had already recovered, though his wounds were charred. It was visibly healing. Is this going to be the 3 heroes fighting Elbu? Did I pick the wrong script? 3 heroes fighting Kaido would be more appropriate. Today I really should have checked the calendar before going out. There's no way to escape now. As Kaido approached Dongfang Qingsong, Jin and Queen tactfully stepped back. However, they remained vigilant to prevent Dongfang Qing from escaping. There's no way to dodge. I can only brace myself for it. Dongfang Qing took a deep breath and then took the initiative to strike. The lightning flow state could still hold for a while. Lightning flow, thunder slash. Dongfang Qing instantly vanished from his original spot, leaving only a flickering arc of electricity to indicate that someone had stood there. Then he swung his sword, Windbreaker, downwards with immense power, aiming to slash at Kaido's head. Ha ha ha, good, good, that's the spirit, thunderous 8 trigrams. Kaido laughed wildly and swung his BZHIG. The Wolf Fang club wrapped in hockey crackled with electricity and swung fiercely toward Dongfang Qing Windbreaker. With a clang, Dongfang Qing felt a massive force hit him. It felt like his entire arm would break. He took a step back and used all his strength to withstand the blow. Then his figure flickered and disappeared in front of Kaido. Flying sword flow, Dragon's Nest flash. Dongfang Qing attacked Kaido with a series of strikes at a speed that was nearly impossible to catch with the naked eye. Under the rapid sword attacks, Kaido could only defend passively for a while. At first, Kaido was caught off guard and struggled to respond. But after a while, he completely adapted to Dongfang Qing's rhythm. Kaido continuously blocked Dongfang Qing's attacks with his BZHIG while shouting, "Useless, useless. Your speed is fast, but your strength is way too lacking. Bring out your previous attacks." Kaido's disdain for Dongfang Qing was evident, but he couldn't underestimate the swordsman's strikes. After a high-intensity attack yielded no results, Dongfang Qing took a moment to catch his breath before attacking again. Flying sword flow, ultimate technique, 9-headed dragon flash. Amidst Jin and Queen's astonished gazes, Dongfang Qing unleashed 9 deadly slashes toward Kaido simultaneously. Due to the incredible speed, 9 Dongfang Qing Cangs appeared in the dome at the same time, all using Windbreaker to deliver a finishing blow to Kaido. Kaido's eyes widened, and he swung his BZHIG to defend, barely blocking 5 of the attacks, while the remaining 4 strikes landed, leaving several deep cuts on his body. Seeing Dongfang Qing gasping for breath, Kaido burst into hearty laughter and swung his club again, saying, "Ha ha, little brat, your swordsmanship is not bad. I didn't expect you to have such talent in swordsmanship. I thought you were just another lucky Logia user. But this is a pleasant surprise. Even without relying on a devil fruit, with your swordsmanship talent, you will have a place in this vast sea. Little brat, don't you want to experience the beautiful scenery at the peak of the sea? It would be a pity to die like this. I'm willing to give you another chance. You are too young now. You cannot be my opponent." Jin wholeheartedly agreed with Kaido's view, and he couldn't help but admired Dongfang Qing as well. Previously, they had not fought much and only knew that the other could easily defeat Queen, making him a formidable opponent. So he was unaware of Dongfang Qing's actual strength. He didn't expect the other party to be so strong, especially with that superb swordsmanship, far surpassing his own. With the other party's talent, he would eventually step into the realm of the great swordsman, and perhaps even aim for the title of the world's #1 swordsman. If he could join us, that would be fantastic that way. Kaido would also obtain the great treasure faster and become the Pirate King. After performing the 9-headed dragon flash, Dongfang Qing paused for a moment, and Kaido directly seized this opening to swing his club. Dongfang Qing was sent flying, not knowing how many stone pillars he shattered. He finally landed with a thud, kicking up a cloud of dust. "Little brat, don't play dead. You haven't answered my question yet. Will you agree or not?" Kaido wiped the blood from his body. This time, it was not carelessness. He had indeed defended with all his might, yet he expected that little brat to hurt him again. The opponent's swordsmanship is indeed impressive. Even though I've been in the New World for so long, I have rarely seen anyone whose swordsmanship surpasses his. As for talent in the way of the sword, that is truly one of kind. However, he is still too young and lacks a bit of strength. Although he can inflict damage on me, it's not fatal. He can't even leave a permanent scar like Odin did. Kaido glanced at the wound that had stopped bleeding and thought silently. Although he knows there is a gap, he didn't expect it to be this large. The eastern blue sky lying on the floor felt somewhat helpless. Kaido's strength shouldn't be this strong. 2 years ago, he wasn't even a match for Odin. Could it be that after fighting with Odin, his strength advanced by leaps and bounds? Then I'm truly unlucky. The current Kaido definitely has strength that is infinitely close to that of an admiral. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been defeated so thoroughly. I have fought with Akainu and Aokiji before. Although it wasn't a life-and-death battle, I am certain that they cannot compare to the current Kaido. Electric discharge, 200 million volts. Thunder God. The Eastern Blue Sky didn't waste any words and directly responded to Kaido with action. A massive thunder god apparition enveloped him, and under his compression, lightning coalesced into a substantial armor, with a small thunder god about 4 meters tall appearing in the dome. The Eastern Blue Sky swung the blade, wrapped in lightning armor, and charged at Kaido, and the two resumed their fierce battle. The Eastern Blue Sky's refusal made Kaido somewhat displeased, but he appreciated the opponent's fighting spirit. Kaido seriously felt the Eastern Blue Sky's slashes. The opponent's strength and speed had increased yet again. However, it was still far from enough. After knocking back the Eastern Blue Sky, who was engaged in close combat, Kaido swung his club again. Thunder, roar, 8 trigrams. The Eastern Blue Sky quickly raised his sword to defend, but with a loud bang, he was sent flying, blood spraying uncontrollably. The defeat was too complete. The Eastern Blue Sky lay in the deep pit, muttering to himself. He didn't even know how many times he had been knocked down. No matter how many times he attacked, Kaido could always knock him down with a single blow. If Kaido liked to finish him off, he would have already collapsed. Is my journey in the pirate world coming to an end? No. I'm a man who wants to be like President Komuro. If I just go back like this, how can I face the beauties of the pirate world? Look at me doing sit-ups on the ground and then awakening in anger. If Luffy can do it, so can I. Just one more try. Just once more. And that will be enough. The Eastern Blue Sky struggled to stand up and got into an attacking stance. Ha ha. Kid, I acknowledge your strength and will. Among the young people who have fought me, none have your level of strength. Let me send you on your way with my strongest move. A strong person with such willpower is definitely not someone I can easily recruit. There cannot be disturbed by me or death. From day to night, he has witnessed the Eastern Blue Sky's determination. He would not hold back on the next move. Lower 3 realms, Call of the Abyss. Kaido unleashed his strongest move at the moment. If all goes well, in the next second, the opponent's brain will be splattered everywhere. What a pity. He is a talent. Little Qing, what is this sword? After a day of sparring, Uzuhana sat beside the Eastern Blue Sky and spoke gently. The sword is a weapon, a tool for killing, an extension of the body. The Eastern Blue Sky replied without hesitation. Then what is the way of the sword? Do you know the meaning of the 10 stages of swordsmanship? Uzuhana asked while using healing techniques on the Eastern Blue Sky. The way of the sword should be a technique of usage, and as for the 10 stages of swordsmanship, it should be the pinnacle of sword techniques. The Eastern Blue Sky hesitated slightly, enjoying Sister Hannah's healing while speaking. Upon further thought, Little Qing, Uzuhana's tone remained gentle, but her finger inadvertently poked at the Eastern Blue Sky's wound. Hiss! The Eastern Blue Sky gasped, then seriously recalled the previous battle. In every fight, both of them did not use spiritual pressure or use the same level of spiritual pressure. Sister Hannah always created relatively fair battle conditions for him. Yet he had never won even once. Sister Hannah always said that she was not good at teaching, and her techniques were all realized through combat, which is why they often sparred. She had always taught him sword techniques without reservation. Logically speaking, techniques should have limits. There is no reason that after so many years, the Eastern Blue Sky still has no ability to fight back. So where exactly is the gap? Is it in sword intent and belief? Sister Hannah, the Eastern Blue Sky, said thoughtfully. Yes, but also no. Uzuhana smiled slightly, then drew her long sword and lightly swung it forward. This cut did not use a shred of spiritual pressure, yet the hard ground was directly cut open into a gorge. Then another cut followed, and the debris on the ground instantly turned into fine powder, still without any spiritual pressure fluctuations. Then another cut was swung forward, and the Eastern Blue Sky felt a tremendous force crashing towards him, as if a substantial sword pressure was pressing down on him, making it hard for him to breathe. The originally gentle Sister Hannah had transformed into a hungry ghost from hell. Looking at the Eastern Blue Sky, who was stunned, Sister Hannah patted his hair and then spoke gently, as if everything that just happened was an illusion. Technique and strength are merely the foundation of the way of the sword. Swordsmen at the 3rd stage are all masters of swordsmanship. However, blindly pursuing technique and strength will ultimately lead to mediocrity. Swordsmen at the 6th stage have each forged their own path. Every move they make contains their own beliefs. Strikes infused with belief and will are indestructible and can cut through anything. At the 9th stage of swordsmanship, swordsmen no longer cling to form. The hearts of swords are no longer bound by the heavens and the earth. They can cut through all things, and even cut through gods, slaying both men and deities. The 10th stage of swordsmanship is an uncertain concept, a limitation of the world. In this world, there is nothing you cannot cut through. Sister Hannah, I think I understand. Strength and technique have their limits, but the mind is infinite. My belief and will are definitely not weaker than anyone else's. Looking at Kaido, swinging his big club, the eastern blue sky swung his sword to meet him. Flow of thunder, annihilation of the Azure Dragon. A world-destroying Azure Dragon appeared behind the eastern blue sky, and the endless aura of destruction spread in all directions. On the path the eastern blue sky took, countless debris turned to powder under this aura. The eight-path discipline and the broken wind clashed again, and the ground of the dome directly shattered. This strike was evenly matched. The sound of crack, crack, crack constantly came from the broken wind, and finally, with the last sound, the blade of the broken wind began to shatter, and the broken pieces shot out like blades. With a sizzle, the eastern blue sky's sword intent pierced through the eight-path discipline and then slammed into Kaido's body, cutting him open, revealing his internal organs. Similarly, without any weapon to defend with, the eastern blue sky was sent flying by the eight-path discipline. He felt as if all the bones in his body were about to break, and if he fell, he really wouldn't be able to get up. Binding path number 37. Hanging Star. The eastern blue sky used Kido to create a hammock in midair, then quickly healed himself. He couldn't afford to fall now. Caught by the hammock, the eastern blue sky received another electric treatment, using electricity to massage his heart, stimulating his weakened heart to beat strongly again and provide him with energy. Quinn, Conqueror's Haki. Jin, Great Sword Master. The two spectators gasped in surprise. They weren't mistaken. Under the threat of death, Dongfang Qingcang had finally broken through. Teacher Kai's reputation was indeed well-deserved. Dongfang Qingcang's strike was not in vain. He was willing to call his opponent the strongest educator. Although he hadn't awakened the natural system after doing sit-ups, he had finally surpassed the Great Sword Master and successfully awakened the Conqueror's Haki. His 2 years of hard work in Impel Down were not wasted, and the contributions of his LV6 comrades were invaluable. If it weren't for the daily clashes of spiritual pressure and their Conqueror's Haki, Dongfang Qingcang wouldn't have awakened so easily. That last strike had infused all his will and spiritual pressure, and at the moment of colliding with Kaido, he had broken through. Haha, kid, you really surprised me. A great sword master with Conqueror's Haki, and the youngest one at that. Truly remarkable. That move was quite powerful. Kid, let's go again. Kaido wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. That strike had hurt him as well. Looking at Dongfang Qingcang, who was lying on the suspended star, he added with a strange expression, "The Thunder Fruit has such strange abilities?" After a series of maneuvers, Dongfang Qingcang finally caught his breath. If he couldn't catch his breath and passed out, he would truly be at the mercy of others. Struggling to support his wobbling body, he tried to look at Kaido. Seeing Kaido's chest bleeding profusely, Dongfang Qingcang realized that only the will-infused strikes of a great sword master could truly harm Kaido. This time, he had truly broken through the defenses. Damn, not again. I really can't do it anymore. Can't you see I have no sword left? Dongfang Qingcang looked at the bare hilt in his hand, unable to hold back his complaints. He had originally planned to let the new weapon retire gloriously after its creation, leaving a memory, but unexpectedly, it had simply vanished. Looking at the battle-hungry Kaido, Dongfang Qingcang's mouth twitched uncontrollably. It wasn't the end of the road yet. He still had one last strike. Kaido, you are strong. I admit I'm not your opponent, but this will be my final blow. With that, Dongfang Qingcang waved his hand, and countless thunderbolts appeared in the sky, engulfing Kaido and his companions. Seeing the sudden appearance of the thunderbolts filling the sky, Kaido and his companions were shocked. It was too fast. It wasn't that the thunderbolts were too quick to engulf them, but their appearance was so sudden, as if they had materialized out of thin air, with no prior warning. The three of them were caught off guard and directly engulfed by the thunderbolts. The entire dome lit up with flashes of lightning, arcs of electricity shooting everywhere. After the lightning faded, the three of them were somewhat confused. The power didn't seem right. Not to mention Kaido, even the weakest queen, hadn't taken much damage. Aside from being electrocuted and screaming, they'd sustained no real harm at all. If this was Dongfang Qingcang's final blow, then they were truly disappointed. It felt like a perfectly staged play ending on a dull note. Ignoring the odd looks from the three, Dongfang Qingcang lightly raised his right hand, holding the hilt of the broken wind sword. The fragments of the broken wind, which had been scattered across the dome, seemed to be drawn by an unseen force, leaping up and hovering in the air. Then, Dongfang Qingcang threw the hilt upwards, and all the fragments shot up to the sky like fledglings returning to their nest. Dongfang Qingsong also slowly ascended. The once clear night sky was suddenly covered by a large mass of dark clouds, black as ink, completely hidden in the night. Only the occasional flashes of lightning within the clouds provided a glimpse of what lay beneath. It was truly like dark clouds pressing down on the city, the thick cloud layer giving a heavy sense of oppression. Guided by the hilt, all the fragments of broken wind disappeared into the clouds, and Kaido's trio felt, whether it was an illusion or not, that the pressure from the clouds had intensified. By now, all the pirates on Onigashima knew of Dongfang Qingsong, the audacious invader. Every pirate with a bit of strength was watching this battle that had raged from day to night. Even several familiar faces had appeared, including the Wano's Yakuza. Besides these regular troops, there were also many rebels lurking in the shadows. Even the so-called red scabbards were hiding, peeking from the dark. Under Dongfang Qingsong's powerful observation haki, no one on Onigashima could hide themselves. It seemed this prolonged battle had drawn out all the monsters of Wano. The onlookers, whether lamenting, hating, or looking down upon him, exhibited a range of emotions, but Dongfang Qingsong was not interested in these rats in the gutter. Regardless of their feelings one by one, they would soon regret it. Kid, did you create this dark cloud? No wonder your earlier moves lack power. Let me see your final blow. Kaido felt the pressure from the clouds. This strike must not be underestimated. With that, Kaido transformed back into his dragon form, and then an endless flame blazed, enveloping him, turning him into a fire dragon radiating high temperatures. That's right, the earlier thunderbolts were merely a prelude. Those thunderbolts were hidden in Dongfang Qingsong's soul space, designed to temporarily enhance the electrons in the atmosphere. His big move had a long wind-up, and without Enel's arc maxim, he couldn't quickly create thunderclouds. He needed a bit of help, and luckily, with the aid of the soul space, as long as something was collected within it, everything would come to a halt. That was the core of the support. A dragon's roar echoed. The fire dragon Kaido gazed at Dongfang Qingsong in the sky, and behind him, the azure dragon. A massive dragon's head emerged from the pitch-black clouds. Through the darkness, one could vaguely see the azure dragon moving within the black clouds. A dragon of thunder made of solidified lightning. Kaido's fighting spirit soared as he shouted, "Rising dragon, flame 8 trigrams," and charged directly at Dongfang Qingsong. Dongfang Qingsong also waved his hand and shouted the famous line of the second pillar, "Disperse along with the thunder." Flow of thunder, azure dragon. Accompanied by Dongfang Qingsong's movements, the azure dragon, which had been swimming in the clouds behind him, let out a tremendous roar, and then the dark clouds churned violently, and the azure dragon shot towards a fire dragon like a cannon. Is this something human strength can achieve? On Onigashima, that was the heartfelt question of all the spectators. Although they couldn't keep up with the speed of the earlier battle, they could barely comprehend it. But now, looking at the gigantic fire dragon and azure dragon in the sky, it was completely a different scene. They doubted whether Onigashima could withstand this move's upheaval. So powerful. Enel is really too strong. Yamato, who didn't know when she had appeared at the dome, was witnessing a master who could fight with her father all day for the first time. Although Odin was also very powerful, she had never seen him in action. She never expected Enel to force out her father's ultimate move. Is this the Navy? Every random person is so strong. No wonder Pirate King Roger was chased around by Navy heroes. I must go to sea. I want not only exciting adventures, but also to see more powerful beings. I want to defeat my arrogant father. I made up my mind. When I go to sea, I will head to the Navy headquarters. I need Enel's guidance. Queen looked at the azure dragon, which was several times larger than Kaido, and uncertainly asked, "Jean, while I believe in Brother Kaido's strength, can even Brother Kaido fully counter the attack from such a terrifying azure dragon?" "Yes, so we must be prepared. What follows is an endless thunderstorm, and we can only withstand as much as we can. As for the onlookers, they are likely to suffer heavy casualties. However, this is also self-inflicted. Such a level of battle is not something ordinary people can watch. Even if we wanted to stop it now, it would be too late." Jean nodded seriously and spoke. As the flagship of the 100 Beast Pirates, they naturally wouldn't care about the deaths of a few small fry. However, when a large number of their subordinates die, even these big names would feel heartbroken. As a mad scientist, Quinn cares even less about the deaths of his subordinates. What he worries about is whether Onigashima can withstand it. If Brother Kaido cannot disperse this enormous azure dragon, then Onigashima is likely to become history. There are smart people on Onigashima besides the two of them, and some have already started to flee in a panic. But how can they escape in time when the speed of thunder is so swift? Just as their thoughts diverged, the collision finally began. At the moment when the two dragons collided, countless thunderous sounds echoed across the sky, followed by overwhelming flames and raging thunder wreaking havoc everywhere. Even though both fighters took the battle to the sky, the scattered lightning and fire still plowed through the dome, causing the ground to crack. Huge fissures appeared in the thinner parts of the dome, and faint cries could be heard from inside the castle. The onlookers beneath the dome were even more tragic. Who knows how many people turned to charcoal? Jean, the dome can't hold out any longer. Quickly tell Brother Kaido to disperse this enormous azure dragon. Otherwise, if they collide a few more times, the entire Onigashima will likely become ruins. Quinn was right. Jean glanced at the tragic state of the dome. This is the base. If it sinks, the loss would be too great, and the past few years would have been in vain. After a moment of thought, Jean transformed into a toothless dragon and rushed towards Kaido. Kaido's azure dragon was covered in blood, but his face was filled with excitement. He let out long howls and charged at the azure dragon again. The two fought like ferocious beasts, neither willing to yield. This was the battle he had been eagerly anticipating. He didn't expect the little brat on the other side to have such skills, which was truly wonderful. He even felt reluctant to kill him. It wasn't until Jean arrived that Kaido barely calmed down. Looking at Onigashima, Kaido's expression darkened. To be honest, he didn't have confidence in dispersing the azure dragon either. The opponent was simply an energy entity, and after several collisions, Kaido was severely injured. The azure dragon was no exception. However, every time he knocked it down, the opponent could quickly condense the lightning to replenish itself. So now, he could only kill the little brat behind the azure dragon, hoping that the death of the ability user would cause the azure dragon to dissipate. Otherwise, Teacher Kaido would suffer a huge loss. Fire Dragon Great Torch, Rising Dragon, Fire Dragon Bagua. Seeing Kaido turning to charge at him, Eastern Qing Cang understood his intention. In fact, if Kaido came a few more times, he too would soon be unable to hold on. Controlling such a massive Thunder Azure Dragon was very laborious, even for the user of the Thunder Fruit. Unless the Thunder Fruit awakens, it would be impossible to reach this level, not to mention the need for precise operation. If it weren't for his strong enough soul, he might have had to leave it to nature after the first collision. So farewell, Windbreaker. Eastern Qing Cang pulled down, and the thunderclouds in the sky were directly drawn down. The Azure Dragon blocked in front of Eastern Qing Cang, while the thundercloud enveloped the elementalized Eastern Qing Cang. Soon, the dark thundercloud began to disperse, and the thunderclouds orderly surrounded the Azure Dragon in a strange pattern. Kaido, take my move, Azure Dragon secret technique, Thunderstream. Azure Dragon Railgun. Using the fragments of Windbreaker as the core and the condensed Azure Dragon as the carrier, Eastern Qing Cang directly launched the Azure Dragon using the super electromagnetic cannon. Where the Azure Dragon passed, ripples rippled through the void, caused by the high temperatures of the air burned by the strong electric current. Kaido collided with the Azure Dragon once again. The two stalemated for a moment. Kaido opened his mouth wide, Fire Dragon Great Torch, Dragon Flame Song. The flames all over Kaido's body quickly receded, then all gathered in his mouth, and a dragon-shaped breath shot out directly towards Eastern Qing Cang. Meanwhile, the extinguished Kaido was directly zapped by the Azure Dragon, then pressed into Onigashima. With the fall of the two giant dragons, a tremendous explosion echoed through the heavens and the earth. The fragments of Windbreaker were all shot into Kaido's body under the propulsion of the Azure Dragon Railgun, and then a secondary explosion occurred within him. Kaido could no longer maintain his Azure Dragon form and instantly reverted to his original form. The enormous Azure Dragon directly pierced through Onigashima, while Kaido collapsed, riddled with holes, in the deep pit at the seabed. After the explosion of the Azure Dragon, the seawater, dissolved by the high-temperature plasma, surged into the deep pit and completely submerged Kaido. The plasma generated by the Azure Dragon's explosion was too violent. Onigashima visibly began to collapse, thanks to Eastern Qing Cang's attack intentionally directed to one side. Thus, although Yamato's side was also shaking, it was much better than the side that completely collapsed into the sea. There was no helping it. Yamato was just too cute. Completely incomparable to the female version of Luffy 20 years later. Eastern Qing Cang didn't expect Kaido to have such an exceptionally powerful move. The original Kaido of Wano hadn't demonstrated it. Calculating with intention, Eastern Qing Cang didn't even have time to dodge and could only use all his strength to defend. The raging flames instantly engulfed Eastern Qing Cang, and he felt as if he had fallen into a hell of fire. even with the defense of armament hockey and iron blocks. He felt he was about to be charred, and he even faintly smelled a hint of roast meat. Fortunately, the burning of the flames didn't last long. Under the powerful impact, he was directly knocked down from the sky, rolling over the sea like a stone skipping on the water. In the end, Eastern Qing Cang met the same fate as Kaido. He was directly blasted into the seabed by that dragon flame breath, and there was no news of him. This battle, lasting a day and a night, finally came to an end, with neither side victorious. In the office of the Marine headquarters, Steelbone Kong slammed his fist on the desk, his face dark as he looked at the latest newspaper. The main headline read, "The Marines' strongest genius fights the 100 Beast Pirates alone in Wano." The subheading stated, "The strongest natural-type thunder fruit user, the unprecedented 19-year-old great swordsman, the Conqueror's hockey dominator, Marine King Enel, dies in Wano." Is this a distortion of humanity or a decline in morality? Please see the following article for a detailed report. A photo of Eastern Qing Cang riding the Azure Dragon colliding with Kaido occupied the most prominent position. The battle in Wano occupied the entire front page, detailing the entire course of the Onigashima battle. It was as if the reporter was observing from the side, elaborating on the formidable strengths of both sides. Ultimately, the report concluded with the captain of the 100 Beast Pirates, Kaido, and the Marines' strongest genius, Enel, both falling into the sea and Onigashima reduced to ruins. Although he didn't believe that Enel would meet such an end, he couldn't deny the newspaper's validity. The outcome of an ability user falling into the sea was predictable, especially when they were in the enemy's stronghold. Moreover, Steelbone Kong could imagine the strong impact this newspaper would have on the Navy. He was well aware of Eastern Qing Cang's popularity within the Marine. As the Marshal, he knew all too well, not to mention the high-ranking officers. Rumors had circulated 2 years ago that Eastern Qing Cang was the youngest great swordsman, and it was now thoroughly confirmed. Those young swordsmen who joined the Navy regarded Eastern Qing Cang as the pride of the Marine. The only great swordsman in the Navy has died, and I don't know what those swordsmen will do in their irrational state. With a crack, Zephyr pushed open the office of Steelbone Kong. "Marshal Kong, I need an explanation." Zephyr held back his anger and sorrow, his face dark as he asked. Steelbone Kong, with a headache, urged Zephyr to sit down. "Zephyr, don't get agitated. Calm down." "How can I not be agitated, Marshal Kong? How can I calm down? He is my only family. When my life fell into darkness, Enel was like a light. He saved me. When he descended from the sky before me, I knew he must have been guided by Annie and Canes to appear before me. He was the last redemption given to me by heaven. But why did it end up like this? Kong, tell me why. Why did you send him to Wano?" You, unable to contain his emotions. Zephyr could no longer hold back. This was the second time he had lost a loved one, and it was the same again. He was still powerless, still thousands of miles away. "Zephyr!" Steelbone Kong shouted, then punched out, shaking the entire building. Zephyr was knocked to the ground, and the messenger outside the office didn't dare to come in and check. Looking at Zephyr on the floor, Steelbone Kong glared with red eyes and yelled, "Zephyr, what nonsense are you talking about? Enel is a Navy officer, and he is the strongest genius in the Navy. He has both the right and the duty to accept his superior's orders. You treat Enel as your last family. Am I not one? I have no children or daughters, and I have watched Enel grow up. He is my beloved junior. Do you think he calls me uncle for nothing? Besides, do you really not trust Enel? With his strength and wisdom, I can't think of a reason for his sacrifice. Even if he fell into the sea, what's the big deal? The Beast Pirates searched for days and nights and didn't find a body. No body is a good thing. How can we lose our composure before things are certain?" Although Steelbone Kong spoke with conviction, he didn't fully believe this reason. However, he did have a feeling that he couldn't quite shake off, but he had no evidence. Zephyr seemed to take this in. At least he wasn't behaving irrationally as before. He was about to continue explaining the reasons for Dongfang Chingsang's trip to Wano when suddenly a phone call came in. "This is Steelbone Kong. Kong, it's Carp. Did that brat Enel really sacrifice himself? Wasn't he an impelled down? Why did he run off to Wano to die?" In the East Sea, Carp was on vacation again, on his dog-headed warship, picking his nose and casually asking, occasionally throwing out a bomb, a high-level boss bullying a newbie village. No wonder the East Sea is the weakest sea. Unexpectedly, Carp, with his personality, would specifically call to inquire. Steelbone Kong was about to speak when, with a crack, the door was pushed open again. "Oh, it's you guys. What's the matter?" Steelbone Kong looked at Sengoku and Tsuru, who had entered. "It's still about Enel. That bastard Kaji, he didn't dare to disturb Marshal Kong, and instead went straight to me. Rosinante also specifically called to plead with me, hoping I could confirm the news. Marshal Kong, Enel is Rosinante's only close friend. Sengoku had a helpless expression. Steelbone Kong could tell Sengoku's thoughts and looked directly at Tsuru. I don't have anything special to say. That little girl Jiun is at home, crying her eyes out. Tsuru helped Zephyr up from the ground and continued, Zephyr. It seems you lack confidence in Enel. This is not your style. Trust in your disciples' abilities. That has always been your way. The strength of the Beast Pirates is indeed not something Enel can contend with. But I believe Enel won't sacrifice so easily. I'm here to ask about the specific situation in Wano. Zephyr laughed self-deprecatingly. Only through loss can one learn to cherish. Especially for him, he had lost twice. So he couldn't maintain a calm demeanor. Since you all are here, then I will explain everything to you all at once. Suddenly, there was a knock. Knock at the door. Come in. Marshal, 3 candidates for the admirals are calling. The messenger saw a room full of big shots and quickly pulled out 3 transponder snails. After the messenger closed the door again, Steelbone Kong looked at the 3 transponder snails in surprise. He didn't expect that this brat, Enel, had such abilities. The future 3 admirals were so closely related to him. Could it be that Enel is also suitable to be a diplomat? Steelbone Kong uncertainly asked. Are you 3 calling about Enel's matter? Kazan's answer was within his expectations. His sense of justice was somewhat similar to Enel's, and since Carp and Zephyr were friends, Steelbone Kong could understand. As for Sakazuki and Borisolino, their call surprised him. Sakazuki stated that Enel, as the youngest great swordsman, was a major asset to the Navy, an extremely outstanding officer. So he called to verify the accuracy of the news. If possible, he suggested launching an attack on the Beast Pirates. Killing a Navy rear admiral was a desecration of justice, and he felt the Navy needed to eliminate the Beast Pirates to prove their authority. As for Borisolino, he was purely inquiring about the news. He stated that as Enel's friend, they had raced together, so he had the obligation to care. In the entire Navy or the entire world, only Enel could keep up with his speed. So he wanted to know what kind of mission could force Enel into such a desperate situation. He expressed that he would be cautious of such missions in the future. Steelbone Kong felt his blood pressure rising and sighed. He recounted the events from start to finish. To be honest, he just wanted to restore Dongfang Qingsong to his position. As for investigating the news, he felt it was just a formality. It was just to make the 5 elders look good. Otherwise, it would be somewhat disrespectful to reinstate a position they had dismissed. He didn't expect such an incident to occur. Just as Steelbone Kong was feeling frustrated, the Wano incident had already spread to every corner of the world. Whether familiar or unfamiliar, they all re-recognized this once-promoted naval genius. In a dark bat castle, the once great hero of the West Sea no longer existed. He looked at the newspaper in his hand and cursed loudly. Damn, Kaido, why don't you just die? And that incompetent Navy. Clearly, if they just tried a bit harder, they could have killed Kaido. Getting pushed into the sea is useless. He could be fished out in no time. In the North Sea, a young man in a black top and white pants with yellow hair chuckled softly while reading the newspaper. This is too exciting. New World, the Navy's strongest genius? This is too interesting. He will eventually turn this world upside down. In the West Sea, in the Capone family, Becky dropped the cigar from his mouth and threw away the newspaper in his hand. Godfather? The strange gunman, Vito, was puzzled by Becky's state. Nothing. Becky lit another cigar, took a deep breath, and he didn't believe that man would die so easily. Sky Island. Mom, did my brother really die? Robin looked at Nico Alvia with tear-filled eyes. Is he going to leave me forever like Saul? Miss Robin, the Major is not an easy man to sacrifice. Alvia reassured her. His strength and wisdom do not allow him to make such mistakes. Really? Mom, is what Mr. Lafayette said true? Robin looked at Alvia with hope on her face. Of course it's true, Robin. We must believe in Mr. Enel. So where is our protagonist Enel at this moment? Is it really as everyone hopes that he has survived? Or has he already returned to his original self? Damn, my head hurts. Where is this? Dongfang Qingsong rubbed his aching head and looked around with some confusion. This is a dilapidated house, with several big holes in the roof and the walls letting in wind from all sides. If it weren't for the supporting structure, Dongfang Qingsong suspected that even a gust of wind could topple it. Thanks to the holes, he barely managed to see the interior of the room in the moonlight. Besides the small bed he was lying on, there was only a worn-out small table and 2 wooden chairs that were clearly scavenged. One of the chairs had a small figure curled up on it, obviously a child. It was summer, otherwise they would surely catch a cold. Just as Dongfang Qingsong was about to get up, a sharp pain hit him, causing him to let out a low groan. Feeling weak, with broken bones and bleeding organs. Dongfang Qing frowned. It seemed his injuries were too severe. He didn't even know what time it was now. He should have escaped from Wano country. After being knocked into the sea by Kaido, Dongfang Qing managed to find the nearest Sea King after holding on for dear life. After using his conqueror's haki combined with spiritual pressure to intimidate the Sea King, he transformed into lightning and drilled into its belly. Then he directly took out a whole bottle of stone marrow from his soul space and drank it all. After that, he didn't care whether the Sea King understood his commands or not. He simply ordered it to take him away from Onigashima, and Dongfang Qing fainted. He had no idea where that Sea King took him or how he came out of its belly. Did he take the back door? Although it was necessary for survival, it was indeed disgusting. He wasn't mistaken. Dongfang Qing did not have the weakness of a devil fruit user. If you ask why, there's only one truth. That is, Dongfang Qing's body did not consume the thunder fruit. Instead, his soul did. The concentration of spiritual energy in the pirate world cannot be compared to that of the soul society. However, years of absorption and training were enough to support his soul, leaving his body for a short time. When he sensed the spiritual energy in the atmosphere, he already had this idea, so he wasn't afraid of the sea. The seawater could not drown his soul. It was just that due to the curse of the devil fruit, his soul instinctively resisted seawater and sea stone. Brother, you're awake. Do you want some water? Just as Dongfang Qing fell into deep thought, a soft and cute voice came over. Dongfang Qing looked up, and he saw a pair of big, watery, blue eyes and a head of green hair. She was so adorable. She was a little cutie. Thank you, you're so kind. You're welcome, brother. The little girl climbed up onto the wooden chair and poured a cup of water for Dongfang Qing. Since Dongfang Qing was still in a paralyzed state, the little girl carefully fed him water. Water is indeed the source of life. After drinking a pot of tea, he felt much better, and he quickly asked her why he was in her house. The 2-year-old little girl had no cunning. Under Dongfang Qing's questioning, she stumbled through the story of how they found him. After a long time, Dongfang Qing finally understood the situation. According to the little girl's account, he was spat out by a huge sea beast, and it seemed that his reputation was preserved. Dongfang Qing let out a long sigh of relief. The little girl said her sister was at the beach when a furious sea beast suddenly emerged from the depths, directly overturning nearby fishing boats. Just when her sister and the other beachgoers thought they were doomed, the sea beast suddenly sneezed. Then he was shot out of the sea beast's mouth. After spitting out Dongfang Qing, the sea beast quickly calmed down and eventually submerged into the sea, disappearing without a trace. Fortunately, no one was harmed. The only ones injured were the fishermen whose boats were overturned. Her sister believed that he saved them, so at her sister's request, the villagers dug him out from the beach. However, Dongfang Qing's injuries were too severe. His breathing was intermittent, and the villagers thought he wouldn't survive. Some even suggested burying him on the spot to avoid leaving his body exposed. In the end, it was her sister who insisted on saving Dongfang Qing's body. And with the help of a few kind villagers, they finally managed to bring him to the little girl's house. Those were all the useful pieces of information. As for where this was, what island it was, or where the navy was nearby, the little girl didn't know anything, only that their village was called Wuzhou Village. Well, one can expect a 2-year-old to know everything. Fortunately, in the world of One Piece, everyone has an exceptional physique. Both their bodies and minds develop quite well. If it were a 2-year-old from his previous life, Dongfang Qing wouldn't even have the desire to ask. However, he had been unconscious for too long. The little girl had used all 10 of her fingers and still couldn't count the exact number of days. It had to be over 10 days, which was clearly not right. Moreover, he had drunk a whole bottle of stone marrow before fainting. It didn't make sense that after more than 10 days his injuries were still so severe, and his mental state was also abysmally poor. Had he been sleeping for more than 10 days for nothing? With a creak, the dilapidated door was pushed open. Sister, you're back. The big brother is awake. Did you bring anything good today? The little girl bounced over and hugged the newcomer. The first thing that came into view was a girl with grass-green long hair and a wooden barrel giving off a fishy smell. So this is the little girl's sister. She was also a little girl, looking very frail, clearly suffering from long-term malnutrition. She seemed to be around 8 or 9 years old. The older girl affectionately patted the little girl's hair, and although her face was clearly childish, she wore a benevolent smile. Today I caught a big black fish. I'll make fish soup for you in a bit. You must drink a few bowls so you can grow fast. That's great. I love fish soup. You're amazing, sister. The little girl joyfully ran to look at the big black fish in the barrel. After dealing with the little girl, the older girl turned to Dongfang Qing. Sir, How is your body? You should drink more soup. Today, not only did we catch a big black fish, but I also found many sea conchs. You need to replenish your nutrition. The older girl's golden pupils revealed a strong sense of fatigue, and her clothes were dirty. As she approached, a strong smell of fish filled the air. During the casual conversation with the little girl, Dongfang Qingcang had already understood the situation. This was a pair of sisters who depended on each other for survival. The little girl was naive, so she didn't deeply feel the hardships. Even though she knew her sister worked hard, she didn't have a specific concept of it. Dongfang Qingcang, however, was very clear about the difficulties involved. Not to mention the older girl. Even an adult would face numerous challenges taking care of a 2-year-old child, let alone anything else. Even if the little girl was very obedient. I didn't need to replenish my nutrition, so I won't be polite. The favor of saving my life is greater than anything else. I will repay it. Dongfang Qingcang did not refuse. He truly needed it. And he would indeed repay the kindness. This was a virtue inherited from his previous life. The older girl smiled, but said nothing. Although she was young and had little experience, she possessed her own unique wisdom. When she first encountered Dongfang Qingcang on the bed, he looked like he was on the verge of death, but in just over 10 days, he surprisingly healed himself. It's worth noting that during those 10 days, apart from the necessary water she provided, she didn't administer any treatment, as she couldn't afford a doctor. At first, she was just reluctant to let a life fade away before her eyes, just like she was unwilling to accept her mother's passing, which is why she insisted on bringing Dongfang Qingcang back. She never expected him to survive, after all. However, it was clear he was no ordinary person. Since he wanted to repay her kindness, and she indeed needed help, she naturally wouldn't refuse his goodwill. With a loud bang, Dongfang Qingcang smashed a huge rock into dust with a single punch. Nearly half a month had passed since he woke up. Once he had food to sustain him, he was able to get out of bed after just one day, and the next day he went hunting. With the support of high-energy food, his injuries quickly healed significantly. Moreover, he found that his physique had become even stronger. Not only that, but his arm color also advanced to a higher level, and he successfully learned the flow of haki that had previously been stuck. The rock he just smashed was a testament to the power of his black armament. It seemed Zephyr was right. It was indeed very difficult to learn the flow of haki before stepping into the advanced arm color. It was time to leave and return to headquarters. He had stayed in the fishing village to stabilize his advanced armed color haki and to suddenly burst forth with the inspiration for the flow of haki. His injuries had fully healed 10 days ago, and his strength had risen to a new level. Not only had his armed color haki broken through, but his spiritual pressure had also reached the 6th rank. It turned out that great scenes were necessary for significant breakthroughs. A massive snail fleet was sailing on the sea, with flags fluttering in the wind that revealed their identity. The 2 special numbers 66 contained profound meaning. This was the existence that struck fear into countless nations in the North Sea and was the source of turmoil in the North Sea. The Vinsmoke family, which once unified the North Sea with the Germa kingdom. Now, the commander of Germa 66, Vinsmoke Katakuri, was in the battle command room, watching the images transmitted from the giant snail ahead. Your Majesty Katakuri, ahead is Slock Island. A middle-aged man, dressed as an officer, suddenly spoke up. Good. Inform the soldiers to prepare for landing and combat. The Slock Kingdom will become history today, declared Katakuri, with his long golden hair flowing as he issued the battle proclamation. Yes, Your Majesty. At the same time, the palace of the Slock Kingdom was in utter chaos. Your Majesty, we should hurry to sea to hide. The madmen from Germa are already on their way. This mercenary country only recognizes money and not people. They have already destroyed several nations, and if we don't leave now, it will be too late. The Minister of Finance looked anxiously at the newly appointed queen, wishing he could escape the country immediately. Unfortunately, under the king's military surveillance, the entire royal city was locked down. Fools, you cowardly little people, stop spouting nonsense. Do you want to watch the Slock Kingdom perish with your own eyes? As a minister of the kingdom, to think of abandoning the citizens and fleeing before the war has even started, it is an utter humiliation to me. Who dares to shake the military's morale? I will immediately deal with you according to military law. Your Majesty, for the glory of the Slock Kingdom, I request to fight to the death. Your Majesty, we are willing to fight to the death. Many officials were willing to share the fate of the country. Your Majesty, you cannot. The casualties from fighting to the death will be immense. It's better to seek peace and compensation. Your Majesty, seeking peace is useless. They have hired Germa 66, which has clearly stated that they want to fight. so do not fall into their trap. With a clang, the Minister of War drew his sword. He looked at these plump officials, wishing he could directly kill them with his sword, as none were free from corruption. Now that the country was in crisis, they were the first to prepare to flee. Who dares to spout nonsense and shake the military's morale? Is it you or you? Seeing the gleaming sword in the Minister of War's hand and the group of stout death fighters behind him, the escape faction and those seeking peace chose to swallow their pride. Queen Vivian looked at the three arguing factions below with a headache. Just 2 weeks ago, she was a carefree royal princess, but in such a short time, her life had undergone a drastic change. Her father's sudden death and the war declaration from the Doran kingdom plunged the entire nation into turmoil. If it weren't for the strong suppression by the Minister of War, perhaps these so-called ministers would have been wiped out. By then, the Slot Kingdom would have been virtually non-existent, as the national strength of the two countries was almost incomparable. These ministers were cunning, and only those ignorant commoners could still work as usual. Those in the know had long been contemplating how to escape Slock. In the fishing village, Sister, what are we having for dinner today? Is it still the sea beast caught by brother? Are there fruits and desserts after the meal? The little girl looked hopeful. Since Dongfang Qingsong was able to move, the three of them had been enjoying an abundance of high-energy Sea King meat every day, along with various fruits and desserts. Even the dilapidated house, which had leaks everywhere, was renovated under Dongfang Qingsong's money-repairing technique, making life over the past half-month feel incredibly happy for the little girl. Yes, the sea beast meat is already being cooked, but I don't know about the fruits and desserts after the meal. We'll have to wait until Brother Inalu comes back to find out. The older girl smiled, her face no longer showing the fatigue from their first meeting. And after more than 10 days of nourishment from the Sea King, she felt more spirited than ever. Although she still looked somewhat thin overall, her malnutrition had improved significantly. If it could always be like this, how wonderful it would be, the older girl thought silently, feeling a premonition that Dongfang Qingsong's departure was near. Suddenly, there was a series of loud bangs, followed by explosive sounds of boom boom boom. The house visibly shook, and dust scattered everywhere. Fortunately, the house had been repaired. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been able to withstand that onslaught. Sister, the little girl looked at her older sister in terror. Don't be afraid, don't be afraid. The older girl reassured her while looking outside. Could be pirates? Soldiers for the glory of Germa, for His Majesty Karakuri, destroy the Slot Kingdom for me. Keep firing. As a notorious mercenary nation in the North Sea, Germa was always in a state of war, and they naturally had their own way of fighting. As the commander of Germa, Katakuri was responsible for the frontal assault to attract the main forces of the Slot Kingdom, while other commanders chose to land in more concealed areas. Unfortunately, the fishing village, being close to the royal capital, perfectly met the combat requirements. To complete the encirclement plan, the commander of Germa's 3rd unit, Ross, directly ordered the slaughter of the village. It's time for dinner. I should head back. Dongfang Qingsong quickly tidied up today, as catch, and started to head back, when suddenly he heard a discordant sound. Is that cannon fire? Dongfang Qingsong immediately judged, quickly activating his observation haki, and then transformed into a bolt of lightning, disappearing from the spot. The older girl held the little girl, hiding in the room and not daring to move. With a bang, the front door was kicked open. No one, sir. The soldiers of Germa loudly reported to their officer in the empty room. The captain behind them walked in with a dark expression. It seemed that His Majesty Gaji's technology still had flaws. These consumables had decent combat power, but their intelligence was concerning. It was mealtime. How could there be no one around? Didn't they see the steam rising from the pot? It was obvious the owner was cooking lunch. There was no back door in this room, so there was no way they could have escaped in such a short time. The squad leader walked to the window and looked outside. It seemed no one had jumped out, so the only place left to hide was the bed. The squad leader kicked the bed aside, revealing 2 terrified little faces. The older girl quickly stood up to protect her younger sister and pleaded, "Don't kill us. We'll give you everything. Please spare us." I didn't expect it to be 2 little girls. What a pity. If it were another time, I could have captured you for ransom, and you could have survived. But today, you're just unlucky. Commander Ross has issued a death order to massacre the village. So don't blame me. The squad leader drew his weapon from his waist. Seeing the gleaming weapon, the older girl resolutely stood in front of her sister, thinking life was finally getting better, but now they faced disaster. Run. As she saw the sword coming down, the older girl lunged forward and grabbed the squad leader's arm, biting down hard. The squad leader was taken aback that she dared to resist. In pain, he kicked the older girl away and swung his sword at the fleeing younger sister. The older girl flew back, her face filled with despair. I am sorry, Mom. I couldn't take care of my sister. She recalled her mother's blessing before passing away. Monai, Mom will become a star in the sky to protect you. The days ahead will be hard, but after the suffering, Mom believes you and Sugar will live happily. Mom, this world is too cruel. I don't want to come back in the next life. Mom, I miss you so much. Lightning judgment. A bolt of lightning descended from the sky, directly piercing through the roof and striking down the soldiers behind the squad leader. Binding path number 37, Hanging Star. A spiritual hanging bed appeared out of thin air, catching the kicked Monai to prevent her from taking further damage. At the same time, the now solidified Oriental Qing Cang stood protectively in front of Sugar. With a clang, the metallic long sword collided with Oriental Qing Cang's body, producing a sound of metal clashing. The squad leader looked on in horror at the suddenly appearing Oriental Qing Cang. What was this guy, a human or a ghost? Not only did he appear out of nowhere, but he also instantly killed his soldiers and now ignored his sword. Looking at the sword that hadn't even cut his clothes, Oriental Qing Cang pointed his finger. Destruction path number 4, White Lightning. A pure white lightning bolt shot out from Oriental Qing Cang's fingertip, piercing through the squad leader's forehead. Brother, sister. The scene changed too quickly, leaving Sugar stunned. It's okay. Oriental Qing Cang picked up Sugar and walked over to Monai's side. Thank you so much, little brother. Monai coughed up blood while speaking excitedly. If it weren't for... All right, let's talk later. Seeing Monai coughing blood, Oriental Qing Cang couldn't help but frown. Healing path. Oriental Qing Cang extended his hand and released a green healing light. Monai's injured organs began to heal rapidly. These people really have no humanity. How could they be so cruel to such adorable little girls? That kick caused internal bleeding. But thankfully, I'm a medic. With Oriental Qing Cang's current spiritual pressure, he could easily use Keto, and healing path was a specialty of the 4th Division. Monai's injuries quickly stabilized. Soldiers, open fire. Kill these little demons. With such a huge commotion from lightning judgment, the Germa soldiers were not fools. They quickly abandoned the defenseless villagers and surrounded Monai's house. Under the command of an officer, the soldiers blocking the door opened fire at the people inside. Binding path no. 39, Circular Shield. The emerging spiritual energy formed a circular protective shield, blocking all the bullets aimed at them. Immediately, a powerful aura erupted from Oriental Qing Cang. All the villagers and soldiers of the fishing village rolled their eyes and collapsed to the ground. Under the combined pressure of Oriental Qing Cang's spiritual pressure and Conqueror's Haki, the entire fishing village fell silent in an instant. The two sisters on the hanging star looked at Oriental Qing Cang in confusion, and Monai gazed at him as if he were a deity, murmuring, "Brother, are you a god? Did Mom send you to save me and my sister? Wasn't it my sister who picked you up?" Sugar was surprised by Oriental Qing Cang's abilities, but being a child, she didn't overthink it. Oriental Qing Cang patted the heads of the two sisters and smiled. "Yes, I'm not a god. I'm just an ordinary brother who was picked up by Monai. Come on, I'll take you to collect some medical fees and compensation for emotional distress." With a wave of his hand, the spiritual hanging bed carried the two little girls out the door. Meanwhile, on the coastline, the only two standing members of Germa were sweating profusely while conversing. "Lord Ross, what happened? Why is everyone unconscious? How do we explain this to His Majesty Gaji?" The deputy commander of Germa's 3rd Division asked Ross, sweating profusely. The recently erupted aura was terrifying. Both he and Ross felt like they were about to collapse under its substantial pressure. If that aura hadn't come and gone quickly, they might have been among the unconscious crowd. "You asked me how to explain it to His Majesty? How would I know? Let's focus on surviving first." Ross replied, "We should think about how to stay alive. This must be Conqueror's Haki. Someone with such power shouldn't appear in a small fishing village. This is too problematic for us ordinary people to handle." As the commander of Germa's 3rd Division, Ross might not be very strong, but he had some experience. How could such a terrifying figure appear in this small fishing village? It's just too unfortunate. Looking at the two little girls floating in midair, then at the boy walking ahead, Ross silently lamented. It seemed that the opponent not only possessed the Conqueror's Haki, said to befit a king, but was also an ability user. How unlucky could they be? Watching the two trembling and dazed individuals, Oriental Qing Cang coughed lightly and said, "Don't you have anything to say? How long are you going to play dumb? Hero, spare us. As soldiers, we were just following orders. Please give us a chance." Seeing the two bowing repeatedly, Oriental Qing Cang was momentarily speechless. Such spineless soldiers, No wonder Germa had to resort to cloning soldiers later. All right, stop talking. Tell me why you attacked the fishing village. When did Germa fall to the level of pirates? And let's discuss compensation. Don't make it difficult for me. Looking at Oriental Qing Cang, who had a calm expression with no visible emotions, Ross and the others quickly explained the situation. Finally, the two said sincerely, "Hero, we really have no money. We came out to fight, not to plunder. All we have are weapons and food supplies. That's all we have." Looking at a pile of scattered Bailey and some accessories, Dongfang Qingcang roughly estimated that it was less than 2 million. It was just a small change. Just as he was thinking of teaching the two of them a lesson, the naive voice of Sugar came out. "Sister, so much money, we're going to get rich." Sugar said excitedly, hiding behind Monet. Yes. I didn't expect it to be so easy for brother to make money. Just talking, and there is so much money. I've never seen so much money. It must be several 100,000. This is amazing." Although the two sisters lowered their voices, for someone like Dongfang Qingcang, it was no different from saying it directly. He could only say that, after all, they were just little girls, their perspective was limited, and this little money was not worth more than the weapons and equipment on the ground. "You should keep this money to buy coffins." Dongfang Qingcang didn't believe their nonsense. And besides, his goal wasn't them. To him, money was just a number. Wait, you can't kill me. You're the Navy, right? You are the strongest genius rear admiral, right? You can't kill me. I am Ross, the commander of the 3rd Division of the German Kingdom's War Corps. Our German Kingdom is a member state of the world government, and you Navy can't arbitrarily attack a member state. That would be illegal. This is not the behavior of a righteous Navy. Rear Admiral Enel, stop your impulsive actions. Looking at the arcs of electricity moving in Dongfang Qingcang's hand, Ross finally remembered why he felt the other party looked familiar. It turned out to be the Navy's genius rear admiral who had been making headlines recently. Damn it. Wasn't it said that he died in the Wano country? How could he appear in a small fishing village in the Slock Kingdom? Are today's news all fabricated? It's simply shameless. Has the rigor of the media been eaten by dogs? Or has the World Economic News Agency been taken over by the UC Shock Department? Don't they know that careless reporting can cost lives? Exposed? Dongfang Qingcang was somewhat stunned. This was not the West Sea. Could it be that his reputation had reached the North Sea? Did someone still remember the news from years ago? This guy has a good memory. The news from the 5 fishing villages was too isolated, and the Monet sisters came from families that couldn't afford newspapers. Therefore, Dongfang Qingcang didn't know that he had gained fame again after the battle with Wano, and he had even died. This was a bit difficult to handle, and what the other party said was also correct. The Navy indeed couldn't interfere with member states. He originally wanted to hide his identity to gain some benefits, but now it seemed difficult. However, who was Dongfang Qingcang? He had once been a keyboard warrior who traversed the network of justice. This little thing wouldn't stump him. Commander Ross, you're right. The Navy indeed cannot arbitrarily attack member states. Yes, we all belong to the world government. We're on the same side. Thinking they had narrowly escaped a calamity, the two happily echoed. But then Dongfang Qingcang changed the subject, looking grimly at Ross across from him. The Navy indeed cannot arbitrarily attack member states. However, a member state that actively attacks the Navy does not fall into this category. We were just preparing lunch at home. Who was it that came shouting and killing? Not only did they show my house, but they even injured my 2 sisters. Aren't you going to give me an explanation? Do you really think the Navy has no temper? As soon as he finished speaking, under Dongfang Qingcang's hint, the 2 little girls lay on the starry sky above them, directly putting on a half-dead appearance. But we really don't have any money right now. How about we write an IOU? Looking at the 2 girls' eyesore acting, Ross was speechless. He naturally knew he was in the wrong. Therefore, even though he knew the other party was talking nonsense, he could only compromise. The news had detailed Dongfang Qingcang's information. He was clearly an orphan taken in by Zephyr, so how could he have a home in a small fishing village in the Slock Kingdom? But he didn't dare to expose it, fearing that the other party would be so angry that they would slap him to death. Do you take me for a 3-year-old? After today, if you don't admit it, who should I go to for reasoning? But I'm not an unreasonable person. Since you have no money to compensate, then these fleet weapons will serve as compensation. I can reluctantly accept that. Dongfang Qingcang made a lion's big opening, putting on a forced expression as if he was thinking of them. All right. The Vice Admiral, who had narrowly escaped a calamity, agreed without a second thought. Good for you. This is the property of the Vinsmoke family. Do you think you can take it for yourself after using it for a while? Want to die? Ross slapped the terrified Vice Admiral. Do you think His Majesty Kage is easy to deal with? I don't want my whole family to go on the road together. Looking at the furious Dongfang Qing, he explained to him with a troubled expression, "Rear Admiral, you see, these things really don't belong to us. So we really have no right to give them away. Please forgive us." "You have a point. I'm not an unreasonable person. In that case, you can report to Kaguya. I think you should have the money to compensate." Dongfang Qing nodded in agreement with Ross's words, then prepared to ask Kaguya for debt. That was his purpose. Otherwise, he wouldn't have time to waste talking to two little minions. "What? Aren't you going to make the call? Or do you really want to seek death? Are you trying to make things difficult for me, Fat Tiger?" Looking at the two who remained indifferent, Dongfang Qing was really getting angry. Did they think he was too easy to talk to? It seemed the lesson he gave wasn't enough. Seeing the lightning spark up again, Ross quickly spoke, Misunderstanding. It's the phone bug that had a problem. I don't know why all the phone bugs suddenly died. Only a few larger image phone bugs survived, but they also fell into a coma. We wanted to contact His Majesty Kaguya before, but we were just hindered by the lack of phone bugs." Ross was very suspicious that these phone bugs had been killed by Dongfang Qing. After all, in this fishing village, only he had the ability to do that. But he had no evidence, and he had never heard that Conqueror's Haki could kill phone bugs. It must be spiritual pressure, Dongfang Qing thought to himself. Spiritual pressure and Conqueror's Haki were originally similar to mental shock skills. 20 years later, red-haired Conqueror's Haki could affect matter. And Kenpachi's ultimate spiritual pressure could also shatter the earth. Although his spiritual pressure was far from that level, it was still possible to shatter fragile items near his body. So was it because of a chemical reaction produced by the mixing of the two? The mental power of the phone bugs was too weak, so they were shocked to death by him. It should be like this. Although his mixed Conqueror's Haki was astonishing, Dongfang Qing would not think he could reach red-haired's level from 20 years later. He was sure he could affect matter, so it must have been the spiritual pressure. Outside the Slock Royal City, cannon fire was raging. Despite the strong suppression of the War Minister, the people inside the Royal City were already in a state of panic. The strength was evident, and it could not be changed by his will. "Grandpa Mean, thank you for your hard work." Vivian looked at the heavily wounded soldiers on the city wall. Her heart felt incredibly painful. These were all elite soldiers of the Slock Kingdom, yet they had suffered such great damage in just one morning. Although Germa's casualties were not any less, she couldn't feel happy at all. This was a city defense battle. "Your Majesty, why are you here? It's too dangerous on the city wall. Please return to the palace and stay safe. I will definitely defend the royal city." The War Minister Mean, while directing the establishment of the defense system, urged the Queen to leave this dangerous place. If a stray bullet were to hit the Queen at this moment, how would he, as the War Minister, face the deceased old king? Rather than languishing in the palace waiting for death, it would be better to stand on the city wall with the soldiers, at least on the passionate battlefield. There would be no time for idle thoughts. Looking at the stubborn Queen, the War Minister let out a helpless sigh. He then took the Queen to a relatively safe place. "Grandpa Mean, is the kingdom of Sloko really facing destruction?" Vivian couldn't hold back her feelings of uncertainty as she was led to a corner by the War Minister. "Your Majesty, rest assured, I will definitely protect the kingdom of Sloko," the War Minister Mean said with a determined expression. Vivian looked at the War Minister with a speechless expression. She was no longer a little girl. Did Grandpa Mean really think she didn't understand anything? She didn't believe his words at all. "Your Majesty, I truly am not lying to you. The kingdom of Sloko still has hope," Mean declared again with a serious look at the Queen in front of him. Seeing Queen Vivian's doubtful expression, the War Minister could only explain patiently. The kingdom of Sloko had long-standing grievances with the kingdom of Dolan. Vivian's brother had been assassinated by Dolan's assassins a few years ago. Now, the royal bloodline had only Vivian left. This was also the reason she was summoned in such a critical situation. Moreover, although the old king was aged, his health had remained relatively good. And this sudden death made it hard for the War Minister not to suspect foul play. Given Dolan's hatred towards Sloko, the idea of a peace faction was completely unfeasible. Although the madman Germa was greedy, as a mercenary, keeping promises was his trademark, so offering money for peace would not work either. Currently, the only hope for the kingdom of Sloko was to exhaust Germa's forces to the maximum extent. Winning was definitely impossible, and escaping was even more so. Perhaps ordinary nobles could escape a disaster, but as queen, Vivian absolutely could not flee. The outside world would instantly tear her apart. A deposed queen was very attractive, whether it be in status, appearance, or wealth. Therefore, the War Minister could only take a gamble. He would never allow Vivian, whom he had seen grow up, to fall into such a situation. After all, Germa was just a mercenary, and under normal circumstances, he would not ruin his own reputation. However, when the war reaches a stalemate, it meant facing exponential losses, particularly for the attacking side. He needed to drag it out until Germa could not bear the losses. Only when the mercenary fees could not even cover the losses of this operation would there be a tiny chance for the kingdom of Sloko. Grandpa Mean, are you suggesting negotiations? Vivian asked with some suspicion. Would the other side agree so easily after suffering such great losses? Your Majesty, it's not negotiations. It's surrender and paying a ransom. Only then would Germa possibly accept, the war minister said slowly after taking a deep breath. As a soldier of the kingdom of Sloko, no one felt more ashamed than him. However, he had no other way. This was the only solution he could think of. Looking at the day's queen, the war minister said seriously, Your Majesty, as a queen, the first consideration should be the rise and fall of the nation. Face is just a small matter. Even if after this, the kingdom of Sloko will inevitably be ridiculed, it doesn't matter. What you need to do is to work hard to develop the kingdom of Sloko. As long as it becomes powerful, then the past humiliation will turn into a spur for growth. Only failure is the greatest shame. The plan was indeed like this. But the queen could not be humiliated. He had already made up his mind. At that time, he would act in the name of the war minister. And after the war, he would let Vivian order his execution. Only then could the people's anger be quelled. Vivian, this is all I can help you with. Your Majesty, I have done my best. You old man, you really are stubborn. I admit you have some skills, but wanting to negotiate is absolutely impossible. Don't waste your thoughts. Under the city wall, Gaji directly rejected Mean's proposal, and Mean on the city wall was not surprised. For a war fanatic like Gaji, it would be strange if he agreed so easily. It was just a matter of dragging it out, and he believed Gaji would definitely agree. Old Ghost Mean, don't think I don't know what you're thinking. Although I don't know what other trump cards you have, or if you're just bluffing. But you want to drag this out with me, right? I won't let you have your way. Gaji directly grabbed a loudspeaker snail, acting as a megaphone, while pulling out another phone bug. Old man, let me show you what his spare looks like. Saying this, Gaji dialed Ross's number. Mean on the city wall watched Gaji's actions with some tension. Could there be other arrangements? However, in the next 2 minutes, the battlefield was filled only with the sound of the phone bug ringing, and no one responded. Gaji, how about considering my suggestion? Mean couldn't help but ask as he watched the unanswered phone bug. Gaji's mouth twisted in anger. What on earth was Ross doing? Why was no one answering the phone? There were so many people in the fleet. Couldn't a single soldier hear the phone ringing? In his rage, Gaji crushed the phone bug in his hand. Old man, did you guess it long ago? Did you discover my third unit? Tell me, what happened to those useless troops? I did think you would send someone to ambush from the rear, but I don't have extra soldiers to defend. I've pressed all the soldiers on the front line. If the third unit really attacked from the rear, he would be powerless. However, it seemed that the enemy's troops had gone dark. Was there still a force on Sloko Island that could annihilate the enemy's entire unit? The war minister Mean was also a bit confused. Just as he was preparing to fool Gaji with a few words, there was new movement below the city wall. Through the telescope, Mean saw several soldiers carrying an image bug towards Gaji. Your Majesty Gaji, the image bug from the third unit has a signal. Ha ha, old man. You can wait to die. The recovered Gaji laughed heartily. It seemed he had overthought it. How could old Ghost Mean detect his flawless plan? Although Gaji did not understand why no one answered the phone bug, it didn't matter. Video calls could better display his authority and also show old Ghost Mean how his powerful third unit would break through his rear. As Gaji answered, the eyes of the image bug directly shone into the sky, and a huge screen appeared on the battlefield. Before the opponent could speak, Gaji spoke with authority. Ross, what are you doing? How could the phone bug go unanswered? Forget it. Pay attention next time. Now report the combat results of the third unit to me, and then prepare to attack the rear of the royal city. This time we will strike and capture the royal city in one blow. Your Majesty, we have encountered trouble. There are Navy. Where did the Navy come from? How many people? Even if it's the Navy, they can't interfere in the military operations of the affiliated states. Gaji frowned. Why were there these damned Navy forces everywhere? He clearly remembered that there was no branch base nearby. It's not a unit, just one person. While we were executing the strategic deployment landing plan, Ross, what kind of joke are you making? You wasted so much time just because of a mere Navy soldier? Why not just kill him and blame it on the pirates? Do I need to teach you this? Can't you think for yourself? Ross, have you lost your mind? Kill that damn Navy soldier immediately, and then launch the attack right away. I don't want to hear this boring nonsense. If you delay the battle plan, you'll come back with your head. Gaji was about to be driven mad by Ross. At this point, he was wasting time over a Navy officer, delaying the timing of the operation, not to mention losing face. If Ross had been there, he would have loved to slap him dead. Your Majesty. Ross on the screen was about to say something more, but was directly pushed aside by Dongfang Qingsong. And then his voice came out. Oh dear, it seems I've heard some incredible news. I can't pretend I didn't hear this, Your Majesty Gaji. Seeing Dongfang Qingsong suddenly appear on the screen, Gaji was a bit stunned and instinctively asked, Who are you? Your Majesty Gaji. He is that Navy officer, the strongest genius of the Navy headquarters, Major Enel. Ross finally had the chance to say it. Everyone was so rude, always interrupting others. Gaji frowned. How could this recently rumored guy appear in the Slot Kingdom? Didn't he die? Could he be an imposter? Gaji, shouldn't you explain what you mean by killing the Navy and framing the pirates? Otherwise, today's matter cannot just end like this. Just talking. Did you see me do anything? Gaji immediately backed down and changed the subject. Ross, what are you still doing there? Don't you launch an attack for me? You've wasted so much of my time. Dongfang Qingsong was a bit speechless. Was Gaji really this cowardly? Where did his previous majesty go? But there was indeed no way to convict him. Gaji, you indeed did not do anything, but your subordinates have indeed acted, with gunfire and shelling all happening. And I have evidence on my side. Dongfang Qingsong directly pointed the imaging insect at the fishing village behind him, and the horrifying scene was shocking. Then you should just kill all the soldiers attacking you. As for the others, don't think about it. This is normal military action between allied nations, and you have no right to stop it. Gaji thought Dongfang Qingsong was that kind of righteous Navy officer, thinking that the other party wanted to take the opportunity to threaten a retreat. He had seen many Navy officers with overflowing righteousness. A retreat was absolutely impossible. Just a few dozen soldiers. As long as they could shut the other party's mouth, he could afford the loss. Moreover, such a righteous vanguard might not even be able to take action against surrendering soldiers. Is Gaji's intelligence really this on point? What good is it to take his soldiers' lives? Did he guess his purpose? He wasn't this clever when dealing with Big Ma'am. Seeing that Gaji wasn't taking the bait, Dongfang Qingsong stopped talking nonsense and immediately revealed his muscles. Gaji, don't give face and be shameless. What good is a soldier's life to me? Your soldiers not only attacked me, but also injured my sister. If you can't give a reasonable explanation for this matter, then these weapons and equipment can only be left as collateral, and let your soldiers go empty-handed to attack the royal city. Looking at the imaging insect pointed at him, the two girls continued to cooperate with Dongfang Qingsong's performance. Indeed, practice makes perfect. Their acting skills had clearly improved. After finishing with the two girls, Dongfang Qingsong turned back to Gaji, and the screen in the air disappeared, causing Dongfang Qingsong's face to darken instantly. You hung up on me. This is giving you face. Seeing Dongfang Qingsong's sullen face, Ross and the others huddled together, trembling in fear. Were they about to be caught in the crossfire? With a click, Gaji hung up the phone and shouted, Continue the attack. We must capture the royal city today. This video call had made him lose all face. He no longer expected the Third Army. It was clear that Dongfang Qingsong wanted to extort him. As the head of the Vinsmoke family and the commander of Germa, he could never agree to such demands. The Third Army would be left with that damn navy for now, and once he finished this war, he would contact the world government immediately. He didn't believe Dongfang Qingsong could do anything to the Third Army. Min looked at the disappearing screen with a disappointed sigh. He had hoped for a miracle, but it turned out to be the Navy. He was very grateful for the intentions of this righteous Navy youth. However, the Navy could not intervene in disputes between allied nations, which dashed his hopes. People still had to rely on themselves. What a pity, with the opponent's strength. They could indeed stop this war. He knew enough about Enel, the so-called strongest Navy genius. The opponent's strength was sufficient, but watching the war break out again, Min could only suppress his distractions and continue to command the battle. Lord Min, we can't hold on any longer. The city gate is about to break. Hold on. Just hold on through this wave of attacks. Reinforcements are coming. Her Majesty the Queen has already brought the palace guards to support us. Gaji was already furious, knowing that this reckless operation could not last long. Once he calmed down, he would definitely pull back. As long as they could survive this wave, the opportunity for peace would come. My lord, we can't hold on any longer. Looking at the overwhelming artillery shells and the guards on the city wall who were almost all dead or injured, Min felt a sense of helplessness for the first time. They just needed to hold on a little longer. Thunder Network, accompanied by the sound of thunder. A huge net composed of countless bolts of lightning directly covered the entire city wall, intercepting and detonating all the shells in the sky. The people on the battlefield had not recovered from the shock of the thunder net when suddenly a voice came from the sky. Oh dear, I slipped. I'm really sorry. Isn't this my thundernet? Why did it suddenly fall down? Enel, do you want to challenge the authority of the world government? How dare you intervene in the war between allied nations? Are you still a Navy officer? Gaji was so angry he almost spat blood. He was just about to capture the royal city, and this brat had disregarded the rules and intervened, making all his efforts in vain. If it weren't for the remaining rationality reminding him, he would have loved to fire cannons to blow up the 3 people in the sky. That's right, 3 people. After Gaji rudely hung up the phone, Dongfang Qingsong directly incapacitated the soldiers of the Third Army and then fiercely warned Ross. After that, Dongfang Qingsong headed towards the royal city with the 2 girls. If it weren't for the 2 girls being dead weight, Dongfang Qingsong was sure that just seconds after Gaji hung up the phone, he could have made Gaji understand what thunderous wrath meant. However, it's not bad now. Just in time for the city to fall, Gaji probably already wanted to kill him. Gaji, don't put a big hat on me. I'm here to collect debts. I didn't intervene in this war. Don't falsely accuse me. Dongfang Qingsong directly denied it and continued to demand debts. Your soldiers attacked first. They can't compensate, so I can only look for you. Or do you want to deny it? Saying this, Dongfang Qingsong unleashed a strike of thunder as a show of his stance. Gaji looked at the scorched ground from the thunder strike, and then said with an ugly face, "The ships of the Third Army cannot be given to you. Change your request. I can compensate you with 100 million berries, but no more." Gaji knew that things could not just end like this. If he didn't deal with this pest, he probably wouldn't be able to capture Slock today. At that time, it wouldn't just be a waste of resources. He wouldn't even be able to collect the remaining payment, and his reputation would be affected. Therefore, Gaji could only bleed heavily, but as long as he could capture Slock, he would still have something to gain. At least he wouldn't lose. Dongfang Qingsong inserted his hand into his chest and slowly drew out his standard longsword. Then he casually waved it. A massive slash flew out in an instant, then zipped past the heads of the German army, cleaving a distant mountain in half. The formidable sword intent of the great swordsman pierced straight to the heart. Everyone gasped at the collapsed mountain. Is this the power of a great swordsman? It's terrifying. The so-called war seems like a joke in front of such a freakish display. They collectively felt that even if they combined their strength, they wouldn't be able to withstand a single strike from the opponent. This was the voice of everyone. If a brigadier general is this terrifying, how powerful must the admiral and the fleet admiral be? Whether they were soldiers of Germa or Slock, they were witnessing something extraordinary today. Is this something humans can achieve? This question echoed in everyone's mind. It's no wonder they had never seen such things before. After all, the strength of the Four Seas is far inferior to that of the Grand Line, and they rarely had the opportunity to encounter high-end combat power. Only Katakuri could keep his cool. When he was with the MADS research team, he had dealt with these non-humans quite a bit. He knew very well how strong Kaido was. He could hold his own against Kaido. One could only imagine how strong the Eastern Qingsong must be, which was also the reason he kept backing off. Is the opponent warning him? Crack, crack. 2 sounds echoed as the long sword in Eastern Qingsong's hand suddenly developed cracks. And then it completely shattered. Katakuri, you saw it too? I'm a swordsman, but I don't have a famous sword that allows me to unleash my full power. Compensate me with a famous sword that suits me for channeling lightning. As for the belly, I don't need it. Damn it. A famous sword that allows a great swordsman to unleash his full power and also channels lightning? You might as well just ask for the name of the Raijin blade. Where am I supposed to get you an ultimate great blade? Not to mention the ultimate great blade, he doesn't even have a decent blade. Katakuri said with a dark face. Germa is a scientific empire and doesn't have many swordsmen, so I can't meet your request. However, I can provide you with a list of famous sword owners for you to choose from. With your strength, whether it's stealing or robbing, you can definitely obtain it easily. I'm a Navy. How can I do such despicable things? Katakuri, are you insulting me? Eastern Qingsong put on an angry face and then said casually, since there's no suitable famous sword, then compensate me with a mineral that can enhance the flow of lightning. That's not too much to ask, right? Upon discovering Germa, Eastern Qingsong immediately activated his observation haki, covering the entire Slock kingdom. Soon he noticed the spear in Katakuri's hand. That thing not only conducts electricity, but also amplifies it, increasing the power of the current by almost 3-fold. It's a good item. After suffering a loss in Wano, he didn't expect to encounter a new opportunity in the Slock kingdom. This time he wouldn't let it slip away. It's indeed not too much to ask, but it's impossible. Although ordinary metal ores conduct electricity well to withstand the power of your swordsman's strength, while also enduring the destruction caused by strong currents. I've only encountered such minerals once. This mineral is a rare item, and I'm not sure of its origin. I can only tell you that this mineral was a reward given by the Doran Kingdom. However, I've already used it to make a spear, so I don't have any stock left. But I can help you inquire. Katakuri had already seen through Eastern Qing Cang's intentions. It seemed the other party's goal was to forge a weapon suitable for himself. Katakuri tightened his grip on the spear, explaining with a troubled expression, "Melt your spear and extract the mineral." Eastern Qing Cang said without hesitation. This thing is hard to come by. It was clear that Katakuri also valued this mineral. Eastern Qing Cang didn't believe that Katakuri hadn't inquired about it when receiving compensation. It was obvious he hadn't obtained any useful information, so this must be Katakuri's delaying tactic. Impossible. Katakuri flatly refused, his face turning ashen. Although he didn't have the swordsman's conviction of a sword for a man, as the commander of Germa, how could he easily give away his weapon? It was already embarrassing to back down in front of everyone. If he were to compensate his weapon, he felt he would never be able to hold his head high to conquer the North Sea. Then he felt that refusing outright was too stiff and might anger Eastern Qing Cang. So he could only explain, this special mineral can't be extracted just by melting down the weapon. Secondary smelting would only destroy its properties. How do I know you're not lying? Let me give it a try. Eastern Qing Cang felt somewhat disappointed. Losing and regaining, he was getting a bit angry. If only he had his trusty weapon. He wouldn't have to worry about finding a suitable one. After all, nothing is more suitable than his own Zangetsu. Impossible, unless you kill me. Katakuri finally stood firm. Of course, he dared to be so resolute because he was sure Eastern Qing Cang wouldn't dare to act against him. The Navy killing the king of a member country is something no normal person would do. He believed Eastern Qing Cang was not a mindless person. So you wanted to fault on the debt? Looking at Eastern Qing Cang, who was surrounded by lightning, Katakuri could only grit his teeth and reply, "It's not about defaulting. It's really not possible." The situation had completely frozen. Both of them found it hard to back down. Brigadier General, if His Majesty Katakuri agrees, the Slot Kingdom is willing to pay compensation. The direction of this war was no longer something the warring parties could decide. Now, they could only strive to gain Eastern Qing Cang's favor and support. After Minister Min joined forces with the arriving reinforcements, he quickly modified his plan and discussed it with Vivian. Paying compensation to the enemy was indeed humiliating, but there was no other way. For the survival of the Slot Kingdom, everything was worth it. After obtaining the Queen's opinion, War Minister Min held up a loudspeaker snail and shouted out this humiliating statement. Katakuri's expression fluctuated. It was indeed difficult to back down. However, he was confident that the other party wouldn't dare to kill him openly. But being ambushed and beaten was not out of the question, and he had to be on guard against such speed-type powerhouses in the future. This was something that ordinary people couldn't endure. However, he was extremely unwilling to accept Minister Min's suggestion. If he agreed, how would the subsequent war be fought? He knew very well Min's intentions, which left him in a dilemma. Min, you know the consequences of boasting. Delaying time is useless. Does your Slot Kingdom have a great blade? I've never heard of it. Katakuri looked at War Minister Min, not believing that the other party would possess such a treasure. Minister Min ignored Katakuri. Being forced to seek peace was already his limit. He didn't genuinely surrender to Katakuri. He looked towards Eastern Qing Cang, who could sway the outcome of this war, and spoke again, "Brigadier General, our Slot Kingdom indeed doesn't have a great blade. However, we can provide treasures that are not inferior to a great blade. Furthermore, we can also provide information on the source of the mineral that can amplify electrical currents. The mineral that His Majesty Katakuri has is one that the Doran Kingdom snatched from our country. As long as His Majesty Katakuri agrees to let the Slot Kingdom compensate you for your losses, I can guarantee that the source of information will be absolutely accurate, and treasures not inferior to a great blade will also be presented with both hands." Oh, this is interesting. Eastern Qing Cang became intrigued. He didn't expect it to come back around again. Truly a glimmer of hope in the darkness. He had sacrificed too much for a suitable weapon. He was not particularly interested in treasures, but he absolutely could not miss out on the mineral information. Eastern Qing Cang looked at Katakuri, and the meaning was clear. It was his turn to be freakish. Katakuri's face looked as if he had eaten something foul, and he was inclined to refuse. But he just couldn't bring himself to say it. The other party was clearly not the kind of disciplined Navy officer, and he feared he couldn't escape this beating. He decided to avoid the Grand Line in the future. Gaji steeled himself to refuse, but was unexpectedly hit by a powerful force. It was Conqueror's Haki. Gaji, suppressing his heart's palpitations, looked towards Dongfang Qingcang, who was glaring at him fiercely. Then he spoke in a cold tone, "Gaji, I am no longer the base commander of the West Seas 110th Branch. Do you know where my next appointment is? Has nothing to do with me. I have no interest in knowing. Gaji managed to speak under the pressure of the Conqueror's haki. It was indeed true that it had nothing to do with him. But Gaji, if you make a wrong choice next, our relationship would change significantly. You surely know about the North Seas 119th Branch, right? Just like my previous post in the West Seas 110th Branch, it is a place that must be passed on the way to Reverse Mountain, responsible for guarding the entire North Sea and suppressing pirates before they reach Reverse Mountain. From now on, I will be the base commander of this branch. So how could it not matter to you? As soon as he finished speaking, the Queen of the Slako Kingdom and the War Minister's faces showed no sign of worry, and their hearts were filled with joy. If it weren't for the inappropriateness of the situation, they would have burst out laughing, and they were determined to cling tightly to Dongfang Qingsong's thigh. On the other side, Gaji was completely bewildered. Was this kid trying to trick him? With the speed of a Thunderfruit user, would he still have good days after offending him? He might just get killed one day. Steelbone Kong was indeed getting old. Instead of sending such a freak to the Grand Line to catch pirates, he led a vacation in the North Sea. Had he become senile? He had initially planned to report to the world government after today, but now that thought was completely extinguished. The situation was stronger than the individual, and he had no choice but to bow his head. Gaji could only force a smile and say, "So, it's Base Commander Analu. My apologies, this was all a misunderstanding. Please forgive me. It's all Ross's fault, that fool. The Navy and the Allied nations are one family. How could I act against Base Commander Analu? I even injured the Base Commander's sister. I really don't know what I was thinking. I will execute him to apologize to you. If Base Commander Analu is interested, let the 3rd Division's show-off be counted as my support for the construction of the 119th Branch. Please don't hesitate." Gaji was quite adaptable, and he was not hesitant to admit defeat when necessary. "Your Majesty, Gaji is too polite. Since it's a misunderstanding, let's let it go. The 3rd Division is Gaji's hard work. How could I take away someone else's good fortune? We got to know each other through fighting, so let's just let this matter pass. You don't need to compensate me. I will just ask Queen Vivian for news about the or later." Since Gaji had backed down, it was best to keep things cordial, and he didn't want to be caught by the world government. Is this the world of adults? The two little girls watched the two curiously. They were just about to fight, and now they were so amicable. The world of adults is really hard to understand. "Thank you for your hospitality, Your Majesty." After a hearty meal, it was time for business, and Dongfang Qingsong put down his utensils. "General Analu, you're too polite. You saved all the citizens from Germa. You are a hero of this country. A mere meal cannot express my gratitude." Vivian quickly expressed her thanks when she saw Dongfang Qingsong stop eating. After Gaji had a friendly exchange with Dongfang Qingsong, he claimed that he had forgotten to turn off the gas at home and would not disturb them any longer, then left with his fleet. Dongfang Qingsong and the others were invited to a banquet by the queen, while the two little girls were eating with their mouths full. Minister Min, with keen insight, spoke up, "General Analu, the treasure has already been sent for by Her Majesty the Queen. As for the news about the ore, I can guarantee it is absolutely true. This ore was bought by me and the Crown Prince from a merchant. The Crown Prince was very interested in that electrically charged ore, and it was because of it that he met with misfortune. So even decades later, I can remember it so clearly. I don't know the name of the ore, but I clearly remember the merchant saying that this ore came from an island that is struck by lightning all day long, which is why it has the ability to discharge electricity. I have lived for decades and have never seen such a magical island. I can assure you that the island is not in the North Sea. As for its exact location, I'm also unclear, but with the Navy's intelligence network spread across the world, an island with such distinctive features would certainly be recorded. Grandpa, does an island that is struck by lightning all day really exist? How do people get there without getting struck by lightning? You weren't deceived by the merchant, were you? Mona asked worriedly. She knew that Dongfang Qingsong cared a lot about that kind of ore, so she was anxious to ask. I can't guarantee that, but that merchant shouldn't deceive us. After all, we had already bought the ore by then, and he had no reason to lie. Moreover, if legendary sky islands can exist, then an island filled with thunder is not impossible. Although I have never seen it, I believe General Analu wouldn't have any issues regarding safety. But you also said that was a legend. Seeing that Mona wanted to continue questioning, Dongfang Qingsong patted her green hair and said firmly, Mona, legends do have certain bases. I can assure you that sky islands do exist. As for an island filled with thunder, I have indeed never seen it. However, I have heard that if it is that island, it is indeed possible for it to produce that kind of ore. If I'm not mistaken, that should be Thunder God Island. No wonder such a magical orc can exist. I guess I need to find time to visit the New World. But first, I need to find a Navy branch to report to Steelbone Kong about the mission in Wano. I have disappeared for so long. He might just dismantle me. Your Majesty, there is a communication call from the Navy headquarters. The other party claims to be Admiral Sengoku. A maid whispered to Vivian. Vivian, puzzled, picked up the transponder snail. Admiral Sengoku from the Navy headquarters? She didn't even know him. Why would he be looking for her? Could it be related to the Slako Kingdom? Moments later, a fragrant breeze swept through, and Vivian walked to Dongfang Qing with a strange expression. General Anilu, he's looking for you. At such a close distance, Dongfang Qing didn't even need to deliberately use observation hockey. He could hear Vivian's conversation with the transponder snail clearly. Sure enough, trouble had come. I am Anilu. Long time no see, Uncle Sengoku. Anilu, it really is you. It's good to see you're alive. Dongfang Qing could clearly sense Sengoku's mood relaxing, but the next moment, Sengoku's grievances erupted. Anilu, you brat. When did you return to the North Sea? Why didn't you notify the headquarters? Do you know the entire headquarters has been in an uproar because of your supposed death? Death? How'd I die? Dongfang Qing exclaimed, am I dead just like that? Although the Slako Kingdom is somewhat remote, it's not an uninhabited island where even news can't reach. Haven't you seen any news during this time? You've hidden yourself quite well, Anilu. Everyone thought you were dead. Even the Navy headquarters didn't know your whereabouts until they found out through the world government's inquiries. Dongfang Qing's first reaction was that Gaji, that bastard, had reported him. It shouldn't be. Gaji's strength was weak and represented the other side's idiocy. This wasn't something a commander could do. The warring states continued to ramble on. This time, if you hadn't jumped out on your own initiative, and if the world government hadn't sent CP to monitor Germa's movements, you might still be living carefree. You're really giving Admiral Kong a headache. He was already frazzled from your death, and now that you've come back to life, you're still a worry. As soon as you appear, you cause such a big incident, and now the Admiral has been called to Mariehua for questioning. Are you planning to defect like Dogra? Not only did you hide your whereabouts and run to the North Sea, but you also brazenly intervened in the war between the allied countries. Major Enel, have you thought about how to explain this to Admiral Kong? Dongfang Qing was momentarily speechless. He indeed had not reported in time. However, the Kingdom of Slok is really remote, and there are no naval branches nearby. He had just broken through with his armament hockey, which inspired him to learn about the flow of hockey. Inspiration is something that, once missed, who knows when it will come again. Improving strength is much more important than reporting tasks. Dongfang Qing spoke frankly and clearly explained the situation. Sengoku was also a loss for words. He understood the difficulty of inspiration. Even he would have made the same choice. He helplessly shook his head and said, you can explain this to Admiral Kong and Zephyr yourself. During the time you were missing, those two were truly worried sick. After hanging up the phone, Monet and Sugar looked at Dongfang Qing with wide eyes. Seeing their green hair, Dongfang Qing couldn't help but laugh. What's wrong? Why are you looking at me like that? Brother, are you going to leave us? Sugar couldn't help but ask, tears almost streaming down her face, and the dessert in her hand suddenly lost its appeal. Yeah. After all, brother is in the Navy and has to go to work. Seeing Dongfang Qing nod in confirmation, the two girls' moods instantly fell, especially Sugar, who started crying. Dongfang Qing gave an awkward smile. The little girl was too easy to tease. So, do you want to come with me? Is this the treasure that Her Majesty mentioned? It really doesn't lose to the Great Knife. No, it should be said that it's even more precious than the Great Knife. Your Majesty, are you sure you want to give it all to me? Dongfang Qing looked at the two devil fruits that Vivian presented. One a Logia-type storm fruit, and the other a Zoan-type dove fruit. Both were rare treasures. The Logia-type is well known for its value, while the animal fruit, though slightly inferior, is also a rare treasure that allows flight. To be honest, even if Dongfang Qing hadn't saved the day today, Vivian could have easily eaten one of the fruits and safely escaped the Kingdom of Slok. This is quite a big loss. Vivian covered her mouth and chuckled. Major Enel, you are the hero of the Kingdom of Slok. You saved this country, and this is what you deserve. You don't need to be polite. Dongfang Qing understood her meaning. It seemed this blow had made them realize the reality, which is why they were willing to invest so much. In that case, I won't be polite. Welcome, Your Majesty, to visit the 119 branch. Vivian nodded in satisfaction. This was what they needed, as long as they latched onto Dongfang Qing's leg. No one in the North Sea would dare to bully the Kingdom of Slok during his term. Just call me Vivian. No need for such formality. Major Enel is 2 years older than me. We are all friends. Can I call you brother-in-law? This queen is quite interesting, being so direct. Dongfang Qingsong had no idea that she had only just taken office a few days ago. After receiving a nod from Dongfang Qingsong, Vivian directly replied, "Then thank you for the invitation, brother-in-law. When the time comes, you have to be my tour guide. I've never left the royal city since I was a child." Looking at Vivian's eager expression, Dongfang Qingsong felt his invitation was a bit abrupt. It wasn't very queen-like. Instead, she seemed like an ordinary youthful beauty, even though she was anything but ordinary in terms of appearance and status. Vivian, who was completely at ease, made Dongfang Qingsong feel a bit overwhelmed. Her enthusiasm was too much. The power of a beautiful girl is something an old man like him couldn't resist. To avoid making mistakes, Dongfang Qingsong quickly made an excuse to leave. "Run. The Thunder Reaper is coming." In the waters of Punk Island, a group of pirates was plundering merchant ships when suddenly, the lookout on the pirate ship spotted the North Sea's unique straight-line thunder. He shouted in fear. However, before his words could finish, the sound of thunder had already reached the ears of all the pirates and merchants. Many quick-reacting pirates immediately dropped the treasures in their hands and jumped into the sea, desperately swimming towards Punk Island. The next second, a massive thunderbolt descended from the sky, directly striking the lookout on the mast, followed by the thunderbolt crashing heavily onto the pirate ship. What the hell is the Thunder Reaper? I came to the North Sea to start over, yet I still can't shake off this annoying title. If he finds out who spread the news first, he'll definitely come over for a friendly visit. The pirate ship was split in half by the thunder, and the pirates on board were instantly turned to charcoal. Even those who managed to survive were paralyzed and sank into the endless deep sea. Only the pirates who jumped into the sea first escaped the calamity. Then, with a flash of thunder, Dongfang Qingsong appeared directly on the merchant ship. Then, with a precise thunder release technique, the lightning traveled along the hull, striking every pirate and rendering them incapacitated. The next second, Dongfang Qingsong disappeared again and reappeared on the beach of Punk Island. The pirates swimming in the sea looked at Dongfang Qingsong landing on the beach, feeling utterly hopeless. Whether they swam back to the island or deeper into the sea, it was a dead end. Who spread the false news? Wasn't it said that the Thunder Reaper went on vacation to the Kingdom of Slock? Why did he suddenly come back? These pirates, who originally planned to take advantage of Dongfang Qingsong's absence from the 119 branch to make a big score and then sneak away to the Grand Line, regretted it immensely. They never expected to be blocked right after their successful plunder. If they hadn't reacted quickly, they would have already sunk to feed the fish. But now, their situation wasn't much better than death. They definitely couldn't escape from impel down. If they had known better, they would have played it safe and gone to the Grand Line instead. Dongfang Qingsong didn't make a move. He just watched the pirates in the sea from the beach. According to his character, he wouldn't let any of these pirates live. However, his speed was too fast, and there were no decent opponents in the North Sea. So, for each emergency, he basically solved it alone, which wasn't beneficial for the internal unity of the 119 branch. Therefore, for those pirates who had miraculously survived, Dongfang Qingsong turned a blind eye. He couldn't monopolize all the credit, and he would leave them for the ships behind to deal with. As the pirates were about to exhaust themselves and sink, the warships of the 119 branch finally arrived. Once all the pirates were captured, the pink-haired girl Tina stood before Dongfang Qingsong and complained. Tina was disappointed. Major Enel, Tina doesn't want to just clean up the mess every time. Tina wants to catch pirates herself. The pink-haired girl looked indignant. Ever since she was assigned to the North Sea 119 branch, she had been dealing with Major Enel's trivial matters or handling clerical work every day. Even when she finally got out to sea, it was mostly to clean up the aftermath. She was very worried that if this continued, she would forget how to fight. Yes, next time for sure. Next time for sure. Dongfang Qingsong said somewhat awkwardly. He also wanted to give Tina a chance to train, but his strength did not allow it. It was impossible to delay time and let civilians suffer disaster just to train his subordinates. Back when he was in the West Sea, he had Lafayette to help handle affairs, so Dongfang Qingsong was quite relaxed, just fighting pirates and living a comfortable life. But Lafayette had already been dispatched elsewhere. So the newly arrived Dongfang Qingsong was directly overwhelmed by the affairs of Branch 119. After 2 days of painful torment, Dongfang Qingsong realized that he had crossed worlds. Did he really have to work hard like a 996? He immediately reported to headquarters, and Sengoku was quite accommodating. Perhaps he saw through Dongfang Qingsong's old-fashioned nature and directly sent him a beautiful woman. It was the future Black Cat Tina, who would become a core strength of the headquarters, and she was really efficient in handling affairs, liberating Dongfang Qingsong from the bureaucratic grind. This had been said many times, but Tina no longer believed it and was very disappointed. The pink-haired girl clearly was not buying it, still looking at the awkward Dongfang Qingsong. Just when Dongfang Qingsong was feeling a headache, a savior arrived. "Anaira, brother, there's a call for you." Monet handed the phone bug to Dongfang Qingsong. Dongfang Qingsong silently gave a thumbs up in his heart, then casually ruffled Monet's emerald green hair before finally picking up the phone bug. "I'm Anairu. Who are you?" "Anairu. It's me. You don't have anyone around, right?" A mysterious voice rang out, and Dongfang Qingsong couldn't recall for a moment. He walked to a corner and thought for a moment before uncertainly saying, "Razanandi? Anairu, are you mistaken? Are you still my close friend? You can't even recognize my voice. I cried when I heard you died." The voice on the other end of the phone bug was clearly dissatisfied. At this point, he confirmed it, and Dongfang Qingsong rolled his eyes. "Even if you died, I wouldn't die. I could wail for a whole day when you die." Razanandi on the other end of the phone bug was momentarily speechless. He felt Dongfang Qingsong's deep malice. Before he could retort, Dongfang Qingsong shot out his second arrow again. "Say it, what's the matter? Didn't you go on a secret mission? With your weak strength, it's better not to run around the Grand Line. Isn't it good to stay in the North Sea? I don't want to have to collect your corpse one day. Strength is so impressive, huh?" Razanandi bitterly thought to himself. Then he spoke somewhat displeased. "I've already returned to the North Sea. No need for you to worry. Coincidentally, you're in the North Sea as well. I have something that needs your help." After saying that, without waiting for Dongfang Qingsong to refuse, he directly explained his plan and what he needed Dongfang Qingsong to cooperate with. "This plan of yours isn't very good, even with my Oscar-level acting skills. I can't cooperate with your performance." Dongfang Qingsong directly denied Razanandi's plan. "Impossible. My plan is flawless. I've considered all aspects. I've thought about this plan for a long time. You wouldn't want to help, would you? I misjudged you and Nairu." Razanandi immediately became unhappy. This was a plan he had worked hard on for several days, only to be completely rejected, which was too disrespectful. "Shut up. You won't admit your weak strength. With my current strength, even the Don Quixote family tied together wouldn't be enough for me to kill. Your brother's strength is indeed decent. In a fair duel, he is qualified to fight me. But the cost is the downfall of the Don Quixote family. If I want to kill, your brother can't stop me. If you want me to help you eliminate the Don Quixote family, I'm fine with that, as long as you can provide accurate information. But to stage a scene where you save your brother, I really can't perform that. My strength doesn't allow it, and your brother won't believe it. By the way, your brother really knows how to hide. I've been in the North Sea for so long, and I haven't met him even once. I can only communicate with him 1 or 2 times through the phone bug. He really is a cautious member of one of the top underground forces in the North Sea. He indeed has some skills." Dongfang Qingsong clicked his tongue and said with some regret, he actually wanted to meet the future flamingo. After all, he knew quite a few secrets about the celestial dragons. Unlike Razanandi, that fool. When he first contacted him, Dongfang Qingsong had the intention of gathering information and felt quite guilty about his friend's identity. He never expected the clown to be himself, as Razanandi was completely oblivious, a total fool. Brother Ming was not yet a warlord at this time, so he hadn't put on the flashy pink feather coat and crop pants. He still looked quite normal now, wearing a black shirt and white trousers with yellow hair. At least, not visually offensive. "I'm really sorry for my weak strength," Razanandi thought bitterly. Every time he met Dongfang Qingsong, he couldn't avoid a round of cold sarcasm. Did he really think everyone was as abnormal as him? My kind of strength is the normal level. Okay, the Don Quixote family can't be destroyed yet. My brother has some things that need to be confirmed. I can't push him too hard. No matter what, I must gain my brother's trust so that I can smoothly join his team. After thinking for a while, Razanandi explained to Dongfang Qingsong, "Uncle Sengoku has already said that I can find you for help with all my actions in the North Sea. Since I lack strength and can't come up with a suitable infiltration plan, I'll have to rely on you, a great master. So hurry up and think of a plan that suits your strength." "I'm really drunk. Isn't this your infiltration mission? Now I have to use both my brain and my effort." Rhinetown. Don Quixote da Flamingo walked down the middle of the street with a nonchalant stride, followed by several oddly dressed people. The civilians on the street hurriedly fled to the sides. It was obvious that this group of people was not good news. Fufufu. Da Flamingo was in a good mood, laughing wildly while using observation hockey to lock onto a church at the end of the street. Today is the day of the Rick family's demise. His family's underground influence in the North Sea would rise to a new level, truly a cause for celebration. Da Flamingo. I didn't expect the notoriously fierce Rick family to hide in such a peaceful little town. No wonder many forces in the North Sea couldn't find their headquarters. These rats really know how to hide. A sticky torpole suddenly shoved his big face in front of Doflamingo, directly disrupting his arrogant stride. Yes, I didn't expect that a small pirate I killed by chance would know the location of the Rick family's headquarters. This news came a bit too easily. Doflamingo, Senor Pink said somewhat solemnly. He was the most normally dressed among the group, wearing a suit like a French gentleman. Who would have imagined his future wild style? Truly a real man. I said don't get so close. Doflamingo made a dismissive expression, then laughed. Fu. Yes, it's too coincidental. Like I randomly picked an apple, and it turned into a devil fruit. But being a pirate is inherently a dangerous profession full of uncertainties. For the sake of the Rick family, this little risk is worth taking. Pick, throughout the North Sea, besides that monster from Branch 119. There's nowhere we can't go because we are the Don Quixote family. Fu. With you guys as family, we can go anywhere, no matter how dangerous. Doflamingo is not wrong. We're the Don Quixote family. Doflamingo is someone who possesses the Conqueror's Haki, a rarity that appears only once in a million, which indicates his royal qualities. Such a person is destined to reach the pinnacle and become the Pirate King. Everyone was immersed in Doflamingo's domineering declaration, and for a moment, all members of the Don Quixote family felt invigorated as if they had received a shot of adrenaline. After giving his family a boost of confidence and seeing their spirits high, Doflamingo spoke again. It is indeed hard to find a rat in the gutter. The Rick family, relying on their obscured headquarters, has been opposing us. Since we have news of their headquarters this time, we naturally cannot let it slip away. I wonder where they can run this time. Pika, keep a close watch on them. Not a single person can escape. I want them to know the consequences of opposing the Don Quixote family. Yes, Doflamingo, I will definitely not let a single one escape. Those who oppose the family must die. Pika quickly responded. Then his body trembled, and he directly merged into the ground. Disappearing. On land, the stone fruit user is indeed the most suitable candidate. Not only can he secretly track, but he can also reshape the terrain to trap enemies. It's a good ability, though the master is a bit of a waste. The surrounding civilians watched a robust young man produce a sharp sound that was completely inconsistent with his build, instantly breaking the composure of the nearby civilians. With a few untrained ones unable to hold back and laughing softly, Doflamingo, who had been using observation haki, sensed this immediately, with veins bulging on his forehead as a strong, killing intent surged forth. No one can mock his family. This is the vow he made after reorganizing the Don Quixote family. The shadows of his childhood twisted his heart, and the way he guards that vow is through one word: kill. String line. Doflamingo raised his index finger and retracted the others, allowing the fine line created from his fingertip to shoot out at high speed like a bullet. Don't underestimate this seemingly insignificant thread. Its destructive power is strong enough to pierce through bones with a single strike. Even at a distance, it can easily hit the target. With several soft sounds of Bayou, the civilians who had mocked Pika fell dead on the spot, accompanied by a shout of their killing. The street erupted in chaos, and everyone quickly fled the long street, with shops on both sides closing tightly. Looks like the Rick family has discovered us. Now it's time for free hunting. I want Rick Boss, the leader of the Rick family. The others are up to you. Any problems? Yes, Doflamingo. No problem, young master. Meanwhile, in the Rick family's headquarters church, Lord Rick, it's bad. Doflamingo from the Don Quixote family has appeared in Rhinetown with his subordinates, and they are heading towards the church along the main street. A subordinate rushed into the church's basement in a panic, bursting in with the news. Hearing this, Rick Boss was furious. What kind of useless people are these? They only noticed the enemy at their doorstep. Shouldn't they have sent out a message as soon as they entered their territory? Rhinetown has been under the family's management for over 20 years, and it is supposed to be filled with spies. How could such a miraculous situation occur? This is simply a group of idiots. It seems the family's operational guidelines had flaws back then. The covert headquarters naturally had no worries behind them. However, it has too easily eroded their fighting spirit. These people have been too comfortable for too long. Suppressing his anger, Rick Boss began arranging a battle plan. He decided to retreat and eliminate all these pests. He ordered Ricky to lead the first, second, and third teams to attack, not seeking to eliminate the enemy, but to fully intercept them, ensuring they delay enough time for retreat. The other cadres quickly gathered important items, planning to meet at the underground port in 20 minutes, no delays, and to act immediately. After over 20 years of management, they already had a perfect retreat plan. It's just a pity for the headquarters they've managed for so long. Don Quixote family and Doflamingo, right? When I get to the backup base, I'll have some fun with you. After gathering his important items, Rick Boss pressed a mechanism on the wall, revealing a hidden door. He took one last look at his office before disappearing into the dark passage. The hidden door also closed with a pop, sealing tightly, and the entire office fell silent, with only the flickering candlelight proving that someone had been there. In front of the church on a main street, both sides had already begun to engage in battle. As the headquarters of the Rick family, they naturally had no shortage of manpower and weapons. Under Rick Boss's orders, the entire main street became a battlefield. Countless bullets and cannonballs shot towards the Don Quixote family from all directions, while sporadic bullets and cannonballs could be easily dodged by the family cadres. Such a dense barrage was not something that could be avoided just by speed and reflexes. Even Doflamingo was caught off guard by this wave. Naturally, Doflamingo's strength was not afraid of cannonballs. Covered in armament hockey, he was merely left in a somewhat awkward state. However, the other members of the Don Quixote family were not so lucky. Jorah was the first to suffer serious injuries. After barely avoiding the initial few cannonballs, she was directly hit by a stray bullet. In such a situation, once you get hit, death is not far behind. Not everyone has superhuman bodies and reflexes. Even if they have superpowers, not every superpower is suitable for withstanding a barrage. Fortunately, Diamante was quick to react, using the ability of the flap fruit. The main street instantly transformed into a waving flag, and with a sweep of his sword, he cut a section of the ground to form a flag that surrounded everyone, providing timely protection. As a user of the flap fruit, he can turn any object he touches into a light, fluttering form, while the material of that object does not change. With this ability, Diamante could also turn steel into clothing to enhance defense, so he wasn't afraid of gunfire. But the dense bullets would consume a lot of his stamina, so he couldn't hold out for long. Diamante, well done. Quickly open a gap for me to get out. Hold on a little longer. I want them to die without a complete corpse. Doflamingo said with a grim face and a cold tone, regretting sending Pika to block their escape route. Otherwise, his ability would have been perfect for this situation. Pika could easily change the terrain without expending stamina, making him much more suitable than the flap fruit's ability. Fortunately, Diamante's ability could still be used. In this situation, only he and Pika could take action. At the moment the gunfight erupted, Pika had already burrowed underground. As a user of the swim fruit, he could freely swim through objects. Those cannonballs couldn't harm him at all. However, Pika's strength was only suitable for one-on-one combat, not large-scale battles, making it too slow for him to kill enemies outside. Ultra Strike Whip. The moment Doflamingo jumped out of the flag, he unleashed his killing move. He first stretched his palm backward and sprayed dozens of nearly transparent fine threads from his palm, then twisted these threads together to form a thick line column resembling hair. He then extended this line column as far back as possible before retracting it and striking directly at the buildings on both sides of the main street. The tall buildings on both sides of the street were suddenly sliced in half, directly cutting the entire central street structures into two. In an instant, the battlefield was filled with the sounds of collapsing buildings crashing to the ground, completely overshadowing the sporadic sounds of gunfire. With one strike, the Rick family was forced into a defensive position, and their disordered formation could no longer maintain the previous momentum. Aside from Diamante, who stayed to protect Jorah, the members of the Don Quixote family began their counterattack. The offensive and defensive momentum reversed in an instant. In a world where superpowers prevailed, firearms could not form effective barges, and thus the damage they could inflict was quite limited. Half Moon Funeral. Diamante raised his long sword, then swung it, instantly unleashing a powerful wave of sword energy. The sword energy effortlessly sliced through Rick family's operative, Ricky, who attempted to ambush Jorah, as if cutting through tofu. The massive sword energy cleaved Ricky's body and split the ground apart, causing the church at the end of the street to crash down under the sword strike. Diamante surveyed the battlefield on the central street and then said with some confusion, Doflamingo, something feels off. Only Ricky was present among the senior officials of the Rick family. The others are just small fry. They wouldn't have run away, would they? Of course they ran. With such strong firepower, this is definitely the Rick family stronghold. So it can't be that only Ricky was guarding it. However, I haven't seen anyone fleeing, Doflamingo said, floating in the air, somewhat puzzled. After unleashing his powerful whips of overkill, he had not made another move, but was directly monitoring everything from above. His family did not need useless members. If they couldn't even deal with small fry without firepower suppression, He wouldn't care if they perished. Airpath. Doflamingo utilized nearly invisible strings to bind the clouds above, using this to achieve a pulling effect, allowing him to fly swiftly in midair. Standing in the sky provided him with the best vantage point, and with his observation hockey active, he was certain they hadn't escaped from the ground or the sky, so they must be underground. Indeed, an organization that had long occupied the top ranks of the underground forces in the North Sea couldn't be so useless. It seemed they were well prepared. Now, let's see what you could do, Pika. Pika, don't disappoint me. Doflamingo appeared calm on the surface, but inside he was seething with anger. Although they had successfully infiltrated the Rick family stronghold from beginning to end, he hadn't even seen Rick Boss, let alone the other officials. Instead, his own subordinates had nearly capsized in the gutter, and this pent-up frustration was quite heavy. Lord Rick, the time has come, but some officials haven't arrived. At the underground port, elite members of the Rick family were arriving one after another. A middle-aged man, resembling a butler, hurried to report to Rick Boss. Realizing the time was up. Since the time has come, let's prepare to set sail. If they missed it, that's their problem. Notify everyone to board the ship. Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, the ground began to twist, and several rock spikes formed from the earth directly pierced the ship's hull. With a loud rumble, the refuge ship that had been docked at the underground port began to sink slowly, and countless screams erupted. Rick Boss looked darkly at the suddenly appearing rock spikes. Knowing there was no escape now, this was Pika's ability, and there was no time to call in new ships. You won't escape. Today is the Rick family's last day. Dance of stones. The ground and ceiling shook, and then countless gigantic, sharp stone pillars shot up, directed at the members of the Rick family under Pika's command. Whirlwind slash. A wave of sword energy sliced through the incoming stone pillars from behind Rick Boss. It was a senior official of the Rick family, the swordsman known as Kane with the title of Wind Cutter. He was a swordsman who had stepped into the realm of sword masters, and his strikes were indeed powerful. But unfortunately, he couldn't completely shatter all the stone pillars. Although other officials also quickly retaliated, the sheer number of stone pillars was overwhelming, and the shattered rocks also posed substantial damage. In a short time, the Rick family suffered heavy losses at the port, with senior combat officials unharmed. But those who were not skilled in combat fell one after another. Pika, you're seeking death. Rick Boss's eyes widened with rage as he roared and disappeared in a flash, appearing on the ceiling the next second, then delivering a powerful punch. Each of these members was an elite, unlike the small fry outside. They all had unique talents in various fields. It could be said that aside from combat prowess, they were the true pillars of the Rick family. And to see them die before his eyes meant that the Rick family had lost at least 40% of its strength. This punch was immensely powerful, directly breaking through the ceiling and crashing into the rock layer, causing the entire underground cavern to tremble. Pika felt a wave of fear. This old guy's strength was quite formidable. Pika's fruit ability allowed him to traverse through the rock layers at will, which was also his reliance for successfully infiltrating the underground port. He dared to attack the entire Rick family because he believed no one could catch him within the rock layers. But he never expected this old guy to possess observation hockey and nearly get him killed. Thank goodness he wasn't a swordsman, otherwise he might have been finished here. Facing observation hockey, his fruit ability would be greatly diminished, and it seemed he needed to inform Doflamingo. In the rock layer, Pika, injured by Rick Boss's attack, immediately activated his ability. All the rocks began to tremble, and a large hole appeared in the ceiling of the underground port, revealing a passageway made of stone for everyone to see. What a skilled builder. Fufufu. Doflamingo, standing in the sky, quickly noticed the movement. Seeing the rock passage clearly created by Pika, he chuckled softly and jumped right in. Prepare for battle. Non-combat personnel, evacuate the port immediately. And all officials follow me into combat. Rick Boss wished he could kill that group of incompetent informants. If they had been able to discover the Don Quixote family's movements earlier, they wouldn't have suffered such heavy losses. Where do you think you're going? You made it easy for me to find you. Rick Boss, this is not how you treat guests. Doflamingo descended directly into the center of the port, then waved his hand, shooting out many threads to form a spider web, sealing off all exits except for above. This is the spider's nest. Doflamingo, what do you mean? Are you trying to exterminate us? Do you really think the Rick family is a soft persimmon? Fufufu. Doflamingo laughed loudly. Rick Boss, can't you tell the situation? I'm here to wipe you out. As his words fell, an overwhelming aura surged from Doflamingo, causing those already frightened to collapse again under the pressure of his conqueror's hockey. Now, those who could stand were all elites. Rick Boss looked at Doflamingo in horror. How could this be possible? Could it be that he was wrong? Was the other party a born king? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Lord Rick, what is this ability? Aizen Doflamingo, a user of the string fruit? What was that aura just now? It doesn't seem like killing intent. The swordsman Qian asked in shock, forgiving him for his lack of experience. He didn't truly understand the concept of conqueror's haki. The other officers also turned to look at Rick Barks, as this was their first encounter with such a situation. The ability that had just made their hearts race and left them dizzy was terrifying. Looking at the fallen people on the ground, everyone felt a lingering fear. Collapsing on the battlefield meant being at the mercy of others, which was truly horrifying. He knew what it was, of course, although he had never seen it. As a pirate who had once been to the Grand Line, he had heard of haki. He had also heard of conqueror's haki. But Rick Barks did not want to answer. This was not the time to boost others' morale at the expense of his own. This was conqueror's haki. A viscous liquid fell from the sky to the underground port. It was treble. He got up from the ground and continued speaking, saying this was the haki of a chosen one, possessed by only one in hundreds of thousands. To have the qualifications to stand above millions. Doflamingo was destined to be a king. You filthy rats dared to defy our Don Quixote family multiple times. Do you know the wrath of the king? As his words fell, except for Viola and Pica, who stayed to take care of her, all the members of the Don Quixote family were present. Fu. Doflamingo laughed happily at Rick Barks, whose face was dark. Family, let's send off the Rick family. The strongest family in the North Sea will be our Don Quixote family. Looking at the Don Quixote family about to take action, and then at his own officers, who were already low in morale, Rick Barks shouted, "What bullshit conqueror's haki? So what if you have the qualifications of a king? I've killed kings in the North Sea before. Do you think you Don Quixote can destroy the Rick family? You're far from it." Elastic punch. Rick Barks instantly appeared in front of Doflamingo, his hands transforming into extremely compressed springs, and he punched towards Doflamingo's face. However, he did not realize that countless invisible threads had already covered the area in front of Doflamingo. As his fist approached, the dense threads wrapped around his hand, and finally, Rick Barks' fist stopped just touching Doflamingo's face. Fu, old man, do you really think I would just stand here and explain haki to you? Your speed is impressive. But in this confined space, what I fear the least is a speed-type expert like you. Doflamingo had already set up a web wall the moment he arrived. This space was perfect for a spider to hunt. Underestimating others has its limits. Who do you think you are, Doflamingo? Rick Barks slightly lowered his body, his feet turning into springs to store power. When he straightened up again, a series of snapping sounds echoed. It turned out that some threads had begun to snap. The next second, Doflamingo was sent crashing into the rock wall by a punch from Rick Barks. Young Master, Gladius, who had just joined the Don Quixote family, was shocked and quickly wanted to check, while the others merely watched Rick Barks' performance indifferently. What bullshit, king. Today, even if it's a god, I will kill him. Rick looked disdainfully at Doflamingo embedded in the wall, then punched towards Gladius, who was trying to approach. Long live Lord Rick, kill all the Don Quixote people. An officer cheered, clearly reigniting the momentum that had been suppressed by Don Quixote. Rick Barks, your opponent is me. How can you attack my family? Doflamingo raised his hand to block Rick Barks' punch. Thread slicing. After blocking Rick Barks' attack, Doflamingo created 8 nearly transparent thin threads from the tips of his toes and then kicked out fiercely. The sharp threads released a direct kick that sent the unprepared Rick Barks flying. How is this possible? Rick Barks, flying backward, was shocked. He glanced at the rock wall. Doflamingo was indeed embedded in it, and he had felt the impact of his hit correctly. So who was the Doflamingo in front of him? Shadow puppet strings. Doflamingo used the thin threads he created to wrap around himself in the air, tightly binding to create a puppet made of strings. The appearance of the puppet was identical to the user, just like a clone or a shadow. The user could freely manipulate the puppet to perform any of their techniques, and the puppet could even speak under the user's control. Doflamingo could use this to ambush opponents with himself and the puppet, or use the puppet as a decoy to prevent himself from being attacked. Moreover, since the puppet was made of strings, it would not take damage. Doflamingo flicked his finger, and a shadow puppet stood up in front of Rick Barks, who was astonished. Then, the two Doflamingos launched an attack together. Double whip, X2. 2 thick lines, accompanied by the sound of slicing air, lashed out towards Rick Barks, who was about to crash into the rock wall. Elastic human. Rick Barks transformed into a spring. At the moment of crashing into the wall, the entire spring was compressed to its limit by the force of Doflamingo's kick. Spring cannon punch. Rick Barks rushed past the two whips with even greater speed and, without losing momentum, punched through the head of the shadow puppet, then used its corpse to push off and turn back for another punch. The two punches collided, creating gusts of wind. The two strongest families in the North Sea, the Don Quixote and Rick families, were engaged in a life-and-death battle in this unknown underground port. After today, the side that survives will be the strongest family in the entire North Sea. Classmate Xiaoming's strength is a bit weak. To be fair, classmate Xiaoming's talent is not bad. He awakened Conqueror's haki at a young age, and his ambition and innate ability are absolutely sufficient. He has a big imagination and has played with the string fruit to the point of awakening. However, his current combat strength does not match his future identity as a warlord at all. Dongfang Qing witnessed this battle of weaklings from the other side of the island with his observation haki. At first, Dongfang Qing carefully peeked at classmate Xiaoming, fearing being detected by his observation haki, but he was stunned by Xiaoming's weakness. All three types of haki were at an entry level, and his combat experience was a complete mess. Although he far surpassed the North Sea's level, compared to Moria's strength, it was truly an insurmountable gap. Although he hadn't seen Moria, his nemesis Kai had a deep understanding of him. Moria was the type who could trade blows with Kaido, not the kind of waste who could be killed in one move. Although classmate Xiaoming was younger than Moria, the gap was really big. It turns out that classmate Xiaoming has been ruined by those few idiots around him. It seems that classmate Xiaoming has been in the North Sea for too long. He wasted the best time for growth in the North Sea, leading to an inability to improve his strength, and even idiots like Jack the Drought looked down on him. In the end, he was also overshadowed by King Luffy, which is really tragic. This is the consequence of not having a famous teacher to guide him. Dongfang Qing silently mourned for classmate Xiaoming for 2 seconds. Razanandi, are you ready? I'm about to enter. Eastern Qing saw that the battle was almost over. He picked up the phone bug to notify Razanandi that he was ready to enter and take the Oscar. He wondered who had better acting skills, himself or Kizaru. After all, the performance of the opponent in the battle at the Sham Islands against Luffy had shocked him greatly. It was indeed at the level of a general. Terrifyingly so. Everything was ready, it was time to act. Fufufu, old man, your strength is not bad, but unfortunately, you're too old. Doflamingo struck Rick Bartz with a 5-colored thread, instantly leaving several deep cuts on his body, blood gushing out like it was free. The battle situation was quite clear. Aside from Rick Bartz and the swordsman Kyan, the rest of the Rick family had already been defeated. Had he really become old? How could he be unable to defeat a small pirate who had never even been to the Grand Line? He recalled how he had entered the Grand Line full of vigor, only to escape in a miserable state. In fact, he had already died back then, although he kept telling himself that he was accumulating strength, preparing for future voyages. Yet after all these years, his strength had not only not improved, but had even regressed severely. He had deceived himself. When had he unknowingly become addicted to the power of the underground forces in the North Sea? The threat of death jolted Rick Bartz awake. He remembered his once spirited self. His dreams had not yet been realized, and his journey should not end like this. The pressure of death. Rick Bartz's entire body seemed to shrink, compressing to 1/3 of his height. Under high pressure, even as a spring man, his internal organs bled from the strain. Looking at Rick Bartz, whose mouth was bleeding but still compressing his body, Doflamingo knew that the next strike would not be simple. Maximum Power Super Strike Whip. Doflamingo initiated the attack first, a thick whip column striking directly at Rick Bartz. The next second, the entire ground shattered under the whip strike. However, it missed the target. At the moment it was about to hit him, Rick Bartz vanished. Such a fast speed. Doflamingo was astonished to see Rick Bartz appear in front of him, as if teleporting. Without time to think, he immediately covered his hands with armament haki and crossed them to block the fatal strike. Doflamingo was shot into the rock wall like a cannonball, causing the entire underground cavern to shake and debris to fall. Rick Bartz trembled as he stood on the ground. The power of that strike was indeed formidable. However, the cost to him was equally terrifying. It was a mutually destructive technique. Then came another loud crash, as swordsman Kyan was defeated by Diamante and Torpol working together. Under the explosion of Torpol slime, swordsman Kyan completely fell, and while all members of the Don Quixote family were injured, no one died. Cough, cough, cough. A series of coughs came from within the rock wall, followed by flying debris. Doflamingo staggered out, coughing up blood. That strike was indeed powerful. Rick Bartz, feeling the ruptured organs inside him, Doflamingo hurriedly used his fruit ability to stitch himself up. If this old man were in his prime, Doflamingo might not have been able to defeat him. It seemed the rumors were not wrong. This old man indeed ran back from the Grand Line. But even if he were a strong man returning from the Grand Line, what could it matter? The ultimate victor of this battle would still be him. After today, the name of the Don Quixote family would resonate throughout the North Sea. As for the Grand Line, once he consolidated all the underground forces in the North Sea, it would be his next target for conquest. The momentum had shifted. Rick Bartz, trembling from the aftereffects of the technique, knew that he no longer had any chances left today. Standing was already a struggle. However, as the leader of the underground forces in the North Sea, he naturally had his pride and could not simply surrender. He was not the type to kneel and beg for mercy. Doflamingo, this battle is yours. According to the rules between pirates, the victor takes all. Take my life. Rick Bartz closed his eyes, ready to accept his death. He naturally had the resolve to be a pirate. Therefore, he could calmly accept the final fate of a pirate. Doflamingo looked at Rick Bartz, who faced death with calmness, feeling somewhat astonished. This was different from what he had imagined. However, he was not a person to dwell on it. It saved him effort. Doflamingo shot a bullet line directly at the defenseless Rick Bartz. With a sizzle, an electric current flashed, and the bullet line, fired by Doflamingo, was struck down by the current. Then came two loud bangs as two figures fell from the sky, Jorah and Pika. Immediately after, a strange voice sounded. "Oh dear, I'm really sorry. This is my target. I can't let you kill him directly." Everyone felt a chill run down their spines and turned to see the source of the voice. Unbeknownst to them, a new figure had appeared behind them. None of them had noticed, which was terrifying. Even Rick Bartz, who had closed his eyes waiting for death, opened them again. "Thunder sends. Shut up." Doflamingo immediately interrupted Mahabai's. Mahabai's quickly covered his mouth, looking at the two people on the ground, who were charred and unconscious, and he shivered backward. He remembered that the title was not one the other party liked, and those who called it out in person ended up dead very easily. Disappearing in the blink of an eye. How could this monster appear here? This was the thought of everyone. Meanwhile, Doflamingo thought even further. Could this be a trap set by the world government? Had his actions in the North Sea angered those high and mighty fools? No wonder he could so easily obtain information about the Rick family stronghold. It turned out it was for him. However, in the next second, Doflamingo denied it himself. That shouldn't be. After all, he was a celestial dragon, and his actions shouldn't warrant such targeting. So this should be the Navy's battle plan. Eastern Qing Cang glanced at Mahabai's, then turned to Rick Bartz. "Damn it, I'll deal with you later. You almost made me lose my act." Rick Bartz, the controller of the Rick family, one of the 8 major forces in the North Sea, the captain of the fighting pirate crew 26 years ago, the fighter Sirius with a bounty of 150 million. "It's you, right? I actually didn't die." Seeing that Eastern Qing Cang ignored him, Mahabai's was ecstatic. Could it be that he was the chosen one? "I haven't used this name in a long time. He died in the Grand Line. Now I'm just Rick Bartz." I didn't expect that a small character like me would attract the attention of the Thunder Undertaker. Looking at Rick Bartz, who was left with half a life, Eastern Qing Cang could only comfort himself not to be angry with a dead man. After all, this tool had played its role. At least it had properly brought out Little Ming. "Since it's you, then there's no problem. Congratulations, you've regained your life. You can go to Impel Down to retire in your next life." After saying that, Eastern Qing Cang turned to Doflamingo and the others. "Next, it's your turn, Don Quixote family, right? Considering how hard you've worked, surrender, and I want to kill you." Listening to Eastern Qing Cang's arrogant remarks, looking at the two unconscious on the ground, feeling the expectant gazes of the other family members, Doflamingo could only feel his anger rising. Surrender is impossible, no matter how strong the Navy headquarters' greatest genius is. "I am Don Quixote Doflamingo, a born king." Doflamingo's conqueror's haki erupted, and Dongfang Qing Cang frowned. Doesn't he know his own strength? A wave of conqueror's haki, even stronger than that of his classmate, Schemeand, burst forth from Dongfang Qing Cang's body. Schemeand's conqueror's haki was like ice and snow meeting the blazing sun, instantly shattered and dissipated. This is impossible. How can a Navy member possess such strong conqueror's haki? How could those 5 old men tolerate him having it? This must be fake. Doflamingo roared and launched the first attack. He suddenly appeared in front of Dongfang Qing Cang and unleashed a full-force attack with a string, the 5-color line. One punch. Dongfang Qing Cang shattered the 5-color line with a punch and then, without losing momentum, struck Doflamingo, sending him flying and causing blood to spray uncontrollably. Seeing Doflamingo being knocked back, the others quickly launched their attacks. Sticky chains, stone prison, half-moon funeral. Stone explosive. Electric shock, 20 million volts. After a burst of sparks and lightning, all members of the Don Quixote family fell to the ground, convulsing. In short, Schemeand charged in, and then he fell down happily. The Don Quixote family cadres charged in and fell down even more happily. This is impossible. How can a gap be so huge? Doflamingo lay on the ground, questioning his life. Although he already knew from the news about the opponent's strength, how could he not withstand even a single attack? Even his proud conqueror's haki became a joke in front of the other party. Doflamingo didn't believe that Dongfang Qingsong could have conqueror's haki. Although there were reports in news, he always thought it was just a special killing intent, rumored by those shallow-minded journalists. But unexpectedly, the other party actually possessed it, and it was this strong. How could the Navy have conqueror's haki? How could those 5 old men tolerate it? Dongfang Qingsong was unaware of Xiaoming's thoughts, but he was very clear about the 5 elders' thoughts. They had investigated him thoroughly before his conqueror's haki awakened. After all, his spiritual pressure explosion was very similar to conqueror's haki, and at that time, he had shown no signs of concealment. Because of this, he had been questioned by CP and Sora Steel many times. They even specially sensed it several times. After confirming that his spiritual pressure explosion was of a completely different nature from conqueror's haki, they finally stopped monitoring him. Therefore, the 5 elders did not believe the reports in the news at all. Even though his spiritual pressure had fully merged with conqueror's haki now, it could still be easily distinguished from normal conqueror's haki in the perception of experts. Only Xiaoming, who had seen little, could not distinguish it, which was also why Dongfang Qingsong dared to use conqueror's haki recklessly. After all, in the preconceived notions of the Navy and the world government, his conqueror's haki was actually a kind of peculiar soul pressure, a unique talent that did not pose a threat to the world government. Haha, Doflamingo didn't expect this. Did you? Even if you defeat me, you are still not the victor today. Rick Barks laughed happily. Nothing was more satisfying than seeing the enemy fall, especially when the enemy had just been immersed in the joy of victory a second ago. Thunder's funeral, this was all your plan, right? The location of our headquarters was also given away by you. It seems the underground forces of the North Sea are about to meet their end. Rick Barks glanced at Doflamingo, whose face was as dark as water, and then continued to ask. That's right, these past few years, I've been busy capturing pirates in the North Sea, so I haven't had the time to deal with you. Now that the situation is gradually stabilizing, it's time to eliminate you tumors. Fortunately, I have intelligence on your Rick family, so I might as well make use of it. I originally wanted to use your Rick family headquarters to lure out bigger fish, but I didn't expect you to be so incompetent, defeated by a newcomer. All the information I've spread was wasted. It seems that other forces are quite cautious. But don't be disheartened. They will soon come to impel down to accompany you, and you can gather there. Dongfang Qingsong had a nonchalant expression, casually revealing his entire plan. But inside, he silently praised Rick Barks. It turned out that keeping him alive was useful, perfectly fitting for his performance. The Don Quixote family members lying on the ground looked very unlucky. It turned out they had delivered themselves to the door, and none of the other forces showed up, just them foolishly rushing in. Doflamingo was even more speechless. He certainly did not believe he was the only one who fell into a trap. Other people must also be actively preparing to take down the Rick family. He just trusted his own strength too much, so he didn't make too many preparations and rushed in immediately. The reason for his speed was not only because the Rick family frequently opposed him, but also because he was afraid of news leaking out and being discovered by others. After all, this was a big piece of meat. Who wouldn't he want to swallow it whole? After all his calculations, didn't he expect this to be a poisoned piece of meat? All right, your curiosity has been satisfied. Now, don't make trouble for me. Next time at 1 TB impelled down. If you don't want to die, just lie down honestly. Looking at the restless Doflamingo, Dongfang Qingsong warned him. With Xiaoming's intelligence, he definitely knew about his thunderous methods. There was a great possibility he could get out once he entered impelled down. But if he were killed by Dongfang Qingsong due to resistance during a surprise attack, that would be a pointless death. Seeing Doflamingo calming down, Dongfang Qingsong took out his din mushi and began to call for reinforcements. The arrest would depend on the warship behind. He was bound to be met with another round of complaints from Tina. Tina, I need to trouble you again. How long until you can arrive? I've already finished the battle here. Haha, is this the Thunder's funeral? I'm so sorry, but Lieutenant Tina is probably a bit inconvenient to answer the phone. Hearing the unfamiliar male voice on the other end, Dongfang Qingsong's expression darkened, and he whispered, Who are you? What have you done to Tina and the others? Who I am isn't important. What is important is that Lieutenant Tina and the Navy from Branch 119 are in our hands. Don't believe me? Just listen. Tina was careless. Among them was a user of the silent fruit who quietly infiltrated the warship. Then they drugged everyone inside, and now everyone is unconscious. Tina's weak voice came through the din mushy. We want. Dongfang Qingcang asked darkly. Our goal is very simple. Doflamingo and Rick Barks are in your hands, right? Hand over the living members of the Rick family and the Don Quixote family, and we will immediately release the Navy on this warship. Rick Barks looked puzzled. Could it be that the members of the branch did this? Does his branch have such outstanding talents? The Don Quixote family members were first stunned, then looked at Doflamingo with faces full of surprise. Could this be a backup plan set up by their young master? Truly worthy of being the young master. So brilliant. Doflamingo was also confused. Which force is this? He didn't have a friend who would rather offend the Navy monster than save him. However, he didn't show any signs on his face. Although he was confident he could walk out of impel down, it would be better not to go in. Impossible, I refuse. Dongfang Qingcang directly refused without a second thought. Do you no longer care about the lives of your subordinates? This is not the behavior of the righteous Navy. Is the infamous Thunder Undertaker just a hypocritical coward, willing to sacrifice his own men for personal military achievements? The pirate on the opposite side immediately began to mock, clearly intending to provoke. How do I know you will honestly release my subordinates unless we make a deal face to face? Dongfang Qingcang would never fall for it and kindly offered a suggestion. Impossible. Do you think we are fools? Meeting you gives us no chance to negotiate. The other side rejected without a second thought. Then what should we do? I can't possibly trust the words of a pirate. What a pity. It seems the other side is not a complete fool. Dongfang Qingcang felt a bit regretful. Rest assured, I have fully considered this. As long as you agree, we will naturally provide you with a satisfactory trading plan. Seeing the other side's confident demeanor, Dongfang Qingcang could only speak helplessly. He couldn't give up an entire ship of subordinates. Not to mention Amo Nai and Tina were still up there. You win. As long as the plan is reasonable, I am willing to trade. The antidote will be placed in front of Lieutenant Tina. She has already seen its effects. We will send a submarine to pick them up. Once the person is in hand, we will retreat immediately. Lieutenant Tina can inform Base Chief Enel of the warship's location through the transponder snail. With your speed, this little distance will be covered in an instant. Even if we wanted to backtrack, it would be too late. Of course, we have no intention of backing out. After all, there is no hatred between us, right? Base Chief Enel? I agree, but you better not play any tricks. Otherwise, I will hunt you down across the entire North Sea. After receiving confirmation from Tina, Dongfang Qingcang had no choice but to agree. This trade indeed had no significant problems, but he gave a fierce warning. Base Chief Enel, please rest assured. We have no personal grudges against the Navy and do not wish to offend a strong person like you. This time is also out of necessity. I hope Base Chief Enel does not take it to heart. The other side sincerely apologized, and Dongfang Qingcang looked speechless. This was taking advantage and pretending to be virtuous. He then directly hung up the phone and turned to the two on the ground. You two are really skilled. Are you trying to make me work hard for nothing? I don't care who has the backup on the other end of the phone, but you're going to get a beating, or else I'll be too frustrated. Bastard, what do you want to do? Stop it. Do you have any sense of contract spirit? As a strong person, how can you attack someone defenseless? Don't you have any dignity as a strong person? Bastard, you are the righteous Navy. How can you mistreat prisoners? Accompanied by the flickering of electric light, all present were filled with curses and cries of agony. Even the half-dead Rick Base was no exception. By the time the submarine arrived, everyone had been tortured to the brink of death by Dongfang Qingcang. Fortunately, in a world of one piece, personal physique is astonishing. So they still had a breath left. As for the specially cared for Xiaoming, he was completely charred. Ross and Andy, who had just stepped out of the submarine, gasped in shock. This is too tragic. My brother Xiaoming won't be dead, will he? Enel's guy really went too far. At his signal, everyone began to move the meat-scented guys into the submarine. Meanwhile, the warship on the other side also received the news and directly retreated as promised. After receiving Tina's call, Dongfang Qingcang transformed into lightning and instantly left the underground port. Looking at Dongfang Qingcang descending from the sky, everyone on the warship wore a guilty expression. Seeing Tina and Mo Nai, who looked like they wanted to say something but stopped, Dongfang Qingcang directly said, "As long as the people are okay, it's not your fault. You must pay more attention in the future and cannot be careless. The abilities of devil fruits are diverse, and only by training harder and improving your strength can you avoid such situations." Tina understands. Brother, I will definitely work hard to train. Yes, sir. Of course I won't blame you. These people were all brought on board by me and Rocinante. Their actions were all monitored by my observation haki. After so many years of training, Dongfang Qingsong's observation haki had become increasingly abnormal, covering a wider range. He could even sense the situation on another island slightly closer, let alone the warship near the island's waters. If any ignorant fool tried to take advantage of the situation, Dongfang Qingsong could strike them down with a lightning strike at any time within the range of his observation haki, which is also why he felt at ease sending people on board. This was all he could do. Rocinante, the next step is up to you. Make sure to follow the plan and do not act recklessly. Dongfang Qingsong did not want to collect his body in the sea of an uninhabited island. 2 submarines confirmed there were no tails and quickly began to surface. Soon, the 2 groups met on the beach. Ha! I didn't expect us to succeed so smoothly. Boss is brilliant. Yes, this time we'll make a fortune. This is the wealth of the 2 major underground forces in the North Sea. They must not die before clarifying the location of their assets. They won't die yet. Earlier, the boss had the doctor provide emergency treatment. Once they wake up, it will be our time to get rich. Ha! It seems the famous Thunder Undertaker is just that. Nothing impressive. Indeed, pirates are a bunch of trash. They were so scared they didn't dare to go to sea. In a critical moment, it still had to be his bounty hunters to step in. A strong middle-aged man looked at Rocinante and said with emotion, "Mute, I didn't expect your strategy to be so effective. No wonder you can hunt pirates despite your disability. You really have some tricks up your sleeve, with a strong will despite being physically challenged. I agree to your request. From now on, we are family. With our team's strength and your experience in stealing information, plus your strategies and abilities, I believe the entire North Sea will be at our mercy." As the leader of the bounty hunter group, he considered more. Ever since Dongfang Qingsong arrived in the North Sea, under his severe crackdown, all high bounty pirates were either defeated or smuggled into the Grand Line. This left bounty hunters like them in a difficult position. His 2 submarines could barely afford fuel. Although some small pirates could provide them with funds, it was a drop in the bucket. Sometimes even a trip wouldn't cover the fuel costs of the submarine. Therefore, he dared to take the risk and agree to this deal. Otherwise, with his cautious nature, how could he easily trust a bounty hunter who suddenly appeared? Bounty hunters who easily trust others do not last long. After this cooperation, he had initially begun to trust this mute. The other party indeed had capabilities. Even the Thunder Undertaker, who terrified pirates, could be played around by him. He was not short-sighted. The main credit for this success was this mute. With a different team, they could still succeed. With the mute's addition, they might not only be bounty hunters. Occasionally acting as pirates was also possible, as long as no one found out. Thank you, Captain Kalman, for your appreciation. Looking at the sign held by Rocinante, Kalman laughed happily. Brothers, let's hold a banquet and welcome our mute brother into the family. From now on, we are all one big family. Suddenly, someone screamed, "Oh no, the wine is poisoned." Following that, one by one, more people fell to the ground. Who did this? Who poisoned the wine? Kalman shouted angrily. Could it be the Navy has caught up with us? That's impossible. I came all the way from the sea. Even the Navy couldn't track us. Mute, it was you. Kalman quickly ran through the events in his mind and then glared fiercely, swinging his knife at the similarly poisoned Rocinante beside him. Rocinante performed a roll and dodged Kalman's attack, showing no signs of being poisoned. It's really you, Mute. You damned bastard. Do you want to keep all this wealth to yourself? Aren't you afraid of bursting? Damn it. I should have known not to trust strangers. I've been on guard the whole time. When did he poison the wine? The banquet started, and I never let him out of my sight. How did he manage to do it? Looking at the transformed porcupine man, Rocinante didn't respond. His persona was that of a mute, though his strength was not weak in the North Sea. But he couldn't risk being killed by revealing his cards to answer his enemy. Kalman was not weak. The combat plan arranged for him by Dongfang Qingsong was simple. Delay time until they succumbed to the poison. As Kalman took action, the bounty hunters who were still able to move also began to arm themselves and pursue Rocinante. Gunfire erupted, and Rocinante could only awkwardly evade the chase. Unfortunately, in a poisoned state, the more he moved, the faster he would die. After a quarter of an hour, only Kalman remained stubbornly pursuing Rocinante on the beach. The others had already fallen to the ground, lifeless. You damned rat. Are you just going to keep dodging? Have the guts to fight me face to face, you coward. Are you still a man? Steel rain. Countless steel needles, as hard as iron, fell like rain upon Rocinante. Kalman was determined to kill this treacherous mute. Rocinante's speed increased again, and Kalman furiously stared at the slippery Rocinante, knowing the opponent's strength was not inferior to his own. Yet, he showed no intention of attacking. He swore he had never seen such a cowardly and despicable man, who didn't even dare to make a single attack, no matter how big of a flaw he showed. It made no difference. Ignoring Calman's taunts, Rocinante completely blocked out his verbal attacks. To be honest, he had initially rejected the plan arranged for him by Dongfang Qingcang. Rocinante, a lieutenant commander of the Navy headquarters and a messenger of justice, was actually ordered by that guy Inaru to poison and ambush, and also to delay as much time as possible so that everyone would die from the poison. Inaru, that bastard, how much does he look down on his combat ability? After all, he had been tempered in the Grand Line. How strong could mere bounty hunters from the North Sea be? Could he really not handle them? Now he could only lament how accurate Inaru's judgment was, although he didn't want to admit it, given the current situation, without poison. He indeed had no confidence in completely killing the enemy. Moreover, Calman was incredibly resilient, as expected of a Zoan fruit user. Luckily, the opponent's speed was not fast. Otherwise, he would have been in serious trouble after that beating. Calman never expected that he would also face a day of being worn down by someone else. As a Zoan porcupine fruit user, his vitality and endurance far exceeded that of ordinary users. However, the damned poison continued to invade his body, and after a bout of intense movement, he could clearly feel the toxins damaging his body. He had little strength left and could only glare at Rocinante with the most malicious eyes. Finally, with a loud bang, Calman completely collapsed. Seeing Calman revert from his hybrid form, Rocinante finally breathed a sigh of relief. Next, it was time for the reunion with his brother. Congratulations, Base Chief Inaru. Idiot. It's Major General Inaru. Right, congratulations, Major General Inaru. Let's still call him Base Chief. He hasn't officially been awarded the rank yet. So let's continue using the original title. As he walked along, Dongfang Qingcang received everyone's blessings one after another, nodding in acknowledgement while humbly speaking. Indeed, public figures have no privacy. He didn't even know who leaked the news. Although he didn't care too much about the title, it also represented the headquarters' recognition of his efforts over the years, didn't it? It wasn't easy. After so many years, he finally became a Major General. Base Chief Inaru. Tina also wants to go back to the Grand Line with you. Looking at Dongfang Qingcang, who walked in through the door, Tina put down the documents in her hands and quickly spoke up. She didn't want to be left alone in the North Sea, doing clerical work every day. Under Dongfang Qingcang's strong suppression over the years, the pirates in the North Sea were indeed terrified. Although there were still pirates emerging continuously, none dared to actively attack the Navy anymore. This kind of pirate would be crushed as soon as they showed their heads, and after years of verification among the pirates, this had become a public rule. Even the infamous Germa, which was said to be the source of chaos in the North Sea, had now tucked its tail and was behaving low-key, let alone other forces. Such a calm North Sea was not good news for the ambitious Tina. Brother, are we going to the Navy headquarters? Brother, are we going to live in Marineford from now on? I heard from other Navy brothers that it's the safest place in the world, and everyone can play around freely without encountering danger. Sugar suddenly threw herself into Dongfang Qingcang's arms, then raised her little face with excitement. Children of this age are particularly fond of new things and love to run around. These years of being cooped up in the 119 branch learning had been tough on her, and luckily, the little girl had her sister Monet to take care of her, and she was quite sensible herself. Otherwise, it would have been a headache for him. After all, he couldn't take the little girl with him to hunt pirates every day. Don't think that the 119 branch is very safe. When he first took office, many fearless pirates had stormed the base. That period really exhausted him. He had to be careful of being ambushed while also supporting various branches from time to time. Fortunately, he found a few good recruits during the conscription. Otherwise, he would have been worn out. Sugar, Brother Inaru only received a notice to return for a rank promotion. He may not necessarily work at the headquarters. Everything will be known only after we arrive at the headquarters. Monet looked at Sugar helplessly. This little girl was getting more and more unruly. She reached out to try to put Sugar down, as her brother had just returned from the Slot Kingdom and should be tired. No problem. Dongfang Qingcang continued to tease Sugar as he held her. A mere Vivian was nothing. He could handle 10 of them, and he didn't need a rest. Monet was just too gentle. If you like, Sugar, you can stay at the headquarters for a long time. The Major General has housing assigned in Marineford. Previously, I was living in my teacher's house, and this time returning can be considered officially settling down. I'll be more at ease with you at the headquarters. Pirates in the Grand Line were different from those in the Four Seas. It was too dangerous to stay alone at the base. Dongfang Qing did not think that the pirates of the Grand Line would show him any mercy. What if we encounter those crazy pirates? The consequences are unimaginable. No, I want to be with my brother. I don't want to be alone in Marineford. Sugar immediately refused. She didn't want to be separated from her brother and sister. It's not a matter of choice. The headquarters just happens to have the best teachers. Whether it's cultural classes or combat training, the headquarters has the best resources. Monet, you too. You need to study hard at the headquarters for a while. The dangers of the Grand Line are no joke. And by the way, keep an eye on Sugar. If she keeps eating grapes, she won't grow tall. Monet nodded in agreement. No matter how unwilling Sugar was, she had no choice. A gentle sister can be terrifying when she gets angry. She knows from experience. Does Tina also have a share? Seeing Dongfang Qing looking at her, Tina also asked, You wish. I don't have the ability to throw you into the elite camp. You've gone through basic cultural classes and new recruit training before. For now, just stay by my side and slowly build your physique. When you're qualified, I'll naturally recommend you to the headquarters. When she first reported in, Tina's level was really just mediocre. Whether it was martial arts or fruit abilities, she didn't have the demeanor of a future rear admiral at all. However, her intelligence was quite sharp, and her ability to handle official duties was impressive. If Tina were to slip away, Dongfang Qing would have a headache. So it's better to keep guiding her. Under his guidance, Tina's level has significantly improved over the years, with overall strength comparable to that of a colonel at the headquarters. Her physique was the biggest drawback. If she could have a physique level like that guy Carl, then under Dongfang Qing's lightning body training, she would at least reach the level of a brigadier general and wouldn't be stuck at a mediocre level. You should know that Dongfang Qing has only been stationed in the West Sea for a short time, and Carl, a branch major, has rapidly increased his strength under Dongfang Qing's electric shocks, directly raising it to the level of a colonel at the headquarters. By the time he left the West Sea, he was nearly touching the level of a brigadier general, which is also why Dongfang Qing entrusted the West Sea to him. Looking at Dongfang Qing's expression of frustration, Tina could only smile awkwardly. She was just joking to lighten the mood. Having such a monstrous guide is definitely better than going to the elite camp for further training. After all, Admiral Zifa doesn't have the time to provide personal guidance at any moment. At the same time, she also knew her shortcomings, but she was a girl. After all, how could she have a strong physique? She wasn't a muscle-bound woman. Base Chief Enel, there's an unregistered small boat approaching the base, and they request to speak with you. Just as the three were chatting, a messenger suddenly came in to report. Dongfang Qing activated his observation haki and sensed a powerful aura outside the base. This feeling was definitely from swordsman. Could there be such a strong swordsman in the North Sea? This is interesting. Dongfang Qing walked directly toward the base entrance. He wanted to meet this unknown swordsman. It turned out to be him. Looking at the small boat with black short hair and eagle-like sharp yellow eyes, Dongfang Qing immediately recognized him. Dracula Mihawk, the future world's greatest swordsman. No wonder he has such a strong presence. May I ask if you are the Thunder Swordsman Enel? Looking at Dongfang Qing on the base wall, Mihawk spoke neither humbly nor arrogantly. Dongfang Qing nodded. It seemed the other party came for the reputation of the swordsman. You must be the swordsman known as Hawkeyes. I have long heard of your fame. The Thunder Swordsman is overestimating me. Your strength is what truly matters. I have always wanted to experience the strength of the Navy's strongest swordsman. That's why I especially came to visit. I wonder if the Thunder Swordsman would be willing to confirm the swordsmanship with me. Mihawk was also straightforward and immediately expressed his desire to challenge Dongfang Qing. Before Dongfang Qing could respond, the Navy personnel inside the base erupted. Their 119th branch hasn't seen such an arrogant person in a long time under Dongfang Qing's leadership. How dare he speak so arrogantly at their base? They really don't know how many eyes the King of Horses has. Rude fellow. How could someone of Chief Enel's status be casually challenged? What Hawkeyes? I've never heard of him. He must be afraid of losing face. And Chief Enel just casually mentioned him. Exactly. Just an unknown swordsman. Could he really be a great swordsman like Chief Enel? I don't believe it. This Hawkeyes is probably here to seek death. Quick, get the latest bounty notice and see if the other side is a pirate. How dare they provoke Chief Enel? They really don't know how to live. You guys are a bit disrespectful. The other party is the future world's greatest swordsman, a man on par with red-haired Shanks. Aren't you afraid of being cut? With so many people talking, Dongfang Qing couldn't stop them and could only agree to Hawkeyes, fearing that these guys might say something to provoke Hawkeyes into anger. Although he wasn't afraid of Hawkeyes, The 119th branch definitely couldn't withstand the battle between the two of them, and Hawkeye's strength would definitely not be weak. At the uninhabited island of the 119th branch, as Hawkeye drew his sword, his entire aura surged dramatically, completely transforming from the earlier politeness. In Dongfang Qingsong's eyes, Hawkeye's seemed like a captivating blade, making it hard to look directly at him. This was the Hawkeyes he was familiar with. This was a pure swordsmanship contest. He hadn't encountered a swordsman of equal strength in a long time, and it was just the right time for Hawkeye to validate his own swordsmanship. Thinking of this, a sharp aura surged from Dongfang Qingsong, which wasn't conqueror's haki but pure sword intent. The two completely different sword intents instantly intertwined and collided, filling the entire beach with a soaring sword intent, as if one could hear countless swords singing in unison. Sister Tina, why are brother and that swordsman not moving at all? From a distance on the warship, Monet asked in confusion while holding a telescope. She thought it would be an earth-shattering battle, but unexpectedly, after Hawkeye drew his sword, the two just stood there without moving. Tina also looked confused. She put down the telescope and turned to Monet, unsure of what was happening. Tina wasn't a swordsman, and Chief Enel hadn't taught her swordsmanship. He just let her know how to fight against swordsmen. Colonel Sis, you're also a swordsman, and Chief Enel has often guided you. Do you know the reason? As she spoke, Tina turned to look at the young man with the sword on his back. She saw the young man, named Sis, trembling with the telescope in his hands, his entire upper body straining forward. If it weren't for the railing, he would probably have fallen into the water by now. After Tina and Monet called out to him several times, Colonel Sis finally came back to his senses. He slightly calmed his emotions and still couldn't hide his excitement as he spoke. You all know why I joined the Navy, right? Isn't it because you were about to starve to death on the roadside and were picked up by your brother? Sugar asked while eating grapes, a bit puzzled. She remembered very clearly that Colonel Sis was so thin when he was picked up by her brother, it was like a starving ghost reincarnated. Colonel Sis was momentarily speechless, and the soldiers watching nearby erupted in laughter. Colonel Sis could only awkwardly scratch his head and then explained forcefully, that is not the main reason. The main reason I joined the Navy is because of Lord Enel. I want to follow Lord Enel on the path of swordsmanship. What does this have to do with the current duel? Monet asked, confused. Of course it's related. Colonel Sis excitedly said, you don't know? This duel is a clash of world-class swordsmen, a realm that countless swordsmen dream of. Do you know? That Hawkeye is likely a great swordsman at the same height as Lord Enel. This is a duel of great swordsmen, a feast for swordsmen. Get to the point. Colonel Sis. You're going off topic again. Monet said, somewhat speechless. Brother Sis, everything else is fine, but once you start talking about the way of the sword, it never ends. And it's really a headache. Discussing the banquet of swordsmen with these people who don't understand the way of the sword is like playing the lute to a cow. It is rumored that great swordsmen can express their way of the sword in the form of sword intent. And only swordsmen who are also great swordsmen can comprehend a different way of the sword from that sword intent. Only great swordsmen have such strength and spirit to freely showcase their way of the sword. The reason why Commander Enel and Hawk I haven't made a move is precisely because they're using sword intent to explain their way of the sword. This is the highest level of communication among swordsmen. So, Colonel Sis, have you comprehended anything? I only feel a sharp intent. I don't feel anything else at all. Didn't I say that only great swordsmen can comprehend it? Then why were you so excited before? I thought you gained something, but it turns out you're just a spectator. The sword intent enveloping the beach suddenly stagnated, and then both of them launched attacks at the same time. Two slashes swiftly flew out from both swords. In an instant, the two slashes collided in midair, and the soaring sword energy carved out countless ravines, with the flying slashes evenly matched. The next second, both disappeared from sight. Ordinary people couldn't catch their high-speed movements with the naked eye. Only hearing the continuous clashing of swords and the sparks generated from the intersection of blades. The people on the warship felt like they were watching in vain. After the two engaged in high-speed close combat for a quarter of an hour, suddenly, a loud bang resounded, shaking the entire island. The onlookers on the warship hurriedly looked over to see a massive collapse occurring in the distant forest, and a figure shot out from it. It was Hawkeye, and his clothes had a tear. In terms of speed, Eastern Qingsong was superior, and under his continuous attacks, Hawkeye revealed a flaw. Although he managed to defend in time, he was still wounded by the sword energy. The sword in Hawkeye's hand shimmered with dazzling light, as if containing endless power. His eyes became even sharper. He raised his long sword, and then several massive slashes shot out. If you don't reveal your sword moves, then neither will I. Let's just consider it a plain A. Eastern Qing Cang silently complained as he watched Hawk Eye launch another attack. As long as I don't reveal my sword moves. It's just a plain A. With this thought, Eastern Qing Cang suddenly swung his long sword, and streams of sword energy quickly and accurately struck the slashes fired by Hawkeye. Both of them stepped on the ground simultaneously and rushed towards each other again. Their speed was as fast as lightning, and each clash caused changes in the surrounding environment. The entire coastline was affected by their battle's aftermath, with the nearby woods in complete disarray. After another collision, the pace of the battle clearly escalated by more than one level, and both began to inflict injuries on each other. Even with the protection of armament hockey, they couldn't avoid wounds, and the blood seeping out stained their shirts. A frontal attack from a great swordsman is not so easily defended against. Even if one blocks a frontal slash, the omnipresent sword energy can still tear through the opponent's defenses. The two, now fully engaged, let loose their hands and feet, and their battlefield was no longer confined to the coastline. The entire small island was cut into countless ravines by their sword energy, with unfortunate beasts occasionally falling victim to their blades. Clang! The two long swords clashed again, and with their struggle, Eastern Qing Cang's standard long sword could no longer withstand it. With two cracking sounds, the long sword suddenly shattered, and Eastern Qing Cang hurriedly dodged. Hawkeye's slashes directly cut the entire forest in half, like slicing tofu. Fortunately, his reflexes and speed were top-notch. Otherwise, he would have taken that hit solidly. What a pity. Just when the momentum was building, Eastern Qing Cang felt somewhat speechless looking at the shattered standard long sword. His blood had just started to boil, and now was extinguished. However, he couldn't blame anyone. A standard Navy long knife could battle with Hawkeye, who wielded a large knife, for half a day. That was already a worthy end. Thankfully, his armament hockey was strong, and it was merely a pure swordsmanship exchange. Otherwise, it would have shattered long ago. Since that's the case, let's just end it here. It's time for a meal. Hawkeye stared blankly at the broken sword in Eastern Qing Cang's hand, not expecting this duel to end in such a way. Although he had gained quite a bit, he had not truly witnessed Eastern Qing Cang's real strength. It had turned into a simple spar, which was not what he had imagined. Even if it wasn't a life-and-death battle, it should at least be bloody. He had just broken through to become a great swordsman not long ago, and it was hard to come across another great swordsman. So how could it end so easily? Mr. Enel, to be frank, your sword is simply not worthy of your strength. I don't understand how someone with your power can't find a good sword. He initially thought that the standard long sword was specially crafted by Enel, but it turned out to be an ordinary Navy standard weapon, which truly did not match the opponent's identity. This made Hawk, I feel, somewhat uncomfortable. This is not my sword. I just grabbed it casually from a base before coming out. My sword is not suitable for verifying the way of the sword with you. Eastern Qing Cang casually tossed aside the sword hilt and then explained. Hawkeye's eyes first lit up and then became somewhat irritated as he spoke. Lord Enel, I admit your strength is indeed formidable, not counting your devil fruit ability. Just based on swordsmanship, you can look down upon all others. However, casually picking up a weapon to spar with a swordsman who has specially come to seek guidance seems a bit disrespectful. This is not the demeanor of a great swordsman. My Hawk, don't be so serious. Not using my own sword is indeed my fault, but my sword is truly not suitable for sparring with you. Eastern Qing Cang helplessly explained. Lord Enel, am I not worthy of you drawing your sword? Hawkeye's expression darkened further. It seemed he was genuinely angry. No, don't misunderstand. My sword is a bit special. After saying this, Eastern Qing Cang slowly drew a long sword from within his body. New World, Domika Island. In an inconspicuous alley, two sneaky figures hid in the shadows, whispering while constantly observing their surroundings. Lily, it seems we haven't been discovered. The pursuers have been shaken off. Ji Yuan also let out a long breath. The two of them had been trapped on Domika Island for 2 days, and unexpectedly, her moment of curiosity had led them to this predicament. Lily also relaxed her tense nerves, but the next moment, she looked at Ji Yuan's blood-soaked clothes and said, Ji Yuan, this can't go on. Your injuries are not light. The entire island has been sealed off, and even if news gets out, it will be a long time before the headquarters notices. We can't hold out until then. We need to figure out a way to break out. 2 days ago, there might have been a chance to break out during the chaos, but in our current state, I'm afraid we have no chance at all. In the past 2 days, new swordsmen have landed on the island, and all the ports are guarded by powerful sword masters, making it difficult to break through. Ji Yuan could only shake her head with a bitter smile. 2 days ago was their best chance to escape, but unfortunately, they ran into a formidable swordsman. Not only could they not escape, but most of their injuries were also inflicted by that swordsman. What was supposed to be a hard-earned vacation had turned into a life-or-death situation, and she and Lily had just wanted to relax. Lily, let's split up. If we keep going like this, we'll eventually be found. Let me recover for a bit, and then I'll create a distraction to draw their attention. You take the opportunity to escape from Domica Island. Ji Yuan made up her mind to take the initiative. Without waiting for Lily to object, she took out a telephone bug from her pocket and said seriously, "The signal jamming bug has a limited range. I believe as long as you get out of Domica Island, the signal will be restored. At that time, call this number and have him come to support us." Lily, whether we can survive depends on you. Lily picked up the telephone bug with a puzzled expression. Ji Yuan, is this General Paulicelino's number? But this doesn't make sense. We're in the new world, and even he can't arrive from headquarters in such a short time. Don't think too negatively. It's too late. You need to hide quickly. Remember what I said. This is our only hope. With a clang, Ji Yuan drew her sword, Chia, and dashed out of the alley without looking back. Before Lily could speak, a massive slash swept into the alley, and the buildings along the way were sliced apart like tofu. Ji Yuan dodged and countered with Chia, sending a pink slash towards the attacker, then fled in the opposite direction without looking back. Finally found you. The attacker shattered Ji Yuan's flying slash with a single sword strike and looked thoughtfully at the fleeing Ji Yuan. If he remembered correctly, there should have been 2 people here. Never mind, she was likely the main target. The other one's presence was weak and not a swordsman. The clues should be with this Navy beauty swordsman. After a brief thought, he chased after Ji Yuan. Meanwhile, Lily sighed in relief. The feeling of being pursued had been excruciating. After collecting herself, she continued running towards the beach. She couldn't waste the opportunity Ji Yuan had created with her life. Telephone bug, it's all up to you. I hope you won't let me down. Naval lady, please stop. As a righteous Navy, killing and robbing is against justice. Please return my belongings. Ji Yuan moved swiftly, her 6 styles honed to perfection after years of training, making it impossible for ordinary people to catch her movements. However, the swordsman pursuing her was clearly not ordinary. Ji Yuan not only failed to shake him off, but he was also getting closer. Even if she hid in a crowd, he could still find her accurately. With a swish, a blade of sword energy shot out, striking right in front of Ji Yuan. She hesitated for a moment, then jumped to evade it, only to find him right in front of her. Let us not discuss whether the items are yours. Since you know I'm Navy, you should understand that as a Navy, I cannot kill and rob. I'll say it again. I didn't take anything. I just happened to be at the scene, and I didn't kill that merchant. Besides, your transaction never took place, so the items aren't yours. Even the Whitebeard pirates cannot forcefully take what isn't theirs. Chasing me is of no use. It will only allow the real culprit to escape. Perhaps exhausting your energy on me is exactly his intention. The 2 paused for a moment before several powerful presences appeared on the scene, all swordsmen, and each one was a swordmaster. Additionally, many swordsmen were observing from the shadows. Miss Swordsman, we are all swordsmen. You should be well aware of the value of a great sword. Not to mention, Schemeand is one of the best among them. We have no grievances with each other, and our only purpose for gathering here is this. As a swordsman, I don't believe you lack interest in Schemeand. Moreover, you just happen to be at the crime scene. If you say Schemeand isn't with you, who would believe that? We don't want to bear the name of killing Navy officers while at sea. We are swordsmen, not pirates. So I hope you will consider turning over Schemeand. It's not something you can handle alone. A small bearded swordsman stepped out from behind a building where Ji Yuan was. From his aura, he was not weaker than the one chasing her. Ryan, do you also want to interfere with our Whitebeard pirates' affairs? This is not something you can handle. Vista, stop waving the flag. Whitebeard's strength is indeed formidable, but I am not to be trifled with. Just the name of Whitebeard won't scare me. To think you can take Schemeand just because of Whitebeard's name is a dream. Ask the swordsmen present if they would agree. Ryan sneered. What does it matter if it's the Whitebeard pirates? It's not like Whitebeard himself is here. If his name were that useful, the new world would have already been unified by him. Ryan wasn't wrong. Unless Whitebeard himself showed up today, anyone who wanted to take Schemeand would have to ask the sword in his hand. Moreover, this Navy lady was right. The merchant was dead, and the transaction was naturally void, making Schemeand a masterless object. So don't threaten us with the name of the Whitebeard pirates. This is just your personal issue. Vista, don't overestimate yourself. Ryan, York, are you two looking for death? I'll fulfill your wish today. The belongings of the Whitebeard pirates are not something you lowly scum can covet. Vista was already irritated. Not only had the Schemeand he was about to obtain flown away, But now he was also being squeezed by the two, so he immediately drew his sword and charged at them. The two wouldn't back down. Instead, they felt a surge of anger at being underestimated. Vista thought he could take on two by himself. He clearly didn't regard them as threats. They were all sword masters, so why should he be so arrogant? Was it because of the courage Whitebeard gave him? With different thoughts, none of them retreated, and the three strongest sword masters in the New World immediately clashed together, leaving Ji Yuan, who should have been the center of attention, in disarray in the wind. Colonel Sis, who do you think will win today? Since a month ago, when Dongfang Qingcang and Eagle Eye confirmed their swordsmanship, as long as Dongfang Qingcang wasn't on an external mission, they would practice their sword skills on this deserted island. Whenever they started sparring, Navy officers on leave in the branch would come to watch, and Colonel Sis hadn't missed a single one. He had even advanced his vacation for next year. I have no idea. Although my observations over the past month have been immensely beneficial, I am still far from the level of Admiral Enel. However, Admiral Enel probably has a better chance of winning. From the win rate, it seems that Admiral Enel has the advantage. Their current win rate is about 60 to 40. Colonel Sis pondered and gave his judgment. The other soldiers felt pride at his words. Even if they were both great swordsmen, what did it matter? Admiral Enel was still superior. On the beach, Dongfang Qingcang and Eagle Eye clashed again. Over the past month, the two had plowed through the entire island dozens of times. If it weren't for their conscious control, the island would have collapsed long ago. With two cracking sounds, Eagle Eye's long sword shattered into countless fragments, scattering in all directions. Today you win. Eagle Eye suddenly spoke after glancing at the relatively intact, long sword in Dongfang Qingcang's hand. Ever since Dongfang Qingcang refused to spar with his own sword a month ago, Eagle Eye directly discarded his own sword, as he could not allow such an unfair duel. Since then, the two had been sparring with the Navy's standard long swords, and the daily victories naturally depended on whose sword would shatter first. At first, this restricted combat made Eagle Eye very uncomfortable. However, in order to make Dongfang Qingcang change his mind and agree to a duel with their own swords, he endured the discomfort. Gradually, he became accustomed to it and even gained some special insights, developing a more detailed understanding of the long sword in his hand. Each battle with Dongfang Qingcang allowed him to have a deeper experience. Since I won, the food today is up to you. Dongfang Qingcang would never let Eagle Eye take advantage of him. Eagle Eye's expenses over the past month were not small. To avoid being seen as a freeloader, Eagle Eye took the initiative to be responsible for supplying meat for the base, providing an excess of marine life every day. After all, the 119th Division was located near the doldrums, where marine life was quite easy to encounter. Of course, the current marine life supplement was of no use to Dongfang Qingcang. It could only satisfy his cravings. If he lost to Dongfang Qingcang, Eagle Eye would have to venture into the doldrums to find more delicious marine food. Some marine delicacies were truly exquisite and unforgettable. Dongfang Qingcang had to maintain his identity of not being able to go into the sea due to his devil fruit. So even if he was tempted, he could not dive into the sea alone to hunt in front of everyone at the base. Now that he had a perfect tool, not using it would be a disservice to his foodie nature. Back then, he would sneak into the doldrums alone and often got beaten up by marine life. He really missed those days. With the year-end approaching, he would soon have to leave his post, and he felt somewhat reluctant. However, he would be going to serve on the Grand Line, where he could unlock new recipes, which was also good. Admiral Enel, there's an emergency. Colonel Sis, holding a transponder snail, quickly ran towards Dongfang Qingcang, stepping lightly. Dongfang Qingcang picked up the phone. This is Enel. I am Lily. No, you are Enel. The strongest genius of the Navy? Admiral Enel. I am Colonel Ailey from the main base, belonging to the Crane warship. Brigadier General Ji Yuan risked his life to send me out to seek help. Brigadier General Ji Yuan is trapped on Domika Island by the Whitebeard pirates Bista, and there are many swordsmen on the island pursuing her. We need support. Thank you for the information, Colonel Ailey. Please pay attention to your safety. I will be there immediately. After a brief warning, Dongfang Qingcang hung up the phone with a gloomy expression. Lily looked at the transponder snail in confusion. He just hung up? Was he planning to come alone? The speed of the thunder fruit was indeed very fast. If he could cross the doldrums, he could reach quickly. But what could he do alone? There were multiple swordsmen on the island, and countless swordsmen. Did he really think he could handle it by himself? His strength was that strong? Lily was not aware of Dongfang Qingcang's strength. She only had a slight understanding from newspapers and Ji Yuan's words. So she was not very reassured. After hesitating for a while, she chose to report to a nearby Navy base. She could not put all her hopes on Dongfang Qingcang. She needed to contact Vice Admiral Crane. Myhawk, you also heard that. Please take care of the 119th Division. I need to step out for a moment. Sis, keep an eye on the division. After speaking, without waiting for the two to react, Dongfang Qing Cang disappeared from their sight. He just left like that. I haven't even agreed yet. Eagle, I was somewhat speechless. Admiral Enel, I will definitely keep an eye on the base. Sis shouted loudly towards the direction of thunder. Ryan, York, look at the good job you did, letting that Navy run away again. Are you here to cause trouble? Vista couldn't help but shout at Ji Yuan, who was continuing to run away. Vista, how can you still have the face to say that? Who was the one who struck first? If it weren't for you stopping us, we would have caught her long ago. York immediately retorted, refusing to take the blame, but this group of swordsmen was too incompetent. With so many people, they let the opponent escape. Those few swordsmen were truly useless. How dare they come to seize swords with such skill level? Ji Yuan's strength was not weak. Apart from the three of them, there were not many swordsmen on the island who dared to claim they could suppress her. Moreover, Ji Yuan's purpose was originally to create an opportunity for Lily. Now that the goal was achieved, how could she continue to stay and be besieged? At first, she was indeed flustered by the swordsmen's attacks, but soon she discovered a glimmer of hope. The swordsmen on the opposite side had varying strengths and did not know each other, making their cooperation utterly chaotic. Under her deliberate guidance a few times, several weaker swordsmen quickly fell victim to the sword energy released by other swordsmen, resulting in multiple deaths. Even a young swordsman nearly fell to a gloomy middle-aged swordsman, which made it hard not to suspect that someone was deliberately clearing out the competition. In this mindset, the swordsmen quickly fell into internal conflict. Each swordsman attacking had reserved some strength to guard against a sudden attack from others, making it even harder for the already poorly coordinated swordsman to take down Ji Yuan in a short time, which provided her with a slim chance of survival. Watching the deadly moves coming her way, Ji Yuan executed her first dance move, and the pink sword energy shot directly at the opponent's weak point, forcing the opponent to change their move to defend. Then, with a splendid turn, she unleashed several slashes, blocking the attacks from the other swordsmen behind her. Seizing the opportunity, she found a gap in the encirclement and launched a fierce counterattack. Moon white, a dazzling silver light flashed. Ji Yuan's sword directly repelled the young swordsman who intercepted her, and with all her strength, she unhesitatingly made her escape. By the time the three in the battle reacted, they could only see the swordsman in the distance chasing persistently. As for Ji Yuan, she had long since escaped their observation range. Dongfang Qing Cang streaked across the doldrums like a meteor, the thunder's roar instantly awakening countless supermarine creatures from the depths of the sea, a rare sight in the usually calm doldrums. Countless supermarine creatures poked their heads out of the deep sea, looking up at the sky. However, Dongfang Qing Cang had already vanished into the sky. Yi Yuwen, you must hold on. Dongfang Qing Cang's heart was filled with anxiety, and only at this moment did he clearly realize how important Ji Yuan was to him. At the port of an unknown island, numerous merchant ships were constantly shuttling back and forth, clearly a bustling commercial island. Suddenly, a loud thunderclap echoed in broad daylight. Before the personnel at the port could react in confusion, a figure instantly appeared at the highest point of the port, a silhouette formed from gathered thunder. Dear friends, I apologize for the interruption. Does anyone know the exact direction of Domika Island? Or does anyone have a permanent pointer to Domika Island? Whoever can provide it will receive this golden crown. Dongfang Qing Cang directly took out a golden crown inlaid with a large unknown gem, clearly worth a fortune. On a ship flying a pirate flag, a man wearing a pirate hat shouted loudly, "Kid, I've never heard of Domika Island, but I'm interested in your golden crown. Just hand it over or else." Dongfang Qing Cang didn't even lift his head and casually struck with a thunder punishment, sending the pirate, who had only gotten halfway through his words, and his ship straight to the bottom of the sea. In an instant, the entire port fell silent. The bloodthirsty pirate crew, with a bounty exceeding 500 million, was dispatched in one move, leaving those who intended to deceive Dongfang Qing Cang utterly speechless. So, who can help provide information? Dongfang Qing Cang asked again. It wasn't that no one knew, but under the watchful eyes of the crowd, they feared that having just obtained the golden crown, they would be robbed of it the next moment. Sir, I am Ilsh from the Quinn Merchant Alliance, and the people of the port can vouch for me. Although I don't have a permanent pointer to Domika Island, I know its location. I don't need your golden crown. Let's just be friends. This direction, after passing 4 islands, leads to the sea area of Domika Island. And the iconic building of Domica Island is a tall tower built of countless giant stones, which you can easily recognize at a glance. A middle-aged man walked out from a large warehouse in the port, and his appearance clearly indicated he was not an ordinary person. Dongfang Qingsong's observation haki could penetrate the surface thoughts of ordinary people. Through the thoughts of the nearby crowd, he knew the man wasn't lying. Dongfang Qingsong tossed the golden crown over. Making friends is one thing, but since I said it, then this golden crown is yours. As soon as he finished speaking, Dongfang Qingsong transformed into lightning and instantly disappeared, leaving only a faint trace of lightning heading in the direction pointed out by Ilsh. Ilsh caught the golden crown tossed by Dongfang Qingsong and glanced at the crowd in the port. No one dared to meet his gaze. It is true that wealth should not be flaunted, but it also depends on who it is, and the other party was not someone they could easily provoke, especially on this island. Ilsh weighed the golden crown in his hand. It was indeed worth a lot. However, he felt a bit regretful, as he realized who the visitor was, the user of the Thunder Fruit, the Navy's strongest genius. A merchant capable of establishing a foothold in the New World is no fool. Both vision and strength are indispensable. He originally wanted to take this opportunity to get to know the future high-ranking officials of the Navy. Although the other party did not refuse his offer of friendship, the Golden Crown had already canceled out all obligations, indicating this was merely a transaction. However, it could be considered as having made a connection just by using words. Not only did he receive a valuable golden crown for free, but he also became somewhat familiar in front of the other party. Today was indeed his lucky day. Today was indeed a lucky day for Ilsh. However, for Ji Yuan, it was definitely a day of disaster. After barely escaping the pursuit of all the swordsmen, she unexpectedly fell victim to a plot, exposing her location once again. If she caught the person who had plotted against her, she would make sure they understood just how terrifying a woman's wrath could be. Ji Yuan watched the chaos caused by the massive explosion, hurriedly concealing her figure and disguising herself as a civilian, then quickly blending into the crowd to distance herself from the scene. But could she really escape so smoothly? Despite Ji Yuan being very cautious, even refraining from using her observation haki, it was futile. Such a massive explosion had already drawn the attention of all the swordsmen. In just a moment, many swordsmen came to investigate the cause. And just as Ji Yuan was about to escape the explosion zone, she caught a glimpse out of the corner of her eye. She saw Bista rushing over, and just as she thought of changing direction, she spotted Ryan and York slowly approaching from both sides. It was clear she had been discovered. Miss Swordsman, this is the third time already. If you don't hand over Jambira, don't blame me for being rude. Bista was losing patience. He had spent so much time for Jambira, yet he hadn't even seen a shadow of it. Today, he was determined to see Jambira, no matter what. I've said it many times, I don't have Jambira. Ji Yuan helplessly replied again. Bista, if you don't make a move, then let me go first. I don't believe that once I capture her, she will still be so stubborn. York clearly didn't believe her either. As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his hand and unleashed a slash, completely disregarding the innocent bystanders near Ji Yuan. Seeing this, Ji Yuan dared not dodge and could only raise her sword to meet the attack, while also urging the nearby civilians to escape quickly. The two immediately began fighting in the center of the long street. Ji Yuan's strength was already slightly inferior to York's, and with the injury she had sustained during her escape over the past 2 days, coupled with the need to guard against the swordsmen nearby, she quickly fell into a disadvantage. The battle lasted no more than 15 minutes before Ji Yuan was sent flying by York's sword, crashing directly into a shop beside the street. York followed up with several flying slashes, directly smashing into the shop, with a series of booming sounds. The entire building was cut to pieces and collapsed by York's slashes, burying Ji Yuan directly beneath the rubble. York, are you crazy? If she dies at your hands, who will give me Jambira? Ryan rushed forward to stop York, who was eager to continue his attacks. This guy was reckless when he started fighting. If he had known, he would have made a move himself. This beautiful swordswoman Wu Ti be directly killed. Would she? Ji Yuan pushed aside the debris that had fallen on her, wiping the blood from the corner of her mouth. Fortunately, she had reacted quickly and had not been cut by York's slashes, but the collapsing building had still injured her badly. Ji Yuan struggled to stand up. Her injuries had not healed, and now, facing a strong opponent, it was indeed too much for her. But there was no choice. Clearly, the three would not let her escape this time. A situation like the last time, where infighting occurred, could not happen again. The opponent was not foolish. Enel, it seems my journey is coming to an end. We may have to bid farewell forever. and I regret not expressing my feelings to you. However, even if she were to die in battle, she would not let them have it easy. As long as she had a shred of strength left, this was the pride of a swordsman. As a swordswoman, she would fight with her sword until the very last moment. Chia, this is our final battle. First dance, a crescent-shaped slash directly cut through the rubble, raising a cloud of dust. Before the dust settled, Ji Yuan shot out from the debris like a sharp sword, targeting the swordsman York, who was being blocked by Ryan. Seeing the crescent-shaped slash, York sneered and slightly leaned to the side to dodge it, then raised his hand to slash at the incoming Ji Yuan. Second dance. Chia transformed into countless sharp blades that stabbed at York from all directions. This move not only negated York's slash, but also forced him to continue wielding his sword to block the rain of swords. Round dance. Ji Yuan appeared before York as if teleporting, and then the Chia in her hand traced a massive arc in the air like a windmill. York's eyes narrowed. He could no longer care about the rain of swords. Armament haki enveloped his entire body, allowing the sword energy raining down on him to strike him. And then he planted his feet on the ground to block Ji Yuan's round dance with his sword. With a clang, sparks flew, and York, who had not anticipated this move, was directly pushed back by Ji Yuan's full-force strike, his feet carving two deep grooves in the ground. However, before he could catch his breath, an even faster and more powerful slash instantly shot toward him. Final dance, using the build-up from the round dance. Ji Yuan's long sword directly unleashed a sword energy like a laser, instantly piercing through the unresponsive York. With a loud bang, York was propelled deep into the street by the tremendous impact, knocking down countless buildings. How fast, how decisive. This thought flashed through the minds of all the swordsmen. Vista and Ryan were also taken aback, questioning themselves. Even if they were in York's position, they wouldn't have been able to dodge this attack. Ji Yuan's mouth once again trickled with blood. The full-force explosion came at a price. Moreover, it was the pride of a swordsman that kept Ji Yuan from collapsing despite her severely injured body. Watching Ji Yuan sway unsteadily, many onlooking swordsmen began to stir, eager to take advantage of the situation. At this moment, if anyone made a move, it would instantly lead to a chaotic battle. Even Bista and Ryan couldn't deter them. With a loud bang, a stone slab shot out from the ruins, and a nearby swordsman was caught off guard, getting smashed in the head and bleeding profusely. Then, a coughing sound came from the ruins, and as the dust settled, a blood-soaked York emerged, coughing out blood as he spoke. Cough. I didn't expect to nearly capsize in the gutter. You're not bad, woman. If you grow for another 2 years, I might not be your match. But since you've offended me, today will be your death day. She is mine, and no one is allowed to intervene, or I want to be polite. York looked grimly at the swordsman present. If he hadn't instinctively dodged, that previous strike would have pierced his heart. It had been a long time since he had felt death up close, and facing the terrifying prospect of death had driven him completely mad. He no longer cared about Bista. He just wanted to kill this woman who had nearly killed him. You still think you're a killing sword master, with your half-dead state? Why should we listen to you? A swordsman provocatively retorted, having been suppressed by York and his companions since landing on Domika Island. The swordsman present had long been dissatisfied. Seeing the injured York, he thought the opportunity had come, so he was the first to jump out. York glanced at the swordsmen present, all of whom wore expressions of agreement and murderous intent. It was clear that the severely wounded York could no longer intimidate them. York understood their intentions well. If conditions permitted, they not only wanted to eliminate him, but probably also wanted to take down Bista and Ryan together, so they would have a chance to contend for Jinbaira. A bunch of fools. Even if they were all sword masters, the gap was immense. If these guys could truly unite, even the 3 of them working together would find it hard to break through, but that was impossible. York squinted his eyes, and in the next moment, he vanished. When he reappeared, he was already behind that arrogant swordsman. The swordsman who had been boasting was now clutching his neck as he fell, having had his throat slit. The previously confident swordsman collectively gasped and stepped back. How is this possible? Is the gap this big? This was the question in all the swordsmen's minds. Although there was an element of surprise, it was enough to intimidate everyone present. Ji Yuan looked shocked at York, who had so easily killed someone. It seemed her earlier success had indeed been luck. However, that luck still fell short, as she had not succeeded. York, I can give you the person, but you must first reveal the whereabouts of Jinbaira. Ryan knew York's strength well. Although that knife strike was perilous, it hadn't struck his heart, so York still had the strength to fight. As an opponent of the same level, he understood how terrifying a swordsman pushed to the edge could be. York's past experiences were right before him. And let me interrogate her, no problem, York said cruelly. Ryan and Bista frowned, They understood York's meaning. Although they were unhappy, they did not refute him. Apart from Ji Yuan, only Bista and Ryan were worth his attention now. He had already lost hope for Jinbira, being severely injured. He no longer qualified to contend for it. Now he just wanted to humiliate the woman who had almost killed him. You heard him. If you don't want to suffer, hand over Jinbira. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. York looked coldly at Ji Yuan. There was no point in saying more. No matter how much he tried to persuade them, they wouldn't believe him. Ji Yuan adjusted her state and focused all her attention on York. I've already given you the chance. Don't blame me for being rude. Very good. This is just what I hoped for, so I can properly torment you. After all, I've already asked. It's up to you not to cooperate, and Bista and Ryan have no reason to stop me. So fast. Although Ji Yuan was already prepared, she was still shocked by York's speed. Her observation haki could only vaguely sense his movements. Clang, clang, she barely managed to block 2 strikes with her sword. But then she completely lost her sense of York, and everything had to rely on her instinctive sense of danger. After a few more exchanges, with a swish, a blood mark appeared on Ji Yuan's body, and a large amount of blood spurted from the wound. If she hadn't instinctively turned her body, she might have been sliced in half. Hee, this is just the beginning. I wonder how long you can hold on. I hope your mouth stays this tough. York grinned ominously, then raised his knife again and walked towards Ji Yuan, thoroughly enjoying this feeling. If it weren't for Bista and Ryan being present, he might have been unable to hold back from slicing Ji Yuan in half just now. Before long, Ji Yuan's wounds multiplied, and blood stained her clothes red. She was losing too much blood and was on the verge of collapse, ready to faint at any moment. Is the naval beauty, swordsman Ji Yuan about to meet the end of her life? Bista and Ryan, after so much time, you should have realized that either this navy is truly tough and can't be interrogated, or what she said before was the truth. And she really might not know where Jinbira is. I think she is at her limit now. If you want her, take her. If not, I'm ready to kill her with one blow. York said cruelly, looking at Ji Yuan, who was about to lose consciousness. His anger had been mostly vented. Even if he stopped attacking, Ji Yuan wouldn't hold on much longer. The only thing keeping her standing was her strong will. The two did not respond and turned to leave, their meaning clear. Watching York raise his knife again, the other swordsmen also turned to leave. There was no reason to linger here. If they wanted Jinbira, they would have to find it themselves slowly. After all, the island was sealed off, and no one could take Jinbira under the watchful eyes of everyone. Remember, in your next life, never offend someone you can't afford to. Blood kill slash. York waved his hand, and a blood-red slash shot out, about to slice Ji Yuan in half. Perhaps the terrifying aura of death was too overwhelming, and Ji Yuan, in a daze, suddenly awakened. Looking at the imminent slash, despite Ji Yuan's frantic desire to raise her sword to meet it, she found herself unable to move. Her body could no longer bear it. Suddenly, a familiar white cloak fluttered before Ji Yuan's eyes, with the word justice boldly written on it. A tall figure stood in front of Ji Yuan, and the blood-red slash struck the figure's body, which stood like a towering mountain, leaving Ji Yuan unharmed. Yi Yuan? I'm late. Hearing the familiar voice, Ji Yuan instinctively tried to look up, but everything before her was a blur, and she fainted directly. Returning, Dongfang Qingsong unleashed a burst of green light. Her injuries were too severe, and the effect of the return was not very noticeable. Dongfang Qingsong flipped his palm, and a golden vial appeared in his hand. Dongfang Qingsong took a sip, then directly pried open Ji Yuan's lips and kissed her. The effect of the stone marrow was significant, and a large amount of vitality was infused into her, quickly halting the deterioration of Ji Yuan's injuries. But she still needed treatment. Binding path number 73, toppling mountain crystal. A blue inverted triangular cone-shaped defense array was summoned out of thin air, directly enveloping Ji Yuan and Dongfang Qingsong. Then, a flash of lightning appeared, and another Dongfang Qingsong emerged from the crystal within the inverted mountain. This was a lightning clone, created by Dongfang Qingsong based on Doflamingo's shadow riding line and combined with Enel's Thunder Beast. It possessed 60 of the main body strength, just enough to watch over Ji Yuan and continue providing healing through the return path. Although this series of operations seemed to require considerable effort, Dongfang Qingsong completed all of it in an instant. Where do you think you're going? Shouldn't you settle the score? A powerful aura surged from Dongfang Qingsong, enveloping the entire island under his conqueror's haki. Instantly, the personnel on the island collapsed like wheat, with the swordsman at the forefront turning pale with fear. The slightly weaker swordsman fainted upon arrival, while those who barely held on struggled. This aura struck their souls as if it were a tangible force. Ryan's expression changed drastically. No one with Conqueror's Haki in a new world was easy to provoke. But how could the Navy have a strong wielder of Conqueror's Haki? This was a joke. This Conqueror's Haki was so powerful and somewhat different from the normal one. Its intensity was overwhelming, capable of affecting matter itself, something even his father couldn't do. Bista's expression fluctuated. This was troublesome. Lightning escape. Centered around Dongfang Qing. The leaping thunder moved swiftly like a spirit snake, directly striking those swordsmen who were stunned by the Conqueror's Haki. In the next moment, the high-voltage current turned them all into charred remains. Some of the more resolute swordsmen quickly jumped into the air to evade. However, what awaited them was a rain of Chidori Senbons. Chidori Senbons didn't need to hit vital points. As long as they were struck by even one, the current on the ground would launch like a cruise missile, electrocuting the airborne swordsmen thoroughly. It was terrifying. This was the shared sentiment of the surviving swordsmen. Right from the start, the battlefield was cleared, reducing nearly 50 swordsmen to less than 10, all killed instantly. It was too horrifying. The death toll included many swordsmen. It was no longer a matter of seizing the Kinaro. It was a question of survival. As they watched Dongfang Qing continue to approach, Bista spoke solemnly. Navy, you've saved some people, and you've killed so many swordsmen in your rage. What else do you want? Do you want to bring everyone down with you? Bista didn't want to fight Dongfang Qing. He recalled who the Navy was facing, the owner of the Thunder Fruit, a wielder of Conqueror's Haki, and rumored to be a great swordsman, the Navy's strongest genius, Enel. Bista, who was stuck at the peak of the swordsman realm, had always thought this was just a Navy exaggeration until he saw the report of Dongfang Qing battling Kaido. Only then did he believe that the opponent could very well be a great swordsman, someone capable of holding their own against a monster like Kaido. Their strength was undoubtedly formidable. The speed of the Thunder Fruit was incredibly fast, comparable to that of Borisolino, both being speed-type fighters. Whether or not he could defeat Dongfang Qing was another matter. With such speed, no one could stop him if he wanted to leave. Bista had no interest in such a meaningless battle, so he didn't want to get entangled with Dongfang Qing. Dongfang Qing ignored Bista and looked at York. You're quite arrogant. Who gave you the courage to openly kill a Navy officer? Do you think you are someone who cannot be provoked? Are you a celestial dragon, perhaps? In these seas, there is no one the Navy cannot provoke, not even Whitebeard, who claims to be the strongest in the world. Bista's face twitched. Although what the opponent said was true, it still fell off. Damn Navy, I hope you're just as tough in front of my father. What do you want? York's face was as dark as a pot bottom. Wasn't that just a glitch? Was it really necessary to dig deeper? He opened his mouth to retort, but just as he said 2 words, he was interrupted by Dongfang Qing. That last slash was yours, right? Is it your strength that gives you confidence? Is this the swordsman power you take pride in? Just a scratch. If I hadn't taken a serious look, I wouldn't have known I was slashed by a swordsman. Turns out there's such a trash swordsman who lacks the strength to cut. Did you learn your swordsmanship from your master? No wonder that slash was so soft. You still have the nerve to call yourself a swordsman. That was your hand, right? I've taken it. As soon as the words fell, York immediately sensed something was wrong and hurriedly tried to raise his sword for defense. But his hand showed no reaction at all. And it wasn't until the sound of clang echoed as his long sword fell to the ground that he realized what had happened. Is that my hand? York was bewildered. His right hand was already severed. The entire arm up to the shoulder had been sliced off. Yet, not a drop of blood flowed out. He turned to look at Dongfang Qing behind him. There, his opponent was holding a long sword made of thunder, with arcs of electricity flowing and jumping, emanating scorching heat. This was also the reason he hadn't bled, because his wound had been cauterized at the moment of contact. It was only then that the intense pain surged from his shoulder. York gasped heavily, his whole body trembling violently, and the wound previously pierced by Jiuan began to bleed again. This was not just physical pain, but a blow to his mental will. His sword path had been completely shattered. He was not a dual-wielding swordsman. Navy, killing is just a matter of hitting the head. Is it interesting to destroy his will like this? Ryan couldn't bear to watch. As a fellow swordsman, he empathized with him. If it were him, he probably wouldn't be able to withstand such a blow. The other swordsmen also felt a chill. Having practiced swords for a lifetime, only to be rendered useless was more painful than death. Don't worry, your turn is coming, Dongfang Qing said casually. Once Jiuan wakes up, he will naturally send him on his way. Wasn't he so arrogant? A waste who bullies the weak dares to claim he cannot be provoked. Let him see what happens when he offends him. What do you mean? We haven't attacked that Navy. One swordsman couldn't hold back any longer. After finally breaking through to being a swordsman, he didn't want to die here for no reason. Whether you attacked or not, I don't know. But you are certainly complicit in spreading the news and searching for you. You can't blame me for that. A bolt of electricity flashed, and the swordsman who spoke was instantly decapitated by Dongfang Qingcang. The lightning sword sliced through the opponent's long sword as if cutting tofu, even with haki covering it. It was the same. This was a suppression at the level of power, haki, and swordsmanship. One sword for each swordsman. Vista, Ryan, how long are you two going to watch? Do you think he'll let you go? If we don't join forces to defeat this Navy monster now, none of US will get away. Join forces? In the face of Dongfang Qingcang's speed, joining forces is meaningless. In the next moment, Dongfang Qingcang disappeared again, and everyone's pupils contracted as they scattered. The so-called alliance was a joke. A high-attack, agile swordsman was not a target for a beating. 1, 2, 3. With each disappearance of Dongfang Qingcang, a swordsman fell. In just a moment, only Bista and Ryan were left on the battlefield. Watching Dongfang Qingcang's rampant slaughter, their faces turned pale. It wasn't that they didn't want to join forces, but their speed simply couldn't keep up. When capturing Dongfang Qingcang, it often coincides with the moment when the swordsman meets his demise. They have no way out. Sorry to keep you two waiting. It's your turn now. I'll send you both on your way together. You'll have company on the road to the underworld. With a ding, sparks flew as Dongfang Qingcang's thunder sword was directly blocked by Ryan. Don't be too arrogant, Navy. Although he couldn't keep up with Dongfang Qingcang's speed, it didn't mean he lacked the ability to fight back. At the pinnacle of swordsman, his dominance and swordsmanship were unmatched by those lesser swordsmen. If York hadn't been severely injured, how could he have easily had his arms severed? Seeing Dongfang Qingcang being blocked, Vista moved as well, launching a slash directly at Dongfang Qingcang, shooting towards him like a cannonball. From the previous battle, along with the fight between Dad and Borisellino, it was clear that the best way to deal with such speed-type powerhouses was to engage in close combat. No matter how fast the opponent was, they couldn't surpass the human nervous system's reaction. Only by relying on pure combat intuition could one suppress the opponent's speed. After all, each strike and change of attack required the opponent to process it mentally, unless Dongfang Qingcang was also attacking purely by instinct. If it came down to pure combat intuition, Vista was certainly not at a disadvantage. He didn't believe the opponent's combat experience could surpass his own. Remember, before joining the Whitebeard Pirates, he had fought his way into the New World step by step based on his own strength. The level of the New World was not something the Four Seas could compare to. Dongfang Qingcang sidestepped the slash and kicked at Ryan. Their armed, color hockey-clad legs collided with a sound of metal clashing, and with his superior physique and advanced armed color hockey, Ryan was kicked away by Dongfang Qingcang after a brief stalemate. Vista's attack was also closing in. Rose Dance. A dense rain of flowers seemed to envelop Dongfang Qingcang. Who would have thought such a tall and strong man had a love for flowers? One sword style, Rising Dragon. The Thunder Sword released a spiral sword energy from below, shattering Bista's flower rain, while also blocking Bista's dual swords aimed at him. As the blades clashed, Ryan, who had been kicked away by Dongfang Qingcang, steadied himself and began his attack. He shot towards Dongfang Qingcang like an arrow, his long knife aimed at Dongfang Qingcang's neck. Seeing Dongfang Qingcang use the same trick again, Vista sidestepped his heavy kick, then unleashed his dual swords like a torrential storm to suppress Dongfang Qingcang, not allowing him a moment's respite. Earlier, Dongfang Qingcang had dared to take York's slash head-on because York's strength had significantly declined. So, with Dongfang Qingcang's physique and advanced armed color, he dared to accept it. However, facing a fully powered peak swordsman, he wouldn't dare to be so arrogant. His physique wasn't at Kaido's level. With a fatal strike almost within reach, Dongfang Qingcang clenched his other hand, and a new thunder sword appeared in his grasp. He raised his hand and directly blocked the strike. Good. Now it's time to witness a miracle. Strong magnetic thunder serpent. The two thunder swords transformed into two thunder serpents, quickly wrapping around the weapons of both men, and then began to discharge electricity. Bista and Ryan, sensing the danger, quickly gathered their armed color for defense while trying to retreat to free their weapons from the serpent's grasp. However, a powerful pulling force emanated from the serpents, clearly making it difficult to escape. At this moment, an intense sense of crisis struck, and the two men glanced with their peripheral vision, only to see two flying swords shooting towards them with the force of thunder. Electromagnetic flying swords, while using thunder release to walk on the ground. Dongfang Qingcang not only electrified the swordsmen, but also magnetized their weapons. Taking advantage of the two being restrained, Dongfang Qingcang immediately shot out the flying swords using an electromagnetic cannon. This was his ultimate move. Seeing the flying swords sparking and streaking through the air, the two men unhesitatingly abandoned their swords and dodged this lethal strike. Dongfang Qingcang was taken aback. Wasn't it said that if the sword was there, the person would be there? If the sword is gone, the person is gone? Are the swordsmen of the New World so lacking in principles? They were completely different from the swordsmen of the Northwest Seas. This left Dongfang Qingcang's actions in vain. Empirical experience had led him astray. Bista and Ryan were not those traditional swordsmen. When it came to dire situations, they wouldn't cling to boring principles. Those who had crawled and fought their way through the New World understood the need for adaptability. Only those with exceptional strength could survive without it. Otherwise, they would have been devoured until nothing remained. After dodging the electromagnetic flying swords, the two quickly moved, seizing the opportunity while Dongfang Qingcang was stunned. They rushed to the nearby charred corpses and each picked up a weapon. A swordsman must have a sword. If Dongfang Qingcang had taken the opportunity to sneak attack just now, the two would have been in deep trouble. A swordsman without a sword would at least lose 2 or 3 tiers of strength. Although they didn't have their own weapons readily available, they could make do. Having a sword in hand kept their hearts steady. Since you don't want them, then these 3 weapons belong to me. Dongfang Qingcang picked up Ryan's long sword and immediately infused it with thunder. He felt no pain using someone else's weapon. He would use as much power as it had. As for Bista's dual swords, he temporarily put them away. He wasn't used to using Western swords. Damn it, this is just shameless. He cursed inwardly as the two launched their attacks again. Seeing the two desperately try and close in, Dongfang Qingcang scoffed disdainfully. If it were Whitebeard, he would indeed be in trouble if they got close. But with just the two of you, you're not enough. Ryan's weapon was good, comparable to a large knife. It was time for you to experience the sharpness of a great swordsman. One sword style, Sanglong obliteration. Watching Dongfang Qingcang swing his weapon, the two felt as if they were being watched by a world-destroying azure dragon. Unlike the violent and overwhelming domineering aura, this was an extremely sharp sword intent. This was the ultimate sword intent of a great swordsman that they had longed for but could not attain. And even York, who had momentarily fallen into a stupor, was awakened by this sword intent. He looked at Dongfang Qingcang with a complex expression, and no one knew his inner thoughts. Rose Strangle. Fiery Hell. The two unleashed their full power to meet the attack. In this moment, there were no so-called grudges, only the ultimate clash of swordsmanship. They unleashed 120 of their strength. Azure Dragon rose flames. The 3 sword intents clashed violently in the sky, and the weapons of the 3 on the ground also collided fiercely. Accompanied by the sound of cracking, the weapons in Bista and Ryan's hand shattered, and the Azure Dragon surged through the sea of roses and flames, sending the 2 men flying backward, blood staining the sky. With this strike, Dongfang Qingcang achieved complete victory, with several loud booms. The two completed a demolition job on the street. This is impossible. Bista, slumped amidst the ruins, shouted in frustration. Ryan also felt a pang of distress, not expecting that even their combined efforts couldn't withstand a casual strike from the opponent. Was the great swordsman truly that terrifying? There's nothing impossible. In terms of realm, I am the great swordsman. In terms of physique, can you withstand the strike of that arrogant swordsman? Your swordsmanship and strength are far inferior to mine, and even your weapons are vastly lacking. What gives you the right to compare with me? Is it because of your stout build and loud voice? Dongfang Qingcang slowly walked over, facing the 2 swordsmen who were completely suppressed by him, with strength inferior to his own. He felt that there was nothing impossible about it. He was also using his ultimate move, and having such an effect was normal. Well, you should be on your way now. There's a companion on the road to the underworld. As for that arrogant guy behind, he will soon join you as well. Looking at the 2 severely injured individuals, Dongfang Qingcang felt a wave of boredom. Indeed, a swordsman without a weapon should meet their end. Wait, do you know who I am? There is great terror beneath death. And Bista couldn't care less about his disappointment. He hadn't become a great swordsman yet. And he didn't want to die. Are you still a celestial dragon? Dongfang Qingcang certainly knew who was in front of him. The future unparalleled master who would be said to be able to fight against Mihawk. Regardless of how strong he might be in the future, right now, in terms of swordsmanship, he was already a realm behind Mihawk. As for Mihawk's physique and the limits of his haki, Dongfang Qingsong had never truly experienced it. So he couldn't make a judgment. After all, their exchanges were purely in the realm of swordsmanship. Bista was choked by Dongfang Qingsong's words, almost bursting with internal injuries. How could I possibly be the kind of world-class pig? Only you Navy can worship such a pig's filthy feet. I am the flower sword Bista of the Whitebeard Pirates. Are you Navy trying to start a war with Pops? Ryan looked at Bista with envy. He used to think that the people of the Whitebeard Pirates had some issues with their heads. Even if he wanted to find a backer, there was no need to recognize a father. How foolish would it be to find a living father over his head? Now he had to admit that Whitebeard was indeed very appealing. Seeing Bista's smooth speech, it was likely he had used this tactic many times. If possible, he also wanted to recognize a father who could protect him, unlike now when he could only pray for a miracle. It was truly unfortunate. He had only passed by to see if there was an opportunity to seize a sword, yet he encountered a Navy monster. What a stroke of bad luck. What does it matter if it's Whitebeard? Is the identity of the Whitebeard Pirates a golden ticket to avoid death? Don't think about it. Whitebeard doesn't work with me. Just a mere pirate. I am the Navy. I can't bear the stigma of fearing Whitebeard. I can't afford to lose that face. Isn't your pirate rule that the loser loses everything? Just accept your fate. He indeed couldn't defeat Whitebeard. But Dongfang Qingsong was not afraid of Whitebeard. He was a Navy with strength and background. Want to threaten him? Not happening. Bista's heart sank. The name of Pops didn't work every time. This was going to be troublesome. It seemed the opponent was the kind of radical Navy like Akainu. Was he really going to die here? He was unwilling. He hadn't fulfilled his ambitions. He hadn't become a great swordsman yet. In contrast to the gloomy Bista, Ryan appeared much calmer. Perhaps he knew his fate, or maybe he still had someone to back him up. In any case, the envious expression from earlier had vanished. Commander, wait a moment. I have a call for you. Lily was running wildly, calling out to Dongfang Qingsong from a distance, fearing that he would casually wave his hand and directly kill Bista. Dongfang Qingsong frowned at her. Was she the one who brought the message? Didn't she say to hide? What was she doing out here now? Commander, I am Colonel Ailey from headquarters. We spoke on the phone. I'm the one who brought you the news. Do you remember? Lily looked at the frowning Dongfang Qingsong, feeling a wave of fear, worried that she might disrupt his plans and make him angry. She couldn't withstand a casual strike from Dongfang Qingsong. As an onlooker, she was very clear about how terrifying he was. He was a true monster. It's Colonel Ailey. Thank you so much. If it weren't for your timely information, Ji Yuan would have been in grave danger. I am truly grateful. If you need my help in the future, feel free to ask. I will definitely do my best. I wonder why you specially came back. Who is looking for me now? Dongfang Qingsong smiled at Lily while casually swinging his sword twice, making a sizzle sound, directly putting the severely injured two on the brink of death. He had a premonition that he might have to slap some faces soon. But in front of Ji Yuan's benefactor, Dongfang Qingsong still wanted to give some face and couldn't just kill them directly. Otherwise, it would be a slap to Lily's face. Lily was startled and quickly spoke up. Commander, did you kill them? I know you're very angry. And I'm angry too, but you really can't kill them. This is what Vice Admiral Crane specifically instructed. Dongfang Qingsong looked indifferent and said, No. They're still alive. Look at them. Still full of life, able to spit blood and breathe heavily. That indicates the problem isn't too serious. I was just afraid they would run away. So, just in case, did Sister Crane have any further instructions? Only Bista and Ryan were busy coughing up blood and didn't have time to speak. Otherwise, they would really want to curse. What the hell do you mean by full of life? They can only spit blood and breathe heavily. Lily looked awkwardly at Dongfang Qingsong, who was talking nonsense, realizing that strength speaks louder than words, making it hard to refute. However, they were indeed still alive. Anyway, her task was accomplished. What happened next was none of her business. Lily could only silently comfort herself. Thinking of this, Lily took out a phone bug from her pocket and handed it to Dongfang Qingsong. This is Vice Admiral Crane's phone. She instructed me to give it to you. Looking at the fragrant phone bug, Dongfang Qingsong barely suppressed his resentment. Ji Yuan's close friend was quite ambitious, truly remarkable. Sister Crane, it's me, Enel. How is Ji Yuan doing? Given your attitude, it seems there's no problem, right? Lily saw that you treated her. I didn't expect you to have such abilities. Just like your strange aura. Is it also your special talent? Almost. Fortunately, Colonel Ailey notified me in time. Otherwise, Ji Yuan would have really been in danger. Currently, it's stable. Sister Crane, you can rest assured to let those two wander around the new world. This place full of monsters is too dangerous. If it weren't for being close to the comm belt, not too far from my base, I really can't imagine what the result would be. Dongfang Qingsong didn't answer directly and complain a bit. Let them guess. Anyway, he had cooperated with the inspection, and even Vegapunk said Dongfang Qingsong, was just an ordinary human, not a special race. The world government and the Navy as higher-ups could only regard those strange skills as special talents. After all, they had no other way. Ji Yuan's strength was already quite strong, not much inferior to an average vice admiral. Every fledgling has its day to soar. Nominally, Ji Yuan no longer belongs to my fleet. As a rear admiral, what she needs now is the qualification to guard a territory, not to run around with me. The fleet admiral has already reassigned her. This time was her vacation before taking office. I didn't expect her to encounter such an incident. However, it's not all bad. At least she got a final lesson. In the future, she will have to stand on her own. Aren't you going back to headquarters to be promoted soon? When your term is up, Ji Yuan will also be about ready to take your place. She has already applied to Sengoku. If nothing goes wrong, the next base commander of the North Sea Branch 119 will be her. Are you satisfied now? The rank has already reached the upper echelons of the Navy, and one cannot merely capture pirates to accumulate military achievements. One must also guard a region and cultivate leadership. This is also an important assessment for promotion, and Dongfang Qingsong understands this process very well. Satisfied, of course, he was satisfied. After all, that was one of his own strongholds, and having Ji Yuan to take care of it was the best scenario. After that, the two discussed the issue of Bista. Admiral, he was considering the stability of the new world. What the Navy and the world government needed right now was stability. The era of great voyages triggered by Pirate King Roger caught both the world government and the Navy off guard, and after years of effort, the order that the Navy had painstakingly maintained could not be broken again. The call of the world's strongest man would not be much weaker than the title of Pirate King, and the balance could not be easily disrupted. In short, the current Navy really did not have the energy to deal with the Whitebeard pirates. Everything could wait until Marshal Kong and Sengoku were both promoted. In the end, Dongfang Qingsong reluctantly agreed. After all, he was still clear about the situation in the Navy, and Admiral, he had not deceived him. He could only give the advantage to Bista. After hanging up the phone, Dongfang Qingsong walked expressionlessly toward the two who were slumped in the ruins. Bista, congratulations. You have saved your life. Impel Down will be your future home. Ryan looked at Bista with a complicated expression. They had agreed to set off together, but he had revived halfway, making Ryan feel that only he was unlucky. Bista struggled to get up. He did not understand why the other party suddenly wanted to let him go, nor did he know what was said on the phone that made this mad dog stop. But he was very clear that the other party sparing his life was definitely not to let him retire and impel down. It must be to threaten his father. He was very unwilling. He did not want to drag the Whitebeard pirates down. Seeing Bista, who was determined to die, Dongfang Qingsong directly threw out several Simbon to hit his acupoints, instantly knocking Bista unconscious. Saving a life and letting him retire and impel down was already a stroke of luck. No matter how the world government negotiated with Whitebeard for benefits afterward, he would not care. Letting him go was absolutely impossible. Ignoring the unconscious Bista, Dongfang Qingsong smiled kindly at Ryan. You're also a member of the Whitebeard pirates. Are you? Looking at the gleaming sword light in Dongfang Qingsong's hand, Ryan could only mutter, I say I am. Can you believe it? Better to live than to die. Although Impel Down was not a good place, at least he could still live, and maybe there would be a chance to escape. He did not want to die young. This guy was quite good at climbing up the snake's back, actually shamelessly trying to get out of it. Dongfang Qingsong had a black line on his face. Seeing Dongfang Qingsong about to take action, Ryan quickly spoke up. Look, I'm not a member of the Whitebeard pirates. I'm not even a pirate. I just happened to pass by to take a look. I didn't lay a hand on that Navy lady, and if it weren't for my entanglement with York, that Navy lady would have been captured by Bista long ago. I'm just an innocent bystander. How could the righteous Navy attack innocent civilians? That's against the law. I request a complaint. Just passing by. Who would believe that? Seemingly seeing Dongfang Qingsong's doubts, Ryan added softly, I do have a bit of an idea about Jinbira, but that is not a crime. When I arrived, the seller had already been killed, and Jinbira's whereabouts were unknown. It was an ownerless item. As a swordsman, it's normal to admire the great knife Jinbira. I'm really a good person. I never thought about attacking the Navy. This seems somewhat reasonable. But who knows if what he said was true? Dongfang Qingsong looked at Ailey, who had more authority to speak on the matter. Admiral Enel. Before separating from Ji Yuan, I indeed did not see Ryan appear in the pursuit team. But after separating, I don't know. However, I think what he said makes a lot of sense. His reputation is quite good. He's a famous chivalrous swordsman in the New World, so he shouldn't have deceived us. But let us wait until Ji Yuan wakes up to confirm. If we mistakenly kill a good person, it might not be good for your reputation in the future. Lily didn't finish her sentence. Some things were hard to say in person. If they really killed a well-known chivalrous swordsman in the New World, it would probably make the Navy, which was already not well regarded in the New World, even more infamous, which was indeed not a wise move. Dongfang Qingcang felt a bit awkward. Could it be that he would affect innocent bystanders? After flying all the way from the North Sea with sparks and lightning, he had already pent up a belly full of anger. Although he managed to save Ji Yuan in time, his anger had not diminished at all. Seeing the swordsman present, he naturally made a move, but he didn't expect to injure the wrong person. This guy's strength wasn't much. Yet he dared to play the game of blind hero in the New World. It was not easy for him to survive until today. Since there was Colonel Ailey's testimony, then I will spare you this time. Everything will be discussed after Ji Yuan wakes up. If I find out you lied, it will be hard for you to even think about dying. Ryan silently nodded. After all, he was speaking the truth, and it seemed he had escaped a disaster. Next was another matter. Colonel Ailey, can you elaborate on the details regarding Jinbira? It can't be that Ji Yuan got hurt so badly, and yet didn't he even see Jinbira, right? Could it be false information? It shouldn't be false information. Ji Yuan confirmed the presence of Jinbira before following up. With Ji Yuan's knowledge, he definitely wouldn't mistake it. Lily nodded in confirmation and then detailed the encounter they had. After listening to Dongfang Qingcang, he pondered for a moment, then directly activated his observation haki to cover the entire island. And all the noisy sounds immediately surged into his heart. According to Ailey's account, when they caught up with the merchant, he had already been murdered, a sword thrust to the throat, which was a swordsman's technique. Before the two could seriously observe, the buyer Bista appeared. The three of them fought shortly after, and then other swordsmen joined in, and they took advantage of the chaos to escape. After that, the island was sealed off in less than 15 minutes. Unless one was a Logia type or someone as fast as Dongfang Qingcang, the chances of escape were slim. Therefore, the murderer should still be on the island, as flying-type devil fruits are rare, and speedsters like Dongfang Qingcang are even rarer. A person running at full speed using pure body techniques toward the island's exit would easily raise suspicion. Moving slowly, one definitely couldn't leave the island in 15 minutes. So this robbery should have been premeditated, not a spur-of-the-moment decision. Found it. Under the coverage of observation haki, Dongfang Qingcang quickly located a strangely behaving swordsman. He was running at full speed toward the port, which was absolutely abnormal. Logically speaking, even a great swordsman like Mihawk would come to witness the news of a Jinbira transaction, even if he had no intention of robbing Jinbira. But as a swordsman, one would definitely not miss the opportunity to experience a top-notch big knife. Moreover, since everyone was already on the island, just like Ryan, he was attracted here by Jinbira's reputation. Dongfang Qingcang raised his hand and fired a thunderbolt judgment, directly electrocuting York to the brink of death, then launched another Kido. Binding spell number 63. Lockchain binding. Waves of spiritual pressure surged from Dongfang Qingcang's body, forming thick, snake-like chains that directly wrapped around Ryan and the others. Looking at the three people tied up and unable to move, Dongfang Qingcang nodded in satisfaction, and then said to the two who looked confused, "I found a suspicious swordsman. You two behave yourselves. Colonel Ailey, even if the other party is a famous chivalrous swordsman, you still need to stay alert. I'm going to talk to that swordsman. If they make any moves, shout my name loudly, and I will sense it." After finishing, Dongfang Qingcang transformed into lightning and disappeared. The swordsman was almost at the port, and there was no time to delay. Ryan let out a long sigh of relief. Dongfang Qingcang's sudden action had nearly scared him to death. He thought this big shot was determined not to let him go. Glancing at the other two, he felt somewhat comforted. At least he wasn't the worst off. At the same time, he mourned for the unknown swordsman, who would likely not escape this monster's clutches. Lily looked with great interest at the three bound individuals, thinking that Ji Yuan's beloved was truly fascinating. This shouldn't be something that the Thunder Fruit could accomplish. She touched the chains, and then looked at the clone of Qingcang inside the mountain crystal behind her. The ability to create clones and heal injuries, along with that strange triangular body. Each aspect piqued her curiosity. The methods were completely beyond her imagination, and she didn't dare to ask Dongfang Qingcang directly. However, Ji Yuan had no such concerns. As a good friend, she would have to interrogate her properly when Ji Yuan woke up. Now let's rewind a bit. Hee hee. That group of muscle-bound brutes really are fools. They fell for the trap so easily. They must be so infatuated with that beautiful swordswoman that they lost their minds. The swordsman Toss walked leisurely towards the port, feeling incredibly pleased with himself, thankful that he was rational. Otherwise, that female swordsman might have disrupted his plans, but fortunately, he had deliberately arranged a grand explosive scene near her. Sure enough, those fools came as expected, so now was the best time to leave the island. With just a few lackeys at the port, they wouldn't be able to catch him. After the storm passed, he would return to retrieve his sword, and by then, he would also be a swordsman with a great sword. The Jinbaira not only could enhance his combat power, but might also elevate his swordsmanship to another level. Toss walked towards the nearby port, daydreaming about a bright future. Suddenly, a powerful aura appeared out of nowhere, shaking the stealthy Toss to his core. When he regained his senses and looked at the unconscious crowd around him, he suddenly had a bad premonition. This was Conqueror's Haki, and such a vast range of Conqueror's Haki. Damn it, it couldn't be that old ghost Whitebeard, could it? Regardless of who it was, anyone with such powerful Conqueror's Haki in the New World was definitely not a small character. He couldn't stay on this island any longer. As a swordsman who had been through many trials in the New World, Toss had keen eyesight and vigilance. He knew very well what he was capable of. Toss turned to observe his surroundings, noticing that very few people remained conscious. At this point, he couldn't care less about staying hidden. Toss hurriedly ran towards the port with all his strength. The port, which had seemed so close, suddenly felt incredibly far away. Dongfang Qing watched the swordsman running wildly and became even more certain that something was wrong. If there were no issues, why would he be running away? Dongfang Qing directly appeared and blocked Toss' path. Before the astonished Toss could react, he unleashed a series of lightning-fast strikes, successfully capturing Toss. Dongfang Qing had not wasted 2 years in Impelled Down. His interrogation methods were exceptional, earning him the title of the Lightning King of Impelled Down. He had trained his interrogation skills on many pirates. After a technical inquiry, Toss' spirit plummeted, and he became listless. Meanwhile, Dongfang Qing's observation Haki barely caught some surface thoughts from him. Indeed, he had not captured the wrong person. This guy was the mastermind behind Ji Yuan's troubles. He had somehow learned that the merchant had Jinbaira and had expressed his desire to buy it a month ago. However, the merchant had no intention of selling it to him. This was a great sword, a top-tier great sword, a rarity that could be sold at any price. How could he sell it to a swordsman who was of no use to him? Of course, the merchant wouldn't dare to say that outright. He could only tactfully indicate that it was meant to be sold to the chivalrous swordsman Vista of the Whitebeard pirates. The meaning was clear. Toss should know when to back down. Merchants in the New World were very shrewd. Selling it at a low price to Vista was the best choice and maximized profit. If it weren't for the fact that the other party would never accept a gift, he would have loved to give it to Vista directly, but even at a bargain price, he could still make a good profit. In the future, within the territory of the Whitebeard pirates, who would dare to offend him? The influence this would bring him was immense. Toss understood this clearly. He truly didn't dare to force a purchase. The deterrent power of Whitebeard in the New World was far greater than that of the Navy, but he couldn't bear to give up entirely, which led to the scene on Domica Island. The merchant had always maintained a good relationship with the Whitebeard pirates, and their territory was generally peaceful. Therefore, the merchant never expected that someone would dare to intervene, knowing it was cargo meant for the Whitebeard pirates. With Toss' strength as a swordsman, tracking the movements of an unsuspecting merchant was not a problem at all. After confirming the time and place of the transaction, he had already hidden himself on Domica Island in advance. Then, at the right moment, he stealthily released the news about Jinbaira. Intending to attract swordsmen in this sea area who had the strength to clash with Vista, Ryan and York were deliberately lured here by him. With Vista's combat power already constrained, all he needed next was a scapegoat. It was not easy to find someone who could bear such a huge burden. Someone too weak would be killed on the spot, and of no use, while someone too strong would be hard to control. Just when he was distressed, Ji Yuan, who was vacationing on Domica Island, caught his eye. She was the perfect scapegoat sent by heaven. Not only was she quite strong, but she was also a swordsman. And most importantly, she was a Navy officer, truly the ideal scapegoat. Everything went according to his plan. As the merchant landed on the island, he subtly guided Ji Yuan over. After that, he used a little trick to cause someone to bump into the merchant, and the fallen Jinbaira indeed caught Ji Yuan's attention. What followed was a logical sequence of events. He seized the opportunity to kill and loot, perfectly shifting the blame onto Ji Yuan. The entire plan was seamless. Unfortunately, it ended up being interrupted by Dongfang Qingcang. If it weren't for his exceptionally strong observation hockey, even a Marine admiral wouldn't have been able to stop him. In such a short time, no one would have noticed him. After Ji Yuan was defeated, he had long since fled, and any subsequent search would be futile. This guy had a good brain, but unfortunately, his strength was too weak. After sighing, based on the locations Toss had voluntarily disclosed, Dongfang Qingcang successfully found Jinbaira. With a casual wave, a blade of sword energy shot straight into the sky. It truly was a good sword, worthy of being a top-tier great sword. Looking at the barely conscious Toss, Dongfang Qingcang happily fulfilled his wish, casually crushing Toss, and then took Jinbaira, transforming into lightning and leaving. Dad, not good. Something big has happened. On the Moby Dick of the Whitebeard pirates, a pineapple-headed man rushed towards a huge figure. Whitebeard Edward Newgate, the strongest man in the world. Wielder of the Tremor fruit, with a bounty exceeding 5 billion berries. The strongest pirate. Marco, what is going on? You look so panicked, come. Have a drink, and tell me slowly. Whitebeard took a sip of his drink, and casually asked, in a world turned upside down. What else could matter to him besides this big family? Old man, it's not the time to drink. A little brother brought news that Vista has been captured by the Navy, and the warship is heading towards the doldrums. It looks like they are going to escort him to Impel Down. Marco quickly spoke up, if we don't act soon, it will be too late. He is one of our family. Wasn't Vista supposed to be buying weapons on Domiko Island? How could he be captured by the Navy? Could be a trap set by the Navy? No wonder he hasn't returned for so long. The captain of the 4th Division, Sachi, said with some confusion. That arms dealer has worked with us several times. There is no reason for him to deceive us unless he doesn't want to survive in the new world. Marco, how could the Navy arrest Vista at this time? Could it be that the Navy still has the resources to fight us? That's impossible. It contradicts their combat strategy. Did they run into the mad dog Akainu? Aizen looked at Marco with some doubt. If they encountered Akainu, would Vista even survive to reach Impel Down? It's not that mad dog. The opponent ISNT and Navy officer active in the New World, but young face that the little brothers don't recognize. He might be a newly inter-Navy officer in the New World. Haha, Vista is really going backwards. He was actually defeated by a rookie who just entered the New World. When I get back, I'll make sure to train him hard. Boys, set sail. Full speed ahead. No matter what the reason is for Vista's capture by the Navy, as long as he is our family, we absolutely cannot let the Navy bully him. We must intercept them before they enter the doldrums. I cannot let my dear son suffer and Impel Down. Yes, old man. On the warship of the New World branch. Ji-Yuan, you're awake? Seeing Ji-Yuan regain consciousness, Dongfang Qingcang hurriedly sat by the bed to check her condition again. Analu, thank you. I didn't expect to be seen in such a sorry state by you again. Ji-Yuan looked at Dongfang Qingcang with joy, but also a bit of disappointment. Her strength seemed increasingly distant compared to his. What is there to worry about? You seem in a worse state. Besides, Ji-Yuan, you're a beautiful swordswoman. How could you be in a sorry state? You should be looking heroic. Only you would say that. I don't need your comfort. To be honest, while I was tea by your side, how many girls did you charm with your sweet talk? What girls? They're just little girls. I am an honest person. I've kept myself pure. Analu, you know, at that moment, I really thought I would never see you again. Without waiting for Dongfang Qingcang to reply, Ji-Yuan leaned slightly against him and softly spoke. Dongfang Qingcang's body stiffened. A gentle and weak Ji-Yuan was rare. At such a close distance, a pleasant fragrance wafted into his nose, making him feel a bit itchy. I didn't expect you to really catch up. At that moment, I thought it was an illusion before my death. I didn't expect you to actually come. Are you my knight, Analu? Ji-Yuan looked up at Dongfang Qingcang, her alluring peach blossom eyes making his heart race. I am your knight. Dongfang Qingcang answered firmly. If I die, would you be sad and cry for me? No. How could a princess die before her knight? Analu, do you like me? Dongfang Qingcang nodded, lowering his head to kiss her. No need to answer. Dongfang Qingcang proved his steadfast love for Ji-Yuan through his actions. According to Rear Admiral Crane's intelligence, the Whitebeard pirates were wandering in the waters not far from Domiko Island, which was also the reason the arms dealer chose to trade there. Dongfang Qingcang wouldn't recklessly confront Whitebeard. If he headed towards the Red Earth continent, he might be intercepted halfway. It was also unfeasible to go directly to the branch near Domiko Island. The Whitebeard pirates would likely come to collect debts soon, and the Navy would definitely suffer heavy casualties. The branches of Akainu and Kuzan were too far away. Otherwise, they could hold on a bit longer. So, Dongfang Qingcang decided to escort Vista back to the North Sea. Unfortunately, What Dongfang Qingsong didn't he expect was that the old would always outsmart the young. Whitebeard guessed Dongfang Qingsong's thoughts at a glance. Officer Analu, how is Guyuan's injury? Just as Analu and Guyuan were having a sweet moment, Lily's knocking on the door suddenly rang out, startling Guyuan, who hurriedly fell back onto the bed. Then she put on a sickly expression. If one ignored the blush on her face, she actually looked quite convincing. Dongfang Qingsong, with the experience of being the president of the small chamber, found this to be a small matter. He calmly said, Guyuan is fine. She has already woken up. You can come in. Lily, who walked in through the door, looked at the incredibly calm Dongfang Qingsong and the flushed Guyuan, feeling that she had missed something. However, the awakening of her good friend quickly made her forget other matters, and she immediately started chattering about Dongfang Qingsong's heroic deeds. Seeing someone praise him to his face for the first time, Dongfang Qingsong was still a bit unaccustomed, and he directly stood up and went out to give space to the two of them. Just as Dongfang Qingsong stood at the bow of the ship admiring the scenery, an ominous premonition suddenly surged in his heart. He immediately scanned the surroundings. All he could see was the calm sea where water met the sky, with nothing unusual in sight. Since Dongfang Qingsong entered the advanced level of observation haki, he had always trusted his instincts. He quickly expanded his observation haki from his center to quickly probe the surroundings. After a moment, he found the source of the crisis. It was Moby Dick. The Whitebeard pirates were coming, and most of the combat personnel were on board. Dongfang Qingsong hurriedly turned back and walked into the ship. As Dongfang Qingsong's observation haki swept over Moby Dick, Marco and Jaws immediately reacted. The two quickly activated their observation haki, but they didn't detect anything, leaving them both puzzled as they looked at Whitebeard. It seems this Navy brat's observation haki is quite advanced. The coverage range is unexpectedly large. Looks like the title of genius is well-deserved. Even I couldn't find the opponent's position, but no matter how large the range, there's a limit. Marco, go out and take a look. They should be nearby. Whitebeard, having seen much of the world, was indeed surprised by this long-range observation haki, but accepted it quickly and soon arranged a strategy. Colonel Ailey, let Guyuan rest well. You immediately command the warship to speed into the doldrums. I will delay the speed of the Whitebeard pirates. Dongfang Qingsong, who walked in through the door, immediately began to arrange. The Whitebeard pirates are here. Can you hold them off alone? Upon hearing Dongfang Qingsong's words, the two exchanged shocked glances, and both thoughts surged in their minds. Analu, that's the Whitebeard pirates. You go delay them. Guyuan wanted to say something, but hesitated. It was clear that she never believed Dongfang Qingsong could hold off the Whitebeard pirates. Not to mention the world's strongest man, Whitebeard. Just the various captains on board would be enough for him. Don't worry, they haven't discovered us yet. I don't need to engage in direct combat to delay them. I just need to intercept their ship, as long as they can't catch up to the warship. Then with my speed, I can still hold them off. Colonel Ailey, it's up to you to command the warship. After comforting Guyuan, Dongfang Qingsong quickly turned to leave. He had already seen Marco flying out from the Moby Dick, and he needed to take a detour to block him. Dongfang Qingsong raised his hand and unleashed a bolt of lightning, a massive column of thunder descending from the sky directly towards the flying Marco. As the user of the bird fruit, mythical Zoan type, Phoenix form, Marco's strength was not simple. He swiftly dodged the lightning bolt with a side maneuver, immediately alert. He looked around, but all he saw was the ocean that had been blasted open by the thunder, with no enemies in sight. What was going on? Marco was somewhat puzzled. Could it be a strange natural phenomenon? That was impossible. He hadn't heard of such weather nearby. While using his observation haki and continuing to fly, another lightning bolt struck from above. No matter which direction Marco flew towards, as soon as he moved, a lightning bolt would come down from the sky. This situation drove Marco crazy, and he realized that this was definitely not a natural phenomenon. Someone was clearly attacking him from the shadows. It must be that Navy officer with an extraordinarily far-reaching observation haki. After years of struggling in the New World, this was the first time Marco encountered such a maddening battle, where he hadn't even seen the opponent's face and was already forced into a dilemma. This was a reconnaissance mission specially assigned by his father, and if he ended up trapped without even seeing anyone, one could imagine how disappointed his father would be. He had already tried looking up, but his opponent hadn't attacked from above, so it was unlikely they were higher up. He couldn't go into the sea. So, did that mean he had to randomly choose a direction? Although the power of the lightning bolts was strong and rapid, with his strength, it wasn't too difficult to choose a direction to break through. It would just slow him down significantly. and it was clear that his opponent was only trying to delay him. If he chose the right direction, it would be fine, but if he chose wrong, it would be disastrous. By the time he tried again, Bista might have already entered the calm belt. This left the usually decisive Marco in a difficult position. After all, this was a matter of life and death for his family. He couldn't afford to make even the slightest mistake. If you have the ability, come out and face me one-on-one. Damn, Navy, is this all you can do? Where's your justice? Sneaking attacks from behind are not worthy of the word justice. Marco's clumsy provocation made Dongfang Qing want to laugh. He was not a rigid knight. It didn't matter whether it was despicable, as long as it was effective. That was enough. The great leader once said, "The one who can catch mice is good, regardless of black or white." Since he could easily accomplish the task and achieve his goal, why be stubborn and tough? There is no need to eat bitterly. That is not a good habit. After cursing for a long time, Marco felt dry in his mouth and throat. It was hard to say whether the rat in the dark had succeeded in provoking him, but he was about to be consumed by anger. It seemed that his plan had failed. He couldn't continue to waste time here. The Navy could afford to wait, but he couldn't, especially not Bista. Bista, let's see how our luck holds up. Marco randomly chose a direction and began to sprint. Sure enough, the next second, countless lightning bolts rained down from the sky. He didn't dare to take them head-on and could only dodge as best as he could. He didn't have much time to waste here and had to charge forward in one direction. Dongfang Qing watched the flustered Marco with some thought. Marco was effectively dealt with. After all, he was the second strongest of the Whitebeard pirates. Choosing the wrong direction meant Marco was no longer a concern. As long as he continued to use the lightning punishment to restrain him, by the time he realized what was happening, the warship would have already entered the calm belt. Next was the Moby Dick of the Whitebeard pirates, which was the real headache. It was unclear whether it was Dongfang Qing's bad luck or Whitebeard's good luck. The direction of the Moby Dick was heading straight for the warship's endpoint. At this speed, it would encounter the warship right at the edge of the calm belt. This was not acceptable. Even though the warship would be faster than the Moby Dick, as long as it fell within Whitebeard's line of sight, it would be like a wolf entering a tiger's den. Dongfang Qing could only multitask and use the same tactics again, hoping to stall them. What was going on? Why was it suddenly raining down such massive lightning bolts? This was a bit abnormal. Dad, aside from Elbaf, there isn't such bizarre weather in the New World. Sachi dodged the jumping arcs of electricity while looking at the lightning bolts being blocked by Jozu, feeling somewhat puzzled. Sachi, this is not a natural phenomenon. Elbaf doesn't have such large thunderbolts. This is clearly man-made. The real question is, where is that little brat hiding? Even his observation hockey hasn't detected him. He's quite a troublesome little brat. It seems Bista's defeat isn't unwarranted. Dongfang Qing certainly wouldn't foolishly extend his observation hockey to cover the Moby Dick again. Since he already knew the exact number of people on the other side, he only needed to sense the Moby Dick. Whitebeard squinted at the sky, where the columns of lightning descended like apocalyptic thunder, turning the originally clear sky into a stormy weather filled with dark clouds. This was not something an ordinary ability user could achieve. This Navy officer had some skills. Dad, this should be the user of the Thunder Fruit. Remember that Navy officer who fought against Kaido a few years ago? This must be his doing. Teach was well aware of those powerful devil fruits, and as one of the strongest Logia types, he had kept a close eye on the Thunder Fruit. From a moment the first bolt of lightning fell, he had his suspicions, and now he was certain. Teach, are you talking about that Navy's strongest genius? I always thought that was just a Navy exaggeration. After all, we haven't heard anything about him since that ambiguous battle with Kaido. Moreover, he is so young, it's hard for me not to doubt his strength. Can a guy wandering the four seas be this strong? Did he perhaps get lucky? Kaido couldn't have been injured by Lord Odin, right? Captain Aizen of the 16th Division looked at Teach with some confusion. His ability wasn't suited to block lightning bolts, so he could only watch from the sidelines. The Whitebeard pirates did not know that Kazuki Odin was already dead. After all, based on their understanding of Odin's strength, they absolutely believed he could not have been defeated by Kaido. Before Teach could answer, Whitebeard laughed heartily. Haha, Aizen, whether the Navy has exaggerated or not, being able to fight against that little brat Kaido means that this Navy kid's combat power is definitely not weak. Looking at today's situation, it is enough to prove how troublesome he is. But even so what? We are the Whitebeard pirates. Dad is right. We are the Whitebeard pirates. No matter how strong this Navy kid is, Dad is the strongest. The little brothers on a Moby Dick immediately began to boast confidently. Teach also laughed heartily with the enthusiastic crew, but the trace of gloom hidden deep in his eyes went unnoticed by anyone. Will the fruit we are waiting for finally appear? Am I really going to play house with these idiots and die in the Whitebeard pirates? What should I do with my ambitions? As time passed, it was clear that relying solely on Jozu and those combat captains could not withstand the ever-increasing number of lightning bolts. The individual lightning punishment was not terrifying, although powerful. The commanders on Whitebeard's ship were not weaklings, and they could still dodge easily. After all, the target of the lightning punishment was not them. The Moby Dick was Dongfang Qingcang's goal. To know that this is not land. What will happen to the Moby Dick if they evade? That is their home. So each captain can only endure the punishment of thunder. 1 or 2 strikes are manageable, but as more and more pillars of lightning appear, even the captains can no longer withstand it. This is equivalent to everyone facing multiple direct clashes with the Eastern Qing Cang, except for Jaws and Sachi. The captains of the 5th Division and beyond are clearly at their limit. Whitebeard sees all of this. It seems he has protected his sons too well, and they have all become complacent. This is not the standard of the Whitebeard pirates. Whitebeard had to step in. He was still unsure of this Navy brat's true strength, but it certainly looked like a troublesome opponent, able to toy with his sons without even showing up. Tremor. Whitebeard threw a punch, activating the power of the Tremor fruit. A white transparent membrane directly covered his hand, and as he swung his fist, the atmosphere shattered apart, with cracks rapidly spreading from Whitebeard's fist. Teach looked at the cracked atmosphere with envy. No matter how many times he had seen it, every time Whitebeard struck, it made him crave it even more. Indeed, this is the strongest attack ability. When will he be able to obtain such power? The pillars of lightning falling from the sky were all shattered by Whitebeard's punch, leaving behind countless scattered arcs of lightning roaming through the air. Moments later, the arcs transformed into electrons and completely disappeared, and the sky returned to calm, as if the world-ending pillars of lightning had never appeared. Indeed, Dad is the strongest. The Whitebeard pirates are invincible. On the Moby Dick, the crew members were boasting again. It was Dad who acted. This was the common thought of the battle captains, and as they watched the disappearing pillars of lightning, each captain sighed in relief, but also felt a wave of shame. They never expected that an enemy who hadn't even shown their face would require Dad to step in. They felt unworthy of him. The captains who returned to Whitebeard's side looked dispirited, like frostbitten eggplants, and Whitebeard naturally saw their thoughts. He laughed heartily. "My dear sons, is this little setback and blow too much for you to handle? This is not your style. My sons will never lose to anyone. The opponent is just one step ahead of you. Just double your efforts in training from now on. Do you lack confidence?" "Dad, how can we lack confidence? It's just relying on the power of the natural-type thunder fruit. In direct combat, who loses and who wins is still uncertain, right?" Jaws confidently said. As the captain of the 3rd Division and a user of the glitter fruit, he had that confidence. Jaws is right. Who loses and who wins is still uncertain. We are the captains of the Whitebeard pirates. How could we lose to a Navy brat who hides and shows himself? "Exactly, Dad. We will definitely double our efforts and avenge our shame next time." Looking at his sons, full of fighting spirit, Whitebeard also laughed heartily. Teach also echoed, but a hint of deep disdain flashed in his eyes. In his view, besides Jaws, the captains of the Whitebeard pirates were basically useless. Even Marco was the same. Clearly possessing such a powerful mythical Zoan-type phoenix fruit, he had turned into a waste, studying useless medical skills every day. Wasting such a good fruit. If he put in half the effort of Jaws, he wouldn't be so pathetic now. As for the other captains, it goes without saying, their talent and strength did not match the title of the strongest pirate crew, and they could only play house. If it weren't for Dad's protection, this group would have died a long time ago, a bunch of naive guys. Indeed, Whitebeard was not Marco. Such a large-scale attack was easy for Whitebeard, as the power of the Tremor fruit was not only powerful, but also had an incredibly wide range. Although Eastern Qing Cang had anticipated this, he was still shocked to see the thunderstorm destroyed by Whitebeard's punch. So strong. This is the power that can destroy the world. Is this the strongest man in the world? Whitebeard at his peak truly deserves the title. But no matter how strong, how can he find himself if he goes to Whitebeard? Raising his hand, another thunderous punishment fell. Long-range strikes are exhilarating. Even the strongest in the world could only watch helplessly. Kizaru could only call a master move, a method even sneakier than his. "Dad, if this goes on, it will never end." Sachi looked helplessly at the descending pillars of lightning again. Whitebeard was also getting tired of this sticky situation. However, as the spiritual pillar of the Whitebeard pirates, he couldn't show it easily. With a punch, he shattered the pillars of lightning and spoke again. The opponent's actions clearly indicate they're stalling for time. What does this prove? It proves that we are on the right track. Lift your spirits. We are about to meet the main target. Full speed ahead. We must repay that Navy brat's care properly. While Whitebeard was feeling a headache, Eastern Qing Cang was also feeling constipated. This old guy Whitebeard's intuition was really sharp. The powerful thunder punishment was just a matter of waving his hand for him, which made Eastern Qing Cang feel uncomfortable. Looking at the clearly increasing speed, Eastern Qing Cang had to act. With a wave of his hand, several standard Navy long swords appear before him, and bolts of lightning surged from his hand. Soon, Eastern Qing Cang completed the magnetization of the long swords. And with a shout of go, the long swords shot through the sky like meteors heading straight for the Moby Dick. Dad, something is approaching quickly from the left. Teach pretended to put down the telescope and said with a naive expression, due to the need to guard against the occasional falling pillars of lightning. Everyone's attention was fully on the Moby Dick, completely oblivious to the situation in other directions. At Teach reminder, everyone concentrated their observation hockey and began to look to the left. Is it a flying sword? Is this another commotion caused by the Navy brat? Can the Thunder Fruit control flying swords? Most of the illiterate pirates were a bit confused, but how much could a few flying swords do? Wouldn't they just make the sound of a great swordsman's slashes? Just as the Whitebeard pirates were puzzled, a strong sense of crisis surged over them, making everyone's hair stand on end as the flying swords suddenly scattered. The flying swords began to emit arcs of electricity and then accelerated, releasing a terrifying momentum. This was a completely different attack from the previous lightning pillars. The power was immense. This was an electromagnetic flying sword version of the super electromagnetic cannon. Its power was definitely formidable. This brat is quite capable. Is he trying to solve them without showing his face? This is too underestimating of Whitebeard. Watching the flying swords rushing towards the ship's hull, Whitebeard threw several punches in succession, continuously using tremor. Although Eastern Qing Cang's electromagnetic flying swords shot from multiple angles, each of Whitebeard's punches could tear through the atmosphere and accurately collide head-on with Eastern Qing Cang's electromagnetic flying swords. The shockwave directly shattered the core electromagnetic flying swords. So while the electromagnetic flying swords were impressive, they couldn't break through Whitebeard's defense and damage the Moby Dick. Watching the flying swords shattered by